There are places the maps don't show, corners of the world where hope goes to die, and children learn to shoot before they learn to read. Paulo Lins was born into one of those places. City of God is not a story he invented. It's a story he survived. Growing up in the Rio favela that gives the book its name, he watched a neighborhood transform from a quiet settlement into a war zone fueled by drugs, money, and a hunger for power that no prison could contain. For nearly a decade, he walked those streets, took notes, and listened to the whispers of the dead. What emerged from that darkness is a novel published in 1997, one that has since sold millions of copies across the world. Lins, who began as a researcher alongside two anthropologists before finding his own voice, wrote the book that would later inspire Fernando Meirelles' 2002 film, a movie that would become a global landmark, earning 4 Academy Award nominations and changing the way the world saw the favela. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. This is a third-person retelling, not a word-for-word reading, so you don't have to turn the pages. You only have to listen. Because here, the truth is stranger than fiction, and more brutal. Later in this video, you'll hear the real stories behind the book, the facts that didn't make the movie, the trivia from the set where they cast real kids from the slums, and the details that will change how you see every frame. This is not a tour. It's an invitation. The story begins. The rain starts as they leave the mansion. Stringy and Rocket pass a joint between them by the river in the eucalypt grove, saying nothing. Rocket lets himself drift into a daydream, swimming beyond the surf, floating, feeling the water play across his body. He imagines himself as a lifesaver on a crowded beach, working constantly, eating well, saving as many as he must before running home. He won't be the kind who lets the current take anyone. Clouds drop rain on the houses, the grove, the open fields. Rocket hears the wind hiss through eucalypt leaves. From here, the buildings of Barra da Tijuca loom huge, while the mountain peaks vanish behind low clouds. He thinks he can hear radios playing for housewives, dogs barking, children on stairs, though the flats he lives in stand completely silent from this distance. His eyes track the river, raindrops spreading in circles across it, and then his vision seems to zoom. Flashbacks arrive. The river when it was clean. Guava trees raised for new buildings. Squares choked with houses. Murdered myrtles. The haunted fig tree. Castor oil plants. The abandoned mansion's pool. The Dread and Bastion pitches, where he once played defense for the Oberon under-13s, now replaced by factories. He remembers running from a farm caretaker's dogs while collecting bamboo for a June festival. Spin the bottle, hide and seek, pick up sticks. The model racetrack he never owned. Hours in almond branches watching cattle pass. The day his brother scraped himself up falling off a bike at Red Hill. Sundays of mass, youth group, cinema, the amusement park. The Santa Cecilia choir rehearsals from school. Joy that fizzles when the river shows him something else. Selling bread and ice lollies. Pushing supermarket trolleys. Collecting bottles. Stripping copper wire for scrap to help his mother. It hurts to think of mosquitoes leaving lumps he picked at with his fingernails. Of open sewers he dragged himself across as a little kid. He realizes he had been unhappy without knowing it. He resigns himself, silently. The rich go overseas to live it up. The poor go to the grave, jail, or somewhere worse. The sugary orangeade of his childhood wasn't even that good. He tries to grasp the childish joys that died each time reality tripped him up, each hungry day. His primary school teachers said studying could make something of him. Yet here he is, disillusioned about finding a job to continue studying, buy his own clothes, take his girlfriend out, pay for a photography course. If things worked the way the teachers promised, he'd get a camera and lenses, photograph everything, win a prize. Then his mother's voice cuts through his mind. Photography is for people with money. He should join the Air Force, Navy, or Army to secure a future. Soldiers are the ones with money. She doesn't know what goes on in his head. Rocket refocuses on Our Lady of Sorrows Church up the hill. He feels like going to Father Giulio and asking for all his confessed sins back in a shopping bag, just so he could commit them again with his soul scattered everywhere. One day, he'll accept an invitation to hold up buses, bakeries, taxis, anything. He takes the joint from Stringy. His girlfriend's ultimatum echoes. She'll break up with him if he doesn't stop smoking dope. He tells himself the worst thing would be marrying a square. Rock singers smoke. Jimi Hendrix, the biggest head of all. Hippies were all crazies from so much smoking. He's sure Tim Maya, Kitano, Gil, Jorge Ben, Big Boy all enjoy weed. And that nutcase Raul Seixas with his line about eye drops and shades. Smoking doesn't mean he'll look for trouble. He hates squares. They're everywhere, noticing red eyes or laughing at nothing. In every argument, he ends by saying dope is the light of life. It makes you thirsty, hungry, and sleepy. Stringy asks for another joint. Rocket insists on rolling it himself. He likes the job, and his friends always praise him. He makes it stiff like a cigarette, using little paper. He lights it, takes 2 drags, passes it over. On rainy days, hours pass unnoticed when you have nothing to do. Rocket checks the time mechanically and sees he's late for typing class. He doesn't care. He's missed so many already. He can't be bothered banging on a typewriter for an hour, and he isn't going to school either. He mutters inwardly about the hypotenuse of a right-angled triangle, his arse. He's pissed off with life. He swallows a sob, stands, stretches the pain out of his body, and is about to ask Stringy if he wants to roll another bundle of weed when he notices the river water has turned red. The red precedes a dead body. The gray day grows darker, red swirling in the current, then another corpse. Clouds blot out the mountains completely. Red again, and another body appears at the river bend. Light rain becomes a storm. Red followed by yet another carcass. Blood mixing with stinking water. Lee jeans, Adidas trainers, leeches sucking out red liquid still warm. Rocket and Stringy stumble home. This is the first sign of the war to come. The war that will claim anyone who doesn't stay alert. Pumping hot lead into children's skulls, forcing stray bullets into innocent bodies, making Knockout Zay run down Front Street with a blazing torch to set fire to his brother's killer's house. Rocket arrives home afraid of the wind, the streets, the rain, his own skateboard. Everything seems dangerous. He kneels by his bed, throws his head on the mattress, clasps his hands, and in infinite supplication begs XIII to tell Oxala that one of his sons feels doomed to eternal desperation. Life used to be different here. The river once carried sand and innocent water snakes to the sea, dividing land where the children of the Portuguese and the enslaved walked. Souls grazing petals, mangoes swelling, bamboo shredding wind, a big lake, a pond, almond trees, myrtles, the eucalypt grove on one side. On the other side, hills, haunted mansions, little Portugal's vegetable gardens, cows on both sides living the peace of those who don't know death. The river's branches cut diagonally through the fields. The right branch cut the middle, the left separated. The flats from the houses crossed by a bridge carrying the neighborhood's main street. The river laughed, but Rocket knows every river is born to die. This land was once green. Ox carts on dirt roads, Negro throats singing samba, artesian wells, trucks of legumes and vegetables, snakes slipping through grass, nets in the water. Sunday football on dread pitch, drinking wine under the full moon. One dawn, Cabbage Manuel greeted Lettuce Joe, but Lettuce Joe only watched the first flight of herons to roosters crowing and cows lowing. Those 2 Portuguese descendants tended Little Portugal's gardens on inherited land. They knew flats would come, but not so soon. They worked 5 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, talked of nothing, laughed at everything, whistled impossible fados, loved the winds, ate dinner together, then heard men in a car with a white license plate say they intended to build something new on the land. Later Lettuce Joe would think, a good wind put a smile on his face, but another wind, without homeland or compassion, took that smile away. Men with boots and tools arrived, measuring, marking. Then machines destroyed the gardens, scared scarecrows, guillotined trees, land-filled the marsh, dried the spring. All became a desert. All that remains is the eucalypt grove, the trees on the other side of the river, the haunted mansions, the cows that know nothing of death, and sadness in the wake of a new era. City of God lent its voice to ghosts and abandoned mansions, thinned flora and fauna, remapped Little Portugal, and renamed the marsh, up top, out front, down below, the other side of the river, and the flats. Even now, the sky turns blue, forests make the earth green, clouds whiten landscapes, and mankind innovates, reddening the river. Here now, a slum, a neo-slum of concrete, brimming with dealer doorways, sinister silences, cries of despair in its lanes, and indecision at its crossroads. New residents brought rubbish, bins, mongrel dogs, XIII and Pombagira bead necklaces, days to struggle, old scores, residual rage from bullets, nights to hold wakes, flood vestiges, corner bars, street markets, old worms in babies' bellies, revolvers, oryxal pendants, sacrificial hens, sambas, illegal lotteries, hunger, betrayal, death, crucifixes on frayed string, racy foro to dance, oil lamps on saints, camping cookers, poverty that wants to get rich, eyes that see nothing and speak nothing, never the eyes and guts to face life, sidestep death, rejuvenate anger, bloodstained destinies, make war, and get tattoos, slingshots, photo novels, ancient floor cloths, open wombs, decayed teeth, brains riddled with catacombs, clandestine graves, fishmongers, bread sellers, seventh-day mass, smoking guns to erase doubt, perception of facts before acts, half-cured cases of the clap, legs waiting for buses, hands for hard work, pencils for state schools, courage to turn the corner, gambler's luck, kites, arses for police to kick, coins for heads or tails, strength to try to live, and love, to ennoble death and silence the mute hours. In 1 week, 30 to 50 new arrivals show up each day, faces and furniture still marked by the floods. Government trucks deposit them at the Mario Filho football stadium, where they sing about their marvelous city full of enchantments. Soon, people from other favelas and towns across the state come to inhabit rows of white, pink, and blue houses. On the far side of the river's left branch, the flats rise, a complex of 1- and 2-bedroom units, 5 stories high, some blocks holding 20 flats, others 40. New feet pound the red earth, caught in the stampede of an unfolding destiny. The river remains the kids' joy, giving them sand, frogs, eels, not yet completely poisoned. Children discover marbles and discover themselves through the rules of the game. Who goes last? Who becomes king? The calls for obstacles and clear paths. They fly kites, shouting about tangled lines and glass that isn't sharp enough. They play endless chasing games. One hit because there's a new it. Jumping the graveyard wall, the graveyard on fire. Every monkey on his branch, sending a letter to a girlfriend, running out of ink, freezing in place. They find each other and hide and seek and tag, wage castor bean wars on the other side of the river, swim in the pond, play boats, and journey to the bottom of the sea. They push into the fields, competing with snakes, toads, and cavies. Rocket asks Stringy if he wants to go to Red Hill. Stringy, holding a bucket of water, asks where that is. Rocket explains it's down near the spring. They can climb up and run down like cowboy films. Stringy agrees. They invite a couple of friends and set off from behind the flats. Rocket's brother sees them getting ready and thinks about putting his bike away to join, but his pals insist he brings it. They cross dense bush where new blocks will eventually stand, reaching the river's left branch. Stringy announces he's going for a swim. Rocket argues they should go straight to Red Hill and swim later. Stringy counters they're better off swimming now. Their clothes will dry and their mothers won't know they were in the river. Rocket asks if he's scared of Mummy. Stringy ignores him, throws himself into the water, and the others follow. They wade out, swim back with the current. Stringy refuses to get out, swimming into and out of the current. They dunk each other, play American Submarine and Captain Hurricane. The morning peaks, invading guava branches, a land wind sweeping rain clouds away. Finches sing. It feels like living on a large farm. They buy fresh milk, pick vegetables, collect wild fruit, ride horses through low hills along Gabino Road. They hate night, no electricity yet, mothers forbidding play after dark. Mornings are cool. Fishing, hunting cavies, playing football, killing sparrows to barbecue, breaking into haunted mansions. Rocket's brother, already on his bike, insists they get a move onto Red Hill. They avoid Moises Street in case one of their mothers is fetching water from the spring, instead going behind the houses and scrambling up the hill. Excavators and tractors have mutilated Red Hill during the construction of houses in the first blocks. Clay from the hill used to landfill part of the marsh and roughcast the early homes. The hill once stopped very close to the riverbank. Now it ends at the edge of the council estate, near some short-stay houses on the road connecting the flats to Main Square. From the top, Rocket can see the big lake. The lake, the pond, the river, and its two branches. The church, the Liao supermarket, the club, the rec, two schools, the nursery, and even the clinic in the distance. Rocket's brother announces he's going down on his bike. Stringy warns he's going to smash himself up. He brushes it off, calling himself a pro. He leans over the handlebars and takes off downhill, standing on the rear brake, putting a foot on the ground, spinning the bike. His friends clap and shout how cool it is. He repeats the feat several times, eyes watering from speed, but still showing off. He gets carried away, pedaling 10 times to pick up speed on another run. It goes wrong. He hits a hole, loses control, tumbles off. Bloody nose, body skidding across the ground, dust in his eyes. But the subject here is crime. That's why the narrator is here. Poetry, light the certainties of men in the tone of words. The word, larger than its size, speaks, does, happens. Here it reels, riddled, uttered by toothless mouths and alleyway conspiracies, deadly decisions. Sands stir on ocean floors. The absence of sunlight darkens forests. Strawberry ice cream makes hands sticky. Words are born in thought, leaving lips, they acquire soul in the ears. But sometimes that auditory magic never reaches the mouth. Swallowed dry, massacred in the stomach with rice and beans, excreted rather than spoken. Words balk. Bullets talk. Squirt, Hellraiser, and Hammer run through the wreck, enter Blonde Square, and emerge in front of Batman's bar where the gas delivery truck is parked. Squirt holds 2 revolvers and orders everyone quiet or he shoots. Hellraiser positions himself on the truck's left, Squirt on the opposite side. Hammer goes to the corner to watch for police. Passers-by sidle off, then quicken their step once farther away. Only 2 old ladies who came to buy gas at that exact moment stay glued in place, trembling, reciting the creed. The delivery men raise their hands, saying the money is on the driver, who is trying and failing to hide it. Hellraiser watches him, orders him to lie down with arms out, frisks him, takes the money, and kicks him in the face so he'll never try anything smart again. Hammer announces the gas is on him. No need to bring empty bottles to exchange for full ones. The truck is empty in minutes. Squirt suggests they head up a certain way. Hammer argues for going through the wreck instead. More open, they can see everyone, and suggests getting Cleed to take the guns. Squirt refuses. Real gangsters stay tooled up. He's not going around unprotected. Someone might show up to grab their money. They don't know who's who here. Everyone's from the favelas, including out-of-towners holed up nearby. And if the police show up, fists won't do the job. He doesn't slow his pace. Cleed, who was at Batman's bar during the holdup, decides to follow at a distance. Hellraiser stays silent. Something makes him remember his family. His father, a piece of shit, always drunk on the slopes of Sao Carlos. His mother, a pro in the red light district. His brother, a faggot. His slut of a mother is okay, known for her strong personality. Doesn't take crap. Keeps her word. Respected in Estacio. His father isn't his biggest problem either. When sober, the kids don't draw on his face or take his shoes. And despite everything, he's good with his fists and a lead drummer in the samba school. But his brother, that's really fucked. Having a faggot for a brother feels like a huge tragedy. He imagines Ari sucking off migrant laborers in the red light district, taking it up the bum from guys in Sao Carlos, wanking off sailors and gringos in Mauá Square, fucking rich arses in Lapa Fleepets. He can't accept that his brother wears lipstick, women's clothes, wigs, and high-heeled shoes. He also remembers the fire. Bastards arriving with Hessian bags soaked in kerosene, setting shacks ablaze, taking pot shots in all directions. That was the day his God-fearing grandmother, old Benedita, burned to death. already bedridden, flat on her back from illness. He thinks, if I hadn't been such a little squirt, I would have gotten her out on time. Maybe she'd still be here. Maybe I'd have been a sucker with packed lunches and all that shit. But she's not here, right? I'm here to kill and die. A day after the fire, Hellraiser was taken to his aunt's employer's house. Aunt Carmen had worked there as a maid for years. He stayed with his mother's sister until his father built a new shack in the favela. He hung around between the sink and the wash tank the whole time, and that was where he saw, through the half-open door, the man on TV saying the fire had been accidental. He felt like killing all those white bastards with phones, cars, fridges, good food, who don't live in shacks without running water or toilets. None of the men in that house looked like faggots, like Ari. He thinks about cleaning the whiteys out, even their lying TV and colorful blender. When they pass in front of the Liao supermarket, Hellraiser notices some boys playing football on a dirt pitch. He turns to his friends. Maybe there are some crazy bastards over there. And they might even be as crazy as him. But more than him? No way. He doesn't take shit from no one. If a guy gives him a hard time, he fills him with lead. He dares them to dare him to give those dickheads a hard time. Squirt and Hammer say they dare him. They go over to the clinic. To their left, the boys are still playing football. Hellraiser cocks his gun and threatens the football players. Stop that ball and send it over, because it's his now. If they don't, the shit will hit the fan. A startled youth brings him the ball. Hellraiser plays keepy up, controlling it with both feet, bouncing it to his chest, then his left thigh, then his head. Hammer remarks that the guy's good. He's got talent. After several minutes of making the ball dance, Hellraiser kicks it high into the air. It would have landed square in his chest, but instead, he pulls the trigger. The ball falls, lifeless. Hammer and Squirt double over laughing, but Hellraiser stays serious, looking around with an irate expression that extends the gunshot's silence. He glares quickly into each face, as if they're all responsible for his miserable life. After a few seconds, he turns his back. His friends follow. Down by the river, Nifty Feet, Shorty, and Pele pass a joint. Pele, enthused by the prospect of also holding up the gas truck, says the gang let people take almost everything, then caught up with them out front. They made good money, gave everyone gas, then took the piss out of those football players at Blood and Sand. He asks for the joint. Nifty Feet asks where Blood and Sand is. Pele says it's the little dirt pitch near the supermarket. Shorty asks who these no-goods are working the area, handing the joint to Pele. Nifty Feet identifies them. Squirt, Hellraiser, and Hammer. He knows Hellraiser from Sao Carlos, Squirt from around Cachoeirina, and Hammer, if he's the one he thinks, from Escondidinho. Pele warns that the next truck is his. There's enough to go around as long as no one gets greedy. Nifty Feet advises caution. Hellraiser's a handful. Cross him, and you need attitude, or the shit hits the fan. But if Pele mentions his name, Hellraiser will talk. Pele cuts him off. That's not how it works with him. He's not scared of any barking dog. Not looking for a fight, but if someone throws their weight around, there won't be any talking. He'll give him what he's got coming. Nifty Feet says everyone has to respect each other. The enemy is the police. He doesn't want to see friends fighting. A voice from an alley between the Block 13 short-stay houses says one word. Pigs. Nifty Feet takes off over the State Water Department bridge, doubling around the left side of the lake with Pele and Shorty behind him. They reach the surviving part of the marsh. Their running startles a snake, but none of them notice. They head for the haunted fig tree, planning to smoke another joint in its branches while watching the police inspect the short-stay houses. The milkmen have already passed. Children watch National Kid. Those without televisions go to neighbors' windows to follow the Japanese superhero. The sun has distanced itself from the Grajot Range. An angry wind holds up zigzagging kites. Small clouds of red dust are born and die along the beaten earth streets. Children in uniform fill the landscape, going home from school. It is already midday. Up top at Hammer's house, the gang splits the money while Clede makes vegetable soup. She says the driver went from white to red. She's surprised he didn't shit himself. She felt sorry for him, but it was funny. She really felt sorry for those old ladies, shaking like leaves. Surprised they didn't have a stroke. Squirt says he didn't even point the shooters at them. Clyde counters that just seeing the shooters could have killed them right then and there. Squirt says they liked it when it was time to get the gas. Clede disagrees. When everyone started crowding around, they hot-footed it out. Squirt moves away from his friends. He thinks about going to the bathroom, but instead goes outside. A sadness accompanies his steps. He isn't listening to what his friends are saying. He shivers, goes to the back of the yard, sits with his head against the house wall, and lets tears roll from his eyes. The old ladies didn't make him sad. They just made him remember another occasion. He had gone to hold up the gas delivery truck alone, and the police appeared at the same time. There was no way he could run without shooting, so he shot. One bullet hit a baby in the head. He saw it reel in its mother's arms, and they both fell to the ground from the impact. He tells himself over and over that the crime was an accident, trying to relieve his guilt, but desperation fills him every time he remembers killing that baby. He knows he can repent and go to heaven, but even so, that is a really big crime. He has always heard his parents talk about mortal sins. There is nothing he can do. He's going to rot in hell. He looks at the sky, then at the ground, and concludes that God is far away. Planes fly high and don't get anywhere near heaven. Apollo 11 only went to the moon. To reach heaven, you have to pass through all the stars, and the stars are really fucking far away. If hell is below ground, it is much closer. He fears God's wrath, but is keen to meet the devil. He would make a pact with him to have everything on earth. When death feels near, he will repent of all his sins and come up trumps on both sides. It would suck if he died suddenly. He decides to stop thinking shit and heads back to his friends. Squirt was raised in the hillside favela of Cachoeirina. He wanted to be a gangster so he would be feared by all, like the gangsters where he lived. So feared that his chicken of a father didn't even dare look them in the eye. He liked the way they spoke, the way they dressed. Whenever he went out to buy something, he prayed for someone to be playing samba at the corner bar so he could hear the gangsters improvising lyrics. Until he was 15, he was forced to attend the Assembly of God Church. He always told his parents he didn't like that life of endless prayers and having to attend service with them. He hated it when their house became the setting for religious gatherings and meetings. He wanted to be like other kids in the favela, take part in June festivities, eat St. Cosmas and St. Damian sweets, get Christmas presents, parade with the Samba school's percussion section. None of this was allowed in his religion. They said carnival was the devil's party. The devil was the one who understood things. One day, Squirt decided to abandon the church. He tore up his Bible and the pamphlets, confronting his parents, who insisted he remain in the faith. Over time, Squirt began smoking dope on the favela slopes. His first thefts were in his own home, then at the supermarket, until he got involved in armed robberies. Neighbors commented among themselves that Squirt wasn't ugly. He was treated well at home. His father didn't drink, went from home to work and back again, and yet there was that son looking like a rabid dog. Trigger-happy, mugging locals, raping neighborhood girls. A real bastard. Hellraiser says tomorrow he's doing the gas truck again. He doesn't want to stay skint because the police might show up and they won't have anything to keep them quiet. He asks if they're coming again. Squirt says coming. Hammer says no. Doing jobs 2 days in a row is too risky. He explains the police will be on the prowl waiting to bust no goods. He's lying low. Squirt ignores his friend's prediction, saying if today was Gas Bras Day, tomorrow is Minas Gas Day. The night belongs to choruses of crickets and a wind cold enough to drive people off the streets. A few boozers drink in corner bars, listening to a comedy program on the radio between pool shots. The gangsters fall asleep thinking about the next day's holdup. Morning comes quickly. The job goes smoothly, but this time Pele and Shorty carry it out. Squirt and Hellraiser arrive at the same time as the police, who shoot at them. Squirt runs behind the clinic, through the cinema, up Middle Street. The police follow. Hellraiser heads down the river's right branch, stopping along the way to pull off his red t-shirt, leaving just the black one underneath to throw off the police. He turns right past Augusto Magni's school, trying to look like he's running for another reason, and arrives down below, where Pele and Shorty are squatting on a corner counting money. Hellraiser demands to know where they got all that. He tells them to hand it over. He saw them scoot it when the police showed up, and for their information, it was his crew that was going to do the truck. Pele tells him to fuck off, asks if he's out of his mind. Hellraiser warns him not to give any crap or blah blah blah. Hand it all over or the shit will hit the fan. Nifty Feet's voice interrupts, asking, "What's up? What's the problem between Hellraiser and Pele?" At the sound of Nifty Feet's voice, Hellraiser lowers his gun, and Pele follows. Nifty Feet says it's just as well they haven't crossed paths before. He knew sparks would fly. He suggests they head over for a drink. Up top, Squirt is having a shootout with a policeman called Boss of Us All. The policeman refuses to give up trying to catch or kill Squirt. He has already loaded his 2 revolvers several times and swears when Squirt returns fire. No one is hit. Squirt takes a man's car, drives down Main Street toward Phrygia, and dumps it. He returns to the estate through the bush to meet up with Hellraiser and the others. Squirt greets Nifty Feet, saying he hasn't seen him for fucking ages. Nifty Feet agrees. It's been years. He asks if Squirt has been getting up to no good. Squirt asks if Nifty Feet was the one who did the truck. Nifty Feet says no, it was those guys over there. Squirt says he almost got done because of them. Nifty Feet asks, how come? Squirt says if they hadn't done the suckers, the cops wouldn't have been there. They should have warned his crew. Nifty Feet asks if Squirt's crew warned them yesterday. Squirt admits they didn't. They didn't even know Nifty Feet's crew. Nifty Feet calls him full of shit. Squirt curses back, warning that if he says one more thing. Nifty Feet interrupts, ordering everyone to cool it. No one is guilty of anything, and they need to cut the squabbling. If they stand around fighting over nothing, the cops get lucky. There is enough for everyone. He doesn't want his friends feuding, and he tells them they have to be friends. If they start feuding, the area will soon be crawling with police. He speaks with the authority of someone whose orders will be accepted. Everyone respects him. No one would ever oppose the Salguero Samba School's best dancer. No one raises their voice to the best-known rogue in Rio's favelas. Even Big, the most dangerous gangster in the city, respects him. They bow to any request Nifty Feet makes. They stay there drinking beer. By mid-afternoon, they act like close friends, playing pool and heads or tails, improvising sambas about life on the hill, playing hard, drinking beer, smoking weed, playing rounds of cards. Families from several Rio favelas arrive at the new council estate. The chance to own their own home entices them, but the distance and poor living conditions make many reconsider. Workers have to wake before dawn and walk 2 miles to catch the bus at Phrygia Square. But every child who arrives falls in love with the place. If not the guava trees, then the avocado trees. If not the eucalypt grove, then the haunted mansions. If not the pond, then the lake. If not the river, then the big lake. If not the swamp, then the sea at Barra da Tijuca. Those who know the estate well can walk from one end to the other without taking main streets. Squirt and Hellraiser like to flash their guns at police on patrol, then head into alleys firing shots in the air. The police chase but get lost in the labyrinth's twists and turns, sometimes shooting at one another. The gangsters double back and fire from another alley, making the police dizzy. They only do this when Boss of Us All isn't around. It's best to stay home the days he's on duty. He is as cunning as the devil and knows the estate well. Smaller houses are built on one area of the other side of the river where the Dread and Bastion pitches host football matches and tournaments. On the same side to the right is New World, an old area of plots with a bakery that gives kids bread on a sale or return basis to sell door to door. The bread sellers wake the neighborhood, shouting about bread for sale. Breadman Lolo and Paulo Cachaxa, the only adult bread sellers, spend mornings crying their wares about trudging from Copacabana to sell bread in the city of sludge. They sell until 11, then stay drunk the rest of the day. Milkmen rise before dawn, clanging and shouting about fresh milk. Ice lolly sellers appear when the morning peaks. Housewives water plants. Water is abundant. None of that tin of water over the head business. They plant vegetable patches and gardens, washing kids and dogs down with hoses. Few gangsters circulate during the day. They prefer nights for playing cards, smoking joints, playing pool, singing sambas to the rattle of a matchbox, or chatting with friends. Only Squirt, Hellraiser, Pele, and Shorty are seen during the day, holding up gas trucks, smoking dope on corners, flying kites with kids, playing football with cool guys. Other thieves prefer operating in the South Zone where the rich are, robbing tourists, shops, and wealthy-looking pedestrians. Up top, old Teresa sets up a den for the few dope smokers. Madalena already sells dope out front, but she lacks a good supplier and cannot stock enough weed to meet even the small demand. On Middle Street, Bahian Paulo opens the Bonfim bar, open every night. The gangsters play cards, smoke dope, drink Cinzano and Cachaca, and snort the odd line of coke. They eat fried fish, chicken gizzards, crackling, sausages, hard-boiled eggs, and bean soup prepared by Bahian Paulo's wife. Couples sway to the phonograph, occasionally trotting out dance steps on the pavement. Out front, Batman's bar is the hangout for the estate's first dope smokers. They meet there to chip in for weed to smoke in the plots near the estate, in the bush, or even in the street when possible. Orange, acerola, jackfruit, mango, and green eyes prefer smoking in the plots. They enjoy walking up and down tree-covered slopes, hanging out in the bush telling funny stories, picking fruit. The plots are unwatched by police. Houses are few and far between, with dozens of hiding places to smoke. A new community springs up from fights, football games, dances, daily bus rides, religious ceremonies, and schools. Groups from different favelas integrate within a new social network thrown together by circumstance. A few groups initially try to remain insular, but the tide of events soon leads daily life down new paths. Football teams, the estate's samba school, carnival groups are born. Everything works to integrate the inhabitants of City of God, paving the way for friendships, disputes, and romances between these people brought together by fate. Teenagers use the notoriety of the favelas they came from to intimidate one another in fights, games, kite flying, and competing for girls. The more dangerous their favela, the easier it is to command respect. But soon everyone knows who the suckers, conmen, no-goods, workers, gangsters, junkies, and cool guys are. Those least adapted to the new society are the gangsters. The only ones who integrate are those lodged at Mario Filho Stadium because of the floods. This includes Squirt, Hellraiser, and Hammer, along with guys who did time together. No favela has its entire population transferred to the estate. The random distribution of people between City of God, Villa Kennedy, and Santa Alianza, the two other council estates built in Rio's East Zone for flood victims, tears apart families and old friendships. Many refuse to move to City of God, thinking it too isolated. But the inhabitants of Ilha das Dragas and Parque Proletario da Gavia flock to the flats, adjusting more easily. On Saturdays, there are dances at the club, where gangsters, dope smokers, sluts, and cool guys hang out. Bands play songs by Jorge Ben, Lincoln Olivetti, Wilson Simonal, and others. The club directors manage the best football team in Jacarpagua, make beef stew and feijoada on Sundays for members, and organize excursions, competitions, and indoor football tournaments. The directors prepare dozens of bottles of caipirinha, nylon knickers, and Jaguar milk. They buy beer and snacks to sell during the dance, the most important social event around, though most residents do not attend because they don't think good things go on there. One Saturday, Hellraiser arrives at the dance in a rush, looking for Hammer. He wants to share good news. Squirt got lucky in a robbery down Anno Way, landing 2 gold chains, a pair of wedding rings, a .38 caliber revolver, 3 pairs of Lee jeans, and a leather jacket. Hellraiser goes in without paying, searches the entire dance floor, the bar, and the washroom, but cannot find his friend. He thinks it odd. Cleet had seen Hammer there. He is already leaving when he bumps into Nifty Feet. He asks how it's going and whether Nifty Feet has seen Hammer around. Nifty Feet says Hammer went home because the police are here. A detective Beelzebub is asking everyone if they know Hellraiser. They have already been out front, up top, down below, and here. It is this business of holding up trucks in the area. Hellraiser asks if they are in a car or a van. A van? How many? 3, he reckons. Hellraiser scratches his head, visibly worried. He thinks about getting out, but doubts the cops will return to the club. He decides to relax and suggests they go wet the whistle. Nifty Feet jokes that real men don't wet the whistle. They have a drink. They are heading toward the club bar when Detective Beelzebub comes in with 2 other police officers, dragging a sobbing Cleed. Hellraiser runs to the middle of the dance floor, bumping into couples dancing to Copa Set, knocking over chairs and tables. Beelzebub releases Clyde and chases him. Nifty Feet strolls toward Beelzebub, gives him a shove to slow him down, then apologizes, saying it was an accident. But Beelzebub tries to cuff him. Nifty Feet dodges without much effort. The other police officers join the fight. Nifty Feet delivers a stingray tail kick to Detective Carlo, a sweep to Officer Baldy, and a half-moon to Beelzebub, then leaves, not in any great hurry. He crosses the bridge over the river's right branch, turns into an alley, and disappears downhill. Lucia Maracana shouts from the dance floor, laughing, asking the detective if he got more than he reckoned for, trying to rile him further. Hellraiser runs into the women's washroom, climbs onto a toilet seat, scales the low wall between cubicles, punches a hole in the asbestos ceiling, and leaves the club. From the roof he spots Clyde making a beeline for the top of the hill. He follows Hammer's wife. They run past the church, reach the priest's house, turn left, right again, and throw themselves into the river near the sludge. Old Teresa sees them pass, busies herself turning off lights and closing doors and windows, assuming the police are right behind. Clyde and Hellraiser reach the other side of the river, cross 2 dead-end streets, leave the estate, reach New World, and stop to rest in a vacant lot. Back at the club, Detective Beelzebub froths at the mouth. He fires a shot into the air to frighten Lucia, who is still laughing. He demands to know who this black slut is that's laughing. She admits it's her and asks if he's going to tell her she's not allowed to laugh. He demands her ID. She holds it out. He says he wants working papers, or he'll stick her in the slammer and take her to the station so the chief inspector can charge her with vagrancy. She mocks him, charging a woman with vagrancy? She tells him to go after the guy who smashed his face in, the fuckwit. Beelzebub flies at her, grabs her left arm, and drags her across the dance floor. She swears, bites him, throws herself on the ground, thrashes about, and demands to know why she's being arrested. Beelzebub says nothing, punches her, and shoves her into his van. The music stops. Most dancers leave. The club president approaches the detective, who is frisking youths at the entrance, and asks for a word. Beelzebub says nothing. The president identifies himself and offers to help. Beelzebub explains. There have been holdups in this jurisdiction, even out around Anil. A delivery truck can't stop without these guys showing up. Some guys named Squirt, Hellraiser, and Hammer. He's been given the full rundown. He's going to arrest or kill the lot. The president asks him to lay off a little at the dance. It's just a club like any other. Beelzebub calls it bullshit. Only whores, gangsters, and dope heads are here. Decent people don't come. Vanderlei, a club director and an army soldier, interrupts, saying he's decent and he's here. He doesn't smoke dope. He works for a living. He was having a good time until the detective showed up firing shots, arresting women, causing a huge commotion. Beelzebub asks where he's from. Vanderlei says he's in the parachute regiment of the Brazilian army and is a club director. Beelzebub warns him not to get in the way of his work, or he'll have a word with his captain and make life fucking difficult for him. Vanderlei tells him to watch his tongue. No need to swear. He's talking nicely. He's not trying to get in anyone's way, but he doesn't have to let police in if he doesn't want to. He'll stand at the door in uniform and would like to see someone lay a hand on him. Beelzebub, irritated, asks if Vanderlei thinks he'll be in the army forever, and if he thinks a detective is afraid of a soldier. Vanderlei calls him a dickhead, says he's a soldier, and claims he can make it to president and choose the governor. Beelzebub threatens to beat the shit out of him. Vanderlei says he'd only touch him with his foot, calling him a fucking pig. The club president interrupts, saying they're there to talk and find a solution. He wants the club to be respectable, a family place. He suggests they head into the office to talk without shouting. They talk for an hour. The president explains that most people are decent, have jobs, and the dance is their only leisure option. He's keen to make it a family affair, stressing that the club has good directors interested in the Jacarpagua football team. Beelzebub, still tense, argues that he doesn't know who is who. That's why he has to come down hard on everyone. He says if he goes soft on them, they go to town. Everyone here looks like a no-good. There are hardly any whites, just a bunch of mean-looking blacks. He has to keep his wits about him. Nothing is resolved. Every so often, Beelzebub looks around, keeping his back to the wall and his revolver in his hand. Then another director comes out with the final argument. The detective can collect hush money during the dance. Just don't ask for ID and don't arrest anyone. He can walk around the club, listen to music, have a soft drink. No problems, but let the dance flow. Beelzebub, calmer, agrees to the deal. He lets Lucia Maracano go when he leaves. Over in New World, Hellraiser listens to Clyde describe how Beelzebub smashed in her door, fired shots in all directions, and turned the entire house upside down. As he listens, he observes the way her wet dress clings to her body. He imagines the taste of her thick red lips and wants to grab her and make her come right there between the full moon and the bush. He pictures screwing her slowly, sucking her full breasts, moving up to her mouth, running his tongue lightly across her neck, licking her back, her thighs, her bum, her clit. He imagines sticking his tongue in her ear while increasing the movement of his steadily pumping hips, so she'll call him horny, hot, dirty. He would have her from behind, from the front, the side, or on top, underneath. He wouldn't even ask God's help. He bet she'd come loads of times. But no, he shouldn't be thinking those things. XIII is his friend's wife, and besides, she's never given him the come on. She's a nice chick who does everyone favors, and Hammer's a good bloke. But if she gave him half a chance, he wouldn't think twice. Wham! It is a sunny Sunday, market day up top. The weather is right for kites to color the sky over the estate, for children to grind glass into powder in milk tins, mix it with furniture glue, and coat their kite strings to cut others. Late morning, Hellraiser, Squirt, Cleed, and Hammer meet at the bonfim. Between gulps of beer, Squirt tells how he pulled off the robbery. He reminds them he cased the house. He took a long gulp of beer, ran his tongue across his lips, and continued. First, he rode past and checked it was empty. No one on the street. Too early for the sucker to get home from work. He stopped. Hellraiser asks if he was tooled up. Squirt says no. He didn't have his revolver. He pretended to be the meter man, shouting, "Electricity." No one came. So he went around the back, broke the kitchen window, and got in. The house was amazing. Shitloads of stuff. If he'd had a partner, they'd have cleaned up. Then he split, got his bike, and rode fast till he came off Jacarpago Road. He asks what's this he hears about a commotion at the dance. Hellraiser swears that if it hadn't been for Nifty Feet, they'd be in lockup getting the shit bashed out of them by the cops. And it was the civil police, who love a bashing. He recounts what happened. When he says he spent the night in the bush with Cleed, his voice falters because he thought all that shit. But Hammer doesn't notice. Cleed complains about her ordeal, all wet with mosquitoes attacking her. She adds that they only left the bush when they felt the police were no longer on their trail. They decide to go to Batman's bar for a beer. Squirt wants to foot the bill. He has enough money to pay for everything himself. Hammer disagrees. He doesn't want to drink out front because the police already know who Clyde is, and the robbery is very recent. He warns that if you're caught within 24 hours, it's still considered in the act. They decide to stay at the bonfim in the street market, in the middle of the crowd. Squirt is in a festive mood. The whole thing just shook them up a little. The only thing bothering him is that the police know where Cleed and Hammer live. He wonders how the pigs found out, who grassed. Hammer has to get the hell out of that place. Grab a squat down below fast. He looks at his friend, notices his concern, and decides not to bring up the subject. The friends enjoy themselves listening to Martino de Villa, drinking beer, eating chicken gizzards. Down at one end of the market, Lucia Maracana and Vanderleia stop at the busiest stalls. Vanderleia holds open her bag while Lucia tosses groceries in without the stall owners noticing. She does this on Sundays and Wednesdays. Lucia doesn't follow her mother's example of scrounging for fallen greens or begging stall owners. They fill the bag and go for a beer at the bonfim. Lucia tells her friend she knows who grassed on them. Hammer asks who it was. Twice. Lucia says it's that drunk who only talks to them when he's sloshed, their neighbor. The guy who always wears red shirts, slicks back his hair with Vaseline, and drinks peach cocktails. Hammer recognizes him and calls him a cunt. He's going to bump him off. Squirt agrees. Grasses deserve to die. If he sees him, he'll do him himself. They spend the morning at the bonfim drinking Cinzano and cachaça and beer. All Hammer can think about is moving house. He can't keep his mind on anything else. Beelzebub and his sidekicks turned his house upside down, broke furniture, knocked over the fridge, ransacked drawers in the wardrobe. Only his statuette of St. George is still intact. Hammer, seeing the state of his house an hour after Beelzebub returned to the club with Cleed to try to get her to turn in her husband, says a name, Great Ogum. As a child, Hammer promised himself he wouldn't go without as he had when living with his parents. The youngest of 6, only he took risks to one day hit the jackpot. He has managed to hide his crimes from his family. Every now and then he gets a job as an assistant bricklayer on construction sites down in Barra da Tijuca. He has calluses on his hands to show the police when they approach. He plays for the club football team, treats everyone with respect, and tries to stop his pals from giving locals a hard time whenever he can. He met Clyde when he was a parachutist in the army. Clyde later tells friends it was love at first sight. Hammer has never killed anyone and has never considered the possibility. He could even be arrested, but he'd only take someone's life to save his own, even though he's a good shot. He is quick in getaways, good with his fists, discreet, well-spoken. Those who know him say he doesn't seem like a gangster. The alleys are scorching that Monday. Stringy and Rocket left school early because their teacher didn't show up. They hang around playing football with friends down at the Nutcracker, staking out goalposts with 2 stones, mini footy. They take off their school shirts and play until 11:30 when Speed Racer comes on TV. Squirt, Cleed, and Hammer go to Cachoeirina to spend time at Squirt's friend's place until things cool down. Hellraiser wakes up late, already thinking about the gas truck. He goes down below to propose the plan to Shorty and Pelé. They decide to hold it up the following day at the wreck, since neither Boss of Us All nor Beelzebub will be on duty. They stick together until late afternoon, scoring dope at Madalena's, playing pool, drinking beer. Tuesday dawns with a blazing sun. Hellraiser, Pelé, and Shorty meet around 8 o'clock at the wreck. They wait 40 minutes. No truck arrives. Hellraiser complains that the bastards must have figured it out. He says goodbye and heads toward Batman's bar, where Mango and Acerola are chipping in to buy weed. They're short on cash and hope. Orange or jackfruit will show to make up the difference. The milkman clangs past. Bread sellers shout about bread for sale. Housewives water their plants. Acerola left home early, had breakfast with his younger brother, and got ready as if going to school. But there he is, skiving off, wanting to smoke a joint and laugh the morning away. Acerola greets Hellraiser and asks if everything's all right. Hellraiser admits it's not so good. The gas truck didn't show. Things look grim. If something doesn't give soon, he'll jump on the first sucker he sees. Mango tries to convince him to pitch in, but Hellraiser already has some weed and doesn't feel like getting stoned right then. He thinks about giving the guys a joint, but doesn't have much, so he keeps quiet. He'll go find someone to mug or a shop to hold up. He says goodbye and heads up past the pharmacy. Acerola and Mango hang around waiting for a friend. As Hellraiser crosses the river's right branch, he notices a small crowd. Voices call out, "Faggot." A white boy, toothless and shirtless, suggests shoving a brush handle up his arse. At first, Hellraiser thinks it's funny, but then he sees who the bullying is aimed at. He feels like hiding his face somewhere he won't see anyone, but he can't turn a blind eye and keep walking. In a moment of lucidity, he fires a shot in the air. Otherwise, he would have shot at the crowd. It's Ari. Brown boots, a black leather miniskirt, yellow silk blouse, flaming red wig, large earrings, a blue shoulder bag, an enormous beauty spot drawn on his left cheek. Ari, the Marilyn Monroe of Sao Carlos, his mother's son, who wants to be a woman. He looks like a samba school sprawled across the road. They're left alone. A few people dare to go to the corner for a gawk. Hellraiser fires at them, but misses. Ari explains. Dad won't stop drinking, won't eat anything, keeps getting sick. Mom is pissed off and broke. The shack is awful. When it rains, everything inside gets wet. They've heard it's much better here. Mom is tired of going up and down the hill carrying water. They want her to come live here. Ari came to tell Hellraiser and ask for cash to buy medicine for Dad. He's skint. He straightens his wig and continues. He'll go up to Hellraiser's place to tidy up, because Mom is thinking about coming sometime this week. Hellraiser asks if Ari is coming. Ari says no, for God's sake. Hellraiser says he'll get a woman to tidy up. He doesn't want any homos at his place. If Ari were a man, it would be all right, but he's such a faggot. Perv, queen, slut, homo Nancy. Ari doesn't dare object. He remembers the time he disobeyed and got lead in his foot. Hellraiser orders Ari to come talk only after midnight and to enter without anyone seeing him. He turns his back on his brother, wanting to get away as quickly as possible. He walks aimlessly, reaches the river's edge, crosses the State Water Department bridge, walks through the bush to the lake, and sits there for the rest of the afternoon. He rolls a joint, staring into the water, thinking about Ara. He remembers when Ari was born. Everyone said it was a boy, and the bastard turned into a queer. He remembers carrying Ari on his back along the favelas paths, picking him up from school or buying things at the shop. He tried to get his younger brother to play football, fly kites, climb trees, and nothing. Ari was a big wimp, didn't chat up girls, got hurt for no reason, was afraid of everything. That was when Hellraiser began to suspect his brother might be a homo. As soon as Ari started going out at night, everything was confirmed. Several people saw him dressed as a woman in the red light district. He was once attacked by residents of Maya Lacerda Street for carrying on with a sailor in a corner bar. Now here he is again with that camp look. It would be really fucked if that fairy decided to live in the estate. It's almost 3 o'clock on that cloudless Tuesday. Penella Rock, Gavea Rock, and the Grajo Range are fully visible. but they are not bigger than the pain of having a brother who is a faggot. Hellraiser takes one last toke and flicks the roach into the lake, that horizontal giant that draws in his gaze as if it belongs to its watery body. Hellraiser returns to the estate at nightfall. He has to send money to his mother. He can't say he'll send it later. He doesn't want Ari to come back to City of God, and also because his father is sick. He goes into the first shop he sees, having no time to choose a good joint to hold up. With his gun cocked, he orders everyone quiet and tells them to start handing everything over or the shit will hit the fan. 3 men drinking beer don't immediately obey. They try to talk to him. When they don't readily comply, Hellraiser punches the one closest to him square in the face and orders them to put their belongings on the counter. An old woman clings to a child, begging him for the love of God not to do anything rash. He collects the shop's takings, the men's money and watches, and the child's gold necklace, then leaves in his own good time. He strolls down Middle Street holding his gun in his right hand, sizing up people, shops, and houses. Along the way, he mugs anyone who looks well-dressed and shoots a youth who looks as if he's about to fight back. He is an outlaw in need of quick cash. In this situation, he would mug anyone at any time in any place, because he is prepared to confront anyone who doesn't watch their step, have a shootout with the police, or what the fuck ever. Everything he wants in life, he will get one day with his own hands and lots of macho attitude. He is a man through and through. He also has the strength of his Pombagira, who gives him protection. She will work strong magic so he hits the jackpot when the time is right. With loads of money, the world is your oyster. You can do whatever you want, whenever you want. All women are the same to a man with money. The next day will dawn even better. The thing to do is show up at the Salguero or São Carlos rehearsal hall wearing smart kit and fancy footgear. Order beers for the boys, buy heaps of coke, and chop out lines for friends. Send for weed and roll joints for the cool guys. Make eyes at the prettiest black girl and invite her for whiskey. Order chips, toss a packet of smokes with white filters on the table, play with his car keys so the girl knows she won't be hanging around the bus stop later. Buy a flat in Copacabana. Screw doctors' daughters, have a phone and TV, and hop over to the States from time to time like his aunt's employer. One day, he'll hit the jackpot. He turns on only the bathroom light, counts the money, checks the watches, chains, and bracelets, wraps some of the loot in a plastic bag, and leaves it right there for that damn Ari to take, then stashes the rest under the bed. He is hungry, but isn't about to make himself a sitting duck for the police. He imagines the pigs arresting him while he eats. He lights a cigarette, remembers he has dope down at the bottom of the yard, rolls a joint, and puffs away with the happiness of one who has fulfilled his duties. Hellraiser has lived among gangsters since childhood in São Carlos. He liked listening to their stories about holdups, robberies, and murders. Even when he passed them at a distance, he made a point of greeting them. He never refused them favors and gladly skipped school to help the movers and shakers, cleaning their guns, wrapping dope, and to get in their good books, sometimes using his own money to buy kerosene to clean their weapons. When he got bigger, he would get a gun so he could get rich in robberies. But while still a kid, he would continue stealing his dad's loose change. His father never noticed anyway, always pissed as a fart. His mom was no fool with money, really sharp. He liked his mom, even though she was a gossiping, foul-mouthed slut. The happiness and confidence he felt when Spliff asked him to hide a revolver at his place grew a lot after Spliff was killed. That beautiful shooter was handed to him on a platter. He treated the .38 as if it held the answer to all his problems, a wild cure-all cared for with kerosene and a longing to hit the jackpot. After his grandmother died, Hellraiser decided he would never be skint again. Work like a slave? Never. He wasn't going to eat packed lunches and take orders from white guys, always doing donkey work with no chance of moving up, waking up early to earn peanuts. In truth, his grandmother's death only encouraged him to continue down the path he had already started, because even if she hadn't been killed, he would have followed the path away from slavery. No, he wouldn't be a sucker on a construction site. He'd gladly leave that job to the guys who arrived from Paraíba dying of thirst. The third time he did a holdup, he had a shootout with the police, but was lucky enough to come out unscathed. The idea of sweating on a construction site with the thirsty bastards from up north seemed more attractive, but like hell it was. The best gangsters have luck on their side. One day, he'll hit the jackpot. Not one of Hellraiser's victims reports him. Only the boy he shot has to file a police report because a policeman was on duty at the hospital. Another mugging victim, Aloysio, plays for Unidos, knows Hammer, and is one of the cool guys. He came from Iraja, plays tambourine with the local samba school, and studies at the same secondary school as some of the heads who hang with Orange. He feels humiliated, so he talks to some cool guys and tells his story, trying to get them on his side, or at least establish a network of sympathizers. Regardless of what comes of that, he is going to do something about it. He can't let a gangster give him a hard time. Otherwise, what would become of his life in the estate? People might think he's a wimp, and he'd never hear the end of it. Things definitely can't be left like that. It's after 2 in the morning when Hellraiser sees Ari out front through a crack in the window. He opens the door silently and gestures for his brother to be quiet as he enters. He tells Ari there is money, a watch, and a chain for him to sell over in Estacio. He should tell Mom if she wants to come, she can come tomorrow, because Hellraiser is already out of there. Just tell her to say she doesn't know him, and everything will be fine. Ari keeps quiet. Only his gaze wanders while his brother talks. He thinks everything is his fault. If he weren't a faggot, his brother would be living with them. As soon as he started cross-dressing, Hellraiser took off. Ari likes him. Deep down, he sometimes believes his brother is fond of him, sometimes not. He hates sex at that moment, blaming it for all his misfortune. A silence that implies a hug or handshake descends upon them, until Hellraiser sends him on his way with a warning to stay clear of the cops and look after himself. Ari steps into the city of God Night, where various other silences pile up in each alley. The night spills across his restless gaze. He has to steer clear of the police. Anything even remotely out of place in the night is suspicious. He looks around. He decides to take off his heels so he can run when he notices a man standing on the next corner. He makes sure the money and jewelry are secure, crosses to the other side of the road, slows his pace, and visualizes his Pambagira. The man doesn't move, making Ari even more apprehensive. He'll wait until he's close to the corner, then take off running. Holding his purse in front of him and pretending to look for something, he gets his pocket knife out of his knickers, opens it, and holds it in his right hand, mincing along for all he's worth in the hope that the man on the corner will believe he really is a woman. He thinks about turning back to ask his brother for help, but is afraid. Hellraiser will say he'd been cruising. His potential attacker is less than 10 yards away. He thinks about making a run for it. His heart is the noisiest thing at that moment. The drunk on the corner let out a slurred invitation involving a crude sexual metaphor, and in that unsteady confession, he gave himself away as completely intoxicated. Ari rounded the final bend, walked the block's length, and stepped into the doorway to heaven. Inside, Need and Milk waited over beers. Ari settled the tab and hurried his friends out of the red light district. They climbed into Milk's Volkswagen and pointed toward Estacio. The clatter of the milkman's cart pulled Hellraiser out of sleep. He blinked through the fog, piecing together the previous hours. Then he splashed kitchen spout water on his face, grabbed his gun without checking its load, and headed outside. Not to fire, just to lean on the threat of it. He called the milkman over for a chat, asked for a favor. When the nervous milkman agreed, avoiding both the revolver and Hellraiser's gaze, Hellraiser laid it out. A mattress, stove, sofa, wardrobe, radio, all had to move down to Block 13. Hellraiser would claim a squat there. The milkman figured 2 trips. Hellraiser confirmed the plan. The man should get organized here. Hellraiser would pick a place over there and wait. The milkman nodded. Hellraiser chose 2 houses, one for himself, one for Hammer. The milkman worked fast. Hellraiser left the wardrobe in Hammer's place and the rest in his own. He paid the man with a watch. Then he paced the new living room, hands behind his back. His father's illness surfaced, his mother's legs climbing favela slopes. A short sadness pressed in. He opened the window. Sunlight poured into the short stay house and pushed him out to find food. Before entering Dummy's bar, he spotted Black Carlos crossing Middle Street with 2 beer bottles. Hellraiser waved him over and spun a quick lie. Said the police had blockaded his house overnight, that he'd survived only by keeping calm, and that he could never go back with cops watching the place. He urged his friend to grab an empty house. Black Carlos revealed he'd already moved. They walked to Black Carlos's place. On the way, Hellraiser sent a boy for 2 bread rolls and a pound of mortadella, pointing to the house. The boy returned fast. They ate, drank, smoked dope and cigarettes, traded small talk until Black Carlos noticed his friend yawning and suggested a nap. Hellraiser thought about heading home, but Black Carlos insisted he could sleep right there. The place was clean. He was going for a stroll anyway. Before leaving, Black Carlos mentioned that Lucia Maracana would come cook dinner for them. Hellraiser considered a shower, even moved toward the bathroom. But his head spun from beer and good weed, so he lay down fully dressed in t-shirt, underwear, and tapered trousers. He woke around 2 in the afternoon to the sound of Lucia and an unknown woman talking. He showered. When he stepped out, he sized up the stranger's legs. His fixed stare first made Berenice uneasy, but within minutes she was crossing and uncrossing her legs as much as possible. Lucia talked about her carnival costume while cooking, how she would parade with the Sambistas. No choreography, no weekly rehearsals, just a G-string, dance shoes, stockings, and a top. She preferred letting her feet do the talking. This year she'd parade with 3 schools, all in white, so she could reuse the same outfit. He wondered whether anyone had filed a report on his jobs. He regretted stirring trouble inside the estate. Nifty Feet's warning about not shitting on your own doorstep echoed in his head. But there had been no choice. Casing and holding up a good spot while knowing his pimp brother was nearby was impossible. Time had been short. He worried about an identikit picture. Yet even with that worry, he couldn't stop admiring Berenice. Her fleshy painted lips, tight shorts showing off a round backside, pointy breasts, shapely legs, big eyes, soft voice. He grew hard. Lucia announced dinner ready, set out plates and cutlery, and served herself rice, beans, and stew. Berenice offered to serve Hellraiser. He gave a thumbs up without looking away from the house across the street. Through the neighbor's window, he watched an old woman cooking over a fire for 4 grandchildren. Smoke made their eyes red as they ate beans. Sadness sobered him briefly, but Berenice's hand on his shoulder pulled a smile. She handed him the plate. He ate slowly, mouth closed, not wanting to embarrass himself in front of the woman he wanted. Berenice came from Praia, do Pinto's favela, raised with 9 siblings. As a girl, she'd started stealing food from supermarket shelves in Leblon and Ipanema. Now she only stole from rich housewives at South Zone street markets. She often invited Lucia to join her. Food theft was child's play. The real score was cash, gold chains, bracelets, a piece of cake, she repeated. When their mother died, the children scattered. Bernice went to Jerry Adrian in Esqueletos favela and stayed until his body turned up in São João de Meriti with 50 bullets and a signed confession of theft around his neck. She moved with her father to City of God, where he drank himself dead. Now she was alone, tired of cooking for herself, tired of sleeping alone. She wanted children quickly, already feeling old. When she saw Hellraiser, she found him charming and had let herself be seduced by his words that first meeting. Hellraiser asked for a smoke. After Lucia handed one over, he remarked that Lucia always had hot friends. Berenice asked why he hadn't fixed himself up with one then. He said none had made his heart beat faster until now. Lucia caught her friend's intentions, announced she was going to Madalena's for weed, and left them alone. Berenice accused him of being choosy, said life was hard on people like that. He admitted she was right and confessed straight out. His heart had chosen her. When he saw her, his heart took off like a racehorse. She laughed it off, saying a gangster's heart only beats in the soles of his feet, always lying low. He asked if she'd never heard of love at first sight. She answered that gangsters don't love, they lust. He complained it was hard to talk like this. She shot back that gangsters don't talk, they chew the fat. He swore she picked the shit out of everything he said. She replied that gangsters don't say nothing, they give it to you straight. He said he'd stop wasting his breath. She said gangsters don't stop, they take 5. He insisted talking about love with her wasn't easy. She called it bullshit. He insisted gangsters are fools when they're in love. She finally admitted he might end up convincing her. They kept talking until Berenice promised to think it over. Lucia returned with beers, a bit of weed, and 3 wraps of coke, which delighted Hellraiser. They chatted for ages. Every time Berenice gave half an opening, Hellraiser made his move, knowing persistence sometimes won a woman over. The hot sun nearly disappeared. Children reeled in kites. Workers arrived on crowded buses. Night students headed to school. Afternoon bread sellers went home. Workers filled corner bars for their sacred drink. Eligio got off the bus in Main Square. He didn't know Hellraiser's story, and he didn't care if the man was the meanest gangster alive. He was going to beat his ass. Eligio trusted his own fists. Real gangsters had to fight with fists or lose face. He figured if Hellraiser wasn't at the bonfim, he'd be down below. On the way, he ran into Orange and Acerola sharing a joint. Small talk passed. Acerola offered a puff. Eligio declined. Acerola remembered he didn't smoke. Eligio grumbled about what had happened. Acerola grew angry, saying in an apprehensive voice that gangsters had to respect the boys. If it were him, he'd beat the guy senseless. Acerola liked Eligio, hadn't known him long, but believed you could read niceness in a man's eyes. He saw sincerity in Eligio's eyes, saw him talking to everyone, buying beers for the cool guys, never having problems, always in the running for the best local women, keeping top-notch company. He sided with the good guy. Orange backed him. They headed down below. Orange had seen Hellraiser enter Black Carlos's house that morning. Before crossing the square where the City of God prospectors rehearsed, they ran into Nifty Feet enjoying a pool table with two workers, knocking back drinks between shots. Acerola told Nifty Feet what happened. Seeing Eligio worked up, Nifty Feet decided to intervene. He'd have a word alone with Hellraiser. Not everyone should go at once, or the man might think they were ganging up. He told Orange and Acerola to wait, and went with Eligio. Nifty Feet advised Eligio to tread lightly. Don't show fear, because Hellraiser hated that too. But don't come on too heavy, or the shit would hit the fan. Eligio answered like someone who understood. He pictured Father Joaquim of the promised land of the souls to smooth the way. His protector never failed. The matter resolved easily. Eligio behaved exactly as Nifty Feet expected. When he mentioned he was a friend of Hammer, Orange, and Acerola, he received double what had been taken from him, plus the gangster's apologies. Night claimed the hill. Moths swarmed the street lamps. Up top, a pack of kids asked Bahi and Paulo where the gangsters were. They wanted to celebrate their day's successes with the masters. Those eager little hands had made old people, pregnant women, and drunks feel their vulnerability downtown. They'd also begged and shined shoes in San Francisco Square. Pipsqueak, the gang's leader and top earner, lied to his friends for respect, claiming he'd already killed more than 10 people in solo holdups. He looked up to Hellraiser, but adored Big, the top dog in Macedo Sobrino's favela. Being like Hellraiser would make him like Big, desired by women, feared by all. He considered Slick and Sparrow his best friends. When Slick was locked up at Padre Severino, Pipsqueak had sent money through Slick's mother nearly every time. After Slick's release, Pipsqueak boasted that his friend was the wisest, toughest, biggest gangster of them all. Bahi and Paulo had only seen Hellraiser that morning. Hammer and Squirt hadn't been seen for some time. The bar owner pointed at Francisco drinking a peach cocktail at the other end, noting the grass was showing his face in the area again. The kids bought 4 bundles of dope from old Teresa's, hoping to find a gangster to share it with. Then they descended through the alleys. Night Owl went ahead, giving thumbs up when corners were clear. If police appeared, he'd continue without signaling. Pipsqueak was the only one carrying a gun, kept constantly cocked. Hellraiser was playing pool with Pele and Shorty at Dummy's Corner Bar. Spotting Night Owl, he shouted his name like a close friend, grew even happier seeing the rest of the gang, and greeted each with a handshake, telling them it was bedtime for children. He didn't just shake Pipsqueak's hand, he hugged him, slapping his shoulders in friendship and admiration. Pipsqueak explained he'd come to let his friend in on a good one, laying out his plan. Hellraiser got excited, and his excitement spread to Pele and Shorty. They considered doing it that day, but needed a car. Pipsqueak pushed for today. Hellraiser insisted Saturday was better. More people, more money. They arranged to hit the jackpot late Saturday night. Friday night, Pipsqueak would case the place with Hellraiser and the others, checking exits and parking. The money split 4 equal ways. Pipsqueak's cut came just for the tip, while Hellraiser, Pele, and Shorty would do the job. They celebrated in advance. Hellraiser said positive thinking made things work. Carrots, another kid, asked for a soft drink and pool tokens, accidentally calling the bar owner Bahi and Paulo, which reminded Pipsqueak of the grass. He announced they'd just seen the guy who set the cops on them, drinking at the bonfim. Hellraiser dropped his pool cue, retrieved his gun from its hiding spot, gave it a once-over, and stepped into the moonless dark. He moved down an alley, past the nursery, across the Nutcracker, past Augusto Magni's school, continuing along the river's right branch. He slowed at every corner, watching for police, none in sight. He was going to kill the grass to set an example. If he didn't, everyone might start informing. This was the most important lesson he'd learned as a boy in Sao Carlos's favela. Hatred brimming, he passed the club. He only had to cross the wreck, cut through the church alley, turn right down Middle Street, and he'd reach the Bonfim. Francisco wasn't fully drunk, just sipping his peach cocktail and listening to the radio. He didn't notice Hellraiser. Francisco had migrated from Ceará to Rio with a guaranteed construction job on the Paulo de Fronten Bridge. He'd lived in on-site accommodation his first year, then got an estate house through one of the bridge's big-shot engineers. He'd sent a letter to his wife saying his brother would fetch her. The brother had left by bus yesterday. The letter promised a good house with running water, a yard, a nearby school for easy enrollment. He had furniture money saved. The only bad thing about Rio was the niggers everywhere, but he wanted her to come quickly. He missed the kids terribly. Upon arriving in Rio, Francisco had been mugged twice, both times by blacks. When he'd heard Squirt planning a house down Anil Way, he'd waited for him to move, then announced loudly that if he saw a policeman, he'd turn in that thieving cunt. He knew where others lived and pointed at Hammer's house. Madalena, drinking beer at the bar's other end, committed this to memory and told Maracana at the first chance. Francisco hadn't feared beckoning to police on their rounds that same night, swearing revenge on that fucking race. He'd never liked niggers. After Rio, he'd grown angry toward them. He argued that blondes were God's sons, whites God begat, mulattoes bastard sons, and blacks the devil shat. Telling police where Hammer lived was his revenge against that bunch of gollywogs. Hellraiser ordered a cinzano and cachaça from Bahian Paulo and announced he was going to teach Francisco a lesson. He scanned the street for police, then ordered a peach cocktail for the grass, like cowboy movie heroes. Francisco realized Hellraiser was there when served. Wary of the gesture, he avoided eye contact and prepared to run. Then he hesitated. Maybe Hellraiser only wanted to talk, and everything would be fine after a chat. He'd heard locals say no one escapes a good talk. But those guys were always serious about business. He should run. He plotted his path, breathed deep, and took off. But Hellraiser was faster, cutting him off before the second corner. Hellraiser asked why he was turning up his nose at the drink. Francisco stammered he was already leaving. Hellraiser told him to relax. He just wanted to talk. Francisco kept stammering. Hellraiser called him a fucking grass, then pointed with his gun toward the square on Block 15, saying, "Let's go talk. I'm not going to do anything." Francisco had no choice but to obey. Hellraiser thought about White, about friends forced away from the favela, about Hammer and Clyde's lost furniture. Neither man heard the dogs or the Bonfim's record player anymore. In the square, a child holding a baby waited for his mother coming home from work. Fear sometimes puffed into courage. Francisco thought of his wife, his 6 children, the letter he'd sent, the death looming. When Hellraiser ordered him to recite a Hail Mary, Francisco jumped for the gun. Hellraiser dodged and put a bullet in his forehead. 3 more shots into the body already dying, eyes rolling, arms flailing. Blood ran down Francisco's face. Hellraiser took 20 cruzeros from the corpse's pocket and the watch from its wrist, then returned downhill by a different route. The child holding the baby snatched Francisco's shoes. Pipsqueak exclaimed that Hellraiser had sent the man to meet his maker. Hellraiser said he'd even scored some cash and a watch, then warned they'd better lie low. The pigs would show soon. He headed to the counter for a shot of cinzano and cachaça, hoping the drink would slow his racing heart, pull him out of remorse's terrain, and leave only the glory of killing a grass. He downed the shot, lit a cigarette, insisted on paying the bill. The kids hunted for a rolling paper. Pele and Shorty played their last pool chip. Black Carlos arrived, reporting a fresh stiff over by the flats. Robbers splitting loot. One wanted a bigger cut for casing the job and got killed by his partner. Hellraiser told Black Carlos he'd just finished off the grass up top, and it was time to disappear. They scattered in different directions. Hellraiser thought about going to Berenice's house. Sure, she'd calm him down, but knocking at this hour would take some nerve. He decided to sleep at his new place. All the estate's bars closed. At the police post, Officers Durandi and Marçal slept upstairs. Corporal Coelho read a western downstairs. Over at the flats, the thief's mother lit 7 candles around her son's body, removed his gold chain and St. George medal, recited prayers, and sang to Ogum. Outside, grasses deserve a beating, but in the favela, they deserve to die. No one lit a candle for Francisco. Only a dog licked the dried blood on his face. Rainy morning arrived. People on their way to work checked the corpses to see if they knew anyone, then moved on. Around 9, boss of us all, who'd clocked in at 7:30, went to see the thief's body. Pulling back the sheet, he concluded it was a gangster. 2 tattoos, a spread-legged woman with closed eyes on his left arm, St. George on his right. Still wearing Charlotte flip-flops, tapered trousers, and a prisoner-made colorful t-shirt. But when his steps brought him to Francisco's body in the square on Block 15, a slight nervousness in the policeman's heart grew into all-out despair. This stiff belonged to a worker. Burning hatred seeped through his pores in cold sweat. He suspected a fellow countryman. Examining the ID, he saw the man was from XIII. His anger renewed. The flame of revenge kindled. He asked around for information. Nothing. He headed down Middle Street, turned behind the church, crossed the wreck. He stopped at corners, frisking some, punching others in the face. Those who ran got bullets. If they ran, they'd done something wrong. He appeared on street corners believing he was an exposed high-voltage wire. He was the thunder in the falling rain, making squares shudder, stretching alleys. Boss of us all. In a fury, ready to avenge a fellow countryman's death. Any gangster crossing his path would die mercilessly. Before reaching Block 13, he ran into 2 other policemen who decided to accompany him. Pipsqueak raced down Front Street on a bicycle, trying to reach Block 13 before the police. Turning onto the short-stay houses street, he ran into Nifty Feet, strolling toward the bus stop. He warned that the fucking pig had lost it and was heading this way. He'd come to warn the boys. Where was Hellraiser? Pipsqueak said Hellraiser must be at his place and asked if Nifty Feet knew where that was. Nifty Feet did, so Pipsqueak darted off to deliver the warning. Minutes later, Pipsqueak and Hellraiser crouched hidden in the big plot, a vacant lot near the road to Barra da Tijuca, while Boss of Us All smashed doors on Block 13 and fired into windows. The old woman living with her grandchildren threw an aluminum plate at the policeman's head. He shot back, hitting her youngest grandchild in the leg. Then he swore loudly, kicked over bins. Killing a worker was profoundly unfair. That poor man must have come to this hole of a city for the same reason he had, and those niggers had finished him off. He kicked in Lucia Maracana's door and found her lying naked. She pulled the sheet to her breasts, her eyes projecting false calm. For a second, relief from hatred came as he admired her strong body. Then he gripped himself. He demanded to know where her man was. She answered that she had no man, that he couldn't just bust into people's places, and that this was why she hated the military police, especially Northerners. Boss of Us All beat her with punches and kicks. She bit back, but he seized her. She screamed at him to let go, calling him a filthy Northerner. Outside, the other policemen fired repeatedly at Pele and Shorty. The 2 jumped through a window, turned down an alley, took a right, and crossed the Prospectors' rehearsal square with bullets whistling past. They cut across Main Street toward Red Hill. Boss of Us All joined the chase, but lost ground with every pace. Each shot in the fugitives' ears only made their feet go faster. They were enjoying it. Later they'd tell friends every detail. They remembered Bonanza, Buffalo Bill, Zorro, zigzagging like TV heroes. A shame the action wasn't on horseback. If they'd been armed, they'd have ambushed from behind a tree. They were good with marbles and slingshots, and with revolvers they left nothing to be desired. They climbed Red Hill into the bush. The police tired of chasing. Down on Block 13, commotion spread alley to alley. Some wanted to file reports. Others preferred to stone the policeman next time he appeared. Frightened children ran to the other side of the river to calm down under trees by the lake and pond. Housewives shouted. News of the previous night's murders spread mouth to mouth in the drizzle of that sinister morning. Residents went to see the cadavers. A drunk amused himself by uncovering the grass's face for each new spectator. Afternoon teachers heard from the children. The hearse arrived around 3. First, they removed the worker's body, then the gangsters. Boss of Us All passed through Block 13 from time to time. People warned each other that the bastard was coming. Residents took to the streets in silence, just watching his steps. He combed alley after alley. When he left, they hissed and swore at him. He fired shots into the air and swore back. In the big plot, Hellraiser ate bread and mortadella Pipsqueak had brought. He knew he had to stay until the following day. Boss of Us All would only clock off at 7:30 tomorrow. and Detective Beelzebub might show any moment. Pipsqueak offered to go to Lucia Maracani's for blankets so Hellraiser could sleep there. Hellraiser agreed and added errands: a joint from Teresa's, a pack of unfiltered Continentals from the Bonfim, and if there was time, his .38 from atop the water tank. Pipsqueak had money. Hellraiser told him to go. Hellraiser shook tree branches to shed rainwater. Using a stick, he dug a small ditch to divert water from where he wanted to lay his mat. He thought about Cleed, Hammer, and Squirt. They'd undoubtedly hear about the grass on the news and wouldn't be turning up anytime soon. A mix of happiness and pain tore through his chest. Killing always brought back memories of murders he'd witnessed. It was always grasses, smart arses, greedy-eyed people, and women who bit the dust. Some were unlucky enough to die at police hands or in holdups. He'd always heard gangsters say victims who retaliated deserved a face full of lead, but those who handed everything over without trying anything smart, a gangster should at least leave the dickhead bus fare. The only ones who actually died were fuckwits who cocked things up for others. Yet he'd seen plenty of nice guys die too, done in by pals splitting loot, or because of scheming tight-arsed bitches, or bar fights, or backstabbers killing for nothing just to build a mean reputation. Having lived his entire life witnessing murders relieved him of a pain that was not pain, because he imagined the news spreading that he was the one who'd killed the Northerner. He'd be feared more by other gangsters, cool guys, grasses. He liked seeing people afraid of him, laughed inside when someone crossed the street to avoid him, when people offered favors to get in his good books. One day, he'd be the most famous gangster in the place. He thought about meeting Boss of Us All, head-on to settle the score. But no, that would buy a headache for life. Killing a pig was signing your own death warrant. The whole battalion would hunt until they killed the man responsible. The thing was to lie low until tomorrow, especially since Beelzebub hadn't shown up yet. He might be preparing a surprise attack. The rain left for good. A waning moon appeared behind the Griot Range. The night's silence calmed him, as it had since boyhood. Crickets chirped. If it hadn't rained, he could have sat by the river's edge, but the river was full and its banks neck-high in mud. He got the spot ready. Pipsqueak arrived with everything asked for, then left saying he had a headache. Hellraiser ate the food Lucia Maracana had made and smoked a joint. He hoped the night would pass quickly. Tomorrow he'd see Berenice and find out whether she decided to be his girlfriend. He'd have that tasty black arse every possible way. She seemed like a nice girl. He needed a woman to cook for him, wash his clothes, fall into his arms whenever he wanted. He believed she'd accept. She'd given him the come on at Black Carlos's, insisted on serving him, flashed her legs. This had to work. It was the only way he'd forget Cleed. He thought about the grass again. The scene of his last breath returned like a poke in the eye. He wished he were like Nifty Feet, who only stole far from the area without attracting pigs, grasses, enemies. But catching buses every day like a sucker was fucked. Going around looking for good joints to do over wasn't his thing. Best was to hold up a big shop and go a long time without worrying about money. Stealing from gringos was too hit or miss. He remembered Pipsqueak's plan. If all went well, he could furnish his house with decent leftovers. People who go to motels aren't broke, especially on Saturday, the day to spend money. The night brought a mild chill. Hellraiser covered himself, trying to sleep, but mosquitoes kept him awake. His thoughts roved through the estate's alleys, in constant transformation. Families kept coming from different favelas and neighborhoods to houses built around squares on vacant plots. Who were those people? Would other gangsters come? Over at the flats, there were already loads, as well as on the other side of the river. No one would be more respected than him. He'd bump off anyone right then and there who tried to throw weight around. This Whitehand guy only worked in the Baixada region, so no worry there. The danger was that cunt Boss of Us All and Detective Beelzebub, but all he had to do was lie low on their duty days, or always have dough in his pocket. People had told him they both accepted hush money when no one else was around. Pipsqueak arrived at 9 with bread, coffee, and a Coke bottle, and news. While Hellraiser ate, he learned that everyone already knew he'd killed the grass. Boss of Us All had prowled all night, busted Mango and Orange smoking dope, and told Orange's sister to rustle up 2,000 cruzeros or he'd press charges. Pele and Shorty had only shown up after the police shift changed. Detective Beelzebub hadn't shown his face yet. Not a good sign. He might have changed his hours and could show up out of the blue. Hellraiser hurried back to the estate. He wanted to go through the motel hold-up plan. Who stayed out front, whether they'd only hit reception or do guests too, whether to call in another partner, when to case the area, where to run after. Acerola and Green Eyes collected money for one of the busted head's mothers to take to the station. Boss of Us all had said they could leave money with the sergeant. They'd raised half from friends. Now they went to Madalena's for help, since their friends had bought dope at her den. They explained that the guys who bought dope there yesterday got busted. Boss of Us all wanted 2,000 to let them go. They had 1,000 already. Could she help with the rest? Madalena asked, which guys? So many people were there yesterday. They described a white guy in blue shorts and Bomba trainers. She recognized Mango from Blonde Square. She asked if they might grass on her. They said if they were going to grass, they'd have done it already. The cops beat them all the way from Prospector Square to the station and didn't stop until Mango's mother arrived. Madalena gave the difference after warning that if they were lying, their lives were on the line. She had gangster protection. Acerola and Green Eyes laughed sincerely. They'd never do such a thing. Swindling people in their own neighborhood was a serious offense, a cause for disrespect and even death. They knew gangsters would never forgive them, especially Ercilio, the dealer's own son. It wasn't that they feared gangsters. If they were in the right, they'd stand up to any gangster in the estate. They just didn't want to stir up trouble for no reason, lose respect, or snuff it for real. They gave the money to Mango's mother. Hellraiser stayed home all day on lookout. Whenever he heard a car or unusual activity, he checked the street through a window crack with his gun cocked. Pele and Shorty went to the other side of the river to fly kites with kids, staying until nightfall. Berenice left home early to get money. She went to steal from rich housewives in South Zone street markets. She'd already decided to accept Hellraiser's offer. She wanted children, a family, her own place, a man by her side. She didn't think he was messing around. He really wanted to move in with her. She'd look for him as soon as she got back. She arrived in Leblon around 8, prayed everything would work out, and walked through streets without noticing people passing. She was at a snail's pace when she felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned and greeted the man. It was an old neighbor from Escaleto's favela, a taxi driver. She told him what she was going to do. He offered her a getaway ride to Gavia. She moved through the market with a razor hidden in her palm, choosing the busiest stands where she could slice open handbags and lift purses. She succeeded 3 times. The first woman only realized what had happened when Berenice was already climbing into her friend's taxi to go eat at a bar in Gavia. Hellraiser announced to the occupants of a Chevrolet Opala parked in Takora Square that everyone should stay quiet or he'd shoot. Black Carlos, pointing his .38, ordered the couple to get out very slowly with their hands in the air. They obeyed quickly. On Friday, Pipsqueak, Hellraiser, Pele, and Shorty had gone to case the motel, a 3-story building with 2 gates, a garage, blinking colored lights, porcelain dwarves by the garden fountain, and a reception area staffed by a telephonist, manager, receptionist, and 2 security guards. That was what they'd observed. They knew cooks, waiters, chambermaids, and cleaning staff also worked there. They decided to bring another man on the job. The plan: they'd all enter reception together, overpower everyone easily, lock them in a bathroom, sweep the building to subdue other staff, then go through rooms and suites. If police showed, they'd escape through the back into bush on the estate's outer limits. They'd only shoot to save lives. If all went well, they'd lie low for 24 hours in Salguero. They shook hands repeatedly, toasted with beer and cocktails, shared a joint, snorted from the same straw, celebrating their chance at big money. Pipsqueak was allowed to come only at the last minute. He'd insisted so much that his friends let a kid join a man's job. Though he'd get an equal cut just for casing the place, what truly made him happy was going with his pals. Black Carlos thanked them for including him in the holdup. Hellraiser noted that times like this revealed real friends. Some guys tried to pull jobs alone when they smelled jackpot. He thought about a quick round with his girl, but would hang around to show appreciation. Hellraiser took the Opala's wheel. He told the owners that if they went to the police, he'd chase them all the way to hell. He also said they'd dump the car in the Grajo Range after 3 days, his real intention being that if the owners went to police, they'd report the gangsters heading toward Grajo. They took the Bandeirantes motorway, Hellraiser reminding everyone they'd agreed not to kill anyone. If anyone resisted, a gun butt to the nose would put the dickhead to sleep on the spot. It was past midnight under a full moon. The others crouched low in the car. Hellraiser kept checking the rearview mirror. The eloquent silence beyond the engine's roar made him ask Black Carlos to check the guns. He didn't like silence at moments like this. He told Pipsqueak again, "Stay outside. Watch comings and goings. If police showed, just enter the motel, shoot at the first window he saw, and get out." They entered through the back gate. At reception, only the telephonist was there, so drowsy her head nodded as if bouncing in the air. She offered little resistance. Hellraiser grabbed her, left arm around her neck, right hand pressing his .38 into her head, demanding how many people worked there. She answered 12 in a barely audible voice. 2 guards and the manager had guns. 3 chambermaids upstairs. 4 in the kitchen. She begged him not to kill anyone. He asked where the guards were. She said everyone was in the kitchen for supper. He warned that if she was lying, he'd blast her face off. He pointed to 2 doors. She identified office and washroom. He ordered her locked in the washroom. They burst into the kitchen together. Hellraiser announced the shit was going down now, assuring everyone that if they were good boys and girls, nobody would get hurt. Black Carlos took guns from the security guards and manager. He, Pele, and Shorty tied all employees with nylon string, knocked them out with punches and kicks, and locked them in a windowless bathroom. Hellraiser thought it had never been easier. He'd worried about the time needed if they'd been scattered, but they'd captured everyone in one swoop. Hellraiser and Carlos headed to the second floor. In the office, Pele and Shorty collected the daily takings and valuables and took the phone off the hook as ordered. Outside, the night passed slowly for Pipsqueak. He wasn't nervous. He never was. He wanted to hear a shot inside so he could emerge as a trump card. He liked being a gangster. Some wound in his soul had given him a thirst for revenge. He wanted to kill loads of people as soon as possible, to get famous and respected like Big and Macedo Sobreño. His hand glided across his revolver. He was wild, had a sixth sense, could shoot with both hands, never lost a fistfight. He enjoyed provoking pain in others for a laugh. Nothing weighed on his conscience. He was the despair of storms condensed in each victim's irises, the pain of bullets, death's prelude, a shiver down the spine, the cause of last breaths. And there he was, a mere lookout, feeling like a guard dog. Hellraiser opened the door to 201 dressed as a waiter. He demanded copies of the keys from the manager, having planned this before falling asleep. This son of Ogum, of Estacio, of the desire for big money, was quick-thinking and calm. He had to hit the jackpot. The couple didn't notice them enter. Hellraiser hit the man's head with his gun butt. Black Carlos covered the woman's mouth. Carlos said they didn't want to hurt anyone, but anyone who got smart would be killed. His voice wavering, not only from hold-up nerves, but also from difficulty containing himself while holding a naked woman. They tied the couple with sheets in the bathroom and cleaned them out. 200 cruzeros, 2 watches, a gold chain, and they even returned for the woman's earrings. They entered 202. The couple slept. A brunette lying with legs open filled Black Carlos's gaze. He'd never had such a sexy woman. Hellraiser stayed completely focused, wanting speed. He noted a half-empty whiskey bottle in a corner of the bed and said they wouldn't be waking soon. He ordered Carlos to lock the door and chill out. He took $200 and a few cruzeros from the man's wallet, and from the woman's purse, just a checkbook and 40 cruzeros. He slipped the gold ring off her finger. Her body had no blemishes. A tattoo above her right breast emphasized its beauty. Black Carlos bit his lower lip and let one hand slide softly down her leg. She remained immobile. Hellraiser signaled his disapproval. They met Pele and Shorty in the corridor. Everything was okay. Hellraiser ordered, "Give him what they'd gotten downstairs. Take the keys. Go to the 3rd floor to make sure no one else was there. That bitch might be setting them up. Then do the rooms. Only shoot to save lives." His eyes glued to door 203. They entered. The couple sensed the key turning. The man complained about the intrusion, said they should have buzzed first. Hellraiser positioned himself in front of the man, removed the towel covering his revolver on a tray, and said in a low voice that the shit was going down. The woman screamed. Black Carlos hit her nose with his gun butt. The man tried to fight back. Hellraiser punched him, then stuck the gun barrel in his mouth and asked if he wanted to die. He removed the barrel and gave 2 blows with the butt to knock the man out. They cleaned them out. Money, jewelry, and a .32 caliber revolver. Everything was going as planned. He had to stay calm, work faster, keep getting lucky when surprising victims, even those awake. Pele and Shorty found no staff on the third floor. They glanced around nervously, afraid of being surprised. They stopped before one room, thought better of doing a different one. Indecision scrambled their seconds. They decided to go by numbers. They couldn't read, but counting was easy. They entered 301. They went for the occupants' noses, hitting them several times with gun butts. They drenched the sperm-soaked sheet in blood. 2 deaths splattered across the room. They tied the bodies and threw them in the bathroom. They took the man's taxi money from his wallet. The woman's purse had nothing. They thought it was a good amount. They forgot to take rings, the woman's earrings, and the man's gold chain. About to enter the next room, they remembered the open door and went back to lock it. Nothing could go wrong. They entered 302. The couple slept. Just to be sure, they busted their noses. No deaths this time. They tied the couple and were about to clean them out when they heard a shot and breaking glass. They jumped through the window at the same moment as Hellraiser and Black Carlos and took off running together. In City of God, a gangster stared at the creature struggling on the bed. He rose from his chair unsteady, 3 days without food. He examined his knives, chose the largest, sharpened it on the sink's edge, and lit a fresh cigarette from the butt of the last one. He wanted another drink and downed a glass of cachaça without offering any to his saint. He smoked compulsively, letting ash fall on the cement floor. His eyes drifted across rickety chairs, ceiling spiderwebs. The drip of water from the broken spout felt as familiar as the broken bedside lamp, a survivor of 2 floods. The fridge, propped on a rock and 2 wood blocks, shuddered and went quiet forever. His emotions swung between 2 sides of his heart. For a second he considered stopping, but his determination to make his wife suffer had solid foundations. From the day he'd first seen that disgusting creature, revenge had possessed his deepest thoughts, grown bitterly, multiplied unchecked, installed itself irreversibly. He knew the urge to let things run would return, but also knew it would leave, as his peace of mind had. Women who fucked other men should rot in hell. That bitch had to pay dearly. Though he'd never tell her, he loved her like a devoted dog, but now he hated her just as much. He'd become a mad dog. He asked himself why. She'd had nothing when he met her. He'd set up house, bought her clothes, sent her to a beauty parlor for that unkempt frizz, and she'd screwed another man. He thought of the affection he'd given that slut, the nights hunting sausages for her pregnancy cravings, the times he'd pressed his ear to her belly trying to hear the fetus. He imagined his wife running her tongue across some white bastard's dick, spreading herself open for a white or northerner. She'd always liked whites. That's why she never took her eyes off the soaps where you never saw blacks. Whenever that Francisco Cuoco appeared, she almost came. The desperation of imagining his wife coming with someone else drove him to seek the cruelest revenge. He scanned the room again, but saw nothing. His fury matched his fever, shivers and cold in that 3-dimensional heat. He thought so fast he couldn't remember what he'd thought a minute before. Several times in dreams he'd seen himself carrying out revenge with such specific fatalities that he didn't realize he was dreaming. When he woke, he had to look at that little shit again to be sure of reality. When he faced reality, that tumor, destroyed in his dream, recomposed itself more homogeneously. He drank another cachaça at leisure, a cruel smile on his face. His saint forgotten again. He seized the knife with the devil's speed. Something had always told him that certain deeds must begin in great hurry or they fail. He placed the newborn on the table. At first, the baby behaved as if being picked up. He held its right arm with his left hand and started sawing at the forearm. The baby thrashed. He had to place his left knee on its torso. Tears poured as if trying to wash away its retinas in inhuman sobbing. The murderer's spirit battled itself, but he didn't allow himself to stop. He felt the pleasure of revenge and laughed just thinking of his wife's reaction. He didn't know whom he hated more, the baby or his wife. His actions were automatic, as if he were grease sucked into gears. Revenge determined the crime, and the crime would bear the mark of wounded pride. He had trouble through the bone, so he grabbed the hammer under the sink and with 2 blows on the knife finished the first scene. The severed arm stayed on the table within eyeshot. The baby kicked as much as it could, its cries a voiceless prayer with no God to hear. Then it could cry no longer. only a contorted face, bright red threatening to burst from its pores, tiny legs kicking. He cut the other arm slowly. That little white shit had to feel lots of pain. He decided not to use the hammer anymore. The baby would suffer more if he cut the hardest part slowly. The sound of the knife severing bone was soft music. The baby floundered in slow death. Its two legs were cut with more work and hammer help. The murderer raised the knife above his head to split its defenseless heart. He knew that in prison his cellmates would inevitably rape him. Inmates loathe child murderers. But he wouldn't let anyone near his arsehole. He could die, but become a faggot? Never. That would be redemption for the traitor, and she deserved only eternal torment. No, he wouldn't get caught. He'd take off for some backwater. He assembled the body parts like a jigsaw puzzle, put everything in a shoebox, and with unsteady steps headed for his mother-in-law's house. He pressed a palm to his left chest to calm his thumping heart. Contrary to habit, he clapped at the gate. His youngest sister-in-law answered and called his wife. She had gone to her mother's, 2 blocks away, to get fennel for tea. The baby seemed colicky. The murderer felt avenged. Only minutes remained before he'd see that woman suffer like a cow in a slaughterhouse, because that's what she was. He couldn't accept that his child was white, since he was black, and so was his fucking wife. She came quickly, thinking of the baby. It was feeding time. As she arrived, she asked where it was. Instead of answering, he waited, took the lid off the box, and told her to give it to the child's father. Did she think she'd pull the wool over his eyes forever? In an impulsive gesture, she pulled one of the baby's arms from the box. A mere trickle of blood connected it to the rest. She fainted. The man fled. He was arrested a few days later. Over in the wreck, a man lay in wait behind the club. Around 10 p.m., he told his wife he was going to a friend's to lend a mallet and large knife. But he'd had a drink or two, and there he was, alone after midnight, preparing to defend his honor. 2 days earlier, he'd followed his wife from work. Suspicious for a long time, he felt relieved seeing her go straight to the bus stop, but he took a taxi to follow the bus anyway, like a TV detective. Instead of her usual stop, she rang the bell at the flats. Getting off, she glanced around without noticing him in the taxi, then hugged a man who always passed their house on his way to the other side of the river. She kissed him on the lips, and hand in hand they entered a block of flats. He figured they'd screw at some friend's place. He went home to wait. She arrived complaining of tiredness, begged off sex because her boss had worked her hard. He agreed. The next day, he went to the corner to see when the guy passed. The bastard went by at 2 a.m. and even had the nerve to greet him. Loverboy should have crossed the wreck bridge by now. The betrayed husband was crying when he saw a man appear by the Liao supermarket. He let the man draw closer to be sure, then adjusted his grip on the knife in his right hand, the mallet in his left, crouched, and waited for him to pass. He tiptoed after him, and with several blows decapitated him. He took a plastic bag from his pocket, put the bloody head with bulging eyes inside, went home, and threw it into the adulteress's lap. At the motel, Pipsqueak walked the second-floor corridor looking for victims. He wanted to rob, maim, or kill. It didn't matter who. Guests, frightened by shots, locked their doors. Pipsqueak broke down the first, the second, and stormed the third after shooting the lock. Like American film heroes, a couple awoke to find themselves under fire. Bullets only grazed them. He cleaned them out. He broke into another room. A man tried to resist and took a bullet in the arm. He was trying to break into more rooms when he heard police sirens. He threw himself headfirst out a window, somersaulted in the air, and landed ready to run. He was happy running into the bush. He had actively taken part in the holdup. That's why he'd faked the police arrival. He couldn't stand waiting outside where time didn't pass while everything happened inside. He'd hoped a real couple would show up so he wouldn't have to simulate a situation, but nothing had happened for real. No police, no more guests. Hellraiser, Black Carlos, Pele, and Shorty stopped in the bush. Time to sort things out and split the loot, even uncounted. If police appeared and one was caught with everything, all would be lost. Hellraiser, mopping sweat, said Pipsqueak must have been caught. He hadn't wanted to bring that kid. Now the shit had hit the fan. He reckoned they'd better head back to City of God. Hellraiser, Black Carlos, Pele, and Shorty stopped in the bush. Time to split the loot before counting. If police caught one with everything, all would be lost. Hellraiser mopped sweat and said Pipsqueak must have been caught. He hadn't wanted to bring that kid. Now the shit had hit the fan. They'd better head back to City of God. Carlos argued for Salguero. Hellraiser cut him off. Did he want to take a car now with pigs after them? They walked through the bush in silence. Past the dread pitch, Hellraiser said they'd set aside Pipsqueak's share. If he was caught, they'd send it to prison. They stopped at the haunted fig tree to divide 5 ways. Hellraiser lamented the police. If not for them, they'd have hit the jackpot. Carlos worried about Pipsqueak grassing. Hellraiser trusted the kid. Mosquitoes drove them on. They headed for Block 13 to drink, smoke, play pool, circling the lake, hurrying over the State Water Department bridge. Turning into the first alley, they heard Detective Beelzebub's voice. Touch your guns or run, and he'd take them down right there. They ignored him and tore off down the alleys. A random dopehead with a lit joint saw everyone running and took off too. But Beelzebub's machine gun spray perforated his head. The man writhed in the burbling water of a blocked drain. Beelzebub ignored the others and went doggedly after Hellraiser. Hellraiser reached the river, zigzagging. Before the first block's end, he jumped the yard's back fence into Middle Street. Boss of Us all lay in ambush on the corner and joined the chase, telling the detective to leave it to him. Beelzebub begrudgingly went after the others. Hellraiser, hearing only .38 fire, figured Beelzebub was no longer chasing him and decided to return fire. Rounding corners, he waited for his pursuer to appear and pulled the trigger. He wouldn't have tried this against a machine gun, but .38 against .38. The smartest would win. Boss of Us All swore there'd be no escaping this time. They passed Batman's bar, exchanging fire rhythmically. Mango and Green Eyes dropped a roach and ran when they heard shots. Boss of Us All spotted 2 other officers in Main Square, fired to alert them, and they joined the chase. Desperate, Hellraiser invaded a house to take a child hostage, but no one was home. Breathless, he knew he had to jump walls, fences, climb rooftops to see where his enemies were. He decided to run for the plots. His legs were slow to obey. He climbed the first leafy tree he saw to recollect himself. Down below, Black Carlos, Pele, and Shorty exchanged fire with Beelzebub and Officer Baldy. Furious at a machine gun defect, Beelzebub didn't want to catch them. He wanted to send them to hell. Pele and Shorty followed Carlos everywhere, which irritated him. He decided to lose them, saying he'd double around and shoot the detective in the arse. He circled the block, aimed, fired, and ran. The shot grazed Officer Baldy. Beelzebub's ire grew. He strode into the gunfire, and the gangsters retreated to the flats with him on their heels. Hellraiser had been up an almond tree for over half an hour. Boss of Us All had seen him cross the street toward the plots. The officers figured he couldn't have gotten far and split up. Whoever found him would fire a shot. When Hellraiser noticed Boss of Us All heading his way, he moved to jump and run. Then he thought he should stay. His hesitation cost time. He couldn't keep running without getting hit. He knew Boss of Us All was a good shot. He settled back on his branch and waited, visualizing his Pombagira. Everything depended on her. Boss of Us All searched the bush high and low. He remembered the torch he hadn't brought, took a last drag on his filterless Continental, and tossed it. Then he crouched to pick up the butt and lit a joint. He imagined Hellraiser was far away by then. He might as well relax. He strolled slowly, decided to sit under the tree where Hellraiser was, and pulled on the joint. He lit another cigarette, took off his cap, loosened his bootlaces, and placed his revolver on an exposed root. Hellraiser tried to change position to shoot him in the backside, silently cursing the wasp flying around his head. Why did the little bastard have to appear now? Pele and Shorty arrived at the flats with Beelzebub's bullets behind them. To their surprise, Silva, Cosme, and Bariba, gangsters from the flats, were also exchanging fire with other civil policemen. The cops retreated when they arrived, but Beelzebub shouted to kill the bastards. After catching his breath, he aimed at Pele's neck and fired. One of the flat's gangsters passed in front of him, fell writhing, and a pool of blood formed around his head. Cosme and Silva joined Shorty and Pele, crossed Gabino Road, and hid in a haunted mansion. Beelzebub checked the dead man's documents. He laughed when he noticed the gun was one of many he'd given his friend Armando, a military police officer dismissed for killing his wife and her lover. He took the documents. They might be useful for forgery. Hellraiser let the wasp sting him. From his branch, it was hard to find a shooting position. Boss of us all leaned his head against the trunk. Tiredness made his eyes unsteady. The desire to sleep forced him up to find the other officers. A little further on, he stopped to adjust his boot and heard someone getting beaten. 3 teenagers smoking a joint and drinking wine, one playing guitar. Boss of us all asked if they'd caught the bastard. No, but they'd caught these dope heads. He demanded their money. They handed it over. He told them to run and not look back. Up in the tree, Hellraiser had gotten rid of the wasp, changed position, and was furious for not having killed boss of us all. He watched the distant officers dividing the kids' money. He climbed down, ensured the money and jewels were secure, walked swiftly through the night, crossed the river, and took shelter at Nasty Jorge's place. At the street market, talk of the shootout frightened housewives, who kept their children in their yards. Out front, Mango and Jackfruit listened to Acerola, who said more than 20 civil and military police had patrolled the estate the night before. Besides the murders, a motel on Bandeirante, 2 bakeries in Freguesia, an army colonel's house on Pau Ferro, and 2 pharmacies in Taquara had been hit. It was a bad idea to get high anywhere. The pigs wouldn't leave anyone in peace until they caught someone. Green Eyes asked how he knew. Acerola had heard it on the radio that morning. Hellraiser left Nasty Jorge's after 1 in the afternoon. He found Berenice at the market. The way she looked at him told him she was his. He kissed her, took her hand, and they walked down Middle Street. At home, he asked her to go find his pals. Carlos reported that Pipsqueak still hadn't shown up. Berenice bet he'd grassed. Hellraiser insisted the kid could be trusted. He'd die before grassing on someone. The gangsters had dinner, grumbled about not hitting the jackpot, and decided to spend time away from the estate. The police would keep causing trouble until they killed or caught someone. Carlos said the truth was, no one knew if Pipsqueak had grassed. They went to Salguero late in the evening. On Monday, Saturday's crimes made front-page news. A couple had been murdered at the motel. No fatalities elsewhere. After spelling through the news for his friends, Black Carlos got angry about the couple's death. Pele and Shorty defended themselves. They'd done everything Hellraiser told them to, but the front-page coverage of the motel robbery, the dead baby, and the decapitated man gave them a reputation for courage. Hellraiser told Carlos that gangsters had to be famous to be truly respected. They were proud. They felt important, respected by other gangsters in the estate and other favelas. Not just anyone saw his exploits stamped across a front page. If they got caught, they'd be respected in prison for a large-scale robbery. A shame their names weren't mentioned, but the article said it could only have been City of God gangsters. Everyone who knew them would know. Hellraiser said it was better that way. Names would bring another investigation. Children took over the streets for summer holidays. Stringy and Rocket decided to sell ice lollies on Tuesday, getting goods on sale or return from China's ice cream parlor. Their friends preferred fishing debris from the river with string tied to broomsticks, more exciting than plodding in the sun shouting. Rocket sold his whole box in a few hours, gave his mother the money, and earned the right to play. He passed his exams and worked holidays to help at home. Stringy sold less than a third, gave ice lollies to fishing friends, and consumed his merchandise while taking odd turns on the broomstick. It was end-of-year time. Shopping, house repairs, body care, resolutions to stop smoking. Kids earned money selling river sand, ice lollies, bread, weeding yards, painting. Workers relied on Christmas bonuses. Gangsters relied on holdups. Boss of us all, Beelzebub, and other officers occupied themselves beating dope heads when they busted them, stealing stolen goods from thieves, and demanding protection money from den owners. Girls who worked South Zone street markets sold their stolen goods personally. Out front, stalls appeared selling everything imaginable. Pork Joe sold meat from his own pigs behind the Leo supermarket. The vendors gradually took over the estate's main streets. December 24th arrived. Men started drinking early, putting sound systems on windowsills after finishing last-minute shopping. Women split their time between housework and visits to local beauty salons. At midnight, families gathered to cry for lost loved ones, then stepped outside to wish neighbors a Merry Christmas. The week passed in festive atmosphere. Hellraiser, Black Carlos, Pele, and Shorty returned to the estate, figuring the pigs wouldn't bother them right after Christmas. Nifty Feet, Oriental, and Black Carlos decided to rustle up money in Copacabana on New Year's Eve. Nifty Feet suggested focusing on gringos, hanging around hotels, then heading to Lamy, but not staying near Copacabana Palace, which would be crawling with police. Hellraiser gave Berenice money for the things they still needed to move in together properly. All week, she asked him to take time out of his life of crime. He still had no record. There was no reason he couldn't get a job. She wanted peace to raise kids without hassles. Hellraiser said he'd keep at it until he hit the jackpot, then start a big business with employees working under him while he counted money and gave orders. Only then would he think about kids. Pele and Shorty made no plans beyond the 5 wraps of cocaine they'd buy for New Year's. They told everyone the best coke was in Curl dos Aguas, above Campo Grande. Anyone who wanted some just had to give them money. They were going on the 31st, as long as they got a quick snort. Everyone got really out of it on New Year's and during Carnival. Some only snorted on those 2 occasions. Squirt, Hammer, and Clyde arrived on the last day of the year to celebrate with friends. Clyde refused to go up top for the leftover furniture from her old place. She wanted to do what Berenice did, buy everything new. Hammer agreed, but only after January. Now, everyone was broke. They'd spend some time at Hellraiser's until things were sorted. The first minute of the new year arrived. The year of Zango, winner of disputes, most powerful Orixa, god of lightning and fire, king of justice. The year to work hard for stable relationships, health, and money. The just would be successful. Before sunset, people raced for buses to the beach to create midsummer spring in the night and sea. They cast flowers into the sea to bring new currents for all children of Father Zango. They sang verses for each Orixa, hailed them before Imanjaz waters. They set off fireworks for Zango, millions of colors to imitate his brilliance, many prayers to give thanks for his protection. In City of God, hands clasped, words of happiness bathed in wine were uttered. Police didn't show. No fights, gunshots, or deaths. Smokers smoked. Snorters snorted. Drinkers drunk. Everything in the blessed peace of the beginning year. January passed quickly with samba school meetings, costume choices, and rehearsals. The gangsters got hopping. Getting money for Carnival mattered more than for end-of-year celebrations. They held up bakeries, taxis, pharmacies, pedestrians, and homes in nearby areas and within the estate. Even Nifty Feet took every opportunity for dough. Pele and Shorty handled most of the estate's holdups. On a scorching Friday, they walked down Middle Street, outraged at the pittance from the gas truck and shops on the other side of the river. They decided to rustle up more that night. Anyone without their wits would end up with empty pockets. They entered an alley and crossed the Prospectors' rehearsal square. The Carnival group's boys crouched on a corner playing cards. The idea of holding them up occurred to both at the same time. They nodded. The players, absorbed in the game, didn't notice their footsteps. The group had finished rehearsing, put away instruments, smoked a joint, and tried their luck at cards. Pele and Shorty ordered them to stop. No games in the area to avoid attracting pigs. Now that they'd warned them, they'd take the money from the game and whatever was in their pockets. Luis the Tease stood up, looked them firmly in the eyes, and asked if they thought everyone was dickheads just because they didn't carry guns. No one was giving money to anyone. They were minding their own business. These guys came trying to push them around. He told them to fuck off and leave them alone. Pele and Shorty were surprised. They fell silent, instinctively cocking their guns. Before they could aim, Vidal's voice cut in. If they pulled the trigger on one, they'd have to pull it on all of them, because they'd beat the shit out of them. They weren't buying gangster crap. If they killed everyone, there were still stacks of others to settle the score. Everyone there was respected. Mention the Prospectors, and everyone knew who they were. Pointing shooters at them was a joke. The others joined in. Pele and Shorty shook to the core. They weren't game to kill them all, and felt the Prospectors might jump them. Shorty froze. Pele argued that he'd seen Tease talking with Nifty Feet. Was he a friend? Tease said yes. So what? Pele said he'd let it go because of that. Acerola, who'd only glared until then, warned them not to mess around anymore. It would get ugly if there was trouble. They headed for Block 13 in silence. The episode wounded their definition of themselves. Real gangsters can't be pushed around, especially by unarmed men. No one there had been afraid. The terrible certainty of truth in what Tease and Vidal had said hurt, damaging not just their status as gangsters, but as men, red-blooded men. They'd been afraid of T's and Vidal's athletic builds. If challenged to a fist fight by either, they'd have been bashed. Acerola could have kept quiet. Everything was already settled. His threat rubbed their noses in it. Pele looked at Shorty walking with his head down. He thought about comforting his friend without admitting his own fear. But how? Without admitting they'd pussyfooted with guns in hand. The only alternative was to lie. To say the only reason they hadn't killed everyone was because of Nifty Feet. He tried to believe his own words as he said they'd have wasted them all if he hadn't known Nifty Feet would be pissed. Shorty agreed without looking him in the eye. He believed the lie as much as his friend did. They said goodbye half-heartedly. Carnival Saturday arrived with a fine, constant drizzle that didn't dampen the devil's party in Rio's streets. Sunday was when festivities truly began with samba school parades. Lucia Americana paraded with Portela, Villa Isabel, Unidos do São Carlos, and the estate's own school, Académicos da Cidade de Deus, in the 5th Division for the first time. Nifty Feet paraded with Salgueiro and Unidos do São Carlos. He could never parade with other schools because his own heart wouldn't let him. For him, Carnival was more than merrymaking. All year, he spent spare time at home practicing steps that would dazzle some tourist he'd robbed the day before the parade. On Carnival Monday, Nifty Feet paraded effortlessly with Dragon's Breath, enchanting crowds. He liked when Dragon's Breath ran into Bigwig of Ramos, its greatest rival. There was always a brawl. Fights smashed up bars and destroyed hawkers' stalls. Some robbed people in the audience while samba played on. Jara had promised to help Dragon's Breath if they were around during the fight. They called themselves Blood Brothers. Bohemians of Iraja didn't get involved in scuffles. They paraded downtown in Madureira and Iraja. City of God had no council funding, so no stage in the square. Stupi, a local shop owner, built the stage and hired musicians for the estate's carnival. On the last day, the samba school paraded down Main Street with the prospectors and the City of God angels. Salgueiro came out on top. Even before judges' points were counted, everyone said Salgueiro would be champion. Nifty Feet again won Best Sambista. He laughed and cried, drank, smoked great shit, snorted the best coke to celebrate his victorious steps, the perfect scoring percussion section, and the most beautiful master of ceremonies and flag-bearer of carnival. Stringy, Rocket, and their friends said goodbye to holidays in the Eucalypt Grove. They'd woken early that Friday. Rocket promised a frying pan. Stringy brought oil, others brought flour, sugar, matches, cold water, instant squash mix. One busied himself lighting a campfire and preparing raspberry squash, while the others, armed with slingshots, went into the grove to hunt birds. They were sure Pipsqueak, who'd started showing his face again, Night Owl, Carrots, Slick, and the other kids wouldn't show up there. Those kids picked fights for nothing, ran off with balls, stole toys, smoked dope on corners, and conducted transactions with guns cocked. They saw the other gang, Hellraiser, Squirt, Hammer, as adults. After eating, they lay in the grass. Sunlight shafted between leaves. Cows roamed fields. Cars passed unnoticed on Motorway 11. The river flowed softly. Water snakes swam freely in the pond. The lake remained unruffled by gusts the boys felt on their faces. Our Lady of Sorrows Church and the mansions looked more beautiful from there. Fishermen tried their luck in the big lake. The sky reflected in the sea at Barra da Tijuca, bluer than infinity. They talked about superheroes, about what they'd be when they grew up, about where babies really came from. They stayed until nightfall. Classes started the following week. The afternoon bled into evening, the two of them staying put until the sky went dark. Classes were set to begin the following week. Right after Carnival, Hammer had stumbled into luck on a robbery near Frigisia. Alone on a sunny morning, he'd held up a mansion's employees, cracked the safe, and walked with jewels, a $0.38, and cruzeros. He'd taxied back to the estate, then told Clede to buy furniture, a dress, and hit the beauty parlor, but to hurry because he had plans for her. When she asked where to exchange the dollars, he sent her to Bahian Paulo. The gas delivery men had stopped worrying about holdups, since only Pele and Shorty were behind them. They found it almost funny, those two appearing from alleys like Old West bandits. The delivery men kept cash aside for them now. The gang left with guns raised, firing shots into the air before vanishing around corners. Hellraiser and Squirt had done well holding up 5 taxis on a Friday night, agreeing to put the money toward guns and ammunition. They'd told Armando to meet them Saturday morning at the Doorway to Heaven bar. Beelzebub delivered the goods as usual, warning the middleman that any mention of his name would earn a killing. Armando signaled his understanding. The transaction happened among customers at 10 a.m. Before parting ways, Hellraiser dropped his head, seeming to deliberate on some major decision. Armando and Squirt waited, growing uncomfortable with the silence. Then Hellraiser confronted the middleman. Armando had been skimming extra off everyone for ages. A cop in the 5th sector had offered bullets at half the price, meaning Armando was doubling his take. So this time, Hellraiser was keeping the guns, demanding Armando hand over his own weapon and return the money. Armando obeyed silently. Squirt felt a chill of alarm. His friend had just made a dangerous enemy. Ex-cops were worse than gangsters. Their old uniformed buddies always covered them. Killing Armando seemed the only smart move. Hellraiser frisked the man and told him to run. Without consulting his partner, Squirt fired. The middleman zigzagged across the vacant lot and disappeared into the bush, unharmed. Hellraiser asked if he'd hit him. Squirt confirmed he hadn't, then snapped that decisions shouldn't be made alone. That man was cozy with the cops, a lethal enemy to let walk alive. Hellraiser admitted he wanted Armando alive to learn his supplier, betting that Beelzebub or boss of us all would show up around here today. They left, planning to find out tomorrow. Boss of us all left home furious, broke and unwilling to beg for food like other cops on the take. He went to work with zero motivation, ditching his fellow officers to hunt money alone. He walked the estate with his gun cocked. His first attempts failed. Everyone he stopped had legitimate employment. He crossed to the other side of the river, hoping to catch someone smoking dope to extort. He noticed a boy speed up at the sight of him. Boss of us all pulled 2 bundles of dope from his pocket, sizing the kid up from a distance. Framing him would be easier than checking for prior arrests. That would mean calling the 5th sector, and his buddy there would want a cut. So during the frisk, he planted the dope. Each time the boy denied it was his, boss of us all thumped him with the gun butt. The boy had only quickened his pace because he lacked signed working papers. Boss of us all ranted about being called a liar. Learning the boy lived with his parents, he skipped the station and made the kid lead him home to shake down the family. He did exactly that. The father had to borrow from neighbors to raise the demanded money. Before heading back to the station, boss of us all went home and gave half to his wife, far more than his military police salary. He arrived at the station in a better mood, told his friends the area was calm, took off his boots, lay down, and spent the rest of the day reading a trashy novel. That same Saturday, Mango waited on the corner by Batman's bar for acerola, orange, jackfruit, or green eyes to smoke a joint, but no one came. They were all with their girlfriends. He craved a toke or two, then a blanket, and a movie in a spaced-out haze. Time passed. He decided to go to Jackfruit's place, remembering Jackfruit had weed at home. He'd scored big in Curl dos Aguas the day before. Driving rain soaked Mango's lead jeans from the knees down, his umbrella useless. Thunder crashed, the electricity flickering, scaring dogs, cats, and yard chickens. He called anxiously for Jackfruit. A child's voice answered that he wasn't home. Mango retraced his route, hung around Batman's bar longer, strolled to Main Square, spent over an hour watching buses arrive. Still none of his friends showed. He rolled up his wet jeans, reopened his umbrella, and hurried to Teresa's place, thinking aloud that she had to sell him some dope on credit. Teresa was home alone. Her daughters had gone to the club dance. She was packaging dope bought in Curl dos Aguas. She no longer had a supplier like Ercilio, who had supplied her and his own mother. Teresa had started dealing 6 months after arriving in the estate. Before that, only her husband dealt. But he was always drunk, spending everything on booze, losing money and marijuana, sometimes leaving nothing for customers, so his wife and children went hungry. He was killed because he mugged people to show his toughness, making enemies fast. One day he mugged a gangster, who put 6.38 rounds in his head. The only asset he left was 13 pounds of marijuana. Teresa considered giving it away, but girlfriends advised her to sell it. That was her initiation into crime. Her den, now well run, yielded better fruit. She'd extended her house, traded her daughter's rags for decent clothes, fed them better, bought a sofa, wardrobe, fridge, and planned for a TV. She had nothing to complain about. She was getting ready for bed when she heard Mango's careful voice through the window crack. She said she'd be right there, spotted him at the gate through the partly open door, and asked how many he wanted. He admitted he wanted just one bundle, but was broke. Could she advance it? He'd bring the money tomorrow before noon. She refused credit, but invited him in to smoke with her. In a flash, her thoughts turned to seduction. For a long time, her only sexual experiences had been solitary. Mango sat on the filthy sofa, looking around. Saints lit by an oil lamp, an old cabinet with colored glasses, a tea set, a coffee table covered in knickknacks, spiderwebs billowing. Teresa meticulously rolled a huge joint, aiming to get him wrecked and easier to seduce. They lit it. She said it was special weed, offered him a whiskey shot, and mentioned coke for after. Mango loved that idea, smoking fast to get to the cocaine. So expensive and rare. She suggested they move to her room. A daughter might come home and she didn't want them seeing her snort. She closed the curtains, sprinkled coke on a warm plate, and grabbed a razor from the wardrobe. As she chopped lines, she confided she didn't know why she was so fond of him. She'd never snorted with any other customer. He was the first and only. Whenever he wanted, just let her know. She suggested he take off his wet trousers and stick them behind the fridge to dry. He agreed, taking off his shirt too, unknowingly egging her on. His white skin glowed in the oil lamp's light through the flimsy curtain. Teresa fetched more weed and proposed another joint before the coke to get really far out. She asked him to roll while she chopped 10 lines. While he smoked, she let her hand slide down his leg, several times. His silence made her place her hand firmly on his right leg, commenting softly on how hairy it was. Mango stayed quiet. She squeezed her fingers, moved closer to his hard-on, and left her hand there. The joint was half smoked. She slowly took hold of him through his underwear, murmuring that he had a stiffy. She squeezed and stroked. He acted as if everything were completely normal. She knew he had the energy to give it to her good. She made his cock spring free and took it straight into her mouth. Mango felt nauseous at first, but her appetite made him come quickly. Once recovered, he asked her to do it again. They forgot the cocaine on the plate, the joint in the ashtray, the rain on the roof. He rammed into her. He didn't know why, but he remembered his mother, his girlfriend, his friends. Tried to stop, but couldn't. He felt real pleasure acting out that scene, slowly starting to behave as if madly in love. Teresa thrashed about the bed. Not even her daughters, young, without varicose veins or saggy breasts, with their own teeth, had landed such a handsome young man. Perhaps one day she'd walk arm in arm with him, introduce him as her husband, but that was hoping for too much. She'd be happy if things stayed as they were. She had several orgasms. When she felt him about to come, though she knew with his 18 years he'd quickly recover and go again, she slowed her movements to keep him on top as long as possible. When he came, she eagerly took him into her mouth. She was happy. Saturday mornings belonged to football and pool players. Afternoons brought no mysteries. Men slept or stayed in bars, while women, up early for groceries and cleaning, flocked to beauty parlors after dinner. Saturday nights promised enchantments, new loves, firming relationships. Young people threw potluck parties in backyards. Children played late. Boyfriends and girlfriends met. Smokers knew which den had the best weed and which officers were on duty, and kept a low profile when boss of us all and company were around. Saturday nights held their own rhythm. The club became the best option late, even for those with serious girlfriends. Men needing an oil change every week. Only fools content with a simple kiss. Lucia Maracana went alone. She'd ended a fling the week before, refusing to stay home crying over any man. The dance was already full when she entered, the daydreams playing. She scanned for friends in the half-lit hall where slow songs concealed whispered vows. When ballads came on, only dancers with real skill risked the floor. Lucy appeared with nifty feet and used the moment to explain her breakup. He gave a supportive hug that made other women jealous. She shouted in his ear that if those bitches kept looking at her like whores without a John, they'd feel the back of her hand. The music stopped. An admirer of Nifty Feet's, pretending not to see her, spilled beer over her. The fight started in the corridor and moved to the entrance hall. The admirer lost her blouse, gained cuts on her face, and a bloody nose. Lucia fought like a man, wanting to beat her enemy to the ground. No one separated them. They wanted to see the other girl undressed. Nifty Feet ended it himself, taking the jealous woman to the club office. She was a tall brunette with green eyes and long hair, a Leo supermarket worker from the new short-stay houses, the eldest of 5 children. She'd first seen Nifty Feet at work and had waited for a chance ever since. After collecting herself, she admitted without meeting his eyes that she'd acted out of jealousy. Nifty Feet smiled, sorry for her, but also proud. He invited her for a drink elsewhere, aiming to have her that night. They walked slowly, exchanging life stories until they found an open bar and shared a beer. Past 2 in the morning, Nifty Feet confessed he'd been attracted to her from the first moment, claiming he'd wanted to ask her to dance, but feared rejection. He was lying. She pretended to believe him. He was already imagining making her come, her calling him hot and horny. He suggested his place for a bite and asked if she could cook. She said yes. His house was tidy as always. She looked over the new furniture, his samba and football trophies. While he showered, she raided his well-stocked pantry to decide what to make. The pea soup smelled good that cold, rainy night. He emerged reeking of perfume in a red and white robe, telling her to shower. The water was hot, a good shower. After she showered and they ate, Nifty Feet started by kissing her knees. When rain mixed with morning light, he tried again. She complained of a headache. He said that crazy bitch had really laid into her, told her to stay in bed while he went to the pharmacy. He'd be right back. She thought about the night. If not for that Lucia Maracana, it would have been perfect. What a man. Good-looking, affectionate, polite, clean, good in bed. Someone, a mother or wife, looked after his clothes. She decided to make breakfast, but first peeked in his wardrobe to satisfy curiosity. Breakfast ready, she lay down. Nifty Feet was taking ages, but she didn't dare wait in the street, too forward for a first date. 8 o'clock came. Then a single repeated phrase tore through the air on a wail. Nifty Feet was dead. The phrase opened a gash in the morning. Tears appeared on every street corner. Theories that his death was a lie slowly fizzled. The girl fainted in an old woman's lap. Hellraiser, never seen crying, let tears fall on his knees as he crouched in an alley. Lucia Maracana didn't cry or speak. She suffered, frozen on her doorstep. Squirt, Black Carlos, Pele, and Shorty learned the news at the Bonfim. The news flew like a stray bullet through City of God. Out front, Nifty Feet's body lay under a blue sheet. Everyone arriving lit a candle to illuminate mysteries on the path his soul had just taken, the only way to help a man who had never let anyone down. He'd paid for everything at bars, treated everyone with respect, given money to kids, always been in a good mood. In front of him, no one dared pick on the weak. A voice rose in the crowd declaring Nifty Feet dead and long live Salguero, Sao Carlos, and Dragon's Breath. At the police station, the driver who'd run him over answered questions. How could someone drive in reverse without looking behind? He claimed he had looked. The officer asked again how he hadn't seen the man, receiving no answer while the mob outside shouted for a lynching. People filled street corners discussing Nifty Feet's life and death. Incensed by facts and a reliable source, Lucia Maracana broke down a woman's door on Block 14. A week after being dumped by Nifty Feet, the witch had been seen at the graveyard burying a stitched-mouthed toad while reciting a death prayer. Her words, if she couldn't have him, no one would. By the time Lucia burst in, the woman had fled through the backyard, never to return. That afternoon, the Unidos versus Oberum game was suspended. Dodival, a friend of the Sambista, broke the news at his favorite samba schools. Fine rain continued throughout the wake. Torquato told the drunks at the Bonfim that Monday that more than 2,000 people attended the funeral, all his women there. All hot. Even the bigwig of Ramos' carnival group sent flowers. Beelzebub reacted when Armando told him the story, asking why he hadn't heard earlier. Armando said he'd been calling for ages without finding him. Beelzebub left Armando in the living room, got a rope from the garage and a rock from the backyard, putting them in the car boot. He went back inside, got a gun, handed it to Armando, and said they were going to City of God to get those shooters back now. Armando stuck the gun in his waistband without questions. They headed out, exchanging few words. Armando thought it odd when the detective didn't turn into the estate and asked where he was going. Beelzebub said they'd stop at Barra de Tijuca to pick up more men to help take out those piss artist thieves. Before the first bridge on Motorway 11, the car spluttered. Beelzebub cursed and pulled over at the river's edge. He got out first. On the opposite bank, Torquato was strolling toward the lake with a fishing net. He recognized the detective. Protected by darkness, he stopped to watch. Armando got out while Beelzebub examined the car. Armando said he was going to take a leak. He took a few steps. His heart pounded wildly at the sound of a gun being cocked behind him. He resisted the urge to turn, unzipped his fly, and a bullet pierced the back of his neck. The detective tied the body, attached the rope to the rock, and sent it to the river bottom. He didn't know if Armando had told the truth, but he would have been eternally suspicious if he'd accepted any excuse. Every man he didn't trust had to be killed. Now Hellraiser and Squirt were next. He left without noticing Torquato. One hot afternoon, Pele and Shorty caught a bus at Barra da Tijuca. They sat at the back, pretending not to know each other, noticing watches, rings, chains, bracelets on other passengers. Near Gardenia Azul, they cleaned out the back passengers, forcing them off. Near the flats, they did the same at the front. Just before the prospector's rehearsal square, they took the conductor's money, then headed to the square to split the loot. An army sergeant on the bus, furious at losing his pay, watched their direction. He went home, got his gun, and luckily ran into a civil police van along the way. After his story, Beelzebub got out. They walked quickly, the sergeant leading. At the rehearsal square, Pele felt they shouldn't smoke a joint there. They'd better leave. Shorty insisted police would head for the Bonfim or Block 13. Safer here, his friend agreed. Beelzebub caught sight of the duo as he turned the corner and stepped back. He and the sergeant planned the capture, then Beelzebub waited in ambush at the corner. The sergeant circled the block and entered the alley to the square unnoticed. He walked slowly, gun pointed. The sunny afternoon was ending. Shorty rolled a joint while Pele counted money. A young boy noticed the sergeant and jumped back, startling them. The sergeant fired and missed. The pair jumped a house fence and took 2 children hostage, making chase impossible. The mother's crying voice forced Beelzebub to negotiate. He promised that surrender would mean no beating, much less being shot. Pele said he'd told Shorty it wasn't safe. Now they'd have to jump the back wall. Shorty refused. It must be crawling with cops back there. Beelzebub told them to come out without a fuss or the shit would hit the fan. Shorty let a child go on impulse, threw his gun over the fence, opened the gate, and walked out. The detective ordered him against the wall with hands up, claiming he was a man of his word. Pele first thought his friend had made a mistake, but hearing no beating and the detective's promise that returning everything would mean release, he turned himself in too, hands up. Beelzebub reached out and Pele handed over the gun. The sergeant entered the yard to recover stolen goods. The detective's smile hurt the gangsters. He ordered them to walk side by side with hands on heads. When one began to protest, he cut it off. They followed Beelzebub's orders. The detective and the sergeant exchanged a look, an unspoken agreement passing between them. The sergeant's first .45 shot went through Pele's left hand and lodged in his neck. Beelzebub's machine gun tore into Shorty's body. A small group tried to help, but Beelzebub stopped them with another burst into the air. He walked to the bodies and put them out of their misery. Shorty had been born with jaundice in Pernambuco's scrublands. By 5, he'd survived mumps, dehydration, chickenpox, tuberculosis. So many illnesses that family members would light candles and place them in his hands each time he rolled his eyes and shivered for hours. Medicine had given up while he was still in his mother's belly, but he hadn't died a fetus. He arrived in Rio at 12 with only his mother. His father had been murdered on a colonel's orders for publicly voting against him. Shorty and his mother begged for years until she was swept through a manhole in Bandera Square during a flood, sucked away while he clung to a post. As life went on, he shined shoes, pushed market trolleys, sold peanuts, peddled porn magazines on trains, washed rich men's cars, and had sex with homosexuals in the red light district for money. That last job let him rent a shack in Morro de Viúva. He and other favela kids robbed old ladies in Sáenz Peña Square. A homosexual he'd been with for 2 years helped him get his first revolver. When he heard that Mario Filho Stadium would give soup and a home to anyone who showed up, he joined the 1966 flood victims without hesitation. At the stadium, he befriended Pelé, his trusty sidekick. Pelé was born in Borel favela. His father, who claimed to be a slave's grandson, worked as a refuse collector, drank only weekends, and preferred smoking pot on weekdays. A sambista with Unidos da Tijuca and a right back for Evereste, Cibalena had always been chased by women. He bragged about having children he didn't know, blaming the women who got pregnant on purpose to trap him. Pelé suffered this underhandedness. His mother sent him to find his father, who refused to see him, claiming not to know him. Raised by his mother alone, his grandfather had thrown her out when she got pregnant, and the woman whose house she cleaned did the same. She turned to prostitution before giving birth. She later turned to crime, stealing from rich housewives in Barra da Tijuca markets, then running drugs and arms, hiding cocaine and marijuana in her vagina to sell in prisons. She slept with chiefs to traffic inside. Pelé never went to school. As a boy, he stole food and picked pockets. When he understood his mother was a prostitute, he never spoke to her again. Any man who'd locked himself with her in that red light district room, offering sweets and sinister pats on the head to keep him quiet, he'd kill them. He went to Mario Filho Stadium for a house because he'd already been condemned to death in the favela. By 15, he was a full gangster. He'd only quit if he hit the jackpot. His mother didn't attend his funeral. She caught an undiagnosed disease and died a week later. His grandfather organized the funeral, but at the wake called the boy a brute who'd fallen into crime out of shamelessness. He knew others who'd suffered worse and stayed decent. The first blow came down on the left ear, then they laid into the entire body. The head was perforated by a stick with a nail in the end. The left eye popped out. 4 limbs broke in several places. They didn't stop until certain their wild fugitive was dying. A woman begged mercy. They ignored her. They placed the body in a plastic bag, crossed the bridge, went down Miracle Street, and turned into the first alley. The boy carrying it said the bastard was moving. They dropped the bag and beat it again mercilessly. The definitive blow, a paving stone, smashed its head in. They continued through alleys until reaching a house on Middle Street. Rocket called for Joe Meow. Joe Meow came quickly with the money, anxious for the delivery. He still had to remove the tail and head, chop the meat, season, and skewer it. Besides selling barbecued cat in the red light district, Joe Meow sold lemon cocktails, Vaseline, porn magazines, and Japanese ointment. After being paid, the boys went to the traveling fair next to the Liao supermarket. Hammer expertly drove the Opala they'd stolen minutes before during a timber yard holdup on Jeremario Dantas Street. Everything had gone fine, but they were unlucky enough to pass the civil police van returning to City of God. Beelzebub recognized Hellraiser in the back seat. Police fired, gaining ground on curves, losing on straight stretches. They went down Gabinal Road at 75 miles an hour to Motorway 11. Squirt told Hammer to take the road to the Speedway. They put distance between themselves and the police. Yelling at the top of their lungs, they decided on Bandeirantes Motorway instead of following Hellraiser's suggestion to dump the car and flee into the bush. They arrived through New World and had time to cross the river. The detectives had radioed for help. When they arrived at the dumped car, they searched it in nearby houses. Boss of Us all hadn't been on duty, but seeing the police pass, he joined the chase, swapping his revolver for a partner's machine gun. He saw the 3 cross Middle Street. Squirt led, a money bag tied to his right arm. Boss of Us all circled the block to surprise them, poking half his face around the corner. Squirt saw him, fired, and jumped a wall. Hammer and Hellraiser followed. Boss of Us all went after them, enjoying himself. The machine guns cackling riddled walls with holes, frightening sparrows, and every human who saw or heard. Hellraiser and Hammer crossed Main Street and hid in the plots. Squirt took a side street and almost got shot crossing Middle Street. He passed through the wreck behind the Leo supermarket, crossed Chiquina Square, turned onto the Augusto Magni School Street, and crouched on the corner, expecting his pursuer. He'd send him to meet his maker. He thought it odd the policeman was taking so long. Figured he was worn out. Contrary to what Squirt imagined, Boss of Us all had taken the same path. Squirt didn't notice him approaching from behind with the machine gun aimed. Boss of Us all could have fired. He wouldn't miss a stationary target, but he wanted the man alive to talk. Squirt thought the chase had ended and decided to hide at Lucia Maracana's place. But before he could get up, he felt the cold barrel against his neck. Boss of us all ordered him to drop the shooter and hit the ground. Squirt dropped the gun, but snapped back. No way was he lying down. If the cop wanted to kill him, it would have to be standing. In a quick move, Boss of us all grabbed the gun, thumped Squirt with the butt, handcuffed him, and continued beating him. Squirt yelled for the cop to kill him. Boss of us all answered with irony. He wasn't going to kill him. They were pals. Squirt had brought him a shooter and all that dough. The irony stung like the dozens of eyes watching Boss of us all's blows as he hauled Squirt up top. Near the bonfim, Squirt decided to black out. As he threw himself to the ground, he realized the handcuffs weren't tight enough. If Boss of us all gave him half a chance, he might free himself. Boss of us all didn't quite believe the fainting and started kicking. Other police officers arrived and joined in. An old man shouted they were going to kill the boy. Whatever he'd done, he was still human. Boss of us all told the old man to shut his mouth. This thing wasn't human. An open sewer, a rabid dog. The civil police didn't stay. They received word of a 5th Sector shootout in Villa Sape and headed there. Hellraiser and Hammer still hid in the plots. Night Owl, Pipsqueak, Sparrow, Carrots, and Slick were walking the river's right branch, returning from Sao Carlos with cocaine for Madalena. From afar, Slick noticed something abnormal on Middle Street and warned the others. They backtracked. Boss of us all ordered other policemen to go after the rest. Squirt still pretended unconsciousness. Boss of us all stopped thumping him, alarmed by the crowd. Someone could take a pop at him in the confusion. He roared that he didn't want an audience. No one moved. Some hissed. He pointed his machine gun at the sky and pulled the trigger. Nothing. He examined the weapon nervously, realizing he was out of ammunition. The crowd noticed and chanted. He was out of bullets. Squirt half opened his left eye, saw the policeman's distress, and waited for a position to land a sweep kick. Boss of us all was slow to fall. Squirt turned into the first alley. The crowd hissed at the policeman, always punching whoever he felt like, framing people, feeling up women under the excuse of frisking. Everyone knew that days earlier he'd rummaged through a laborer's lunchbox with his gun barrel, looking for marijuana. Angry, the man had thrown away his food and been punched and kicked for disrespecting authority. The pain didn't stop Squirt from crossing the river. He heard his hands freeing himself from the cuffs, then went to the haunted fig tree and sat beneath it. His heart raced. Sweat and river water stung his wounds. His hatred showed in his shaking and expression. His sight faltered. Breathing grew difficult. The world spun fast. Then he blacked out for real. Boss of us all headed back to the station, the stolen hold-up money the only thing keeping him from greater fury. But the agony of remembering, too late, that Squirt's gun was still in his waistband throbbed with every heartbeat. He walked Middle Street alone, firing to frightened staring eyes. When he turned onto the river's right branch, an old woman threw herself at him, clutching her grandson's dead body, screaming murderer. The word cut his ears. A stray bullet from Officer Girandi's gun at the chase's start. People drifted back into the street. Instead of hissing, they chose silence. Every silence is a sentence served. Boss of us all shouted it wasn't him, fired another shot to back the crowd off. No one moved. The silence exploded again. Their looks were echoes of a horror he imagined as the greatest. The grandmother trailed him with the 5-year-old's body. Here, take him. Now he's yours. He tried to shake her off, pacing back and forth. Blood spurted from the boy's neck, forming arabesques on the ground, splattering her feet. Soon a van came to extract him. As the door banged shut, the crowd hissed and threw stones. The old woman felt everything spinning, her pores opening, the ground vanishing. She wanted to speak, cry, run into the past and snatch Bigolina off the street. Her blood gathered speed in her veins, building at curves, sometimes spurting from her mouth or anus. She could no longer see. Everything became a light burning in an instant. When the light subsided, 2 bodies lay under a white sheet with candles lit. Evening was starting when Hellraiser and Hammer asked customers at the bonfim about Squirt. They fell about laughing hearing how their friend had escaped Boss of us all so spectacularly. Now they needed to know if Squirt had hidden the money and where he was. They combed the estate, but didn't find him. On the other side of the river, Squirt still slept on the haunted fig tree's exposed roots. At midnight, everything stopped. The silence became overstated. Red steam rose from Boss of Us All's wounds. Everything went dark. The fig tree swayed in its own private wind. Pain disappeared, along with the universe. Only the tree swayed, lit by light rising from the ground. Above its leaves hovered a blond man with nervous blue eyes, staring into Squirt's. In complete silence, he transmitted his thoughts. Everything Squirt wanted to know. Squirt laughed, cried, was enchanted, and agreed. Silva's den at the flats was already known to addicts across the estate and beyond, especially because weed sold on busy Gabinal Road. Police would hardly suspect such nerve. The den was discovered only because Boss of Us All had busted two rich kids from Phrygia who spilled every detail. Cosme and Silva ran the shop together, taking turns selling but jointly fetching, packaging, and managing. Other criminals in the flats didn't deal. Silva had convinced Cosme to quit holdups for dealing, arguing the risks were lower and addict numbers had risen fantastically. It was in the papers every day, only the blind couldn't see. Brothel owners, rock singers, and dealers were making money. Over time, Cosme became convinced. He bought furniture, tiled kitchen and bathroom, refloored the living room, always had cash. Their turnover was astonishing. Their clientele maxed out. But they knew the den would be discovered sooner or later. Every Saturday, when turnover peaked, they had 10-year-old Flip-Flop fly a kite and dip it left if police suddenly appeared. One Saturday, Boss of Us All headed toward the flats. As usual, he led ahead of other officers, moving quickly, checking things. This time, he wasn't thinking about money. If he busted anyone, he'd press charges. If the bastard opened his mouth, he'd pump his face full of lead. He appealed to his Pombagira crossing the tiny bridge over the river's left branch. Flip-Flop dipped his kite and gave an urgent warning whistle. Silva and Cosme had time to put out their joint and hide dope under planks next to the wall. Boss of Us All saw and hung back with uniformed officers. The dealers could dash for Gardenia Azul or jump the manor wall into the bush. They chose the latter. Acerola had bought 2 bundles minutes before Boss of Us All appeared. He saw police running and thought about fleeing, but there wasn't time. His only alternative, throw the dope into a garden. Police passed without noticing his nervous face. In the manor grounds, 2 guard dogs attacked Cosme and Silva. They had to kill the senseless beasts. The 2 minutes cost them. They were now within firing range. They zigzagged between trees, regaining lost ground, still followed as they reached guava trees. They had to get through and follow the trail to Quintanilla. Boss of Us All panted heavily. His middle-aged stamina couldn't keep up with 20-somethings. The other officers also gave up. When Silva and Cosme returned to the flats, gangsters were waiting. They said the coast was clear, but the pigs had taken the whole stash. The dealers didn't believe it. The police had come after them. One gangster explained that Iran guy hadn't chased them. He'd swiped everything after they fled. Finding the story fishy, Cosme and Silva went to Silva's place to make up for lost time. 8 pounds of dope and 3 ounces of coke to package. They invited the 2 gangsters to help. Silva suggested sending the kid for whiskey. Cosme agreed. Silva stuck his head out the window and motioned to Flip-Flop, who came running. The fastest and smartest errand boy. Always ready. Silva ordered a bottle of Royal Label, quickly. In the living room, they cut weed with scissors, bundled it in lottery tickets, and bagged it. In the kitchen, Cosme and Silva packaged cocaine, setting some aside to snort while working. At the building entrance, 2 other gangsters intercepted Flip-Flop, asking where he was going with that whiskey. He answered rudely that it was for the packaging. They told him to send 10 bundles down if the dope was already packed. Flip-Flop ran to the 5th floor. As Silva opened the door, the boy relayed the request. Silva called the guys the biggest spongers, always getting pushy during packaging. Cosme suggested sending them up to see what the story was. The gangsters arrived on edge, shaking hands like they hadn't seen each other in ages. One sat on the floor, the other took the only free sofa spot. Silva asked who wanted 10 bundles. The one on the sofa claimed it was him, but said he'd still need to go home for the money, and didn't move. Cosme and Silva exchanged a look, said nothing, and continued packaging. The visitors said the police raid only happened because someone snitched, reaffirming that the policemen had taken the whole stash. They were the only two speaking in that tense atmosphere. The packagers rolled joints occasionally. Everyone smoked, though cocaine was reserved for the four working. The gangster on the floor suddenly said goodbye and left. The remaining visitor asked for a line. Cosme told him to wait until everyone got lines at the same time. The visitor asked for whiskey instead. Silva told him to help himself. The bastard filled his cup to overflowing and downed it in 2 gulps, earning disapproving looks for his arrogance. Everyone acted as if nothing happened. After another joint, Silva chopped 5 lines, snorted his, and passed the plate with a 5 Cruzeiro straw. The visitor's drunken hands let the plate slip, a deadly mistake among gangsters. Cosme was about to attack, but Silva stopped him. It was just a bit of coke. Forget it. They'd have a beer downstairs. Flip-Flop went first to check if the coast was clear, then waved. The 5 went quickly toward the bar on Block 9, 100 yards away. They walked in silence past children playing hide-and-seek, cars, first-floor windows. People ate dinner and watched soaps. Silva went ahead to see what waited around corners. His eyes saw only night stretching along a poorly lit alley. He turned to the others. The visitor had time to see the full moon of Ogum hide behind a thin cloud a second before Silva's bullet hit his chest. He spun and fell slowly, face down. Cosme searched him, but found only loose change. The body sprawled on cold grass. Silva grew uneasy about how the body had fallen. Those who fall face down want revenge. Back at the flat, someone said dropping a plate of cocaine meant asking to die. This argument relieved Silva's distress at killing a man, but his real reason was different. He believed the visitor had stolen their dope. It had been obvious when the guy wanted 10 bundles at once. No doubt to show up with dope any time without suspicion. Silva got more coke from the kitchen and prepared lines, again arguing about the visitor's attitude. Real gangsters had to know how to come and go, wait for the right time. Bumming other people's coke was for idiots. Maybe he dropped it for a laugh, to say he'd visited, drunk, smoked, snorted, and then thrown out the fuckwit's coke too. He'd had his eye on that dickhead for ages, always bumming. Silva spoke in a didactic tone without taking his eyes off Flip-Flop, who nodded as if understanding. The murderer concluded the visitor deserved to die. After the coke, Silva poured another whiskey for each, making clear he wanted to be left alone. Cosme said goodbye first, but Silva asked him to stay and help tidy up. Flip-Flop told the packagers it would be better to leave one at a time. Police were probably already at the crime scene. They took his advice. Silva hurried. His wife had said she'd be home early that Saturday. She knew about his shady business but refused to host gangsters, disliking their talk and fearing a surprise police visit. Silva only accepted her terms after making her swear, feet together and no crossed fingers behind her back, that no one would ever discover she was a prostitute and that she'd never tell him about her nights. Still, whenever she arrived with lots of money, his heart panged, and when she brought presents or looked tired, he lost control, sometimes wanting too much sex, other times ignoring her and picking fights. He tried to make her quit the nightlife, but she said she would only if he left crime for a decent job. She wouldn't mind struggling to make ends meet for a peaceful life. Silva didn't give in. His wife gave in even less. Cosme opened another coke wrap to buy time, wanting to see his pal's wife arrive. That black woman with her ample arse, strong thighs, almond eyes, shapely feet, long fine fingers, fleshy lips. One day he'd tell her how much he wanted her. He prayed the couple would fight so he could comfort Silva and put him off women forever. All women were worthless. Cosme was smart not to marry. He'd stay single his whole life. As long as his friend's wife wasn't his, he made do just looking at her in tight shorts and a t-shirt with no bra underneath. He loved the way she talked, ate, laughed, used her eyes, lay on the sofa. Fernanda soon arrived, looking tired, which irritated her husband. He asked with sarcasm if she'd worked hard. She didn't answer, just greeted Cosme and headed for the bathroom, where she counted her money, set some aside, hid it behind the cupboard, and showered. They'd already finished cleaning. Fernanda's secret admirer strategically opened another wrap to see her come out in tight shorts, though her breasts were protected by a t-shirt and bra. She threw herself onto the sofa. Cosme chopped 6 lines and passed the plate. When Silva lowered his head to snort, Cosme looked at Fernanda's foot, then ran his eyes up her body to her eyes, letting his gaze rest as if to say he loved her. He wanted her. She showed no sign of understanding. After snorting, they had whiskey, lit cigarettes, and said goodbye. Silva didn't talk to his wife and went to bed without showering. Cosme shuddered seeing the mother hugging her son's body. He turned, lengthened his steps toward the river's left branch, and hid the drugs and gun near the bank. He knew he'd toss and turn if he tried to sleep, and decided to walk until sleepy. He couldn't get the old woman clutching the stiff out of his mind, but dickheads deserved to kick the bucket. He crossed the bridge, wandering aimlessly, praying for daybreak to open the den. He thought about Fernanda. If only she'd fall in love with him and suggest they run away together. Somewhere he could quit crime, have kids, get a sucker's job to make her happy. He walked with his head down for hours. The sun rose. Suddenly he remembered he shouldn't be roaming at this hour. He'd been busted by pigs before. That stiff in the dew would attract police, and he reeked of dope. He headed to the eucalypt grove, where he'd be safe. Bread sellers cried their wares. Suckers started heading out for the daily grind. A month earlier on Block 14, two neighbors had been chatting about sex acts: oral, anal, merry-go-round, corkscrew, choo-choo, funnel, finger, 69, bottle stopper, roly-poly, traffic jam, wet whistle. The northerner decided that when her husband got home, she'd suggest trying these pleasures. It didn't work. He not only refused disgusting acts, but flogged her to stop her filthy thoughts. Certain of the origin of these shameless ideas, he forbade her to talk to neighboring women. While he beat her, she thought about finding a man who'd indulge her. She'd get back at her husband by feeling real pleasure, but with a black man, because her neighbor had assured her all blacks had big dicks. The more he beat her, the more she imagined a well-hung black giving it to her from behind with a warm banana in front. The next day she stayed home, making herbal compresses for bruises, conditioning her hair with avocado and egg yolk, plastering her face with honey and lemon, remedies for blotches, blackheads, pimples. The day passed slowly as she plotted betrayal. Yes, she'd have it off with the fishmonger. It would be easy because men were like mice. Show 'em cheese, and they came running. She could wear a red baby doll nightie and pull him inside when he delivered fish, or follow him somewhere safe, or send a note via a kid, or turn up at his place before work, or simply sidle up and say let her have it. 2 days later, although scared, the fishmonger was giving it to her from behind with the warm banana firmly in place. After work, her husband went to Dummy's bar to play pool and drink, taking his time because a real man couldn't get home when he said he would. He arrived whenever he felt like it, smelling of cachaça and hard labor sweat. He wished his wife were decent like his mother. He didn't allow her to hang in the street chatting with nigger girls, forbade low necklines and short skirts, and only let her wear long trousers if they were baggy with thick material so no one could see her knickers outline. She didn't neglect domestic duties, but no longer cared about her husband, merely going through motions for their unvarying sex. Twice, she pretended to be sick at the fateful hour. After a few days, on her neighbor's advice, she treated him normally, acting as if she regretted the indecent things she'd proposed. Her husband felt victorious. His wife had finally understood he was right. He started arriving home early. The following Saturday after grocery shopping, he took her to the amusement park. Toffee apples, sweet popcorn, target shooting, ring tossing, the big wheel, all to please his wife, who now reminded him of his mother. On Sunday, instead of pork he loved and she hated, he chose chicken, her favorite dish. She continued receiving visits from the fishmonger every weekday. One Monday, he arrived at work early, as always, changed clothes, then was told there would be no work that day. He had a drink with friends before heading home. The fishmonger had already brought his wife to orgasm 3 times and was resting to start again. The husband got off the bus out front, bought a dozen limes for caipirinhas with fried sardines. His crazy wife had taken to eating fish like never before. That was fine, because after the belting he'd given her, she'd become a respectable woman. He was happy. Back at his house, the lover was sliding and flicking his tongue across, into, and out of her snatch. The first time she'd asked for oral, he'd protested, imagining traces of her husband's spunk and leftover piss. The second time he went down more willingly, even hurting her. The third time he rubbed his nose, got his whole face wet. From then on, he did it hungrily. The husband passed the bakery, his legs casting shadows that expanded and shrank. He lit a cigarette at the square on Block 22. Before crossing to the prospector's rehearsal square, he stopped to chew fat with friends. He walked another block and caught sight of his house wall. He thought about inviting his wife to Paqueta Island. No, better to stay home for an after-dinner nap in his own bed instead of on a plank at the construction site. He turned into his street and thought it odd the radio wasn't on. Usually he could hear Sedina Campos bellowing and his wife singing along. 2 steps from his house's shadow, he saw his damn neighbor peering through a window crack. He fumbled for keys, matches, coins, a pocket knife, telephone tokens. He had trouble with the lock, then slowly pushed the iron gate. The front window was closed, as were the bathroom door and window. Sand and stones sat in the left corner. In the pig pen, Margarita slept through morning light. Chickens were quiet on their perches, sign they'd been fed. Sunflowers swayed in the breeze. The silence worried him. His wife wasn't one to sleep late. He went to the left side of the yard, lit another cigarette, walked to his front door, put the key in, and this time turned it easily. No dirty dishes in the kitchen. In the living room, a shaft of sunlight defied the window, lighting a line of dust. Father Quisiro's statue faced the door, uncomplaining. Water trickled in the tank, the only sound in the tidy house. The smell of fish jarred with the cleanliness. The worn blood-red rug wasn't in its usual place. He adjusted it mechanically with his feet. He entered the bedroom and saw his wife lying on top of the polyester trousers she'd been mending, pretending to be fast asleep. She asked what was going on after he shook her. He said the boss gave them the day off. The engineer kicked the bucket. Instead of making a caipirinha, he put on shorts and went to dig a hole. She told him he didn't give himself a rest. He said he was making a cistern. This water tank was too small. If there was no water for a week, they'd die of thirst. By about 1 in the afternoon, he'd dug 12 feet deep. He stopped for dinner and a nap. His wife spent the day mending old clothes, thinking now and then that since she'd started cheating, this man had become a lamb. Night came quickly. The next morning, a plump sun in the sky. She went to the gate to chat with her neighbor after watering the plants. They acknowledged how close that call had been. God looks after his own. The neighbor asked if she thought he smelled something. How many times had he come home like that without warning? Just once, the wife said, when he'd had a pain in his arm and a friend brought him home. The neighbor said God had given a helping hand. If she hadn't seen him at the supermarket, he would have busted her. If she were her, she'd want to make sure. The neighbor suggested going to her sister-in-law's torero to call the Pombagira. They left after dinner, needing to be quick because her husband sometimes got home before 5. The Pombagira called the northerner a pretty girl and said she already knew what this earthly daughter wanted to know. Just leave a present at the crossroads. The more she went with the other guy, the more her husband would believe her. The spirit cackled, then asked if the banana thing had worked. It felt good, didn't it? On Earth, the best thing was to fuck oneself silly. Since the one at home didn't do it nicely, she'd had to find it somewhere else, right? The Pombagira told her to buy everything she was instructed to and leave it at midnight. When the woman protested she couldn't go out at night, the spirit said just give the apprentice the brass and he'd buy everything and make the offering. The Pombagira cackled and sprinkled cachaca over her. The next day, the northerner waited less than half an hour after her husband left for work and went after the fishmonger, saying they should go to her place. Now she felt safe. They'd been unlucky yesterday. He protested at first, but then put her on the back of his bicycle and they took off for her place. The street was full of children playing and women gossiping. The northerner showed no shame walking into her front yard leading the fishmonger by the hand. After she opened the door, he grabbed her arm, gave her a hot kiss, and eagerly stroked her private parts. She followed suit. He was unbuttoning her blouse when the blow knocked him to the ground. Before she could cry out, she was gagged, tied up, and thrown into the hole her husband had dug the day before. He stabbed the fishmonger with his sharp fish knife and threw the body on top of his wife, who thrashed at the bottom. He started covering them with earth. The gag came loose, and she was about to cry out, but was stopped by a clod of earth landing on her face. After covering them, the husband made a thick cement and black soil mixture and threw it over the grave. When the job was done, he grabbed his bag, checked his ticket, and took off for his home state of XIII in the north. Cosme didn't make it to the eucalypt grove. Seeing a fire truck parked in Block 14, he stopped and joined other onlookers. He almost ran when a wailing police car arrived. When the fright passed, he thought about going closer, but instead asked a young boy coming from the northerner's house what happened. The boy said without stopping that there were 2 stiffs buried in that house. Cosme decided to go home to bed and forget about selling that creepy morning. He retrieved his drugs and gun, then hurried home. He found Fernanda and told her he needed to talk. She said to make it quick because she was running late. He confessed he was nuts about her, had just woken up from dreams about her, had been meaning to tell her for ages. She didn't understand what he was going on about. He said he hadn't been able to get her off his mind. If she left Silva, he'd be her man. She accused gangsters of being all the same, her husband's own pal coming onto her. He claimed he didn't want to stab Silva in the back. He really liked the guy, but his heart had flipped for her. To gain her trust, he told her something he'd never told any girl. He loved her. She said she'd only think about another man when Silva was dead. While he was alive, this body was his. She waved for the bus to stop. Cosme crossed Gabinal Road without taking his eyes off that hot black piece of arse. He watched her go through the turnstile, her cleavage enchanting the conductor. He continued slowly along the road's edge, down the stairs, through the blocks, eyes on the ground, thoughts jumbled. He'd made a mistake. If she'd been interested, everything would have been fine. But that heartless woman was unmoved. What if she told Silva? He'd be killed for sure. Chatting up a friend's wife and not screwing her was worse. Whether he screwed her or not, the friendship was ruined. He felt like a dickhead. There was no such thing as a difficult woman, only poor come-ons. He was so immersed that his friend's voice made him start. Silva asked why the den wasn't up and running. Cosme said he hadn't heard. The morning was freaky, the area crawling with pigs, 2 more stiffs in 14. A kid told him, so he split fast. He suggested they go have a smoke on the hill, then open the den. On the hill, Silva cut rolling paper while Cosme broke up the heads. Silva scrutinized one of the haunted mansions, about to suggest changing the den's location, but a bullet from Cosme's gun pierced his left lung. Another ripped through his heart. A third entered the forearm of his already lifeless body. The murderer picked up the keys and took the gun from his friend's waistband. He was sorry for wasting his friend, but if he hadn't, he'd be the one dead. He glanced around, went down the hill's right side, threw himself into the river, deliberately scratching his body, then ran to find a friend. Flip-Flop asked what was going on when he saw the murderer in tattered clothes. Cosme claimed he'd been smoking a joint with Silva on the hill when cops showed up out of the blue. More than 5 pigs. He had to run for it. When Flip-Flop asked about Silva, Cosme said he'd gone the other way. Didn't even know if he made it. All he heard was loads of gunshots. He imitated the sounds, then said he was getting off the street because it was giving him the creeps. While Cosme showered, he tried to think of a way for only Fernanda to know the truth. He'd already planned to run away with her, have loads of kids, get a sucker's job. The crime didn't weigh on his conscience. It was bound to happen sooner or later. He was tired of seeing Fernanda ask Silva to quit that life, and Silva not caring. He'd often seen his friend leave her to play cards on corners, smoke dope on stairs, screw sluts picked up at night. If it were him, he wouldn't swap Fernanda for any woman. He'd quit crime right now. He knew how to lay brick, build foundations, put up walls. Finding a job wouldn't be hard. He shaved carefully under the shower, slicked his hair back, and headed for the flat of the woman he loved. When she found out he'd killed Silva just to be with her, she'd fall into his arms. He turned the entire flat upside down looking for drugs and ammunition. He'd give it all to Flip-Flop to do whatever he wanted. He'd tell friends he had to stay clear of the estate because he'd heard pigs shouting his name when the shit hit the fan. He put what he found in a plastic bag, half-tidied the mess he'd made, lit a joint, and sat on the living room floor to wait. Fernanda arrived at 3 in the morning. She greeted him half-heartedly and went through the flat looking for her husband, asking if Silva wasn't there. Cosme said no. He'd nipped to Red Hill to find someone to sell them stuff. Would be back soon. He repeated what he'd said to her. He wasn't fucking around. If she stuck with him, he promised to get a job. They could get the hell out and have a nice life. He wasn't bullshitting. He wanted loads of kids with her. Ogum would protect them. Tears in his eyes. Seeing his sincerity, Fernanda sat on the sofa, threw her bag aside, and took off her sandals. Her silence showed deep reflection. After a few seconds, she said she knew he was serious. She'd seen it in his eyes for ages. But Silva was her man. This was where he lived. She thumped her chest. She'd felt like leaving him many times. but never had the guts. That was true love. Cosme argued that Silva didn't give a damn about her. He screwed all them sluts downstairs, smacked her around for no reason. Cosme would give her a life where no one cleaned guns before bed, heated ammunition in the oven, killed people, had shootouts with cops. He was ready to get a sucker's job. He didn't want a life of cards, dope bundles, coke wraps. He swore by the light shining on them, by Ogum's strength, that she wouldn't go without a thing. He'd put rice and beans on the table with the sweat off his own back. He'd prayed to Oxala so many times to kill this thing he felt for her. Tears gushed. Give him a chance. She said she didn't feel anything for him. Silva was her man. She liked his walk, his voice, the way he touched her, the way he asked for things. Cosme said he was going to tell her something, but she couldn't tell anyone because he only did it for her. He pulled the trigger on Silva just to be with her. She'd said herself she'd only have someone else if he was gone. Fernanda went quiet. She lowered her head, leaned back on the sofa, and looked Cosme straight in the eye. She said, okay. Now she believed him. Let's get out of here. In less than an hour, they packed and left, never to return. Only Silva's closest friends and family went to his funeral, as everyone already knew about and disapproved of the crime he'd committed that Saturday. The man he'd killed had been loved by all, friendly with kids, made kites for them, respected everyone, paraded with the Gavia apprentices since boyhood. Everyone from the Parque Proletario favela considered him a friend. He was welcome for dinner at everyone's house, always doing favors. True, he had a few screws loose, took too many liberties, was sometimes rude, did his small-time jobs, but he was incapable of killing anyone. He'd always said if a victim resisted, he'd run, but he wouldn't kill a sucker. At the wake, his mother was consoled by friends who said the murderer would also die soon, because her son had fallen face down. Some of the cool guys had told Silva hours before Cosme killed him that he'd screwed up. Killing someone over coke was for old-time gangsters who weren't with it. Silva tried to explain himself, claiming the guy had stolen his stash of dope. The accusation landed like a slap. Someone shouted that Silva had killed for nothing, that the cops had found his stash. Silva went quiet. He knew the guy was right. The silence from the others told him everything. He'd lost their respect. That was the moment it truly sank in. He'd destroyed himself. His body shook, betraying the turmoil underneath. The victim lay face down. Silva decided to disappear. He stood awkwardly from the curb and started the slow walk home, but ran into a friend and was killed. A month after Silva's death, Hammer and Cleed talked in bed. Hammer told her about Squirt, how he'd knocked off 3 people in Taquara, walked away with a pile of 500 Cruzeiro notes and up. The crew had already grabbed decent cash, but Squirt made them stop on a dodgy street, went in alone, and got lucky. Now he went solo. Came back bragging about killing 2 or 3 at a time. He disappeared every Monday. People said he'd lost his mind. He claimed he was untouchable, made their boss run for it repeatedly, didn't even take cover in shootouts with the civil police. Hammer described the time Squirt sat at a bar, saw the cops coming, crossed the street, told them to get lost without even touching his gun. They opened fire and missed everything. He fired back. They ran. He just stood there laughing. Cleed begged him to stop hanging around Squirt. She was terrified every time Hammer went on a job. She wanted them to leave before it was too late. He could get killed just like that. Hammer told her to watch her mouth and touch wood. He insisted he didn't take risks and rolled over, irritated. They fell silent. But Hammer remembered the bullets that had whizzed past, the near misses during getaways. He was genuinely scared of dying, but working a sucker job on a construction site? Never. Packed lunches, crowded buses, treated like a dog by some boss. He recalled those days in Barra da Tijuca, the engineer arriving late with a pretty girl, never greeting the laborers, yelling to show off. The foreman sucking up. Hammer stuck with crime. He needed a jackpot. Buy a little land in the countryside. Raise chickens. No worries. Squirt took gangster life too seriously, acting like it was everything. This devil's cloak routine was garbage. But those eyes? Crazy man's eyes. As Hammer drifted towards sleep, Cleed straddled him, pressed hard, and whispered that she only warned him because she loved him. They lost themselves in each other until morning. Squirt woke early Monday wanting to send a soul to the beast fast, then hit the beach. He hid behind a supermarket bin, waiting for someone well-dressed to pass so he could grab a watch or loose change. He wanted to make the 10 o'clock kickabout. Only poorly dressed suckers went by. He grew impatient. He'd kill the first one he saw. He didn't need money, but if he had to kill someone, cash wouldn't hurt. He approached an elderly man walking briskly. Hellraiser ran up to stop him. The policy of keeping the area clean had to be respected, or the cops would never ease up. Federal police had been raiding. Hellraiser asked Squirt to let the man go. Squirt turned, shook his head, then pumped the victim full of lead. He stepped backwards 7 paces, recited a prayer Hellraiser didn't understand, tucked his gun, and walked down Main Street without a word. He bought cigarettes, chipped in for dope with 2 others, but didn't wait for the weed. He took a taxi to the beach. He didn't dare enter the cold water. After football, he climbed onto rocks and let his thoughts wander. He watched a couple playing in the water and thought about sex. Swore he'd have a certain sexy woman from up north that night. He left after 2 hours, ate at a canal-side bar, played more football, then went home, smoked a joint, showered, and fell asleep. Around 10 p.m., he woke, dressed, grabbed his gun, and left for the woman's place. He got inside easily. Her husband didn't fight when he saw the cocked gun. Squirt ordered him out. The man tried to argue and took a bullet in the foot. The woman offered no resistance, didn't cry out when he had anal sex with her. Squirt thought she felt real pleasure. Imagined she was truly coming. He left after an hour. The husband limped to a friend's house, then to the hospital. But he didn't rest as the doctor ordered. He had nowhere to go. He needed money to return to Paraíba. He cried on the way home. He found his wife sobbing helplessly on the sofa. If that bastard hadn't been armed, he wouldn't have made it past the gate. He'd save up for a revolver and waste that evil scum. His wife insisted they return to Paraíba, sell everything and leave. He couldn't bring himself to ask what the bastard had done. Several times he looked away from the rumpled bed. He poured cachaça, downed it, repeated his promise of revenge. He felt like shit for not standing up to the thug, gun or not. His wife wept uncontrollably. She had never imagined she'd sleep with a man that way, much less that act. She pretended enjoyment to save both their lives. Those thugs killed without mercy. Near morning, they decided to return to Paraíba as fast as possible. Squirt wanted a stack of money for a party, a top spread on the day of the Rio Championship final. Flamengo would thrash Botafogo. He'd buy coke and imported whiskey to celebrate Flamengo's victory. He wanted back in with his friends. He hadn't seen much of them since his pact. He didn't need partners for holdups, but he knew they were true friends. Though if one tried to stop him from sending a soul off again, he'd get tough. He had an obligation to send a soul to hell every Monday. He'd get rich, wouldn't be killed by a bullet, the police wouldn't catch him, and false friends would become sitting ducks. He needed one big job to hit the jackpot. He stayed home all morning, cocking and uncocking his gun, practicing firing while lying down, running through the backyard as if exchanging fire, shooting left-handed, driving his neighbors crazy, and warming ammunition behind the fridge. He repeated 7 times that he was the son of the devil, then hurried into the streets, straining to think of a place with lots of money. Outside Batman's bar, he saw Orange running toward Main Square. He asked Orange for a tip on a decent wad. Orange called back that he was in a hurry, no time to talk, and didn't slow down. Squirt didn't answer, but made a note to kill him one Monday. Orange had just learned his mother was rushed to emergency. Squirt wandered on, not bothering to look around or behind. He sat on a square bench, taking in the afternoon details. He remembered the woman from up north. He'd have her whenever he wanted. The wind hit his face. The sun warmed him from the mild cold. He saw a bus pass with only driver and conductor, and in a split second realized where plenty of money was. Redentor Transport. He headed for the taxi stand. If the driver didn't lend him the car without a fuss, he'd regret it. Maybe best to kill someone to distract the police, then hit the job. Crossing the street, he heard a car crash. Something drew him toward it. He fired 2 shots into the air, scared off onlookers, searched the car, and took a gold chain from around the driver's neck. The driver was coming around, so Squirt thumped him with the gun butt to keep him asleep. He found a revolver in the glove box, plus checkbooks and a pocket watch. He was already walking away when he decided to check under the seats. He unearthed 2 bundles of US dollars. His smile scattered with the sunlight. He thought aloud. The devil writes straight with crooked lines. Good thing Orange hadn't stopped to talk. He'd have suggested some worthless dump. He strolled down Main Street, turned past Batman's bar, cut across Blonde Square. Military police had already arrived to help the driver. No one dared say a word. A lamppost had been knocked, but not fallen. Power was cut. A woman shouted a greeting. Squirt told her he'd been thinking about her and asked if she could hide the cash. She exclaimed in shock at the dollars. He told her to take some for herself and asked where Hammer was. She pointed toward the wreckage. By the time Squirt found Hammer, the game had finished. They lit a joint, then played pool at Batman's bar. Squirt saw Orange go into the pharmacy. His urge to kill that dope head reignited, but he'd save it for a Monday. He'd never liked that little shit. Thought he was tough just for smoking weed. Who was he to say he didn't have time to talk? Not even the gangsters gave Squirt back chat. Orange's fate was tucked in Squirt's gun barrel. Squirt lost the game because he couldn't concentrate. The week flew. A friend tipped Hellraiser that construction wages arrived at lunchtime in a yellow Opala with only 2 guards. Easy money. Saturday, Hellraiser went alone, pulled the job, even took the guards' guns. That afternoon, he sent a boy for coke from Salguero favela. He snorted all night with friends. They kept going until daybreak. Squirt sent another boy for more coke, and they carried into Sunday night. Around 4 a.m., the cachaca and coke ran out. They went looking through late-night alleys for an open bar. A friend pointed toward the wreck, saying Hammer was over there playing football. By the time Squirt found him, the game had finished. They lit a joint, then headed to Batman's bar for a best-of-3 pool match. Squirt spotted Orange entering the pharmacy. The urge to kill him flickered back, but he'd save it for a Monday. He'd never liked that little shit, who thought he was tough just for smoking weed. Who was he to brush Squirt off? Even the other gangsters didn't backtalk. Orange's fate was already locked in the barrel of Squirt's gun. Distracted, Squirt lost the game. The week flew. A friend tipped Hellraiser about a construction site's wages. Always arrived at lunch in a yellow Opala with only 2 guards. Easy money. Saturday, Hellraiser pulled the job alone. Everything went perfectly, and he even took the guards' guns. That afternoon, he sent a boy for 10 wraps of coke from Salguero favela. He snorted all night with friends. They kept going until daybreak. Squirt sent for another 10 wraps, and they carried on into Sunday night. Around 4 a.m., the cachaca and coke ran out. They went searching late-night alleys for an open bar. Hellraiser said only Noel's would be open at that hour, and he was right. A few drinkers remained. Hammer ordered cachaca and coke for the group, plus 2 1-liter bottles of coke and a bottle of cachaça, promising to return the bottles the next day. They took a different route back along the river to Hellraiser's place. Real gangsters never travel the same path twice. They encountered a wannabe, a suck-up who smoked on a corner and insisted they share his joint. He dressed and talked like a gangster, ran errands, but lacked the courage. They smoked his weed. He told them police had shot at Green Eyes, but the dopehead slipped away through alleys. Hearing Green Eyes' name made Squirt remember Orange. He tried to bite his tongue but couldn't help himself. He announced that someone should tell Orange he was going to finish him off. His friends asked why. Squirt only said he had his reasons. They finished the joint and went home for more snorting. Monday dawned, and the friends couldn't separate. They sent for more drugs. Everyone had enough money. Hammer hadn't done any jobs but had worked all week building a garage. He wasn't flush, but he had enough to have fun. Berenice woke, washed, dressed, and left, saying she was going out front to wait for a visiting friend. By early afternoon, Squirt was wrecked. When he tried to stand, he nearly ended up face down. He'd snorted all morning, drunk cachaça and coke, and sent for a bottle of whiskey to show off in front of Berenice's friend. His headache outweighed the drunkenness, but he still trotted out old sambas as Hammer badly played tambourine. He kept eyeing Berenice's friend, who returned naughty smiles. She was the only reason he stayed. She was waiting for him to make a move. Around 5 p.m., he put the moves on her. She was receptive. They left for a motel on Cateno Road. By 8 p.m., he'd finally managed sex, then ate quickly so he could return to her body. He stayed there, completely forgetting his pact with Lucifer. Squirt left the motel worried. By the time he remembered Satan, it was after midnight, the first time he'd let the beast down. But he didn't think the Lord of Hell would mind. He'd sent extra souls on other occasions. The night was deserted. He got out of a taxi out front and walked quickly down Main Street, checking his guns. Orange and Isirola were having a beer at Batman's bar, only 100 yards away. Passing Orange's house, Squirt considered breaking in and killing him in his own bed. But no, better to kill the Northerner and take his wife for good. He'd fuck her whenever he wanted, force her to live with him. Women were like dogs. They got used to new masters. He'd give her everything and send her to the beauty parlor every weekend. Women liked money and stiff dicks. That bitch had eagerly shimmied on his cock the first time. He passed Orange and Isirola without noticing them, walking so fast he nearly ran. The devil would understand he'd lost track of time. He turned into Middle Street, heart racing faster than his steps. He'd just had the mulata, and now the thought of the girl from up north was giving him another hard-on. He crossed the river's right branch, seeing nothing that caught his attention. He opened the wooden gate silently, walked to the electricity meter, and turned it off. The cold night made it hard to manipulate the wire for the living room window. He slipped inside. Only silence bounced off the walls. Opening the bedroom curtain, he saw the woman asleep alone. He checked the other rooms. No one. Back in the bedroom, he stroked her legs, his dick already exploding in his underwear, then bent to nibble her neck. She writhed, murmuring. He placed his gun on the bedside table and began undressing. Without opening her eyes, she tossed and turned, exciting him more. Then her husband dropped from the rafters with a knife. The first stab tore into Squirt's left lung, the second into his right. The third, fourth, and fifth shredded his heart. The rest were only the fury of revenge fulfilling its destiny. Only Lucia Maracane came to the funeral. His friends feared a police raid at the cemetery. No drums, no drinks, no dope, no promises of revenge. His parents only learned of his death 8 days after burial. The Northerner returned to Paraíba with his wife, telling people he'd finished off a local bastard with a knife. Days passed. Beniro, a friend of Hammer and Hellraiser, tipped them about a steakhouse till on Taquara Square. They planned for Sunday. To get a car, Hellraiser had to kill its owner. The robbery went without a hitch. They drove off slowly, then faster up Gabinal Road. Hammer wanted to dump the car and cut through Quintanilla, but his friend would call him a wimp. They reached the road's end without trouble, laughing at their success. Hellraiser said he'd have the car stripped for more cash. They followed the river to avoid the police station. Happiness demanded celebration. They headed for Teresa's to buy 20 bundles of dope. Everything went according to plan until a robbery and theft squad car spotted them. Hellraiser didn't accelerate at first, and they avoided looking at the cops, but it was useless. The police followed. Hellraiser shifted into second and sped, weaving through streets as machine gun fire tore into the Opala's rear. They couldn't return fire. They gained ground on Middle Street, dumped the car in the new short-stay houses, passed the 2-story houses, and reached the bush. 2 police stayed with the abandoned car. 3 gave chase. Hellraiser and Hammer stayed silent in the bush, focusing their minds on protective spirits. Minutes crawled as hearts pounded, but the police never came. Hellraiser's thoughts scattered down many paths. Hammer's followed a single line. He was getting out of this life for good. Otherwise, he'd end up dead or in prison. Crime was for lunatics. Hellraiser came out of hiding after an hour. Hammer tried to make him wait longer, but his friend ignored him. Hammer stayed alone in the tree until daybreak. Around 9 a.m., he climbed down, stretched, took a leak, and started walking. He wanted to find Cleed and tell her he was leaving for good. He was a good bricklayer. He could get a job any time. He wanted peace, a kid, happiness with his wife. It wasn't fear. He'd never been a coward, just cautious. But this life of getaways and murders had become a pain. He spent the morning weaving through alleys to Middle Street, where Boss of Us All walked with his machine gun cocked. The policeman had heard what happened. The murdered car owner had been his friend. Revenge smoldered in his heart. He correctly guessed the gangsters had left the bush, so he walked alone on one side of the pavement to avoid attention. Hammer never expected to run into police at that hour, imagining shift changes. Children played in alleys, others went to school, people headed to work. He watched a boy walking ahead. His own son would be that beautiful, but he wouldn't let him run around barefoot in torn shorts. He'd bring his son sweets every day after work. The fresh morning breeze caressed his face. His gaze followed his toes with each step. He didn't check alleys, unconcerned about danger. He no longer considered himself a gangster. A dog barked. He clicked his fingers, and the dog wagged its tail. He noticed shame plants, touched them with his foot, watched their leaves close. Everything seemed to converge toward a happy ending. Herons flew in the dry wind that whistled through bare branches and blew across his face. All the bad in his life would leave with it. Boss of us all strode along the opposite pavement with a killer's jauntiness. He'd already crossed the river's right branch. He wanted Hellraiser and Hammer together. They kept him on his toes most. Louis' sting also needed to be taken out, but any gangster would do that day. He'd bet the other officers he'd kill one before noon. Passers-by veered away. He stopped to tie his boot, then quickened his pace, peering around corners. Near the Bonfim, he slowed, swept his eyes, saw only drunks. Luis Gonzaga's voice on the radio calmed him. The sun burned his face. Hammer whistled a Paulo Sergio song, thinking again of Clyde. He'd tell her he'd take a sucker's job, come what may. Peace for the rest of his life. He didn't let dismal thoughts of packed lunches and crowded trains dampen his resolve. He felt sorry for Hellraiser, who would end like Squirt or rot in prison. Boss of us all felt on a roll. Last shift, he'd arrested 2 dopeheads and killed a bastard who fired at him. He went around punching people for any reason. He was less than 50 yards from Hammer. Clyde had already searched everywhere for her husband. Now she looked over the fence at the street. Carts passing, kite strings coated in glue, women gossiping, no goods on corners, a honking gas truck. Hellraiser had woken, counted the money, and smoked a joint while waiting for his pal to split the dough. Staring at the ground, Hammer imagined Cleve making him breakfast and a packed lunch, and passed Boss of Us All without noticing him, lost in thought. Boss of Us All didn't see Hammer either. He trained his eyes on a boy at the street's end. Thinking it was Hellraiser, he sprinted after him. Seeing the policeman coming, the boy pulled his gun, fired, and fled. The shot hit Boss of Us All in the arm. He kept running despite the wound, but stopped when he realized he was losing too much blood. He swore by the devil that he'd kill Hellraiser the first chance he got. Hammer walked calmly home. Shortly after arriving and sharing his plans with Cleve, a man in a navy blue polyester suit clutching a Bible began preaching on the street. Salvation through Christ, repentance, paradise waiting. Hammer listened in silence. Followers chimed in with well-rehearsed logic. Hammer asked what he had to do. Accept Jesus into the heart, came the reply. When asked if they could come inside, Hammer agreed. The man sat on the sofa with 3 other Baptist missionaries. Hammer stood in the left corner with Clyde as they preached. Then they read from Psalm 91, about resting in the Almighty's shadow, refuge from snares and pestilence, protection under divine wings, freedom from terror by night or arrow by day. Everything inside Hammer became bubbling, jubilant emotion. The speaker's sincerity felt as visible as his eyes. His core opened to Christ's words. Silent tears sprang from his eyes. 2 bright celebrations, smiling in the wind that rustled through every corner. Each verse tugged at his soul. A smile spread across his face. Divine goodness was beckoning. The guava tree branches, the flowing river, the sea breeze, Clyde, the child he'd have with her, stars, kites, the moon, cricket's sad song, everything. Everything was created by God. Outside, the sun blazed, and all things already felt different. Accepting Jesus meant being reborn in the same lifetime. He wanted to be happy and change the world through the Lord's teachings. The miracle of conversion transformed his face. Peace lived in all things. Clede's happiness was equally pure. The future had lodged itself in her heart. She stammered that God was love. A month after the missionary's visit, Hammer moved without saying goodbye to his friends. He gave up cards, his pocket knife, his gun, all his vices. He stopped struggling against destiny. He told Cleve repeatedly that he truly hit the jackpot. He took a job at Sergio Dorado, where he was exploited for a long time, but he didn't care. Faith shielded him from anger when discriminated against for being black, semi-literate, and missing teeth. Prejudice from people without Jesus. He had 2 children with Cleve and returned to City of God to preach whenever he could. Hellraiser learned that Hammer had moved and told Lucia Americana the guy had always been a joke. chicken, a wet blanket, scared of everything, the biggest wimp. Lucia said Hammer had turned born again. Hellraiser already knew. Night Owl told him. No way he'd ever go in for that stuff. Accepting everything a pastor said, staying poor forever, not caring. That was for suckers. But each to his own. If Hammer turned born again, he really wanted heaven. That's why he took off without a word. Hellraiser left Lucia and headed up top to find Louis Sting, his new friend, a 20-year-old mulatto with reddish hair, 30 murders under his belt. Strong, lanky, tight-lipped, mean-looking. He was known throughout Rio's favelas for perversity, shooting residents for no reason, mugging them, threatening them just because. He didn't know the Tinder trio only because he'd spent 5 years in prison, escaped one carnival night after overpowering 2 drunk guards. He was cleaning his gun when Hellraiser arrived. Sting invited him in. Hellraiser said he'd been talking with Lucia. Sting warned him about the cop. People said he was going around shouting he'd kill Hellraiser, asking everyone if they knew where he lived. Hellraiser needed to take him down. Hellraiser said he would. If the cop had been on duty that day, he'd die. He asked Sting to buy them beer. They walked to the bonfim without checking behind them. Hellraiser mentioned Pipsqueak, showed up loaded, but disappeared fast. Sharper, more attitude. Ideal partner. Sting wanted to meet him. Hellraiser said the kid might show up again. Then Sting described some guys who landed a heap of dough fast. A car. 3 or 4 petrol stations in one shot. Friday was best. All they needed was a driver. Hellraiser interrupted to say that friend he'd talked about had turned into a Bible basher, the biggest wimp. Now going around saying Jesus was the only savior. Made you want to pull the trigger. The following Friday, they left before midnight to hit 2 petrol stations on Bandeirantes motorway and 1 on Taquara Square. Carrots flipped a coin with Night Owl for driver duty. Sting was never easy on victims. Even when they didn't resist, he shot them in the arse, hit them with his gun butt, punched their faces. The only one who fought back took a bullet to the head. Sting hated well-dressed whites, thought they'd stolen blacks' place in society. He mugged and abused them to avenge the Negro. He didn't run from police. That was for wimps. He claimed he'd already killed loads of cops who crossed him. They repeated the petrol station holdups in Jacarepague and Barra da Tijuca for a good while. Hellraiser only came out on days boss of us all. Wasn't on duty, hoping the cop would forget him. One night, half drunk, he left Dummy's bar. Thought about picking up a prostitute. Strolled around Block 13. Headed up Middle Street. Drank Cinzano and Cachaça. Lit a cigarette. His feet wobbled everywhere. He went home. When he lay down, everything spun. He made himself vomit up the Cinzano, beer, and chicken gizzards. He rinsed his mouth under the tap, splashed water on his face, lay down again. Within minutes, he fell asleep. He slept despite the heat and mosquitoes, but then Squirt appeared, walking on fire, dressed in red and black, holding a pitchfork. The place looked like Block 13, Block 15, Sao Carlos, familiar and strange. Fire beneath Squirt's feet died and leaped toward Hellraiser, then became blood. Nifty Feet, Pele, and Shorty emerged from it, wearing the same clothes. Hellraiser demanded to know what they wanted. Squirt answered they'd come to warn him so he wouldn't get kicked out of life like them. Hellraiser asked where they were. Squirt said it didn't matter, but if Hellraiser didn't want to join them, he'd better take out boss of us all. Then Squirt and his pals slowly turned to smoke. The smoke hung, then became a new pool of blood in which Hellraiser saw his own body writhing. He woke up shouting. Neighbors were frightened, but no one dared investigate. It might be police or an enemy. They stayed quiet under covers. Hellraiser realized it was a dream and went looking for Berenice, then remembered she was helping a friend with an abortion. Early light came through the living room curtain. His thoughts focused entirely on the nightmare. He got coke from the wardrobe and snorted it straight. So desperate to get high, he didn't warm the plate. Did it all in one go, then rolled a joint to calm his spirit. He wondered aloud if the fucked-up dream was a warning. He'd never had one like that. It could only be true. It was going to happen. He had to kill before he got killed. He got his 2 revolvers from behind the fridge where they'd been warming, so he could clean them with kerosene. He noticed low ammunition, and the guns weren't in good shape. He remembered a lesson from childhood. A gangster without a gun is like a whore without a bed. He tried to control his shaking body. That bastard cop would need to light many candles to the devil to get rid of him. Hellraiser was a tough nut and would give him what he deserved. Morning brought life to the alleys. Bread carts, milk carts, school children. The noise calmed him. The threat of death makes any silence suspicious. He heard the kitchen door handle turn, threw himself behind the wall, cocked his guns. It was Berenice. He told her the dream before she could sit down. Seeing how strung out he was, she suggested they go to the Torero to talk to the Pombagira. He was a bag of nerves and hadn't been there in ages. He agreed. Monday night, Hellraiser went to Osvaldo's Torero for a cleansing. The Pombagira cackled, asking if he was afraid of dying, afraid of turning into an XIII. She reminded him she protected the boys, and they didn't give a damn about her. When things got better, they forgot what she asked for. She'd shown up in his dream. Old Black Boots wanted to get rid of him, but she had the cop on a string. She had her apprentice write Boss of Us All's name on paper, ran a dagger through it, placed it in a glass of cachaca, puffed cigar smoke into the glass, cackled, and told Hellraiser to bury the paper at Calunga Grande Cemetery on Monday. After 20 suns, Old Black Boots would meet his end at the 7th crossroad he came to. Then Hellraiser was to come back. She told him to drink a bit and ask in his mind for what he wanted. Hellraiser asked for protection from bullets, luck with money, many women, and health for himself and his wife, who on the way to the Torero had told him she was pregnant. Hellraiser followed the Pombagira's instructions. Bury the paper with Boss of Us All's name at Calunga Grande Cemetery on Monday. After 20 suns, the cop would meet his end at the 7th crossroad. Hellraiser drank the offered liquid and silently asked for protection from bullets, luck with money, many women, and health for himself and his pregnant wife. He dreamed the same dream several times. Even with the Pombagira's protection, he stayed constantly on guard, no playing into Kojak's hands. In 1 week, he had the dream 7 nights in a row. To add to his desperation, Sting told him that Wilson the Devil had been killed on the pitch next to the doorway to heaven, surprised while playing football by Boss of Us All in civilian clothes. Sting explained the cop could have thrown him in jail, but instead ordered him to the ground and pulled the trigger. He swore with his foot on the corpse that Hellraiser was next. Sting joked his days were numbered. Hellraiser begged to borrow Sting's rifle. Sting wouldn't lend that to anyone, but offered a .45 instead. Dead easy. Whatever it hits, dies, takes dumb bullets. They went down to the lake to practice, stopping first at Sting's place to smoke. Only Sting talked while they smoked 2 joints. Hellraiser paced the living room, remembering his dream. He didn't know why Boss of Us All was so eager to kill him. They set off for the big lake. Hellraiser ordered the children playing there to leave. Sting showed him how the gun worked. No cylinder, takes a magazine. Press the lever, it comes out. Load it by sticking the magazine in. To cock it, hold underneath and slide back. Pulling just the hammer doesn't cock it. Sting trusted him enough to lend the magazine, but warned him to keep his wits and not let the pigs get it. Hellraiser turned the gun over slowly in silence. He visualized his Pombagira, looked at the near cloudless sky, 2 butterflies moving between almond trees, kids heading toward the eucalypt grove. He considered asking Sting to help ambush Boss of Us All, but didn't feel comfortable. Sting was a good pal, but they hadn't been friends long enough for him to help kill someone unless money was involved. If it were Squirt, he wouldn't even need to ask. If only he'd stop dreaming about him. He could slip away from the estate, but the pain of chickening out would be endless. Berenice would like it, but deep down would think he was a wimp. The wind rustled branches, stirred riverside grasses, made it hard for herons to fly, blew across his skin. The Pombagira returned to his thoughts. She'd have to work strong magic. Faith moves mountains. It would move Gavea Rock and place it over Boss of Us All's head. Everything depended on his strength and presence of mind now. He practiced loading, cocked the gun, aimed at the most distant almond tree, fired. Bullseye. Satisfaction on Sting's face. He missed only 2 of 10 shots, claimed he'd gotten the hang of it, and would save the rest to pump into Boss of Us All's arse. Sting encouraged him to practice more. Plenty of ammo back at his place. Hellraiser spent the rest of Saturday at home, but felt like a stroll that evening. He didn't think Boss of Us All would still be prowling. Whenever the cop killed someone, he didn't show his face. Hellraiser left with the .45 cocked. Everything in his path was suspicious. He ran into the cool guys smoking a joint on the corner. He heard them discussing Dirty Dick's death. A shame. A good man. Not cocky. Always minded his own business. One guy didn't know who Dirty Dick was. Another said he'd lit a joint with nowhere to throw it. Someone suggested he could have raised his hand and tried to talk, but another insisted Boss of Us All wasn't interested in talking. He'd been shooting people left and right. Hellraiser warned them not to smoke in the streets when the cop was on duty. If they wanted to smoke without hassle, they could come to his place. The dope heads silently declined. If police showed up, they wouldn't know anyone from a hole in the wall. Hellraiser swore he'd kill Boss of Us All. The next day, so adamantly that silence followed. He suddenly stared at Green Eyes and asked how he was black, but had green eyes. They laughed. Hellraiser finished the roach, dropped it, stepped on it, then left for Teresa's to get coke so he could stay up all night and surprise the cop leaving work. Hellraiser drew close to the police station in pre-dawn darkness. He'd spent the night getting wasted while Berenice slept. He checked his gun and visualized his Pombagira. Saturday night still swung outside. Improvised sambas, street corner romances, backyard parties. He'd snorted too much. A cat on the roof frightened him. He turned off the living room light. He knocked back brandy before heading out. He positioned himself strategically. From there, he couldn't miss. Fire, then head up Red Hill, down through Araujo, circle through the plots, past the doorway to heaven, down Main Street, hide at Sting's place. If chased, he'd head into the bush. No policeman would risk a shootout there. He waited over 3 hours. Boss of Us All had breakfast at the station and said goodbye with a smile. Cold outside. He rummaged through his pockets, opened his bag, spat, picked his nose, rolled the snot, ate it. Hellraiser had already taken aim. He waited for another 30 feet, then bang. His finger began pulling the trigger when a car passed, blocking his view. He started again with shaking hands, held his breath, fired. Boss of Us All threw himself to the ground and crawled to a post. As he got up, another shot. He saw the sniper run and shouted curses, challenging him to shoot. Other policemen came to help, but Boss of Us All insisted it was his business alone. He got his machine gun from the station, left his bag in a corner, and wove recklessly through alleys. He correctly guessed Hellraiser's route and waited in ambush near the doorway to heaven. Seeing he wasn't followed, Hellraiser crossed the street calmer, but the failure to hit his enemy made him shudder. He'd baited the bear. He had to get out fast, his gun in his waistband. Hammer had gotten out before the shit hit the fan. He'd go home for Berenice and take her anywhere far, even Sao Carlos. He looked up and saw a heron flap across the gray sky. Boss of Us All had already seen him. He scratched himself and waited for Hellraiser to get as close as possible. Hellraiser walked with his head down. If he'd killed the bastard, the world would be different now. He'd buy coke, beer, weed to celebrate. He raised his head and saw a woman pull a child by the arm, running from an alley. He snapped back. He cocked his gun, doubled around the block, fired. Again, the cop escaped unscathed and returned fire immediately. Hellraiser ran to the corner and stopped. He knew his enemy was alone. He'd exchange fire, even against a machine gun. With the speed of a bullet, he visualized his Pombagira. Boss of Us All's face peered around the corner. Hellraiser pulled the trigger. Boss of Us All ran into the open, firing his machine gun, riddling the wall. The cop's attitude made Hellraiser hesitate a fraction of a second. Then he sprinted to another corner. The policeman followed, machine gun spitting. Hellraiser broke into a backyard, jumped 2 fences, sheltered behind a post. Nearby, a man shook a child's head, trying to bring him back. A hail of bullets had torn through his chest. The man cried for help. Boss of Us All looked at the dying child but decided better the child than him. Instead of following Hellraiser's route, he ran around the block at a speed his old body hadn't managed for years. He saw his enemy replacing the magazine. He aimed, held his breath, fired, missed. Hellraiser fired back and bought enough time to flee. He decided it was impossible to face a machine gun. He wove through alleys, down Middle Street, arrived home. Boss of Us All tried to follow, but gave up before the Bonfim. Residents reappeared. A friend carried the child's body to the clinic. Boss of Us All entered the Bonfim, asked if anyone knew where Hellraiser lived. Silence swallowed his question. He downed brandy, walked back to the station, got more ammunition, went home. Hellraiser woke around 2 p.m. and raided the kitchen. Berenice thought he'd been with a slut and sulked, but she served him food and went outside to talk with friends. Boss of us all didn't spend long at home. He took his wife to the bus station. She was going to see her off for a month. Before she boarded, he hurried back and roamed the steepest alleys carrying a long-barreled .38 in his machine gun. He prayed to his XO to make Hellraiser a sitting duck. City of God was creepy. Empty streets, no kites, no sun. The street market finished early. Boss of us all gave up his search. On his way home, he saw a boy leaving the clinic with a broken leg from falling into a manhole while fleeing the morning's gunfire. Hellraiser spent the rest of the day at home. Monday dawned wounded. Rainy days felt premature. The cold brought laziness as pleasures. Nice to stay in. As soon as Berenice woke, Hellraiser sent her to buy provisions, dope, and coke. He intended to hole up for a week. No way Kojak would get him. He'd eat, drink, snort, and fuck his wife the whole time. He figured Boss of us all would cool down, maybe even think he'd fled the favela. He worried about northerners grassing on him. Worthless bunch who'd have you believe they shat flowers. The idea of leaving to save his life lasted all week, though he knew moving would attract police attention. The only physical space that truly belonged to him was his body. He had to preserve it, but leaving meant losing face. He'd be a coward if he chickened out, if he wasn't man enough to waste the cop or die trying. He misguidedly thought Berenice would boast that her husband died in a shootout. Boss of us all roamed the estate day and night. He exchanged fire with Sting on Wednesday, arrested 2 gangsters at the flats, killed another in Block 15. By Friday, he and his uniformed friends figured Hellraiser had left. He relaxed. At a dance, Lucia Maracano met a newcomer named Ari, who said she was from Sao Carlos and the Red Light District, knew Milk, Clyde, Naide. They gossiped. Milk had a warrant out. Naide was pregnant and holed up in Turano. The fight at last year's parade was because the section president, Dona Carmim, got up her nose. Lucia offered protection to anyone who said they knew her. Though on edge, Hellraiser couldn't stand sitting inside any longer. He had a beer at Dona Ida's, but didn't stay anywhere long. Against Berenice's wishes, he checked the dance. He entered only after confirming Boss of us all wasn't there, then roamed the club accepting greetings in silence. He wasn't in the habit of speaking when strung out. Near the bar, his eyes searched dark corners and landed on the transvestite. He'd never seen that woman. Might be a grass. He was about to investigate when Berenice, following his gaze, said jealously not to go. That was a faggot. Hellraiser fixed his eyes again. His skin broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, Ari. His mother's son who wanted to be a woman. For sure they'd take the piss, feel him up, bash his face. He wasn't hanging around. He pulled Berenice away, saying something told him Boss of us all was nearby. They left quickly, turned down the river's right branch. Hellraiser approached corners carelessly, staring at the ground. If it opened, he'd let it swallow him, rather than see Ari again. Berenice walked beside him, taking precautions. Turning down the last street, she glanced at her husband, who had let tears escape his red eyes. At the road's end, Boss of us all's lips drew back into a murderous smile. He pointed his machine gun. He'd kill the wife, too. Those who keep company with gangsters go down with them. Berenice looked back, had time to jump on her husband and fall with him. Machine gun fire snarled. Hellraiser returned fire awkwardly, protecting Berenice as she got out of the line. His first shot was way off. The second almost tore off the policeman's ear. Boss of us all fired another round, took cover, even from the ground. Hellraiser fired 5 near hits, then got up, slipped away, jumped 2 fences, crossed 2 streets, went around the block, reloaded, crept up behind his enemy. He crouched and saw Boss of us all heading back toward the club. He walked home slowly, nerves in shreds. Berenice could barely speak. She cried, her whole body shuddering. Hellraiser paced their pitiful space. If that arsehole cop discovered where he lived, he might surprise him in his sleep. And that fairy was back pretending to be a woman. Ari was a cancer. What was he doing at the dance? His place was the Red Light District. Why hadn't Boss of us all's bullets blasted his head off? That was the only way he wouldn't run into his brother again. Berenice washed the blood from her arm, splashed water on her face, returned to the sofa. Her husband sat in the kitchen doorway. She thought about begging him to leave right then, but it was no use. Hellraiser was pig-headed. She'd have to go alone. Though she knew he hated women crying, she couldn't stop fresh tears. Hellraiser stared at a dead ant. He couldn't say anything about her crying. She'd saved his life. Perhaps if he cried, something would change. But men didn't cry, especially in front of women. Men who cried were queers, like Ari. An oil lamp flickered. He heard a car, cocked his gun. If it was boss of us all, he'd have it out until one fell. The car didn't stop. His thoughts returned to his brother. A vague tenderness ran through him, but his hatred reignited. He would never confess, not even to the Pombagira, that bastard shared his blood. Berenice stopped crying. The silence broke only when people passed talking. He moved closer to her, resisted hugging, but she held out her arms. He sat suffering in silence with her. Sunday brought rain, but toward Baradati Juka, sunlight poked above the horizon. Sting brought Hellraiser a box of shells and his rifle. It wasn't fair to leave him with only a .45 against a machine gun. He made recommendations and implicit threats about the rifle. They spent half an hour examining it. Easy to shoot, single shot or bursts. Hellraiser bought him a beer and rolled a joint in gratitude. They strolled through drizzle in Lee jeans and jackets. Hellraiser carried the .45 and a long-barreled .38. Sting only a .32. They headed up Middle Street, salvaged the last of the joint. The day was running. Whoever saw them moved away, fearing a shootout. They toasted at Bahia and Paulo's. Sting insisted Hellraiser use the rifle only once. Boss of us all couldn't see it and get away. If he was with other policemen, they'd all have to die. No one could know about the rifle. Staring fixedly at his friend, Sting said if Hellraiser killed the cop, he'd have to cut open the body and retrieve the bullet so no one would be the wiser. Lucia Maracano came over, poured herself a beer. Hellraiser asked what was up. She was very worried. Boss of us all had shown up at the club saying the devil would soon have a fresh corpse, that he wouldn't sleep until he'd killed him. Hellraiser emptied his beer in one gulp and turned to Sting with a knowing laugh. Lucia mentioned the transvestite who'd left the club in a frenzy when the shots rang out. A shiver ran down Hellraiser's spine. Everyone had seen Ari. That dirty homo had the gall to show up on his turf. Next time, he'd shoot him in the foot. He changed the subject, said goodbye, spent the rest of the day at home. Monday dawned with a hot sun. Boss of us all arrived at the station earlier than usual, greeted everyone half-heartedly, changed into uniform, examined and loaded his snatch, his machine gun, got more ammunition, hurried into the streets. He'd had nightmares all night. Hellraiser ordering him to the ground with a gun to his chest. He'd woken before 2 a.m. and couldn't sleep again. His determination to kill the gangster was much stronger, but he didn't look about. He let his gaze stretch along alleys and streets. He was sad. The nightmare was a warning. Whenever he dreamed bad things, something shitty happened. His depression wasn't only from the bad night. His wife had written that she wasn't coming back to Rio, tired of that life of deaths, of sleeping beside a man whose weapon was an extension of his body, a murderer. She didn't want to wake every night startled. That incurable ulcer came from never knowing if he'd arrive home. Being a policeman's wife made it hard to make friends. She spent her life locked away. If she complained too much, she got a beating. Boss of us all was consumed by anger at his wife's betrayal. His thoughts drifted more to her than to Hellraiser as he walked with his head down. He turned into Middle Street, went behind the supermarket. He remembered his hard childhood in Sierra. Hunger, waking before dawn as a child to work, studying only afternoons at a school more than 24 miles away. His father's death sealed his miserable life. His mother took any work she could find. He reached the river's edge. Those born in drought country don't choose their profession. Deep down, he didn't like being a policeman. Everyone feared or hated him. But it was better than dealing with drunks in a bar, as he knew from experience. He walked down the middle of the street, something he never did. He remembered rummaging for leftover food when he first arrived in Rio. He told some kids smoking a joint they were under arrest, but they ran, and he couldn't be bothered chasing. His son had died of tuberculosis. He stopped at a bar, ordered a Cinzano and cachaca, left without paying. The lieutenant who got him into the military police was always asking for killing favors. One day he'd blast his head off. His wife had betrayed him. Another bar, another drink. The biggest scar on his body came from his stepfather, who stole his mother and made him leave school. Another bar. The drought in Sierra had bleached the color from his deepest dreams. He passed the bonfim. He'd been married in registry and church. He thought about going home. His mother died of a snake bite. He'd killed more than 30 people, most of them niggers. He wanted his wife back. His father used to beat his mother. His stepfather beat her too. One day he'd catch a gangster with over 10 million, take the jackpot, and ask for discharge. He arrived at the 2-story houses. If he'd moved, his wife wouldn't have left. He walked through the new short-stay houses. He'd never pay rent. A few gangsters ran. He fired to kill. He'd had whores in the red light district. His uncle had been a policeman in Sierra. All the men in his family were tough. He'd kill Hellraiser with more than 50 bullets. The sun grew hot. He'd never been afraid of any man. His godfather was an important farmer in Sierra. If he went home, he'd have a guaranteed job, but he could find another wife. Still had it in him to have kids. The sun hid behind a cloud. His wife had left him. He thought about going home where no one would see him cry. Tears welled in his eyes. He wanted peace and quiet, and then he died. His murderer walked over slowly and fired a shot to end his misery. The killer ordered a cart driver to hand over the cart. Boss of Us All's body was thrown roughly into the back. The killer fired to frighten the horse, which galloped through the streets, then slowed to a trot, trailing blood through the afternoon that had just caught fire. Residents followed, thronging to see the corpse, an endlessly gushing fountain. The horse kept stopping, but someone always thumped its hindquarters to continue the spectacle. The procession turned into Main Street. Gangsters shot at the body. Blood spurted, hastening the October dusk and turning it ruby red. A mother whose dope smoker's son had been murdered by Boss of Us All spat on the body to cheers. The cart turned onto the road along the river's right branch. The crowd grew. Some thought they'd lost a good policeman. Sting held up the procession looking for guns, but only got 10 cruceros. The cart carried on to Block 13. The party took on new dimension. Stones, rubbish bins emptied over the body. Clubs. The afternoon was still. The procession continued to Dummy's Bar, where a police car arrived with 2 policemen, ending the show. Boss of Us All's murderer had been heading to hold up a hardware store when he saw the policeman shuffling with his head down. The chance to kill his brother's murderer made him forget the holdup. He crouched behind a car, took aim, and blew the policeman's brains out. He returned to Vila Sape, celebrating his revenge, and took the machine gun. Hellraiser heard from his wife but didn't go see the body, just smoked a joint and had beers at home to celebrate. A week after the death, Rocket watched with slightly sad expression as tractors and excavators worked in an uninhabited area behind the flats, the place he'd played in most, next to the haunted mansion with the pool and fruit trees. The rain returned, crying for Rocket. Though watching traces of his childhood being destroyed, he was enchanted by the machines bulldozing boldo, shame plants, rose moss, fennel, sunflowers. He was too young to realize how much of his childhood was being carried away. He offered workers cold water and asked to ride the tractors. Monday, Stringy and Rocket leaned against the building wall, protected from the biting wind. Wide-eyed, Stringy reported that Jap said the Baron of Taquara and his wife appeared every midnight in a coach at the mansion on Gabino Road. Rocket called it bullshit. Souls from other worlds were a load of crap. Stringy insisted others said it too. A coach all jazzed up, huge blue beard, a spin around the manor, then gone by light. Rocket didn't care. Stringy challenged him to go at midnight. Rocket pointed out his mother wouldn't let him. Stringy admitted his mother didn't either, but he snuck out, calling Rocket a scared wimp. Rocket agreed to go, said he'd be there at 11:45. Stringy said he'd have to see it to believe it. By 11:45, they'd crossed Gabinal Road and entered the manor grounds. They walked the short cobbled path to the haunted mansion, peering into night's nooks. They sat under a full moon in a starry midnight sky. Silence broken only by crickets, mosquitoes, occasional cars. They walked all over the manor. Rocket said in a shaky voice that haunting stories were a load of balls. They were about to leave when the moon became midday sun. Houses and flats gave way to enormous fields. Other mansions looked new. The river widened with clean water and alligators along edges. Strangled screams caught in both their throats. They saw Negroes working sugar and coffee plantations. Whips stung their backsides. The eucalypt grove thickened with imperial air. A fountain appeared up around Main Square where dozens of Negro women washed clothes. In the mansion on Watermill Farm, they watched Dolores's kitchen bustling during preparations for the Baron's wife's birthday party. The Baron arrived astride a chestnut steed, commanding 40 Negroes carrying a grand piano from Paris as a gift for his wife. 20 carried the weight, while others broke branches so it wouldn't scratch. People ran from all over the countryside to see it. No one noticed the boys. In perplexed wonderment, they discovered they could pass through walls, fly, see through things. It was a journey into the past by full moonlight. They flew over the Jacarpaguay lowlands, the Pritos Foros Range, the big lake, the pond, the sea. Rocket, who'd always dreamed of flying, was now a cloudbreaker, national kid, Superman, super goof, swooping down close to the ground, then soaring back. They landed again at the mansion, unwittingly arriving in the torture room where preparations were made to amputate a runaway slave's leg. Eyes bulging at the operation underway, both screamed, attracting a clairvoyant foreman who could touch them. He rushed at them with a whip. They ran through the mansion's labyrinths, passing through many rooms, running normally, forgetting they could pass through walls and fly. They were losing ground when they reached the main entrance and ran out onto Gabinal Road, older now, in their first years of secondary school, smoking grass while cadavers floated downriver. After a prayer soothed his soul, Rocket opened his bedroom window. The world was still gray, but the rain had passed. He looked left and saw a crowd at the river's edge. His depression continued. He had to take his thoughts elsewhere. Still scared of everything. What kind of miserable life was that? The clock's ticking reminded him of a shootout. He headed to the living room, rummaged through his small record collection. Pepe Gomez, Malacaxita. Of all the boys, he was the only one who liked Brazilian music. He lit a roach stashed in his shoe and relaxed. He thought about Brazil Central High School. He couldn't wait to go camping with school friends, catch the train to Santa Cruz, then the Macaquinho, a wooden carriage train to IBQ, a beach south of Rio. The train followed the shoreline, crossing the green coast. Passengers often included guitarists playing Brazilian music. The Brazilian music crowd was different from the rock and roll dance crowd. He'd take a tent just for him and his girlfriend Silvana to snuggle close, plus black and white film, tinned food, 3 bundles of weed, getting a campfire going at water's edge, getting wasted, singing, cuddling under IBQ's star-filled sky. He'd lie on his back and make 3,000 wishes on shooting stars. He enjoyed school friends, but with the boys from the favela he also felt at home, laughed at their crap, loved hiding in the bush to smoke dope. The dance was fun too. Hipsters, ring-ting shirts, dancing, chewing gum. School kids didn't understand why Rocket got tattoos and bleached his hair. Silvana always asked him to change how he dressed and stop using favela slang, since he was nice-looking, studied, and hung around people from May Air. Rocket would change the subject, but deep down agreed. The boys were rough around the edges, hated Brazilian music, had never been to a rock concert or play. They called Caetano Veloso and Gilberto Gil faggots, Chico Buarque a communist, Gal Costa and Maria Bethania dykes. They didn't have the sensibility for metaphors, didn't even know what a metaphor was. Once when they said Caetano kissed men on the mouth, Rocket responded he was breaking taboos. One of the boys answered back just to be an arsehole. Stringy didn't go inside the river scene. He started telling passers-by, then returned to the river's edge with the crowd, staring at corpses. Some said they were den owners. Most stayed silent. Victims' relatives arrived desperately trying to pull bodies from the rain-swollen river. Stringy watched the miserable scene, then looked at the sky, guessed the rain wouldn't return, counted his money, and caught a bus to the beach. Within 10 minutes, his feet left footprints in Barra da Tijuca's wet sand. He went to the water's edge, made a hole, rolled his wallet in his shirt, buried it. He did 30 press-ups, 60 sit-ups, stretched, then dove into high tide, swimming through breaking waves. He checked the undertow and thought about swimming 100 yards against the current. He took a deep breath before swimming into the purest blue of his dreams. The best way not to tire was to dwell on something unrelated to the sea, but he failed, remembering the upcoming public test for lifesavers. Practice every day. His father had been a lifesaver, so had his brother. Now his turn approached. He swam well in Imanjaz waters, went further than planned without tiring, returned to the sand, dug up his wallet, sat down. He'd never die like that. Being murdered must be the worst death. He'd die in the sea? No. In his sleep, when really old. He knew all the dead guys. They sold marijuana and cocaine, or hung around dealers. Police had done a cleanup. Lucky he hadn't been scoring. He fixed his eyes on a strip of blue near the ocean. The rest was clouds blown by land wind, indicating rain would stop, and the boys would hold a body surfing championship. He'd have fun practicing, though he'd always win. He was the best swimmer. He had to pass the lifesaver test. If he passed, he'd have a good reason to stop studying. He couldn't stand memorizing letters and numbers, but his mother insisted. He felt like sitting on the beach all day, despite being alone and cold. The ocean had become an extension of his existence. As a boy, he loved not just the sea, but rivers, lakes, waterfalls. No wonder his nickname was Indian, a straight-haired mulatto who loved water, spent most time fishing and hunting, and to make money hung near the shore when rough, collecting chains, watches, bracelets, bathers lost. He felt like one of the gang only when body surfing. He didn't dress like them, wasn't attracted to dances, never liked music. He only liked their love of the sea. Early morning. Rodrigo, Thiago, Daniel, Leonardo, Pape, Marisol, Gabriel, Rocket, Alvaro Catanazaka, Sir Paulo Carnero, Lurival, Vicente, and other boys met at Motorway 11's start to hitch rides to the beach. They chatted about bodies floating in the river. Marisol said it was the work of Tiny, Night Owl, Russian Mouse, Bicky, Sharky, Marcelo Bayo. The favela now had a boss, Tiny. He alone could deal. He gave one den to carrots out of friendship, but the rest were his and Sparrow's. Teresa continued selling, but earned only 10%. Marisol looked happy as he opened grass he'd bought from Tiny. Never scored such a generous deal. He rolled an enormous joint on the motorway's edge. When cars with young people passed, he held up the joint with one hand and asked for a ride with the other. His strategy worked. The boys climbed onto the back of a lorry, expressing gratitude and rowdy euphoria. The driver sped as they smoked the joint, singing rock and roll. White, long-haired, smiling, some were students, none worked. Most waited to serve in the army. Off went the boys to spend the day body surfing, smoking dope in the sand. They'd stuff their faces before leaving, having spent lunch money on dope. Before hitting the water, they smoked another joint, mocked the religious crowd, and talked about designer labels. Sports brands were the coolest but expensive, and for that reason, the smartest. They dreamed of wealth. Living across from the beach, ferns in the living room, designer clothes, a car with tinted windows and wide tires with a Cadron exhaust for a mean rumble, a purebred dog for beach walks morning and afternoon, buying 8 pounds of dope at once so they wouldn't need constant trips to the den. If rich, they'd buy imported skateboards, Cal 10 bicycles, waterproof watches, dance on the best floors, and screw the hottest chicks. Stringy arrived, and the body surfing championship began. No flippers allowed. He missed waves on purpose sometimes. Winning everything wasn't fun. Dusk fell, the beach deserted. The boys sat in the sand for a joint before leaving. Marisol stood, saying they'd need to arrive earlier at the next Sunday's dance to surprise their enemies. Spread out around the club until the Gardenia Azul boys got there. Wait, then move in. They had to thrash those bastards so they'd learn not to feel up the girls from City of God, especially the ones who hung with them. Everyone thought of Adriana. Brunette, perfect body, long hair, chiseled face, thighs that gave any guy a hard-on. She was Tiago's girlfriend. Tiago listened suspiciously, guessing Marisol was just trying to win points with Adriana. You can't trust the next man when your girlfriend is beautiful. He needed to keep Marisol far away. As soon as Marisol paused, Tiago cut him off gruffly, said it was his business. The girl was with him, and he'd teach the bastard a lesson himself. He got up and went for a swim. Marisol looked uncomfortable, then agreed Tiago was right, but made it clear they should all be together when he went to flog the dickhead. If the enemy got heavy, they'd be there to step in. Marisol did have his eye on his friend's girlfriend. If Tiago broke up with her, he wouldn't wait an hour before making his move. They sat talking about past fights. They were respected at the Cascadura Tennis Club because they'd smashed the Pombal boys on enemy territory. The fight started when someone stepped on Vicente's foot. Even with an apology, the guy caught a left hook. His pals came running, and the City of God kids went around laying into whoever they wanted, including security guards. Pipsqueak was born in Macedo Sobrinho, second of 3 children. At 4, his father drowned on Botafogo Beach, leaving the family destitute. His mother went to work, leaving the children with relatives. He was raised by his godmother in Jardim Botanico, where she worked as a maid. She wasn't firm enough to keep him in school. He barely attended his first year, instead returning to Macedo Sobrinho to play in the streets in his uniform. Neighbors told his mother, who spoke to the godmother, but nothing changed. The employer had refused permission to take him to school, claiming she'd already been generous enough letting him live there. The godmother had no time to watch him during the day when he ran errands for gangsters. His mother complained the rich never help you see things through. Pipsqueak liked carrying guns to hold up locations and delivering them to gangsters. His 6-year-old mind didn't fully understand, but always having change for sweets, football cards, kites, string, marbles, and spinning tops made it worth it. A chief inspector once stopped detectives from beating him. Yes, it's wrong for a child to be in crime, but worse is having no one to give him money for childhood desires. Still living at his godmother's employer's house and wandering the affluent South Zone, he started mugging people. Already risking carrying weapons, he might as well risk everything. He mugged blue-haired old ladies in Leblon, Gavea, and Jardim Botanico, pretending to be armed. With his first earnings, he bought a .22 revolver. Young women, men, shops, whatever was around, became his victims. The third time he used the revolver, he killed his victim not because of resistance, but to feel the rush. He laughed his quick, shrill little laugh much longer than usual. As he grew, his crime life intensified. Hold-ups morning, afternoon, night. But older gangsters often stole his takings. Even armed, he didn't dare stand up to seasoned murderers. He swore revenge to himself, keeping it in the deepest corner of his spirit. Meanwhile, his mother got a house in City of God by passing herself off as a flood victim at Mario Filho Stadium. She was determined to leave Macedo Sobrinho, a place of heartless thugs who gave children guns. She trusted God would make Pipsqueak settle down if she got him out. She moved up top with dreams of peace, determined to make her children good people, even if she had to stop sleeping and just work. She managed to get Pipsqueak's gun after talking endlessly with teary eyes and a wavering voice, finally coaxing redemption from his mouth. He'd work as a shoe shiner because there was money in it, but he wasn't going to learn to read. His mother saved her wages and searched for a shoe shiner's stool, but it cost more than she had. She'd keep saving. Before she could buy one, she heard about an affordable carpenter on Block 22. Carpenter Luis Candido promised to deliver the stool that week for half what she'd set aside. He talked about making stools for boys, now well-placed men. Pipsqueak's mother poured her heart out about her son. The carpenter remained serious. The lives of the poor were serious. Social inequality, corruption, racism, American invasion, capitalist propaganda. Everything serious. He told her to come get the chair the next day and not to pay. She protested it was already so cheap. He said she could come that night around midnight. He wasn't kind, nor did he believe in God. He was a Marxist-Leninist who believed in the power of the people, grassroots movements, uniting the proletariat, armed struggle, ideology, not the Catholic God used to keep workers quiet. He bet the godmother's employer was Catholic, but why didn't she help properly? She must learn Marxism-Leninism and help seize power. They'd been put at the end of the world in doghouses with clogged sewers, no buses, no hospital, snakes coming through drains, centipedes and mice on roofs. They must unite. The carpenter gesticulated, eyes sparking. Pipsqueak's mother had never heard of Marxism-Leninism or the proletariat. She only knew he had a good heart and was making the stool. In his first hours as a shoe shiner on São Francisco Square, Pipsqueak tried. On a sunny Monday, he went with Sparrow and Slick, friends from the estate, to shine the shoes of white bastard businessmen in ties. They took turns. He stared at his first customer with hatred of poverty hurled through his retinas. He gave a special shine to 3 pairs. The 4th customer was pulled from the stool, whacked on the neck, and robbed of shoes, money, chain, bracelet, watch. Before running, Pipsqueak told the drunk vomiting on the ground to keep the chair, laughed his shrill laugh, and took off. Sparrow later retrieved the chair, cloths, and polish, and they repeated the operation at another spot. They spent almost 2 months mugging customers. The best place was Estacio, Red Light District, and Sao Carlos. After the city center, they'd disappear into the Red Light District, selling stolen goods, smoking dope, drinking beer. There they had their first sexual experiences. Then they'd head to Sao Carlos, where Slick was known. City of God was too quiet, too far, too dark. Everything finished early. Sao Carlos had drumming at the samba school, improvised sambas on the slopes. When nothing happened there, they'd head to the Red Light District. No wanking in the bathroom. They had sex with 3 different women in a single night. Pipsqueak deceived his mother for a while, saying it was quicker to reach the city center from his friend's place, and lugging the stool home daily was tiring. She believed him at first, then noticed his nervous face, his manners, his speech, that shrill laugh, the wads of money, the thuggish friends. When she found a .32 revolver hidden in the backyard, she decided to leave things to God. First, she woke him with a boxing about the ears, crying, demanding to know what it was for. He answered, for mugging, killing, and being respected. From that day, he never returned to her house, staying either in Sao Carlos or with his godmother, who'd also gotten a house in the estate. On visits to City of God, he made friends with Night Owl, Carrots, Hellraiser, Squirt, Hammer, gangsters who liked hearing about his adventures. The day they held up the motel, Pipsqueak ran to Takora, stuck his revolver in a taxi driver's face, and made him take him to Sao Carlos, where he tried to settle. After 2 months as a snare for muggings, the shoeshiner's stool became known to police, so they switched to robbing pedestrians. From Estacio, they could mug people in the city center, Tijuca, Lapa, Flamingo, Botafogo. Pipsqueak went out daily. He hated being broke. That was for workers and shoeshiners. He squandered money on friends in Sao Carlos. Almost daily he bought wraps of cocaine, beers for prostitutes, and ate at expensive restaurants. Sparrow, Slick, and Night Owl lived the same life. Ari Raphael, a dealer in the favela, grew jealous and hassled the new gangsters, took their things, demanded money, beat them for no reason, charged a toll to enter the favela. One day, Pipsqueak refused to sell him a gold chain for a ridiculous price. He got thrashed, had everything taken, and was thrown out of the favela with Sparrow, Slick, and Night Owl. They returned to City of God penniless and unarmed. They considered a holdup on the bus, but Pipsqueak, depressed, thought better of it. An unlucky day. Hellraiser listened and asked why Pipsqueak hadn't said he was broke. He'd been racing through lately, all talk about Sao Carlos. Hellraiser remembered the motel tip and said he had some money for Pipsqueak, but not all on him. Pipsqueak had forgotten about it. Hellraiser told him not to look so down. One day he could kill Ari Raphael. He mentioned Sting, a really good guy who only did good jobs and was always ready. If Pipsqueak went up to him now and asked if he wanted to try for the jackpot, he'd be in right away. The alley on Block 13 felt close and narrow. Pipsqueak scanned the walls, paced a tight circle, checked both directions for any approaching figure, then unzipped against the brick. Hellraiser followed, offering a joke about Brazilians and pissing together. But Pipsqueak let it pass without reaction. Instead, he turned the conversation to the money Hellraiser wanted to give him. He didn't want cash. He wanted a long-barreled .38, a shooter, and he wanted to meet this man, Sting, immediately. They hurried down Middle Street because Pipsqueak did everything in a hurry. Walking, talking, eating, mugging, killing, only slowing when he had money in hand. Up top, the walk stayed silent. Hellraiser, who found his friend stronger, more serious, and more violent, whistled outside Sting's house as noon struck that sunny Wednesday. Sting invited them in before they could explain their visit, announcing he needed to do a job. He confirmed 2 people could go, but warned that if killing became necessary, there could be no arrests. The place had security. He asked where Pipsqueak was from. Hellraiser introduced him as the kid from Sao Carlos, recently driven back by local trouble. Sting recognized the name with pleasure, excused himself to take a leak, and promised details. Pipsqueak's expression softened slightly. From the bathroom, Sting described a busy gas station in Barra da Tijuca with a safe that filled all day. Around 6, 2 cars arrived, one with 2 unarmed men, another with 4 armed guards. The plan: disarm the 4, grab the money, drive off. Hellraiser asked if Sting had intended to go alone. Sting admitted he would have, rather than stay broke. Hellraiser called him insane for risking a place like that solo. Pipsqueak said he didn't like being broke either, and that luck would be on their side. Sting invited Hellraiser, who declined, taking it easy, not feeling it today. They arrived well before 6, loitering near the station as fake beggars. The cars appeared at 6:15 on the dot. They overpowered the 4 guards with little effort. Then the owner reached for his gun. Sting's revolver put a bullet in his chest. After collecting the guards' firearms, Sting bellowed at the manager to open the safe. Pipsqueak caught one guard trying to slip away and shot him in the head. He needed a kill, furious at Ari Raphael, penniless, unable to visit the red light district, and disgusted by a guard dying for money that wasn't even his. The manager opened up. Sting filled a bag, dropped it in the back seat, and shattered the rear window before speeding off, warning that if police showed up, they should fire. They ditched the car in an alley, crossed Edgar Verneck Avenue carrying only the cash, found a plastic bag in a rehearsal square to transport the guns. Pipsqueak checked street corners ahead. They stopped to tip off thieves about the car's location for stripping. They reached Sting's house clean. Laughing over the 2 kills, Sting called Pipsqueak a fearless, ready-to-kill partner. They imagined doing jobs daily, saving for a country house, 1 score as big as 2 lottery prizes, and they'd be rich for life. The Thursday's sun blazed cloudless. Well before midday, Pipsqueak woke on Sting's sofa, having downed a bottle of whiskey, 20 Coke wraps, and 5 joints, with Sting and Hellraiser the night before. Looking into the bedroom, he saw Sting asleep with a gun in each hand. He smiled. A good pal, no chance for bad luck, and up front. Sweaty and head-pounding, he showered, tried sleeping more, then decided to wake Sting. Sting awoke, pointing both guns at him. Pipsqueak exclaimed in disbelief that the man never relaxed. Sting answered plainly, couldn't take risks. Hellraiser arrived with bread, milk, coffee, and a newspaper showing a photo of the dead hold-up men. Sting asked how it was already in print. Hellraiser said sometimes it was fast. Pipsqueak asked if Sting could read, knowing Hellraiser couldn't well, and Sting shook his head no. So Pipsqueak decided to take the paper to Sparrow. He ate dry bread, didn't wait for coffee, ran to the corner, found the hour strange with no lowlifes around. Something felt wrong. He almost turned back, but wanted the news. He caught Sparrow just as he opened his gate. Back at Sting's, Sparrow read aloud, stumbling over long sentences. Pipsqueak sat on the floor, head against the sofa like a child hearing a fairy tale. The police believed the criminals were from City of God. That worried him, but not for long. As soon as Sparrow finished, Sting, ignoring the article entirely, mentioned a printers on Gabino Road that paid employees every Friday dinner time. They needed another job soon to keep momentum. Pipsqueak declared they were the men for it. Sting said they'd need wheels. The place had an alarm that brought police. Grabbed the manager, maybe a .22 slug in his leg, threatened him into turning it off. Sparrow warned against leaving the car nearby. Kids hadn't even stripped the last one before cops showed. Pipsqueak suggested walking, escaping through Sassy Alley into Gardenia Azul's bush for a day and night, then reminded Hellraiser of the time he'd finished off a traitor. At the 16th District Police Station, Beelzebub compiled a file on Sting, identikit, anonymous tips about a lodging. Some residents hated him. Trigger-happy, a bully, a killer over a card game, a mugger, a bar deadbeat, a rapist. A raid was set for Friday at noon on the house where the 4 now planned. They spent the day inside. Sparrow had meals brought by an errand boy. After eating, they smoked, examined the 5 stolen guns, noting 1 military revolver stood out. Sting said showing that alone would make suckers hand over everything fast. Night surprised them as late sleepers. They replanned the next operation. No one wanted coke. Better to smoke, get hungry, eat, sleep, rise early, check if officers Portuguese, Lincoln, and Monster were on duty. The heads would know everything, even civil police rounds. They watched wrestling and 2 films on Sting's new TV before bed. They woke early, gulped coffee, smoked a cigarette. No getting wasted before a job. They combed the estate. Orange reported no police seen. At Dummy's bar, Night Owl, Carrots, and Slick played pool with a carefree attitude that irritated Pipsqueak. Real gangsters couldn't afford that. He joked that if they wanted to fart around, they needed lookouts on every corner and a cocked shooter at the hip, hoping Sting or Hellraiser would approve. He ate 3 slices of mortadella from the counter, asked Sting to show his 45. The 3 admired it and enjoyed meeting Sting. Pipsqueak tried to beat Slick at pool. Then, losing, stuffed the balls into a pocket, making everyone laugh. After 11, they split up toward the printers as planned. Everything went better than expected. They didn't even need to shoot Sting's informer. They ran down Gabinal Road, turned into Sicey Alley, crossed bush to the big plot unchased. From there, they heard police sirens wailing desperately through the estate. Beelzebub realized the terrible luck of raiding Sting's house at the exact hour of the printer's holdup. He knew Sting wouldn't return. Lookouts would warn him. He wanted to smash the police car radio. Coming here and catching nobody would only drive Sting into deeper hiding. He demanded more detailed information on the robbery. The only information Beelzebub gathered was that the thieves had escaped with a substantial sum. His mouth actually watered. The hunt became personal. If he found them, he would keep every cent and send them to their graves. He lingered, hoping Sting might return home. His intuition pinned Sting to both holdups. After an hour, he scoured every alley and corner of the estate, but saw nothing unusual. His fellow detectives kept insisting it was pointless to keep searching that day, so he finally ordered the driver back to the station, where Sting's identikit picture was ready. Beelzebub recognized him immediately, the same man responsible for a string of jobs in Jacarepague, running with Hellraiser. The chief inspector advised patience. Wait until things settled, then raid. Keep cool. Don't screw it up. Beelzebub said nothing, tossed his papers on the desk, and left the office. In the kitchen, he poured half a cup of coffee, dumped in too much sugar, and drank slowly with an unpleasant sucking noise. He unholstered his gun, sat on an old chair, and let violent thoughts fill his mind. Because he was violent, his name was violent, his speech, his thinking. Ordering people around had always appealed to him. He lit a cigarette, glanced at another detective by the thermos, and thought about moving up in the force without a law degree. Maybe buy a diploma. He had to show them what he was made of. Cops caught criminals. They didn't go to university. Catching Sting became the goal. The man was the most wanted criminal in the Rio metro area. His name in the news almost daily. The wind at Barra da Tijuca blew colder than anywhere else in the city. Beelzebub zipped his leather jacket, told the chief inspector he was going home with a headache, took the identikit photos without asking permission, and drove slowly. At home, he checked the pots on the stove, but found nothing appetizing. The job of superintendent was appetizing. He thought again about buying a diploma to climb from chief inspector to superintendent. He knew a lawyer named Violetta and a professor named Lauro who sold diplomas. He'd look them up when he had time. He decided to rest, then go out that night in his own car, catch Sting, and show up at the station with superintendent-level medal. In the big plot, the gangsters ate bread and mortadella Sparrow had bought. They split the money equally and planned new jobs. Hellraiser didn't want to sleep in the bush. He was sure police would have pinned the crimes on someone else by now. He wanted to go home and sleep with his wife. Pipsqueak argued against it, wanting 2 more days of hiding. 2 big jobs in a row meant police prowling day and night. Everyone craved a joint. Sparrow scolded himself for not buying dope when he'd gone to the bakery. Someone asked who was going up top to get some. Pipsqueak told Sting no one. They needed to sleep and let the craving pass. Sparrow gathered dry twigs for a campfire to keep mosquitoes away and provide warmth, but Pipsqueak warned the fire would attract attention. Sparrow chuckled. It was just a little fire. Lit it anyway, fed the twigs, and sang sambas. Eventually, Sting and Sparrow fell asleep. Pipsqueak couldn't sleep and tried to talk to Hellraiser, who wouldn't answer. Couldn't get comfortable. Wanted to leave. Pipsqueak checked Sparrow's watch. 4:30 a.m. He figured if he tried hard enough, he'd fall asleep. He found a spot and drifted into light sleep until 7. With his gun cocked, Beelzebub combed City of God on foot, passing Sting's closed-up house several times. Around 6 in the morning, he returned home and ate the custard his wife had made. He considered heading back to the station, but decided against it when she told him the chief inspector had called ordering him back immediately. He wouldn't take orders. He thought about sleeping, But the idea of saying whatever he wanted to the chief inspector after catching or killing Sting perked him up. He armed himself and returned to City of God, parking outside the estate and walking into alleys full of children spinning tops and women gossiping or sweeping doorsteps. He thought aloud that the poor were like mice. Look how many children in this shithole. He headed toward Sting's house again, as if drawn by fate. His tired eyes mismatched the rest of his body, and his mind shook remembering a recent conversation with the chief inspector about his habit of beating prisoners. The strong daylight made him put on sunglasses that covered most of his face. He approached corners stealthily. Slick spotted him from far off, snuck away, stopped at a corner to track where he was headed, remembered the friends he hadn't managed to find, and decided to go underground. From the first alleys up to Middle Street, Beelzebub's presence caused no alarm or fear in passers-by. Their calm irritated him. He was used to frightened stares. He walked faster, trying to shake the morning's peace and reinstate fear. He'd be superintendent if he bought that law degree. Hellraiser announced he was leaving. Stop by Teresa's, score some weed, get decent sleep. Pipsqueak insisted he give it more time. Things hadn't cooled off. The cops would be around. Sting said if the guy wanted to go, let him go. Pipsqueak called Hellraiser pig-headed. Had he forgotten they'd done 2 big jobs? The Gabanal Road job would hit the papers today, making the police nervous, and they'd bust someone no matter what. It wasn't worth the risk. Hellraiser laughed half-heartedly and accused Pipsqueak of just being scared he'd snitch. He promised he wouldn't grass, stood up, brushed off his shorts, stuffed money into his underwear, waved, and left with his gun in his waistband. Pipsqueak told him to stay. Hellraiser crossed the street, considered Motorway 11, but decided on Gabanal Road, entering the estate through the flats toward Red Hill. A cold breeze gave him goosebumps. The quiet streets terrified him. He liked activity because calm things suddenly get whipped up. Man is like that, like the sea, the sky, the earth. Pipsqueak's words echoed. The morning was very calm, almost silent. Hellraiser couldn't hear a thing. He felt like a character in a silent film. The sunflowers, spinning tops, cars on Edgar Vernick Avenue, milk carts, the late May sun, the river's right branch, all so familiar. Yet he was nervous. He wanted to go back. An emptiness made him uneasy, sent shivers down his spine. He checked his gun, patted the money with shaky hands. He'd felt this before, but only during shootouts and jobs. The absolute calm on Middle Street grew his dread of nothing. Nothing was sparrows darting from wires to rooftops, from rooftops to branches, from branches to walls, from walls to ground, dodging footsteps of people who didn't notice him as he turned down the alley toward Teresa's. He could have given up on the idea of smoking, but a force tugged him forward. He felt as if his whole body was being punched and kicked. He thought about drawing his gun and killing the innocence the sun was spilling into the square on Block 15, all that offered calm. He didn't know why, but fragments of his life flashed before him. The day's most vivid colors became heavy with deeper meanings, scrambling his vision. The wind grew more nervous, the sun hotter, his footsteps heavier, sparrows further from people, silence useless, tops spinning, sunflowers swaying, cars speeding, and then Beelzebub's voice whipped everything up, ordering him to hit the ground. Hellraiser didn't react. Against what Beelzebub expected, an inexplicable calm filled his consciousness. An almost abstract smile revealed a peace he had never known, a peace he'd always sought in things money could provide, because he had never noticed the most normal things in life. What is normal? The peace that means something different to everyone? That peace everyone seeks without knowing how to decipher it fully? He'd always been unsure, but no one can say there's no peace in a beer at the Bonfim, and playing tambourine at samba rehearsals, and Berenice's laughter, and joints smoked with friends, and Saturday kickabouts. Perhaps he had gone too far looking for something always right beside him, but can there be true peace for one whose life meant floundering in poverty? He'd been blind to a peace so close and so good, because the fear that a few drops of rain might suddenly become a storm had made him what he was. Now that peace had come to stay. Perhaps it was in the flight of birds, in the subtle sway of sunflowers, in spinning tops on the ground, in the river's branch always leaving and returning, in the mild autumn cold. But there was always the chance things might get whipped up and end in the path of his revolver. Can one see beauty with eyes blurred by the lack of almost everything a human needs? Perhaps he had never looked for anything at all. All he could do was live the life he lived, without any reason to be poetic in a world written in cursed lines. He lay down very slowly, without even feeling his movements. An overwhelming certainty came over him that he wouldn't feel the bullets. He was already a yellowing photograph with an unfaltering smile, and the hope that death really did mean rest for one who had been obliged to make peace a systematic declaration of war. Beelzebub's questions met only silence. The expression of melancholic joy remained in his coffin. In the early 70s, after Silva died and Cosme fled the old flats, Miguel dealt drugs for over 6 years with few worries. The flat stayed quiet compared to the surrounding houses, with only a small number of gangsters operating there. Miguel watched new blocks rise, the relocation of the Macedo Sobrinho favela population, and the harsh arrival of community living. Because the newcomers all shared the same origin, their existing friendships created attitudes that segregated them from and irritated the original residents. Fighting broke out between youth groups from the flats and the houses, over kites, marbles, soccer, girlfriends. The new and old flats residents weren't hostile toward each other, though, perhaps due to their proximity. People often said they were the same thing. The newly arrived gangsters didn't steal there, but they set up a den in Building 7 of the new flats on their very first day. The den belonged to Sergio 19, called Big, a gangster famous throughout Rio for being dangerous, fierce, and for the pleasure he took in killing policemen. Big had also lived in the now extinct Macedo Sobrinho, but hadn't moved to City of God, figuring it would be too easy for police to find him there. He preferred the slopes, where he could watch everything from high ground. Police had tracked him through favelas across Rio, which was why he'd arrived in Juramento, shooting at every gangster in sight, kicking down shacks, and announcing that Big was now in charge. The nearly 6'5" Big who took on 5 or 6 men barehanded, who carried a machine gun taken from a Marine in Mauá Square, who'd cut off his own little toe and hung it from a chain around his neck. He killed policemen because he thought they were the biggest bastards, serving whites, a bunch of poor men defending the rich. He enjoyed killing whites, who had stolen his ancestors from Africa to work for nothing, who had built favelas and put blacks there, who had created police to beat, arrest, and kill blacks. Everything good belonged to whites: the president, doctors, bosses, the grandpa in school books, the rich dolls, and the black men who became police or joined the army deserved to die like every other white in the world. Big left the den in Building 7 in the hands of his good friend Napoleon, who was on friendly terms with Miguel. They both sold weed without worrying about who sold more. The real test of their friendship came when Miguel went to prison. Napoleon could have taken over his den, but instead left Flip-Flop in charge, precisely because Flip-Flop had been Silva, Cosme, and Miguel's errand boy. He'd grown up in that den, had earned the right to be boss, and Napoleon wouldn't take that from him. Flip-Flop knew how to run a den. Though raised among gangsters, he was discreet and polite. He didn't stir up trouble like most, rarely carried a gun, and treated customers well from across the estate. His St. Cosmas and Damien sweets were excellent. Besides sweets, he gave away clothes, children's books, toys, school supplies, and always bought soccer gear for the Oberum football club from the old flats. That was how he won over residents. His den stayed discreet. No crowd of gangsters packaging, no partners to cause backstabbing. He had no enemies. He regularly sent weed bundles to local gangsters and cool guys. He was well liked. The day Macedo Sobrinho's relocation to City of God began, Pipsqueak left his godmother's house and moved to the flats. As soon as government representatives inaugurated the new flats, he started squatting in one. He hung around the square greeting childhood friends as they arrived, shaking hands with workers, slapping veteran gangsters on the back, feeling up the sluts. It had been ages since he'd seen these people who'd known him when he was still learning tops, marbles, and kites. He asked after people, rolled joints for the cool guys, and introduced Sparrow, Night Owl, and Carrots to the new residents. This made him feel good. A few days after the inauguration, Pipsqueak decided to celebrate his 18th birthday in Building 7 with a barbecue and beer for his friends. His oldest brother, Israel, squatting in another flat, arranged for his samba group to play. Pipsqueak got drunk and announced the den would supply his friends and anyone else buying drugs that day. It was all on him. He'd come of age with 10 murders and 50 armed robberies, owning 30 revolvers of every caliber, respected by all local gangsters. His ability to lead came not just from being dangerous, but from his guts, his desire to be the biggest. As Ari Rafael was in Sao Carlos and Big had been in Macedo Sobrinho. On his birthday, he gave revolvers to his childhood friends Bicky, Russian Mouse, and Sharky, telling them he knew where the jackpot was and they were going to get it with him. The night exceeded all limits. The party continued at daybreak. More meat, more dope, more coke and beer in the morning dawned to samba rhythm. Real no-goods had to have money to spend down to the last penny. Then when money ran out, pay in gold. So Pipsqueak traded gold chains for meat, gold watches, and bracelets for cocaine. Before the party ended, Pipsqueak slipped away with Sparrow into a flat where everything was prepared. Candles burned for Oxala and Django. Oxala the Great Father, Django the Oryxa, Father Joachim of the Cross of the Promised Land of the Souls, who came down to start the ceremony. But Father Joachim wasn't the one Pipsqueak was to speak with. He soon returned, having only come to start the ceremony, greet the children of the earth, message the medium, and order the apprentice. He didn't work with no goods. The one who worked with no goods was the ESU strength keeper of the land of the souls, who came down after squabbling with other exes for the right. He arrived cackling loudly, driving away bad energy, drew a cross on the ground, greeted the children of the earth, sprinkled cachaça, ate a candle flame, ordered the apprentice to roll up his cuffs, and touched shoulders with him, first one side, then the other, because the ESU had to greet the apprentice first. The apprentice looked after him, left presents at crossroads, bought cachaça and candles, left offerings at the cemetery, and made sacrifices. Then the ESU touched shoulders with all the children of the earth present. Streetkeeper sang a chant about not messing with exes, hopping up and down. Pipsqueak listened in silence. The EEXU granted the apprentice a consultation, asked for a sacrifice and a present at the crossroads, told him his path was clear, and passed on messages for the medium. Then he called Pipsqueak over. The EEXU announced himself as the devil, offered to get Pipsqueak out of this hole and set him up nice. But if he was looking for trouble, he'd come to the right place. The EXU promised protection from snipers' bullets, rescue from Black Boot's claws, money in his pocket, and the enemy revealed. That was what Pipsqueak came to ask, wasn't it? But the EXU warned him not to get smart, or he'd fuck things up, stick a fig tree up his arse, put him in a wooden overcoat. All the EXU wanted was a bottle of booze and a candle stub. Pipsqueak opened his mouth to speak, but Streetkeeper continued. He didn't have to speak. Just think about what he wanted. Pipsqueak closed his eyes and lowered his head. He felt the XU's power, who didn't mess around because he wasn't to be messed with, trying to take over his every thought. Pipsqueak was unusually calm. Sparrow cast him a worried look. Standing there, Pipsqueak moved through light and darkness, center and edges, above and below, inside and out, straight and sinuous, through lies and truth. He could choose which world he wanted, which lane to run, which game to play, get out of this hole, or dig it deeper. He'd win any game under the XU's protection. There a chosen fate took shape, a fate without doubt, a fate life had drawn for him that he now glimpsed through a harness, eyes closed, faith burning like the candle flame flickering in the wind, like the tip of the XU's cigar casting gyrating light on him. When the SEO started speaking facts about his life that only he knew, Pipsqueak opened his eyes, drank the cachaça offered, and memorized the prayer taught to him, words the others couldn't understand. He touched shoulders with the SEU and left in silence. Sparrow followed. The holdups in Barra da Tijuca and Jacarepaguá gave Pipsqueak enough money for the limitless life he'd grown used to, but Napoleon and Flip-Flop squandered much more than he did. It pained him to see their parties, the sweets handed out during Saints Cosmas and Damien festivities, the money given to the Crown Carnival Group for its first parade. He saw that dealers up top sold drugs like selling sweets to children, throwing parties for 2 or 3 days open to everyone, yet doing almost nothing themselves. Suppliers delivered, assistants sold. Still, though he planned large-scale holdups, cased joints for timing, got larger cuts, and returned alone with valuables from robbed houses, he wasn't the richest, only the most feared. The number of dope smokers grew daily. So, what was he waiting for? To take over Napoleon and Flip-Flop's dens? What stopped him from taking the flats, since it was his area? If he presented a good plan to his hold-up partners, he'd have their immediate support. He thought about taking Napoleon's den when he heard Big had died in a shootout with police in Juramento. But luckily, he was prudent enough to wait for the right moment to convince his friends. Napoleon had been well-liked since Macedo Sobrinho, and shortly after Big's death, 5th Sector police kidnapped him, killed him, and disposed of the body. They did the job for him. Beto assumed control of the den in Building 7 as Big's brother. But from the moment he took over, things went downhill. Beto squandered money without replenishing stock, forced to do holdups just to buy drugs. Pipsqueak called the den a mess, saying if it were under his command, local junkies wouldn't complain. He talked to the cool guys about his intention to pull the trigger on Beto. He started buying large amounts of drugs on credit from Beto's den and never paid. He also borrowed money without repayment to pick fights and kill Beto without falling out with the cool guys. But Beto never complained. On the contrary, he treated Pipsqueak with respect, leading him to conclude Beto was afraid. Then Russian Mouse told Pipsqueak that Beto had borrowed his shooter and said he wasn't giving it back. Pipsqueak gathered his friends and announced that Russian Mouse was a good guy being fucked around by Beto simply because he was a kid. Pipsqueak considered Russian Mouse too close a friend to let the matter slide. He would take it up with Beto if the gun wasn't returned. One Wednesday morning, he waited for Beto to wake and invited him to the hill, claiming he'd hidden 3 pounds of coke there that he'd let Beto have to boost the den. Israel, who was good friends with Beto, saw death in his brother's eyes. He knew Pipsqueak well and suspected the trip to the hill was a kill. Israel drew his gun and pointed it at his brother like an enemy. Pipsqueak laughed, that quick, shrill laugh, then backed away behind a post. Israel told Beto to leave, keeping his gun aimed. Pipsqueak did the same. They would duel to the death. But blood was thicker. Israel moved his hand as he pulled the trigger. Pipsqueak laughed and swore at his brother, who ran as soon as Beto turned the corner. Israel couldn't let his brother kill his friend and knew Pipsqueak wouldn't listen to a plea for mercy. He ran toward the shops but uncocked his gun when he heard Pipsqueak's voice ordering him to cut the funny business. They had a terse talk. Israel accused him of wanting to resolve everything with death. Everything was bullets. How could he think he'd kill Beto like that when Beto was his friend and everyone liked him? Pipsqueak ignored him and warned his brother to never raise a hand against him again. Next time, he'd ignore their blood and send him to rot in hell. Before turning away, Pipsqueak saw his younger brother Good Life running toward them, having heard about the shootout. Good Life anxiously asked what was happening. After the explanation, he warned Israel of the risk. Pipsqueak was capable of killing him. Pipsqueak knew Beto wouldn't return. Beto only acted like hot shit because of Big, riding his brother's reputation, not nearly as fierce as he pretended, only picking fights with harmless guys. Pipsqueak arrived at Building 7, still holding his gun. He asked a 7-year-old boy named Otavio to fetch Sparrow, handing him a 10 Cruzeiro note before the kid even passed off his spinning top. The boy smiled and sped off. Pipsqueak cheerfully told his friend the den was already theirs. Sparrow shook his head and called him a nasty piece of work. Pipsqueak asked Sparrow to take Beto's assistant's merchandise, then work the den all day with the high spirits of a winner. Joint lit, gun in his waistband, he served customers. Whenever someone he knew arrived, he gave them an extra bundle for free. He announced that this was Macedo Sobrinho, which had belonged to a big guy, and now belonged to a little guy who, though small, had as much balls as Big, maybe more. He declared the den and the new Macedo Sobrinho belonged to a little guy. He decided to change his name to Tiny. The police knew about Pipsqueak, who didn't spare victims and had been considered dangerous since Hellraiser's day. Change of name. Good idea. He started saying Pipsqueak was dead, and the den now belonged to Tiny. The other gangsters watched with fear and admiration, some on the curb, some against the wall of Building 7. None dared do what he was doing, so they came to respect him as everyone had respected Big. He would make lots of money, junkies everywhere, no shortage of suppliers. He then laid out a story about Flip Flop. They were pissed off with him, loads of complaints. Flip Flop got shit-faced and took the piss out of customers. His weed was always mixed. He took women by force. The boys wanted to dust their noses, but Flip Flop didn't stock coke. When there was no coke in Tiny's den, they'd go to Flip Flop's, but never find any. Worse, he was raping and mugging folks in the new flats. They had to get rid of him. If they didn't, some worker would file a complaint, and the shit would hit the fan for all of them. Let's do it. Sparrow took the cue and agreed, though he knew the whole story was a lie. He knew Tiny had wanted the old flats den for ages to have complete control of that part of the favela. Tiny didn't mention money as a reason to avoid sharing profits, only with Sparrow, his best mate, the sort of friend who'd be godfather to his unborn children, who'd never bail in danger, who'd kill anyone who gave him a hard time. They hadn't arranged anything ahead of time. Good pals knew everything about each other. Of all the gangsters, they'd been that way since childhood, since shoe shining in the city center, since their first holdup, since Sao Carlos. A wink, a laugh, a scratch of the head said more than whole sentences. That's why Sparrow noticed Tiny's glances asking confirmation that Flip-Flop was fucking up. Still, even alone, Tiny got his pals to do whatever he wanted. He led the holdups, the robberies, the loot division, even their leisure time. Sparrow's words weren't as emphatic as Tiny's, but enough to decide Flip-Flop should die that night. Sparrow tried pulling him aside afterward, hoping to convince him to just kick Flip-Flop out. Tiny's reply was short and direct. He had to go, a snake in the grass. Sparrow complained that all Tiny wanted to do was kill, never find another solution. Tiny asked if he had a better idea. By 8 p.m., Tiny and his friends hurried to the old flats looking for Flip-Flop, who'd opened his den early, given his assistant 50 bundles he'd packaged, gone to the beach until mid-afternoon, had a kickabout in the big plot, then napped after dinner. He woke for the evening shift, went down the stairs 2 at a time without washing, took 70% of the takings, and asked his assistant if replenishing was worth it. The assistant shook his head. Police had already shown up twice. It had been hard to sell the 50 bundles. Flip-Flop checked for police nearby, put the money in a plastic bag, hurried home, counted it, and took a small amount for beer and cards. The barman opened the 10th bottle while Flip-Flop shuffled, mentioning the beer was getting warm. Flip-Flop dealt to the 3 people in the bar. On the corner, Tiny's friends cocked their guns. Bicky whistled. Flip-Flop looked up, first thought police, then realized it was Tiny waving him over. He felt a twinge inside, remembered the gun left at home, dropped his cards, downed his glass, and walked on wobbly legs into the middle of the street. He'd never imagined Tiny would kill him. He'd always treated Tiny well, sent weed to his gang, respected him. Never had misunderstandings with the new flats guys, always bought things from their holdups. He'd never worried they might betray or attack him. Sparrow was the only one not holding a gun. The gangster's silence and seriousness revealed their intention. Suddenly, Flip-Flop pointed left, cried out, and ran right, a trick to frighten his enemies. But it didn't work on Tiny, who shot him from afar with a .36 caliber pistol, hitting the right lung area. Flip-Flop dodged between buildings before running into Building 4 and sitting on a staircase. Tiny's friends were already leaving when he shouted that Flip-Flop had tricked them. They obeyed his order to pursue, repeated with a mix of laughter and desperation. On Gabino Road, a police van heading toward Freguesia noticed the scurrying and turned around. The gangsters ran toward the hill and took cover. Tiny fumed. The guy had duped them. The shouting and running was a trick. He'd realized the shit was about to hit the fan and set them up. Tiny was the only one who hadn't fallen for it. Someone pointed out the police really did show up. Tiny insisted the police only came afterward. If everyone had pulled the trigger right then, Flip-Flop would already be dead, but Tiny had gotten him. They stayed put, watching the police van turn back onto Gabino Road. Tiny's intuition told him Flip-Flop was still alive. He thought about combing the old flats to finish it. He walked a few paces toward the old flats, stopped, turned to Marcelo, and told him to go kill the guy. Marcelo had never killed anyone. Take the .36, find Flip-Flop, and even if he thought he was dead, pull the trigger anyway. Go do it so you can see what it's like. Marcelo hesitated and was about to protest when Tiny insisted at the top of his lungs, "Go kill the guy. You're one of them, aren't you?" Marcelo clutched the gun, hands shaking, heart racing. He had to follow Tiny's orders. Tiny always gave him money to buy things, backed him up in his first holdup. His life had improved a lot since he'd started hanging around Tiny. He cocked the gun and headed off, weaving through buildings, carrying his fear, nervousness, and the cunning of his 10 years together with the gun that barely fit in his hands. Tiny's voice accompanying his footsteps. "Go kill the guy." The streets were deserted. People watched from behind curtains. Marcelo crossed the square, staring down every alley. Flip-Flop had gone to ground, no doubt. With luck, the dealer wouldn't die at his hands. He was already turning back when he noticed a commotion at a building entrance. He sprinted over. Inside, people's faces showed desperation. He had to check it out. If he didn't kill Flip-Flop, Tiny would be pissed. But if he killed him, he'd be in Tiny's good books, respected. He had to kill someone. Tiny had already killed. Russian Mouse had, Beep Beep had, everyone had. And he was the odd one out. He'd be seen as a tough guy. Kill, a verb requiring a bloody object. Victims who fought back had to die, grasses had to die, fuckwits had to die. Tiny said, "Go kill the guy." He galloped up the stairs. On the fourth flight, he found a woman giving Flip-Flop water. She noticed someone approaching and, without turning, said he was losing a great deal of blood. Perhaps a relative come to help. Marcelo didn't hear her. He didn't hear or think a thing. Just Tiny's shrill voice. "Go kill the guy." Flip-Flop took a deep breath. In a flash, Marcelo ducked his skinny body under the woman's legs and fired 6 bullets into Flip-Flop's chest. 2 days after Flip-Flop's death, Tiny bought 50 pounds of weed sailor return from a supplier who promised to bring as much as he wanted, so Tiny could sell the fattest bundles in all of Rio. He told Sparrow the sooner they sold the dope, the sooner they'd make money. Easy. Build up a good clientele, then slowly reduce the amount of weed in the bundles. Within a short time, Tiny's assistant received a fresh supply of 50 bundles every half hour. Tiny ordered him to trade weed for stolen goods, revolvers, and anything else of value. Soon he offered generous wraps of good coke to customers, who paid with stolen gold chains and guns of all calibers. Business grew. The flats were easily accessible, with customers even queuing for good weed. Thieves constantly brought guns to trade for coke and dope. Tiny's assistant worked with a gun at hand. Unarmed assistants were amateurs. Sparrow remained his only partner, the sole person he trusted. Everyone else got money from holdups. Cash poured into their pockets. They needed a literate person to manage the flow, not a gangster, since gangsters would steal you blind. It had to be a worker who was a friend from childhood, someone who'd never stolen but had attitude, someone who could use a shooter if necessary. Tiny mulled this over as he wandered the flats, looking everyone in the face. His face broke into a grin when he spotted Carlos Roberto from afar. Carlos Roberto often gave him words of wisdom. Watch the no-goods. They're like snakes. In all the time Tiny had known him, he'd never seen him running his mouth among friends. Serious, respected by veterans and cool guys alike. Tiny hurried over and made a job offer. Carlos Roberto turned it down. Tiny insisted. He wouldn't have to touch a gun, just manage money to ensure enough for dope and coke, supervise assistants. Nothing too much work or dangerous. Just handle cash and negotiate with suppliers. Carlos Roberto took some convincing, but a little extra cash never hurt anyone. The next day, Tiny told the assistants that Carlos Roberto would be heading things up. What he said went. They would answer to him now. No need to talk money with Tiny anymore. Days in the flats went as Tiny wanted. Dens doing business. Gold piling up in a pillowcase hidden in a secret place. Guns accumulating from thieves burgling houses in Barra da Tijuca and Jacarepagua. He banned stealing in the flats. Anyone mugging residents near his dens would die. As an example, he killed a thief for no apparent reason, then claimed the bastard had mugged a resident who wouldn't reveal his identity. In truth, the dead man was the brother of a gangster who had beaten Tiny and taken his loot back in Macedo Sobrinho days. Tiny had sworn revenge while being beaten. Now he'd avenged himself and frightened the local thieves. 2 birds with 1 stone. Mugging residents was risky. They told cops quietly, then the cops raided. Tiny also wanted residents to like him, so they'd help with hideouts or a helping hand. From time to time, Tiny walked up top with other gangsters to scout other dealers, see if a den was doing good business, check if the same supplier stocked dens there. He got information from Teresa's den. They were very fond of each other. He liked Up Top, his first home in City of God, where he'd met Sparrow, Slick, Louis Sting, Squirt, Hellraiser, and Hammer. Whenever he walked those streets, he remembered Black Charlie and Slick, doing time in Limos de Brito prison. One day soon, he'd send them money. He often showed up at bars, footed bills for cool guys, slapped friends on the back, invited them to the flats for beer. He moved everywhere but avoided passing his mother's house. Hadn't spoken to her in a long time. One Friday morning, Tiny and his partner cycled through the estate looking for carrots. They'd already been up top and to Block 13. Carrots had stopped hanging around ever since Tiny took to giving orders and yelling. Tiny didn't know the real reason. He imagined envy. Tiny had always done better in holdups and robberies. He'd always thought Carrots a bit weird, aloof. Long before Tiny became boss, Carrots had set up a den on Block 13 with Sting and had been running it alone since Sting went to prison. On Block 13, there were youngsters who committed crimes both inside and outside City of God. Some working as sellers for Carrots, whose den didn't do much business because customers from elsewhere feared walking through the estate. Tiny shouted down alleys up top, asking if anyone had seen Carrots. A teenage boy said Carrots was napping at Rattler's place. Tiny ordered the boy to go wake him quickly. The boy hesitated, saying he had to stay. Tiny shouted he couldn't do that, went over to clout him across the face, and asked if he was going. The boy sped off. Tiny had a beer with his men at Noe's bar, gun in hand, glancing around. Carrots emerged on the corner in Bermuda shorts and no shirt. Tiny waved cordially, drinking in small sips. Sparrow noted Carrots was getting fatter by the day. Carrots shook hands with everyone and hugged Sparrow. Tiny asked if Carrots knew it was them running the show in the flats. Carrots nodded. Tiny told him not to let those kids on 13 thieve down there. Tell them to do it elsewhere. It would attract police to both their dens. Carrots said he minded his own business and no one else's. It wasn't his thing to give orders. He wasn't the police. Go tell them yourself. Tiny replied coldly that he'd come to talk because those kids hung around Carrots' den. Since it wasn't his thing, when they all started dropping dead, don't come to Tiny for help. Sparrow intervened before Carrots could answer, saying he knew Carrots wouldn't want to get involved. Always liked to keep to himself. But here's the story. Tell the kids they'd better lay off if they didn't want trouble. They'd come in peace, just wanted to see eye to eye. No need to give anyone a hard time or kill anyone, just have a chat. Then Sparrow got on his bike and said, let's go. Along the way, Tiny discussed eliminating Carrots. He'd been rude when they'd only come to talk, precisely to avoid a clash with an old friend. Sparrow said that was just how the guy talked. He just didn't want to get involved. Tiny had warned him. Sparrow would have a word with those kids on 13. They listened to him. Passing Batman's bar, Sparrow said he'd swing by his place to grab clothes and head to the flats. Could Tiny take his shooter? Sparrow doubled back, took the road along the right branch of the river, went down an alley, turned left onto Edgar Verneck Avenue where he lived, but braked his bike at a kiosk where guys were playing samba. He ordered a beer, sat next to a cavaquinho player, positioned himself to watch the fingers strumming, got friendly. After a while, he led the sambas himself, singing loud, drinking fast, insisting on paying for the musicians' beers. His joy grew every second. Everything was fine until two men arrived, looking as if they already knew Sparrow was there. They called him over. Their curt conversation lasted a little over 10 minutes until one gave him a shove. Sparrow stumbled back, found his balance, and flew at his attacker. The samba stopped. Drunk but agile, Sparrow leaped about, dodging kicks and punches. Short and chubby, he wasn't afraid to take on a big guy with fists. He could have sprinted home to get one of his 10 brothers, but he decided to see it through. People shouted that 2 against 1 was gutless. A crowd gathered to watch Sparrow beat 2 larger men. The fight was ending when one jumped behind the counter, grabbed a butcher's knife, and stabbed Sparrow twice in the stomach. Sparrow tried to run home. His enemies backed away amid hissing and swearing. He fell before going 100 yards, asked someone to call a taxi, finding it hard to talk. A Corolla and Orange stopped a car on Edgar Verneck Avenue and made the driver take him to hospital. Commotion spread to the flats when Sparrow's own brother brought the news. He told Tiny what happened and asked for a gun. Tiny told him he didn't need a gun. He wasn't a gangster. He needed money. Tiny turned and shouted for Russian Mouse to ask Carlos Roberto for money to pay the hospital and Sparrow's medicine. After Sparrow's brother left, Tiny, confused, talked about several things, flitting from thought to thought without letting anyone cut in, never mentioning Sparrow's name in his agitated monologue. He stared off into space, then came back gushing feelings, still reeling. He fired shots into the air while chewing his lips, cocked and uncocked his gun, laughed his quick shrill laugh for no reason, wandered back and forth between all the blocks, ordered people to roll joints, punched anyone who looked like a dickhead, and several times recited a prayer no one could understand. Late in the afternoon, he ordered Bicky to buy 30 pounds of quality meat and threw a barbecue near Building 7. No one dared ask questions. He was the only one who talked in that tense atmosphere. talking to himself, laughing after long silences, ordering the gang to eat. Only gangsters were allowed the rare steak, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. Even the cool guys were excluded. The barbecue continued into the night. At exactly midnight, without explanation, Tiny got on his bike and pedaled quickly up top. He wandered through the moonless darkness, found out from a reliable source everything that had happened. He went to Teresa's place and ordered her to stop dealing without explanation. He went to Block 13 and rudely gave Carrots the same orders, gun cocked. Then he returned to the flats. He repeated over and over that gangsters had to snort to stay switched on, so they didn't sleep on the job, laughing his quick, shrill laugh. The next morning dawned gray. Everything seemed slow in the sinister atmosphere. People went about with grave expressions. Alleys and lanes were deserted, adding to the day's sadness. Down at the flats, Tiny was still snorting coke with his men. He was even more agitated than when he'd first heard what happened to his friend. At midday exactly, Tiny ordered everyone to follow him. Some rode bikes, others ran on foot, eyes wide, teeth clenched, glaring into real and imagined places, intent on terrorizing whoever Tiny wanted. He led the way with 3 guns, deciding which path to take. He was going to give his enemies the full tour of death. They turned into the alley where Poison Cesar's den was. Tiny asked a group on the corner where to find him. A woman pointed at the bar. Tiny followed her finger and saw Poison eating fried sausages, drinking beer, telling jokes. Tiny called out to him. When Poison saw 15 armed men, he ran. A shot from Tiny caught him at a distance. Though hit, Poison disappeared down an alley, jumped 2 walls, and hid under a car. Tiny's gang scoured the area but didn't find him. As they left, they passed the car. Poison, thinking he'd been found, begged at the top of his lungs not to be killed, then handed his gun over. Tiny laughed his quick, shrill laugh and pumped 3 bullets into the bastard's head. Poison had killed a thief from up top 2 days earlier, then lit candles around the body out of sheer malice, so Walter's family celebrated his death. Tiny and his men ran toward the new short-stay houses. They arrived shooting locks off doors, scouring all the houses, and just like police, captured 2 dealers. They headed for Block 15 with prisoners at gunpoint. Bicky and Tiny invaded Sparrow's attacker's house, hauled him out of bed, hit him with gun butts, and took him with the other 2 to the river's edge. Tiny ordered them to hit the ground. One dealer, already defecating, begged, what had they done? His entire body tightened with the despair of one in death's path. The other 2 dissolved in silent tears. Some gang members wanted to leave. They'd only thought they were taking revenge on the man who stabbed Sparrow, but who had the courage to go against Tiny. Bicky and Russian Mouse looked happy, thumping prisoners with gun butts when they begged for mercy. Light rain fell, the river ran faster, and Tiny's laugh was quicker, shriller, smaller. He didn't blink, his head swinging to every extreme of that moment. The first dealer was brought down with blows and bullets. Several shots blasted his head open. Tiny rolled the still writhing body into the river with his feet. The first murder made the other 2 fall silent. The man who'd stabbed Sparrow fainted before his body was pumped full of bullets. He too was pushed into the river writhing. The last one suddenly jumped into the river, stayed underwater trying to hold on to something. When he came up for air, Tiny's bullet caught him in the left side of his head. Before Tiny even uncocked his gun, 2 friends of the executed dealers emerged from an alley. They'd come to ask Tiny to spare their friends. When they saw the bodies floating, they asked what was going on. Tiny said they'd come to make a request. He didn't take requests. Were they tooled up? They said yes, but they came in peace. Tiny dismissed the peace, demanded they hand over their shooters. The 2 looked at each other, put their right hands on the backs of their waistbands, and stared firmly at Tiny. On hearing one of their guns cock, Tiny shot them both and yelled to Russian Mouse to throw them in the river. They walked around up top firing shots into the air and ordering bars to close. Tiny went around thumping people in the face if he didn't like the look of them, warning everyone he was the boss of those parts. Anyone who set up a den in the area would snuff it. He told Teresa she could sell all the dope and coke she had, but afterward, she'd only sell for him. He hung around a little longer, then headed to Block 13 looking for Carrots. He called Carrots over and explained he'd killed everyone up top. Carrots would only be the front man, but only if he sent money to Slick and Sting in prison. If he didn't, He'd had it. The rain gained new strength, drops ricocheting on rooftops like machine gun fire. The water washed away pools of blood by the river's edge and put out the candles around poisoned Cesar's body. His mother, after a decade of the rosary, gave up trying to keep them lit. If everything from the heavens is sacred, it doesn't matter. A few hours after returning from the beach where they'd replanned the beating they'd give the gang from Gardenia Azul, the boys from City of God showered and put on designer clothes. Grouped together and dressed alike, they looked ready to parade with the same samba school. Before reaching Main Square, they bought chewing gum and Hall's cough drops, chewing and sucking, keeping some to offer the girls at the dance. Sunday night, Main Square belonged to the boys and their childish games. Marisol arrived early. As his friends showed up, he ran through the plan. Tiago would go alone to talk to the Gardenia Azul boys. If a scuffle broke out, they'd let their enemies have it. They boarded the bus singing rock and roll. The white kids from City of God were going to get the dance at the Freguesia Olympic Club grooving. Tiago remained serious, sitting in the front seat with his arm around Adriana. Marisol sat behind them. Though concerned with memorizing every detail of their attack plan, he sang loudly, doing everything to get Adriana's attention. Every time he saw the couple being affectionate, he turned his face away to avoid jealousy. At Freguesia, they spread out in small groups. Adriana did as asked, but nobody came on to her when she walked into the club. The boys entered discreetly and stayed apart even in the dance hall, confusing the Gardenia Azul guys, who huddled together in one corner, oblivious to everything but themselves and the Led Zeppelin, lit joints, and strobe lights. Dancing, Marisol went through the entire hall looking for the boy who'd had the cheek to feel up Adriana, that sexy piece of ass who'd one day be his, treated with all the affection a gorgeous girl deserved. He spotted the guy with his friends in the middle of the hall and crept over. He thought about punching him in the face, then running off to stir things up. He closed the distance. The punch floored the boy. His friends didn't know whether to help him or go after Marisol, who shouted to the others for help. Within seconds, those not from City of God were taking a beating. Sometimes 4 against 1, laughter mixing with desperation. Daniel and Rodrigo held enemies so Marisol could kick them. The best tactic was throwing them in the pool outside, then beating everyone who got out wet. Some raided the bar, some stole belongings of the knocked out, some grabbed a hot chick for a quick kiss while the fight raged. Others, like Rocket, ran before someone jumped them. Security guards concerned themselves with the ticket money and sound system. No way to break up a fight of over 100 people. The fight, which seemed to end in the hall, started again in the street. People in nearby bars, at the bus stop, and taxi drivers were attacked and mugged, though the boys weren't using guns. Passing buses were pillaged. Noses, arms, legs, heads were broken. Eyes left swollen. After the fight, they boarded the first bus that appeared and forced the driver to take them to City of God, changing his route. On the bus, Marisol said he'd been attacked gutlessly, copped it in the back of the neck from God knows where. Next time, they had to attack the moment they arrived, so no one would ever dare attack one of the boys from City of God again. Out of the corner of his eye, Thiago watched Marisol, slanting eyes, tousled black hair. He sensed hostility when Marisol's gaze rested on him, desire when it rested on Adriana. He decided never to let his girlfriend out of sight. Marisol talked too much, repeated himself, gesticulated, laughed, already planning another fight. They got off the bus past the bridge, careful not to go by the police station. Daniel suggested scoring grass in Building 7, but gave up when Marisol reminded him it was risky. The police were no doubt hunting Tiny in the flats after his gang murdered 6 people. Marisol looked around. Everything was deserted. They were the only ones out after midnight. Fear gripped them. Daniel and Marisol hung back chatting after saying goodbye. Daniel said Tiny killed those guys the day before yesterday, and this morning he was dealing in 7 with his tail up. Every time he kills someone, he deals himself. Gives free dope to everyone he knows. Daniel showed up minding his own business. Tiny stared at him for ages, then offered buy 1 get 1 free, buy 2 get 2 free, buy 4 get 4 free. He said the dens up top were his as well. Marisol couldn't understand. How could a short, fat, ugly guy be the boss of everything? Worse than Sparrow. Daniel asked who Sparrow was. Marisol explained. The guy who got stabbed runs the show with Tiny, short and fat, just like Tiny, but a bit better looking. Monday morning, Tiago woke early and got ready to jog. Beach, swim, stretch, sit-ups. He set out at the time he'd promised himself before sleep that had been preceded by jealousy, anger, insecurity, and determination not to lose Adriana. Before reaching the first bridge over Motorway 11, he decided to turn back and follow his girlfriend to the bus stop. She swung her hips so much in her hurry that men made sleazy comments and turned to look at her ass, irritating Tiago, who wanted to believe the body everyone admired was his. Near Main Square, he snuck up behind her and put his arms around her, giving her a fright. Hiding his jealousy, he said he'd spotted her a few minutes earlier. He walked her to the bus stop, made small talk, then said he'd meet her after school, something he'd never done before. She didn't notice his jealousy and readily agreed, happy her boyfriend was so dedicated. She gave him a big kiss before boarding the bus. Tiago considered doing more laps around the plots to finish his run, since jealousy had kept him from the beach. But everything was fine now. She'd agreed without hesitation. If she'd had a boyfriend at school, she'd have been nervous or even opposed the suggestion. He ran fast through the paved streets of the plots, now occupied by lower middle-class houses, though many trees and secluded spots remained. He sat on the highest branch of an almond tree and rolled a joint slowly, thinking about the men who turned to watch his girlfriend pass. Marisol's lustful looks on the bus, the looks her teachers might give her legs. She was without doubt the prettiest girl at her school. He even thought about returning to study, enroll at the same school to watch her constantly. He smoked the entire joint. His thoughts slowed. His gaze turned contemplative. He noticed a nest on the next branch and grew curious. But when he lifted himself, he realized how high he was and returned to his position. He held the trunk more firmly, afraid to climb down. Climbing trees to smoke was always the same. When high, smokers feared descending. He'd heard stories of friends who'd had to stay up until the high wore off. After a while, he felt less out of it. He relaxed and watched sun rays through the leaves, birds playing on branches. Everything seemed calmer and more beautiful. Things were always more evident after a smoke. How long had it been since he'd noticed the happiness of sparrows, the beauty of life? The image of sunlight in the branches would remain forever in his mind. He sang a Raoul Seixas song, looked down again, and clung to the trunk as tightly as before. He'd be better off climbing down to end that paranoia. When he started down, fear returned. Then he saw it was easy, just a head trip. He walked home, willing time to pass quickly so he could meet Adriana at her school. He put on his best clothes, shaved his sparse facial hair, doused himself in perfume, and rubbed in too much of his mother's moisturizer. He arrived at her school far too early and went into a nearby bar, buying 2 chocolates and a soft drink to kill time, never taking his eyes off the school entrance. He left the bar, walked around the block, and timed it. After 3 more laps, she'd be coming out. He kicked stones, whistled several songs, thought again about returning to school, noticed his trainers were a bit worn, and strolled with his hands in his pockets. Next time he'd arrive at the right time. When Adriana saw him, she hurried over, gave him a big kiss, and asked when he'd arrived. Tiago stammered a lie. He'd just gotten there. She called him a liar. She'd seen him pacing from the classroom. Was he worried about something? He insisted he'd only been there a little while, wasn't worried about anything, was just missing her. She corrected his grammar playfully. He made a point of putting his arm around her before crossing the street, then stopped at a bar to buy a cigarette. He decided not to keep his arm around her to see if some dickhead would come up and greet her with kisses, hug her, chat her up. He left with the cigarette already lit. This time he walked without touching her, and the men on the street started ogling her again. Adriana put her arms around him. She felt bad being eyed up beside her scowling boyfriend. Unable to contain himself, he asked maliciously if she liked it when guys looked at her. She told him not to be silly. He accused her of swinging her hips even more whenever a man looked. She said he was talking nonsense. Wasn't that why he'd come to pick her up? All men were like that. Didn't he look at girls on the street? He said no affectionately. He only had eyes for her. Didn't look at other girls. Didn't think about other girls. Only wanted her. They stopped at an ice cream parlor before taking the bus back to City of God. Adriana said she was in a hurry. She had to go to a friend's house for a group project. Tiago listened without speaking, but his mind filled with mistrust. He scratched his nose and swung his legs nervously, unseen by his girlfriend. Was she making it up to meet some boyfriend? Or even Marisol? Women were the biggest liars. He asked where her friend's place was, not looking at her face. She answered in the same manner. Over in Phrygia. They said goodbye after Tiago said he'd meet her after school again, since he couldn't spend the afternoon with her as planned. He thought about offering to take her to her friend's house, or arranging to go to the movies afterward to check that it really was a group project. Standing on the corner of her street, he tried to dream up a way to meet her as she left her house. His eyes followed a ball some kids kicked around the rec sports area. He felt betrayed and tricked, though he had no reason to. Alongside love, he now felt hatred for Adriana, hatred for her, and for the comments of men on the street. Marisol's lustful looks, a rich boyfriend in Phrygia, her teachers, the bus driver, some bastard who caught the bus with her every morning. He wanted to stop feeling jealous, to feel so normal he wouldn't care if she had someone else. Rocket had once said on the beach it was better to share filet mignon than eat a dog alone. What a joke. No man could accept that. If he got her pregnant, his chances of losing her would decrease. If he could find a way to be with her all the time, he'd feel calmer. The sun made the atmosphere, still tense after the deaths of the 6 gangsters, even more heated. Tiago noticed Gabriel and Tonho at the other end of the wreck. He thought about leaving. He wanted to be alone to strategize how to go with Adriana that afternoon. Then he realized his friends had already seen him. Maybe he was better off talking to them to get that fretting out of his head. He sat down, leaned against a post, changed his expression, and held out his hand to his friends, squinting in the sunlight. Gabriel told him there was going to be a rock festival on a farm in Maget. More than 30 bands, ads on Mundial radio all the time. Tiago hadn't known. Gabriel said he was out of touch. Everyone was thinking of going Friday and coming back Sunday. They came to see if they could borrow Tiago's tent if he wasn't going. Gabriel was excited. A whole bunch of girls going to a farm. He planned to take 10 bundles of dope and get shit-faced 3 days straight. Tonho added that these festivals had mushroom tea. Drink a cup, smoke a spliff, pop some pills. Tiago agreed, but said his tent was only big enough for 2. Gabriel insisted the tent could fit 10 easily. They just needed to find 2 more tents, get gas lamps, buy tins of food and bread. They needed to see who was going to get things moving. Gabriel rubbed his palms together, a cheerful smile on his face, his black curly hair covering his shoulders. He offered Tiago a hand up. They walked to Tiago's house with Gabriel making travel plans and calculating 3-day expenses. They had to tell Katanazaka, Rocket, Marisol, Daniel, Bruno, Leonardo, Brino, Sir Paulo Carnero, Rodrigo, Chevy, and all the girls. They set up the tent in Tiago's backyard. Tiago completely forgot about his girlfriend. They just had to stitch a tear on the left side. They rolled a joint, then went to Alvaro Katanazaka's place to tell him about the trip. Their spirits even higher from being high. They made plans while eating gnocchi Mrs. Katanazaka had prepared. In the evening, they told their friends about the trip and what still needed to happen. They didn't want to lug too much weight. The girls would carry the dope, Rocket had a tent, and would borrow 2 more from school friends, Daniel had a gas camp cooker, and everyone would take lots of blankets because the place was cold. It was all set. If everything in the world could be resolved like that, no one would have problems. They went out to smoke a joint on a street, a reasonable distance from Katanazaka's house, used eye drops to avoid giving themselves away, and went back to eat more gnocchi. Marisol arrived shortly after Tiago, Gabriel, and Tonho had returned. Tiago thought about Adriana, but Marisol's presence reassured him somewhat. Now he knew Adriana wasn't with Marisol. He barely spoke to him, though, and from time to time looked him up and down offhandedly, never letting his eyes rest long on his rival, who didn't notice the feigned indifference. They played pinball until well after midnight. Tiago woke early despite his late bedtime. As always, he got ready to jog. He took the same route as the day before, but didn't follow his girlfriend. He waited for her in Main Square. They walked to the bus stop and arranged to meet again in front of her school. This time, Tiago arrived a few minutes before dismissal in his second-best clothes, perfumed, armed with chocolates and chewing gum. He didn't put his arm around her while talking about the rock festival, trying to convince her to go. Though he talked a lot, he watched other men passing and stuttered whenever someone's eyes lingered on her, then pretended nothing happened. He stopped at the same bar for a cigarette and bought 2 soft drinks, putting 4 straws in each, then went to the door where his girlfriend waited. He drank while keeping space between them. To add more distance, he walked to the farthest person to ask for a light, got him talking, and watched out of the corner of his eye as Adriana smiled when a schoolmate passed, said something, ran his hand across her neck, and stroked her hair. Tiago galloped from the bar, bottle raised to bring down with all his strength on the bastard's head. The boy spun and fell, completely stunned. Before he could get up, Tiago kicked him in the face and paced around his bloody, unconscious body. It happened so quickly that Adriana froze, eyes bulging, mind straining to understand. A circle formed around the student. Two men tried to grab Tiago, who tugged at Adriana to leave with her, but a crowd surrounded him. He planted a left hook on the nearest guy's ear, ducked and dodged to slip the others, and used the bottle to threaten those who tried to follow. He boarded the first bus that passed, while Adriana went to her friend's aid. At the third stop, Tiago exited through the back door, threw away the bottle, and wondered where to go. He thought about going back for Adriana, but perhaps better to wait at home. The right thing would be to wait in the square or take a bus past the scene to see what happened. Could the guy have died? He began to realize he'd fucked up. His hot sweat slowly went cold, and an emptiness pulsed through his spine. Stupid. How many times had he stroked a female friend's hair? How many times had he greeted girls with kisses, girls who were also Adriana's friends? He regretted everything. He waited there until a bus passed, going to City of God. Adriana confronted him. Had he lost his mind? He almost killed the guy. Never look her in the eye again. Tiago claimed he thought it was that guy from the dance coming on to her. He couldn't tell he was wearing a uniform. If he'd known he was her friend, he wouldn't have done anything. She asked if he didn't see he was from her school when he was on the ground. He said he saw red, didn't see a thing. She accused him of lying, said he'd been acting jealous since yesterday. He denied it, claimed he was just trying to help, and walked off saying, "Fine, forget it." Tiago went down an alley, even more defeated because his lie hadn't worked. Short steps, head down, hands in pockets, eyes full of tears. He'd acted like a guard dog and lost Adriana. What idiocy. What stupid jealousy. But if he talked to Patricia Katanazaka, Adriana's best friend, sticking with his lie and showing regret, maybe she'd talk to Adriana for him. He had to make up before the trip. Too risky to leave that gorgeous thing alone among men, especially now she'd started smoking dope. Some bastard would promptly offer to roll her a joint, then stick his dick in. He'd lie low, then have a chat with Patricia, even cry in front of her if necessary. He went to Teresa's den, bought a bundle of dope, and strode home. He locked the entire house from the inside, rolled an enormous joint, and bitterly remembered the incident. If he could turn back time, he wouldn't even have met her after school. He prayed aloud. Adriana had to be his again. What man isn't a fool for a woman? Anyone who had her would be jealous. Let her find a boyfriend who loved her more than him. No way. It wasn't just because she was gorgeous and sexy. It was her sensuality, her soft hands, the way she talked, danced, asked him for things. Please God, bring her back. 8 months together had made him sick with love, insanely jealous. He sobbed, head against the wall. Patricia reported to Adriana that Tiago had cried so much he could hardly speak at times. She'd never seen him like that, was scared he might keel over. He talked so much. He said Adriana didn't believe him, that he was only trying to protect her. He swore on his mother's grave he was telling the truth. Adriana couldn't believe it. He could see the guy was from her school. He was so close. He hit him with a bottle, then kicked him in the face. She hadn't the nerve to go back to school. She told everyone she didn't even know him. Just as well no one saw her with her arms around him. But did he really cry? Patricia said he bawled his eyes out. If she were Adriana, she'd go talk to him. Making up was easy. Tiago cried on his girlfriend's shoulder. She forbade him to pick her up from school, which he agreed to immediately. She said she didn't like resolving things with fighting. Even the dance fight had been unnecessary. She was afraid someone might get hurt and had thought her school friend was dead. Tiago nodded at the end of each sentence with feigned acquiescence that even fooled himself. By Wednesday at Katanazaka's house, everything was practically ready for the Friday night trip. They needed to pool money for supplies, exchange the gas cylinder, rustle up 30 weed bundles, 3 packs of pills, and discuss the cocaine Marisol insisted on taking. He argued that in the United States, all young people smoked and snorted, and the U.S. ruled, the greatest nation, the country with the most heads. Their stuff was better. jeans, roller skates, skateboards, watches. Woodstock had hot chicks everywhere, shooting up, snorting, smoking huge spliffs. Days of pure rock and roll. In the US, they didn't arrest heads. People even smoked in bank queues. If listening to rock and roll high on weed was a huge trip, imagine it on coke. He'd rather forget tinned food and spend everything on coke. Everyone listening smiled. Someone said they wanted to snort too, but needed a decent amount. The more glitter, the better, like the Gilberto Gil song. They talked about Gil being the biggest head, arrested down south with a load of weed. Caetano, Bethania, and Gal too. They discussed the film Sweet Barbarians. Rocket had seen it and said Gil took the piss out of the chief inspector. They debated whether the film showed him getting thrown in prison. Yeah, so just for publicity. Gil and all those Bahians definitely smoked, though someone didn't love his music that much. Rocket loved it. Rocket also said there were loads of rich kids at his school who smoked dope at theater and concerts. Whenever those guys performed, everyone smoked their heads off. Janis Joplin died of an overdose. Jimi Hendrix too. Remember when teachers handed out that flyer with their pictures saying they died of an other dose? Not other dose. Overdose, you fuckwit. That's when everyone got curious and started doing it. It was even on Fantastico. They'd always heard rock and roll was a way of life, not just music. For 72 hours of round-the-clock rock in Maget, they got high on dope, coke, needles, and tea. They saw huge, colorful beasts, lost all notion of time, didn't eat, wore only Bermuda shorts during 3 nights of intense cold, did handstands and somersaults at the waterfall, danced for hours on end. Some had sex until their genitals bled. They clapped at song beginnings and forgot to applaud at ends, went hours without a word, danced naked, emptied their bowels in the river they drank from, had the constant impression they were the happiest people in the world. They lost tents, clothes, gas lamps, pots, pans, basically everything. Rodrigo woke up 3 days later in the main square of a strange town next to 2 girls he didn't know. Marisol only showed up 2 days after the festival ended, covered in scratches with a broken tooth. Gabriel and Tonho found themselves locked up at Leblon police station without the slightest idea how they'd gotten there. Over following days, memories flashed through the boys' minds. The next rock festival would be in Miguel Pereira. None could wait. It would be wild. After eliminating the 6 people as planned and giving Carrots his orders, Tiny celebrated the operation's success by firing a hail of bullets into the air in front of Building 7, where he dealt personally until midday. He then sent his men away and went to lie low in his youngest brother's flat, his brother away with his wife. He spent the whole afternoon locked away trying to sleep, but his thoughts raced, making rest impossible. No matter what he thought about, his mind kept skipping back to Sparrow. How was he? Would he come back with that permanent smile, singing those funny little songs, those old sambas, walking quickly by his side, making him feel confident in the way only he knew how? Sparrow was the only person he considered a friend, the only one who deserved his trust, though he couldn't explain why he liked him so much. But if Sparrow didn't make it, his death was already avenged. If he lived, Tiny would get 2 more dens up top, maybe 3. The truth was, he hadn't killed the 6 purely for revenge. He'd used Sparrow's incident to do something he'd been planning for some time. He'd taken advantage of the situation so he wouldn't have to convince his pals of the operation's necessity. Better that way. He wouldn't have to share anything from any of the dens that were now his and Sparrow's. That's why he hadn't told anyone he was going to kill the up-top dealers all at once, nor let anyone else kill them. He was certain his friends would believe revenge was behind the bloodbath, because real friends have to avenge one another. Tiny's dream sat beside him on the sofa, alive, achieved, perfectly healthy. He knew his own men feared him, and that was exactly how things should stay. Their terror guaranteed obedience. Now he needed good, cheap dope in his dens and a steady coke supply for whoever wanted it. Cocaine moved slowly, but the profit margin made it a nice little earner. He remembered Ari Rafael, who'd gotten rich fast with just 2 dens in Sao Carlos. Dealing was where the real money lived. He recalled Jelly, the lottery man from Sao Carlos, complaining how the military police had ruined everything. Unlike the civil police before them, these new patrols demanded protection money from the lottery operators, who already paid the colonels and still faced shakedowns from detectives and inspectors. Jelly had been nostalgic for the old organized system. One decent payment to one station, and the whole operation ran smooth. No more buying coffee for beat cops or beer for foot patrols, while those low-level cops griped that only colonels got rich, and the detectives griped the same about inspectors. Then the sports lottery had appeared, stripping 80% of their bets, forcing lotterymen into drugs just to stay afloat. Tiny considered sending cash to his local lottery operator, but decided against it. He knew no lottery-run dens existed in his area. He wasn't even sure those men still dealt. What he actually needed was a talk with his suppliers, good weed and coke on demand, plus a ban on thieving in the area so the police wouldn't come sniffing around. His thoughts ran the streets of the estate, cutting through alleys with absolute authority, stopping to pose on corners. Because those streets were his. He was boss. King. Right there, alive in the cards of that game. The game of guns, danger, and anger. At the outer limits of violence, it all felt natural, easy. He tried to fall asleep as if killing 6 people at once was normal. Truthfully, he was nervous, but that tension came from one source. Sparrow might die. Sparrow, his friend, the one who would rule beside him. Estate my arse. This is a favela. A favela, and one hell of a favela at that. Only the shacks changed. Electricity and running water now, houses and flats instead of hovels. But the people? Same as Macedo Sobrinho. Same as São Carlos. If favelas have dens, worthless scum, blacks, and poor bastards, then this is a favela too. Tiny's favela. He rose from the sofa, crossed to the mirror, and noticed his gun was missing from his waistband. He hurried back to the shelves, beer festival mugs, a St. George statue, crystal glasses, comic books, shoved the pistol back where it belonged, returned to the mirror, and started muttering. At times his face went serious, as if he were firing at some idiot. At other moments, he let out a slow, obscure laugh. Back on the sofa, he laid the gun on the floor and tried to get comfortable, but he kept twisting in the cramped space until he grabbed a stool, fluffed a cushion, and leaned back with his feet propped up. Then he stood again to light a cigarette, tasted cocaine residue in his mouth, and ground his teeth. Sparrow came back into his head. The only reason Tiny hadn't buried Carrots alive. Sparrow wouldn't have liked it, but if Carrots' den ever turned seriously profitable, Tiny would use the bastard's first mistake as an excuse to kill him. He thought about the den on the other side of the river and felt shame recognizing his own fear. Leaky Tap was a gangster respected citywide, wild as a stray dog, with the contacts to assemble an army whenever he wanted and take the flats. Worse, if Tiny killed Leaky Tap and got caught, he'd be murdered in any prison they sent him to. Leaky Tap's den wasn't even that impressive. It only sold to the local heads. The Flats den was the best in the city, so good that rich South Zone kids came to buy there. Located almost on the road at the start of Motorway 11, connecting the favela to Barra da Tijuca, Tiny Spot probably had the best location in the entire city, feeding not just the South Zone, but the West, the North, and the inner city districts too. He felt certain he'd get rich in record time. This certainty was the strongest he'd ever known. He'd buy a car, a pile of houses, the coolest trainers, sharp clothes, a boat, a color TV, a telephone, an air conditioner, and gold, lots of gold, to set himself up for life. He needed to change positions and also use the bathroom. He stood up on a dead leg, limped to the toilet, urinated, then took a long shower. Afterward, he entered the messy bedroom. No wardrobe doors, dirty clothes scattered everywhere. Before lying down, he peeked out the window and spotted 5 military policemen heading toward his block. He returned to the living room, cocked his gun, quickly twisted a rope from his brother's bedsheets, tied it to the bed's foot, and went back to the window. 3 of the cops were frisking a boy in the square. The other 2 kept coming his way. A tip-off. Some rat had squealed. He wasn't getting arrested. He'd pull the trigger on Officer Portuguese and on Runt too. Those fucking bastards everyone feared. He stood watching the police, visualizing Street Keeper of the Land of the Souls to slow his heartbeat. When he saw them cross the small bridge over the left branch of the river and disappear toward Red Hill, he lit another cigarette, put his gun under his pillow, lay down, and slept until the next day. Around 8 the following morning, Tiny sent 8-year-old Otavio to Sparrow's place. The boy was to check on Sparrow's knife wound, find out his condition, and deliver money to his brother. Otavio ran there and back with all the speed his young legs could manage. Sparrow was asleep. His mother wouldn't let anyone wake him, and she refused the money. He's okay. Fuck. Who? Tiny knew it. He told the rogues sitting with him behind Building 7 to get him a car. They needed to bring Sparrow over. No way he was leaving that wounded friend at home. The pigs would come if they found out he was resting there. Sparrow had to watch his back. Tiny walked around the building, spotted an approaching car, and threw himself in front of it. The driver slammed the brakes. Cocking and uncocking his pistol, Tiny demanded the car. Just for a bit, he'd pay. Get out! Get out! Quick, quick! Then he recognized the driver as Beep Beep. He told him to go, first calling Sparrow's brother to insist Sparrow couldn't stay there. Wake him up. Tell him to come fast. Beep Beep floored the accelerator, zigzagging down the flat's main street, crunching through the first 3 gears, then hitting fourth unnecessarily. He'd have to brake for the bridge anyway. The car owner put his head down, face buried in his hands, only looking up when the brakes squealed, then exhaling relief as he watched his car drive off the far side. Tiny chuckled benevolently, paid the man the equivalent of 2 tanks of fuel, and promised that if Beep Beep crashed it, Tiny would replace the car within a week. Sparrow arrived lying in the back seat, gun cocked, smiling. Fly, his girlfriend, sat up front. Tiny thanked God for delivering them alive. The car owner crossed himself. Beep Beep said naively that the engine was hot shit. Sparrow hobbled out and over to the building entrance where Tiny had spent the night. They had to carry him up 4 flights. Upstairs, Sparrow listened to Tiny's compulsive chatter about recent events. Tiny sat on the bed's edge a while, making plans, then announced he had to meet a supplier. Before leaving, he handed Fly money for groceries and any medicine they might need. At the Sunday street market, Anna Flamingo ended a brief exchange with a stallholder who just sold her a chicken. "A chick buying a chook," she called out. Then she continued her shopping, wearing a wide, permanent smile, blowing kisses to men, looking down her nose at women, talking loud at every stall she stopped at. A pack of boys followed her, grabbing her arse, trying to pull her wig off, taking the piss. Every so often she'd scowl, charge at them, swear, and flash a flick knife. But then her imperial smile returned as she paraded through the market in tiny shorts, silicone breasts, fancy flip-flops, gold necklaces, toned shapely thighs that truly looked like a woman's, a beauty mark on her white face, large earrings, and scarlet red nails. Days after her brother had been killed by Detective Beelzebub, Ari, now Anna Flamingo, had started living in the favela like any other resident. Before that, she'd only slept there occasionally. Not anymore. She no longer worked the red light district or Lapa Square. She plied her trade at the foot of the Grajal Range with other transvestites and prostitutes. When business was slow, she went shoplifting with a gang of women who met in the alley to plan their heists and sell stolen goods. She was choosy about her clients, preferring preteens, who would queue in her living room for a few minutes with her in the bedroom. But when she fell in love for real, she belonged to just one man. She provided well for short arse, gave him expensive gifts to keep him, and was affectionate, understanding, and a good housewife. Her few friends who knew about the relationship said no young girlfriend would treat her husband with so much love and dedication. They were happy for a year and 9 months. Then Short Arse's friends, one by one, found out about his secret love affair and relentlessly took the piss. He decided to leave. Anna Flamingo couldn't accept it. She tried everything. Daily presents instead of weekly lavish food, more affection. And in the bedroom she gave only the blowjobs he loved so there'd be no penetration, something he'd started avoiding. But she couldn't save it. The relationship had been so secret at first, but word spread. Too many people in the favela gave him sidelong glances, nudged each other when he passed, cracked little jokes. Even the friends he trusted made mean wisecracks. He just couldn't keep it going. On a rainy Monday, he waited until Anna Flamingo left the house, packed his things, took all the money stashed under the mattress, and wrote on the paper that had wrapped the bread, "It's over. Sorry about everything. Yours, Short Arse." When she read it, she felt cold. The cold of sleeping alone through the coming winter nights. The cold of no longer having a husband to kill the cockroaches that frightened and disgusted her. The cold of cooking for herself. The cold of having no one to bring presents to. The cold of loneliness. She paced through the rooms with her head down, looked at the empty place in the wardrobe where he'd kept his things. Her tears washed away the powder on her sad clown face. She threw herself on the bed, sniffling in silence. The overwhelming silence that always accompanied that life of scorn and discrimination, of hiding herself, arriving when everything was over, receiving disgusted looks, getting beaten by police. It all flooded into her at once. She rose, slowly removed her wig in front of the mirror, and ran her hand over her face, mixing mucus, face powder, lipstick, and tears. She undressed, running her hands over her private parts. An erotic scene. Maybe she'd feel pleasure acting it out, since all the actresses did it in films and on TV. She was an actress. Glória Menezes, missing Tarcísio Meira. Even better, Marilyn Monroe, looking at the perfect body short arse had discarded. Sometimes she stopped and flexed her muscles. She was a man. She was a woman. But sad, very sad for most of her life. Why did her desire have to be treated as something dirty, secret, and embarrassing? Her serious face in the mirror asked itself, "Who are you? What else did you expect besides loneliness? Come on, throw yourself on the bed and suffer in silence. Tomorrow, you'll get used to it all again. Nothing new is going to happen, you fucking faggot." She pushed herself to fall asleep fast, unwilling to lie awake, replaying the memory of short arse all night. That meant smoking a joint, downing 4 beers and 2 brandies, then collapsing so numb she wouldn't even dream. But a check under the mattress revealed she'd been robbed. She couldn't decide between hunting him down to teach a lesson or waiting for him to return, convinced he'd come back for more cash, since he neither worked nor had the stomach for stealing. The indecision held her as she stared blankly at the wall. Then she resumed her original plan. Fishing 2 notes from her purse, splashing water on her face, grabbing the first clothes she found, she walked slowly up top. She bought 2 bundles of dope and smoked them wandering the favela's alleys. Depression hit harder. Suicide crossed her mind, shooting herself and forgetting everything. Instead, she stepped into a bar, ordered a beer, and sipped slowly, ignoring the disgusted looks from pool players. She lit a filterless cigarette. Ash burned her leg, but she didn't move it. That pain meant nothing. Real pain ran through her soul, raising goosebumps. She thought of all the presents, the money, the special meals and sweets made with love, and the bastard had robbed her. Rage took over. She sprinted off, the bar owner shouting for her to pay. The person running wasn't Anna Flamingo. It was Ari, 6'4", used to brawling with police in Lapa and the red light district. Not the Marilyn Monroe of Estacio, but the rogue from Sao Carlos, a razor fighter who delivered sweep kicks and vicious retaliation. He wanted his money back, not from need, but because of betrayal and nerve. She clapped at the gate of her ex-husband's house, louder the second time, cupping her hands to shout the traitor's name. No answer, though the living room light was on. The third time she sensed movement. Spotting short arse peeking behind the curtain, hatred swelled. She warned she'd come in if he didn't bring her money immediately. He regretted spending everything on drugs, put away his coke plate, panicked trying to invent a lie, then heard the gate creak open and her voice saying she was entering. He fled to the bedroom, opened the window, and jumped. He landed on a pile of wood, the noise waking his parents and catching Anna Flamingo's attention. She circled the house, no longer interested in explanations, and attacked violently. He tried to escape as she screamed thief and traitor, waking neighbors who came to watch. Knowing how ashamed of her he was, she dragged him into the street. She beat him, yelling that he'd slept with her claiming love, then stolen from her, mocking him for leaving because she wouldn't give him what he wanted. His mother tried to intervene. Anna Flamingo called it a marital fight and kept going until he passed out. After that day, she avoided the favela for weeks. She stayed home, bitter with regret for losing her temper. She might have ruined any chance of reconciliation. Living alone again was the last thing she wanted, not because of sex, which she did professionally, but because she craved a companion. This was the second marriage ending in blows, where she'd been exploited and humiliated while staying silent out of fear of abandonment. Resignation, loneliness, hatred, fear. She gathered those feelings from her room and tossed them out the window. Then she dressed provocatively, applied makeup, and went to the market for a chicken. After shaking off the kids trailing her, she invited some women from the shoplifting gang to dinner. At her house, Nostalgic argued that working in rich women's homes was pointless. The wealthy always benefited while giving nothing, then handed descriptions to the police. Supermarkets were the future. Hit good stores, steal expensive items that sold fast. Jonah complained that street markets no longer worked either. White people carried only grocery money. Nostalgic described special knickers sewn to the thighs, worn under a loose skirt. You could walk out with a bottle of whiskey. Anna Flamingo bragged about using a pocket knife when she couldn't find a client. Nostalgic said she wanted out of this life someday, leaving a febrile silence. They agreed supermarkets were easier. Within a week, they had measurements from a seamstress and began operating in Barra da Tijuca, Jacarpagua, and the South Zone. They told no one else, took turns, and worked only busy days. Easy money. They escaped domestic work, a life of contempt, drudgery, low pay. Nostalgic refused to be the world's whipping boy for social injustices she hadn't invented. She wanted a decent life for her kids, which honest work couldn't provide. At month's end, each woman hit 30 to 40 supermarkets successfully. They paid doctors, dentists, bought food and school supplies, added rooms to their tiny houses, replaced flood-damaged furniture, dressed well, ate well, used dream cosmetics. Their changed appearances made the shoplifting even easier. After the friends left, Anna Flamingo sat on the sofa, thinking nothing beat a bit of pandemonium to chase away the blues. Dinner had revived her enthusiasm. She decided to return to work, which she'd abandoned since Short Arse left. She hadn't felt like doing anything for a long time, nor wanted to talk about it, knowing her work friends would ask after the bastard. Her rough patch seemed to be ending. She went to bed, intending to wake refreshed. Gaudy lipstick, tight shorts, discreet perfume, heavy makeup, long wig, to restore that old, permanent, imperial smile, a facade for the night. At work, friends greeted her, joking she'd taken time off only to return better than ever. She boasted that even a famous actress couldn't match her. She'd raised her price, stopped performing certain acts, avoided cheap motels, drank only imported whiskey, back to knock them dead. Gossip flowed about a man who'd been with nearly everyone. He'd asked a woman for a specific favor, and she described the sensation graphically. They all laughed hard, then spread out to work. Given her absence, Anna Flamingo took the best corner. She slid down her shorts, making erotic faces at slow-passing drivers. Some swore, others cracked cruel jokes. Desperation crept back. She might have to steal tomorrow if things didn't pick up. Then a man pulled over, opened the door, and gestured her in. He drove away quickly, saying he thought she'd never return. He claimed to know her by sight, had watched her for ages, wanted to know her life. She took him to a discreet motel. He spoke softly, slowly, intensely, of discretion, understanding, his study of her, his desire. He didn't want his name known. He'd pay a monthly fee. He was turned on by her mouth and wanted her body in every possible way. Her jaw dropped. They grabbed each other in the lift, groped into the room, and finished on the bed, floor, shower, table, chair. Great pleasure surged through her as he took her hard. Watching him howl each time fascinated her. On the return drive, he reconfirmed everything. Her disappearance had filled him with despair, and seeing her again, he hadn't wanted to miss his chance. For 2 weeks, the stranger returned, giving her pleasure no man ever had. Above all, he was affectionate. It was the first time she'd received a man's affection. The warmth of sleeping in each other's arms, breakfast in bed, long passionate kisses, the happiness of presents and vows of eternal love. The happiness lasted only 2 weeks. Then it was just her eyes, searching every approaching car for her knight in shining armor. She prayed for his return almost all day long. She'd never felt such distress, never believed she could meet a man like that. Handsome, wealthy, polite, wild with desire every time they made love. No, that happiness had been a dream. He would never have a real relationship with someone like her. Someone who had committed and would yet commit so many sins. Someone who tried to play with nature and in doing so, shamed her family. Her father had always said it was better to have a gangster son than a faggot. A faggot everyone teased and beat for no reason. That man had only wanted to try something different, or perhaps it was revenge. Many men had told her they only had sex to get back at their wives. Yes, some men took their revenge in silence. Semi-revenge, since none would dare tell their wives, fiancées, or girlfriends. To be a woman, that was what she most wanted in life. Then why hadn't she been born female, since she loved men so much? Nature's fault. Stupid, unyielding. She wouldn't preserve her natural state because, while a single element felt permanent, incurable pain, nothing in nature could be preserved. To love and be loved. That was all. Guimarães had gone quiet at home and at work, staring into space. Sometimes bank management forced him to stop thinking about Ana Flamingo, but most of the time he replayed their moments together. On Fridays, he imagined the people he passed on his way home were heading for romantic encounters. Maybe he could have her only on Fridays. Perhaps he'd feel less guilty about cheating on his wife and his own homosexuality. He argued with himself. Once a week was still a relationship. He'd never see that worthless dog again. If Fabiana found out, she'd divorce him instantly. He begged God to take away this desire. He didn't want his kids imagining him kissing a transvestite. He should have had courage before having children. Why did he want this? Why did this shit happen to him? But what was wrong with being attracted to men? If only he could tell Fabiana. If only she understood him. He'd fuck her every day. He'd better fill the tank. Ana Flamingo. What a hot arse. Why were men's arseholes better than women's? If his mother knew how many times he and Gilberto had taken turns when they were young, she'd freak out. He needed to own up to liking faggots. No. This fucking traffic jam. He owed her an explanation. If he went there, he'd end up fucking her again. He hadn't slept with Fabiana for almost a month. If she could just take a lover. He'd invite her out for dinner tonight. This business of taking work home sucked. Guimarães found his wife scowling and monosyllabic as always. Even invited to dinner, her demeanor didn't change. She only accepted because of the children. She told him she needed a serious talk. He agreed on the condition they didn't fight. During dinner, he tried to put her at ease and act naturally. Ashamed to think of Ana Flamingo while with his wife and kids, he'd find a way to be more loving, initiate sex more often. That was undoubtedly what she wanted to discuss. At the traveling fair set up near Main Square, the announcer dedicated a love song to Adriana with all the romance a man could give a woman. Disconcerted, she laughed in front of her friends, who clapped and teased her on that rainy Sunday evening. Marisol watched her reaction from his hiding place. Her eyes searched for him in the fair's far corners. After Adriana had broken up with Tiago, they'd started exchanging looks and affectionate gestures. In conversation, they always pretended to agree, showing they thought alike. At the beach or dances, Marisol found ways to be near her and walk her home. She gave him every opportunity. His doting behavior spoke louder than words, but she'd never imagined he'd go public, knowing Tiago was still trying to win her back. She told her friend she thought his method of declaration was terrible. Then Marisol sent a boy with a toffee apple. He let her eat a little before walking slowly toward her with tearful eyes and open arms. Patricia and Doris made an excuse to leave. Marisol suggested they head for the plots. Adriana told him the loudspeaker announcement had been unnecessary. He could have just said something, kept it secret so Tiago wouldn't suffer. She reminded him how Tiago had tried to kiss her on Wednesday. Marisol explained he'd said nothing earlier, not out of friendship, but because men had to respect other guys' girls. Now Tiago should respect him. When he found out they were together, he'd have to stop. He'd used the announcer because he was shy. He hadn't even thought about Tiago, only wanted to tell her how he felt. Still, if Tiago found out soon, it would be easier for him to understand she now belonged to another guy. They stopped in a dark place to kiss and caress. Marisol tried everything to have sex, but though turned on, she refused. Tiago strolled down Main Street, hands in pockets, head down, dreaming up words to impress Adriana at the dance. He felt like the biggest idiot for not controlling his jealousy, which had made him attack 2 more of her friends at the rock festival. He couldn't even claim he'd been out of it. He'd stayed clean specifically to keep watch, determined not to get wasted and let some guy make a move while he wasn't looking. He'd acted like a guard dog, watching every man who admired her, keeping his arms around her almost constantly to mark her as his. Whenever she moved away from the tent, his rudeness knew no bounds, and he threatened people. He lost it completely when she ran into two beach friends near the festival's end and started chatting. Without a word, he attacked them viciously, sparking a huge fight as their friends ran to help. The boys from the favela knocked three out and broke two others' arms. Adriana saw the fight as completely meaningless. She didn't even bother telling him she was done, believing her silence would make him leave her alone. They went home separately from the festival. At first, he seemed to accept the breakup without problems, but after a while he approached her every chance he got. Even among friends, she ignored him. Tiago found Patricia and Doris at the bus stop, made small talk about friends in the rain, then fell silent. Since losing Adriana, he spoke little, rarely saw his friends, and could only think about improving his looks and clothes. He already thought he was good-looking, but if he had a lowered Beetle, wide tires, metallic paint, tinted windows, a roof rack, no girl could resist him. Adriana herself would run back when he drove past in sunglasses, arm out the window. At the dance, guarded, he shook hands with his 32 friends in the middle of the hall, then put his hands in his pockets. His heart raced when he noticed neither Adriana nor Marisol were there. That bastard had acted chummy to pounce on her. He wanted to ask where Marisol was, but stayed quiet, sensing everyone knew and would take the piss. He danced with everyone, then sidled off and left the club discreetly. He wasn't staying to watch Marisol strut in with his arm around Adriana. He dashed for the 690 bus, which passed full. He'd go straight to bed, the only way to get his mind off her. Adriana finally convinced her new boyfriend to come in from the rain after much effort. He'd been dead set on sex. They returned to the fair. When the rain eased, Marisol invited her onto the big wheel to keep her longer. That was the exact moment Tiago got off the bus 100 meters away. The square was deserted, only a few people at the fair. Tiago had been set on going home, but changed his mind. He could drink and play roulette to loosen up. He headed toward the fair again, hands in pockets, head down. Raindrops became visible, falling near the fair's weak lights. A love song embraced the night. The wind-borne cold stung his face. He observed the people around him, who seemed to wear rags compared to his cool gear. He was good-looking, perhaps even more so than Marisol. Adriana wouldn't trade him in. He crossed the square, sneaking glances at the bakery and pharmacy where Marisol often hung out. He entered the fair, bought a shot of liquor and 2 roulette chips. From the big wheel above, Marisol's mouth was glued to Adriana's. Tiago spotted them halfway to the game stand. The rainy night's colors ran together, everything spinning in his eyes. His whole body tensed, hands shaking. The sky came and went with lightning scribbling across the landscape. He watched the long kiss, Marisol's hands stroking his princess's back. The liquor burned his stomach. The music played. Hatred grew, hot flushes pulsing through him. The big wheel stopped. Tiago ran, unnoticed by the couple. He went behind the petrol station along the river's right branch, slowing to a walk once hidden. He couldn't think. Only the image of that passionate kiss and those hands stroking Adriana's back. He rambled through the entire favela, heedless of rain, feeling that life would always be a big mess. Marisol woke after midday and went to the roof to smoke a joint without eating. He had a habit of looking at the sky, thanking God for good things. He couldn't wait to give it to Adriana and watch her come in his arms. He examined a double-barreled Derringer stolen from his policeman father. He cleaned it thoroughly to take to the next dance. The last fight had gone badly. Cascadura's guys had come in greater numbers and kicked the favela boys out after a pounding. He'd fire shots to frighten their enemies. He oiled the gun, cleaned it with kerosene, washed his hands, wrapped dope and bullets in paper, stuck the gun in his waistband, and came down. In the bathroom, he used rose-scented lotion and eye drops, then headed to a friend's house to show the boys the gun. Only the friend's mother was home. He made small talk, drank water, and left. As he left, he ran into Tiago holding a stick. Tiago, eyes bulging with medieval seriousness, declared himself ready to fight to the death if Marisol was looking for him. On a sunny morning in Blonde Square, a friend invited Green Eyes to smoke more weed. Green Eyes joked that he wasn't a lazy arse. He had to work. He headed to the other side of the river, carrying tools to install an iron gate at Whisker's place. He was on a happy high from good weed, switching the tools between hands from time to time. He and his partner had been in the business a month, long enough to learn the tricks. using as little cement as possible during installation, then ripping the gate out at night, painting it a different color, and reselling it. His partner felt uneasy about scamming Whiskers. Green Eyes insisted Whiskers wouldn't come after them. That wasn't how he worked. No one had suspected anything yet. Whiskers was still asleep when Green Eyes clapped outside. He woke with a start, thinking Tiny had come again. He'd borrowed a gun from Tiny for a holdup because his own was damaged. But before he could rob and kill a pharmacy owner, he'd been chased and caught by 2 military policemen who took the stolen money and Tiny's gun. Tiny had been hard on him. Return the same gun, or 5 million cruzeros, or a pound of gold within a week. Or die. Impossible, even with luck all week. Whiskers looked out the window, relieved to see Green Eyes and his partner, though he still went outside with his damaged gun cocked. Once sure Tiny wasn't around, he put the gun away, took 20 cruzeros from his pocket, and paid Green Eyes the balance for the gate's installation. He was happy to please his wife. The children wouldn't be able to run off anymore. Green Eyes thought it odd. Whiskers had been holding a gun but installed the gate as planned. All he had to do was wait until late night, remove it, and sell it to another dickhead. Green Eyes went off to buy dope at the flats, feeling the friendly sun and his 17-year-old happiness born on a gentle breeze. He'd buy 3 bundles to share with friends and laugh harder. The gate scam would work out. If Whiskers suspected anything, he'd return the money, roll him a joint, and everything would be fine. Half an hour later, he was smoking a huge joint with friends. He enthusiastically told them about the XIII scam he'd named himself, waving his arms as he explained how he prepared the cement mixture and stole the gate on quiet Monday nights. He'd sold the same gate to the same person multiple times, painting it after every second sale to throw off suspicion. He called himself a successful businessman. His friends laughed. One warned that Whiskers would be really pissed if he found out. Another argued Whiskers wouldn't give a shit. They hung around until dinner time. 2 still attended school. Another had dropped out, started snorting coke against his friend's advice, and been disowned by his military police lieutenant father. Though the father had moved out instead of kicking his son out, that friend invited the others over for a snort. After school, Acerola heard Leaky Tap's den had received good shit. The assistant had been handing out dope near Batman's bar to advertise. He picked up some weed for after dinner, smoked a joint with the assistant, and said goodbye. Crossing the state water department bridge, he saw Tiny, Marcelo, and Bicky dragging Whiskers, who was crying and begging for more time. Acerola asked what was happening. Tiny explained he was going to kill Whiskers in the cowshed. Whiskers shot desperate looks at Acerola. Tiny was unbudging at first, but gradually softened, and Acerola convinced him to give Whiskers another week, for 10 million cruzeros instead of 5, as the price of extending the deadline. That same day, Whiskers held up 2 businesses, 5 pedestrians, and 2 buses. He stole a car and stripped it for parts, but only raised $150,000. Nervous but optimistic, he thought he could make it with the same attitude every day, but then realized if he raised over $1 million, he'd leave the favela for good. The second time he got only a third of the previous day's take. He spent the day in silence, desperately snorting cocaine, in a depression he'd never felt before. He left his bedroom only for more coke, always with gun cocked, flinching at noises. The third time, petrol station security guards opened fire. He barely escaped, arriving at the favela barefoot, limping, covered in scratches. Late that night, with scattered thoughts, Whiskers happened to see Green Eyes ripping out his gate. He waited in ambush. What Green Eyes was doing angered him deeply. He waited until Green Eyes got close. Green Eyes claimed he was taking it to fix it, that he'd left a message with Whiskers' wife. He put the gate down, ready to jump. Whiskers lowered his gun, struggling to control himself. His partner trembled, trying not to shit himself. Whiskers' wife and children came running, shouting that the 2 had stolen the gate. Whiskers fired at Green Eyes without batting an eye. He tried again, but the second bullet didn't leave the gun. It wasn't necessary. Green Eyes' heart was shredded. His partner had fled before the first shot. News spread fast. Acerola went with friends to tell Green Eyes' mother and organize the funeral. At the wake, smoking a joint, he told them how he'd saved Whiskers' life just days before. After the funeral, he walked home thinking about fate's irony. He stopped to buy a cigarette. When he turned, he saw Tiny sitting on his bike with one foot on the ground, a look of disgust on his face. Acerola looked into his eyes, lowered his head. Tiny told him he'd seen. Acerola hadn't let Tiny kill the guy, and the guy went and killed his pal. But Tiny had killed him today. Then Tiny moved on without waiting for a response. Slick had been caught red-handed on his 18th birthday while mugging a couple in the city center. He'd gone with Carrots, who fled when he noticed police approaching, sensing Slick wouldn't leave without taking the couple's belongings. Slick was held at a downtown station, then tried, found guilty, and sentenced to 5 years for crimes he'd committed and others he'd confessed to under torture. He arrived at Limos de Brito prison quiet and tight-lipped, made himself a place to sleep in his cell, and didn't leave for a week. On the 10th night around midnight, an inmate woke him. The chief wanted to talk immediately. He got up calmly, opened the cell, and saw 5 men playing cards at the corridor's end. He walked toward them at a normal pace. The men kept playing, pretending not to see him. When he was about to speak, someone cut him short, asking where he was from. City of God. What was he in for? Theft. The chief asked which rogue Slick knew in City of God. Slick asked to be left alone to sleep. The chief mocked his use of pal, and from his tone, Slick realized trouble was coming. He got ready for a fight. The chief, wearing a flamingo shirt, asked if he had money while the others kept playing cards. Slick said no. The chief accused him of showing up without finding out who was in charge, not talking to anyone, not sharing anything. If he was broke, how did he have cigarettes? He was getting off on the wrong foot. The chief lied about some guys in City of God who owed a debt and said Slick would pay it. Then he announced that from now on, Slick would be called Bernadette and would be his girl, loud enough to wake the whole corridor. Slick flew at him. The chief dodged, stuck out a foot, tripped him into the bars. Dazed, Slick was kicked and punched for a long time, then carried back to his cell covered in blood, unable to stand. He stayed there a week, receiving cigarettes, toothpaste, and outside food while he recovered. He imagined some friend recognized him and was helping. On the 7th day, a bouquet of flowers arrived. He leapt up in fury, threw the roses down, and demanded who was messing with him. The chief answered from the corridor. Slick positioned his aching body for a fight. The chief gave him another beating, then ordered others to strip him. Held down by 3 inmates, Slick had his trousers pulled off despite his resistance. The chief saw he'd soiled himself, ordered them to let go, put a knife to Slick's neck, made him wash, then placed him belly down on the bed. After a cut on his neck, Slick stopped struggling. The chief shaved his legs and buttocks, then raped him. From that day on, Slick had sex with the chief regularly and behaved as a prison wife, washing his jocks, folding his sheet, setting out food for them to eat together. Disobedience brought beatings. He learned others were in the same situation. The chief and his gang dominated the whole row. Suffering eased when shared, and though he swore revenge, life as the chief's woman guaranteed good food, cocaine, bedding, drinks, dope, and chilled water. On visiting days, he dressed as a man for his family. Daily prison life meant red knickers, the chief's favorite color, lipstick, and earrings. The first time he had diarrhea, they forced him to use menstrual pads, calling a faggot's diarrhea his period. When released, Slick was much harder and angrier at life. He remembered slop buckets tipped over his face, truncheons thumping his arse for no reason. When the chief lacked outside meal money, Bernadette ate watery beans, rancid rice, and unseasoned lard. When the chief lost interest, life went downhill. Only prison food, dirty water, and drugs only when visitors smuggled them in bodily. The flu stayed his whole sentence. His body often ignored his head's commands. But he was lucky to be alive and sane, unlike his cellmate Prawn, who'd never committed a crime until hunger drove him to steal cheese from a supermarket. Caught, handed to civil police, tortured into confessing many crimes, Prawn did time and lost sight in his left eye from a beating for resisting rape. His body bore many scars. He had tuberculosis. After beatings and illnesses, he lost all notion of things, abandoned by legal aid, then family. Released, he begged downtown and died in 6 months in broad daylight, without help or compassion. Slick feared madness as he witnessed insanity, leprosy, venereal diseases spreading through the prison, many faces of death, even in his dreams. He hated guards who brought drugs for some prisoners to sell, charging extortionate prices and taking commission. He was shocked hearing chiefs call that place their home. They'd take holidays on release, but that was home, where they felt good. Prisoners without visitors, unable to afford toothpaste or a fork, had to work for those who lent these basics, pouring water for baths, cleaning cells, and if they had smooth legs and tight buttocks like Slick, having oral and anal sex with the chiefs. Slick had visitors who brought money and toiletries, but not finding out who the chief was on arrival had made him a prison wife. Passing through the last gate on release, he thanked his Pombagira for not getting caught using or dealing drugs at the chief's orders. Paying a guard to deal in peace wasn't safe. Sometimes the guard turned you in anyway, or sent another to confiscate and resell the drugs. He knew inmates whose sentences got extended. Back in the favela, worried someone might know what happened to him, Slick sent his middle brother Black Walter to check for gossip. Luckily, his friends said they'd missed him and made no comments about his prison sex life. Sparrow sent money, thinking he was still locked up. Tiny ordered Walter to pick up 300 cruzeros from Carrot's den for Slick. Since Slick had been caught on a job they did together, Carrots owed him a helping hand. Tiny knew Carrots sent money to someone else, so this was no skin off his nose. Carrots gave only half, promising the rest later. Slick stayed hidden another day. He showed up at the flats after midnight. Tiny confirmed everything Slick already knew. Asked if he'd been given a hard time in prison, Slick said a dry no. Sparrow sent Otavio for pizzas and beer to celebrate Slick's freedom, hugging him and shouting. Tiny said Slick needed his own den, would talk to Carrots, and promised he'd agree to cut him in. Several times Slick talked about holdups, but Tiny disapproved. Dealing was the way. Out of Sparrow's earshot, Tiny lied about Carrots and suggested Slick take over his den. If necessary, he'd send 3 men to help take Carrots out fast. Enemies had to go. Slick accepted, but told Sparrow, who begged him not to kill Carrots. Tiny agreed against his will. Carrots would have peace only when he sent the rest of the money to Slick, who he still believed was in jail. Instead of sending 2 men, Tiny showed up with Slick in front of Carrots, saying it was bad form to be reminded to help a friend caught on a shared job. Carrots sensed something wild in Tiny's gaze, that familiar look. He didn't question, silently handed over the money. Slick counted, then politely demanded Carrots' entire dope stash and ordered him to find somewhere far from the favela to sell. He could no longer deal there. Tiny prayed Carrots would lash out so he could pull the trigger, but Carrots remained cunningly calm, with an ironic smile, saying without looking at Tiny that he'd been thinking of giving him the den anyway because they were friends. Though their conversation stayed discreet, passers-by quickened their step, worried about a shootout. On Grande Island Prison, everything was set. The bleeders, those who kill, and the bleeder, who takes responsibility for murders, had been chosen. Some were chosen because they had very long sentences, and one more murder wouldn't change anything. Others killed or took responsibility to avoid being killed for rape, dating inmates' wives, or robbing locals. Those who breached the organization's code had 3 options: kill, be killed, or assume responsibility for murders. Everything would happen when the Samba started. The new faction's motto: peace, justice, and freedom. Inmates who raped, grasped on arrest, robbed, or forced weaker inmates to pour water while they bathed, all who subjected others to humiliation, were going to die. Sting was first. He'd arrived terrorizing as he had in the favela, raping women, mugging workers, keeping the largest share of loot, killing people he disliked, and throwing them in the river. Arrested drunk by police after 2 holdups and murders with a .38, he'd left behind a rifle that Tiny took from his house that same morning and hid even from Sparrow. Sting was proud of ramming his cruel up many inmates' arses, taking their money, cigarettes, family food, blankets in the cold, saying he was boss of that shithole. He lay on a blanket in the courtyard and ordered the first passerby to wank him off. The inmate obeyed without blinking. As the samba began, the whole courtyard sang together. By the time it ended, 13 bodies lay bleeding on the ground. When the first line of the samba began, the man giving Sting a hand job pulled a knife from his waistband with his left hand. In a single slash, he split Sting's scrotum, cut off part of his penis, then stabbed him repeatedly in the stomach, eyes, and arms. Sting's body writhed egocentrically as other prisoners drummed on anything they could, speeding the samba. A momentary silence followed, then a knife clinked against bars. One inmate, just one, ran his knife across the bars and shouted that he'd killed 13 bastards. That prisoner survived because he took responsibility for all 13 murders. He was the bleeder. Sparrow wasn't in Building 7's den when Tiny and Slick celebrated taking over Carrot's place. He borrowed Russian Mouse's bicycle and pedaled aimlessly, then began following Daniel at a distance, admiring his style, his good looks enhanced by the sun. Sparrow envied how Daniel stopped to greet the most beautiful girls in the favela with kisses. He went out of his way not to be noticed. He wanted to be good-looking, dress like the boys, and date those happy girls with tan skin, sleek hair, tattooed bodies. Only Russian Mouse's XIII matched Daniel's bike. They turned onto Middle Street. Sparrow pulled even and challenged him to a race, starting from the second bridge, racing to the new short stay houses and back. Still weak from his injuries, Sparrow expected to lose, but he pedaled hard and, to his surprise, kept the lead the whole time. He was as strong as Daniel, who spent every day at the beach working out. Sparrow waited with a wide smile. Daniel admitted he was fucking good. Sparrow asked where he'd gotten his trainers, shirt, and shorts. Madureira for the trainers, the South Zone for the shirt and shorts, all top brands. Sparrow offered to give him money to buy the same. At Sparrow's place, he pulled a wad from a bulging plastic bag and handed it over without counting. Daniel thought it was too much. Sparrow told him to buy a shitload of size 7 trainers, shorts, and t-shirts, including taxi fare there and back, and deliver everything to Building 7. Daniel left surprised at how nice Sparrow had been, feeling he hadn't needed to let Sparrow win. Sparrow watched him ride off. Late that evening, after trying on dozens of clothes Daniel had brought, Sparrow admitted the amount was ludicrous. But that's how the rich lived. Spend money, have fun, enjoy life. He gave Daniel a bag of unpackaged weed and more cash than he'd ever carried. Enough for a surfboard or imported skateboard. He declared himself a playboy to everyone who commented on his new attire. With an enormous dragon tattoo on his arm and Fly curling his frizzy hair, he felt like a rich kid. He sent Fly to buy him a XIII so he could go to the beach every morning. Rich people rode bikes too. He'd start hanging around Pepino Beach as soon as he learned their lingo. Everything was about getting the jargon right. Some gangsters tried to mock his new look, but he put his hand on his gun, saying he was no clown. Even Tiny suppressed a laugh. The homemade object made of fine paper, launched during June celebrations and propelled by hot air from fuses tied to wire burners, is called a balloon. The name also refers to the worker who slaves all week, then on payday gets drunk, puffs up with hot air, rises, then crashes down completely burned out, at which point kids pilfer his belongings. This was called spent ballooning. Tiny banned it to stop police complaints and gain respect from local barflies. But the kids from Block 13 were flat broke. On a Friday preceded by a full moon, they attacked newsstands with sticks and stones, shops with a penknife and a .22 revolver, and spent ballooned every unfamiliar drunk. Zamaria, who lived in Building 8, drank more voraciously because he'd received severance pay after 6 years of work. At Tomze's bar, kids drank soft drinks while watching him sip cachaça and nibble gizzards. Tomze asked them not to rob anyone nearby, offering free soft drinks. Zamaria staggered out late. The boys followed, waiting for a deserted spot. The inevitable happened before he reached Red Hill's short stay houses. Next morning, head pounding and stomach aching, Zamaria left without answering his wife and went looking for Tiny. Not finding him at the den, he complained to Bicky and Russian Mouse, who promised to recover his money quickly. Russian Mouse had seen the 13 kids acting weird. Bicky wanted to go sort them out. Russian Mouse warned they should talk to Slick first, since he was boss over there. Bicky refused. They knew spent ballooning was forbidden. They rode through Red Hill, crossed Edgar Vernick Avenue, and turned onto Miracle Street as calmly as on a morning ride. The kids were gathered in an alley, trying to get kites airborne with the glee of money in their pockets. Bicky demanded where they got the money for the string. One kid told him it was none of his business. Bicky ordered everyone against the wall, brandishing a 9mm Russian Mouse frisk them, missing part of the cash in one kid's pocket. Bicky asked repeatedly if they'd spent balloon Zamaria. All remained silent. One kid sidled toward a drain pipe where his gun was hidden. After negotiations, Russian Mouse convinced Bicky to let them go, warning they'd kill them if they caught them doing it again. Back at the flats, they told a sleepy Tiny. He said only fools got spent ballooned. Nobody forced the old man to drink. Forget the kids. Give him the money and tell him if he gets drunk again, he'll get another beating. Marisol stepped back, trying to persuade Tiago to talk things through. He wanted to explain that he'd only told Adriana how he felt after hearing they were no longer together. Tiago refused to listen. With clenched fists, he darted, danced, swore, and pretended to lunge. Marisol pulled his derringer, cocked it, and said he'd kill him. Tiago ran 50 yards, stopped behind a post, and ordered Marisol to fire. Marisol tried to talk. If Tiago wanted, he'd put the gun away so they could talk. Tiago replied he'd get his own gun and kill him mercilessly. Marisol fired. Thin smoke covered his face. The bullets lost momentum before 20 yards and fell to the ground. The time Marisol took to reload gave Tiago chances to attack. Marisol would run while loading, fire 2 shots, tongue showing, then Tiago would back off, wait for the shots, and dash forward. They spent the entire afternoon this way. A crowd gathered to laugh and egg them on. When Marisol fired, everyone ran, then applauded Tiago's offense. They ranged through the whole favela until ammunition ran out, then locked horns in a fight. Everyone called it a draw. Their fights continued for 2 weeks. The boys persuaded Marisol not to use the gun since Tiago was their friend, and tried to convince Tiago to chill out. Adriana had chosen. Tiago wouldn't listen, claiming the world was too small for both of them, and Adriana was only with Marisol to make him jealous. One Friday night, Sparrow fired 2 shots into the air, brandished his gun, threatened to kill them if they kept fighting, and made them shake hands. Everything had been arranged with Sparrow, who'd become good friends with the boys through Daniel and had started sending them dope morning, noon, and night every day, plus buying them ice creams, cakes, and soft drinks at the Del Rey bakery where they always hung out. To celebrate the end of the dispute, Sparrow took everyone to a steakhouse, insisting they could eat and drink anything they wanted. He paid for everything with a sincere smile. Now he looked good too. The most beautiful girls greeted him with kisses on both cheeks. He went to dances, messed around on the bus, and learned to body surf like no one else. He liked his new life. The next day, Peanut, the den assistant, joked in front of the other gang members that the boys gave it like a girl. Everyone laughed, including Tiny. Sparrow found it funny at first, then felt silly before his men. He suddenly drew his gun and told everyone to run. When no one moved, he fired the first shot, and they all took off running between the buildings. Sparrow chased them, firing 1 shot after another. Tiny ran too, laughing like most of the gangsters, while Sparrow kept a serious face, reloaded, swore, and dared them to shoot back. Though angry, he didn't actually want to hit anyone. He chased his pals for a while before heading to the shops for a soft drink and cakes. Within minutes, he was telling jokes to barflies, clowning around, singing rock and roll. His friends arrived gingerly. Sparrow treated them as if nothing had happened. He asked Peanut to roll him a joint, smoked it, leaning against Tiny, and even bought a Band-Aid for the scratch Tiny got from falling while running. It had all been an elaborate game of tag. That evening, Sparrow told Tiny in private that he'd decided to marry Fly. He'd been seeing her a long time and was convinced she should be the mother of his children. She was affectionate, understanding, had stopped stealing and smoking dope on corners like a man, was a good cook and housekeeper. His family liked her. He begged Tiny not to tell anyone. He wanted to keep sleeping with other women, who'd started flirting with him too. Tiny asked when. Today, Sparrow said. Tiny suggested buying beer for the boys. Sparrow asked since when did gangsters have wedding parties. He'd taken over the house of a dealer Tiny had killed. That night, he sent Beep Beep to buy supper from the steakhouse and deliver it around midnight. The day before, he'd sent men to paint and clean, and Night Owl had fixed masonry, plumbing, and assembled the wardrobe. The house was ready for the newlyweds. After talking with Tiny, Sparrow said goodbye to his friends, got on his bicycle, and went to meet Fly. The night seemed empty after Sparrow left. Tiny wanted to snort, but decided on another joint to fall asleep. He rolled it himself and smoked alone in a building entrance. The next day, the whole gang gathered near Building 7 when Bicky came down the street along the left branch of the river with 2 boys tied with rope. He clouded their already bloody heads with his gun butt. The boys had robbed a number 690 bus full of Flats residents. Bicky announced they'd warned them, "You can't rob buses that come through the favela." They were going down the Polish corridor. The gangsters stood in 2 rows and made the thieves pass between them 3 times, beating them brutally with gun butts. 9-year-old Bigalina blacked out. Tiny thought it was a trick to escape the beating and continued kicking and hitting him, then guffawing, unloaded his 9mm into the boy's body. He ordered Russian Mouse to shoot the other thief in the foot, then took another revolver, pointed it at the boy, and ordered him to leave without looking back, or he'd die. The boy limped away, using the building for support. Tiny could fire any moment, but if the boy moved further from the building, Tiny couldn't use the wall to aim. He tried to move away, but couldn't walk without support and returned to the wall. If he got out alive, he'd never steal in the favela again. His mother's voice shouting at him to rustle up money recomposed itself in his ears. Miserable. His life was really miserable. He was going to be shot in the back. 3 meters left before the building's end. He quickened his step and turned the corner with such relief that he stopped, breathed, and looked at his wound. He peered around the corner to see if anyone followed, and got a bullet in the middle of his forehead. Tiny had followed the building with his gun pointed, kept it pointed around the corner without changing position. He told Marcelo to get a car and dump the bodies in Sassy Alley. Then, as if nothing happened, he continued talking with his men, not looking at Sparrow, who called him a madman, his eyes brimming with water. 2 days later, a newspaper ran photos of the 2 dead boys, calling it a heinous crime. Tiny listened as Sparrow read the article and asked what heinous meant. Sparrow didn't know. Daniel, there to collect 5 bundles of weed from Sparrow, explained the word to everyone. In the streets, boys who studied in the mornings spun tops near their houses, while girls played house in backyards and on stairs. People's faces were calm. The river and its 2 branches ran slowly. The dry season had settled in more than a month ago. In the rec, the boys talked about the latest fight at the dance. In bars, barflies played silly games, discussed football, told old jokes. A normal Monday. Neighborhood women immersed in afternoon gossip. People collected bottles for recycling. Others looked for iron and copper wire to strip and sell. Some hadn't eaten that day. Thieves had already gone about their work. Muggers had already mugged and killed someone outside the favela, and the beggars who lived there were arriving back on buses. In Block 13, a woman checked the temperature of water she'd put on the stove. She'd made 2 visits to the bar to call her drunk husband home. She thought about dropping the idea during the day, but seeing him drunk, decided to proceed with her plan to be happy forever. She'd made him take out life insurance the week before. Now she'd kill him in cold blood. In the flats, a group of boys averaging 7 years old gathered on the stairs of Building 8, known as the Angels because they'd all been born in City of God, and as the empty pockets for lacking money like Tiny's gangsters. Starving, they devoured 3 chickens from holding up a luncheonette on Taquera Square, armed to the teeth with hunger. With his mouth full, Highwayman swore he'd never again do a job just to eat. He'd rustle up something big so he wouldn't risk getting caught every day. He'd follow Bicky and Marcelo's example, robbing houses for gold, dollars, and guns. This game of pretending to be armed could backfire. Time to get real guns. Humiliating doing favors for gangsters in return for loose change, leftover food, and dope. Ottavio enjoyed running errands for dealers. He wanted to be a dealer when he grew up, but it took ages. Assistant, then security, then manager. To head a den, you had to wait for old guns to die, or get locked up, or kill everyone as Tiny had done. No, they'd pull off big jobs so they could wallow in money. That's what the boys decided as they fought over leftover chicken. Highwayman arrived home on tiptoes, not to wake his mother and stepfather. But his stepfather was awake, waiting to see if the boy brought money. Highwayman offered only a chicken drumstick and got a beating. His stepfather wasn't going to support someone else's kid or let a layabout sponge off him. Highwayman's mother interfered and got beaten too. The stepfather didn't say so, but he thought she sided with the bastard because he reminded her of his father. One day he'd beat the boy to death so he wouldn't have to live with traces of his wife's first husband. After the beating, Highwayman went to bed without a tear. Real men don't cry. In a bar, a man advised another that when his wife starts henpecking, the thing to do is fart at her all day. He prescribed oxtail, potatoes, watercress, red chilies, farts of every description. The crabby husband complained about his wife. He worked all day, bought nothing for himself, so the home never lacked anything. Wasn't aggressive, didn't hit her or the kids. What was it to her if he had a drink before dinner? She could stick it up her arse. He ordered more liquor and crackling. He ate 5 pieces, drank 3 more shots mixed with beer, and staggered home. Opening the gate with difficulty, he urgently needed to urinate, but the urine poured down his leg, wetting the living room rug. He showered without taking off his clothes, finding it odd his wife was so quiet in the kitchen. He decided to stay quiet to avoid a fight, stuffed his wet clothes under the bathroom counter, put on jocks, and lay down. In minutes he snored loudly. His wife dragged him into the kitchen and poured boiling water over his head. She was convicted of first-degree murder and didn't get the insurance money. Rocket told a partner he wanted to sell pizza, soft drinks, juices, nothing else. The partner insisted on beer, but Rocket refused to put up with barflies. He had an industrial oven, 2 blenders, a juicer, glasses, everything set. All he needed was a little shop. He proposed 50% for himself. The other 50 split between his partner and the head cook, but money would only start coming when he finished paying off what he owed. The partner agreed with a gigantic smile, shaking Rocket's hand. They tried to set up a kitchen utensil shop before, selling door to door, then a little shop in the favela, then branches, hiring employees. But even with a prospectus saying profits would go to an orphanage, they'd made only 1.5 times minimum wage between them in their first month. Their school progress suffered. They traipsed all day, sunk money into merchandise at the Madureira markets, earned a pittance, half of which had to be set aside to restock. The partner warned they couldn't let anyone know. People would be envious and jinx the business. They'd buy a horseshoe to hang in the shop on opening day. Rocket agreed with a gigantic smile, shaking hands with Alvaro Catanazaka. They'd already tried setting up a kitchen utensil shop together, never an actual store, just door-to-door sales, dreaming of opening a little shop in the favela, then branches, hiring employees. But even with a prospectus claiming profits would go to an orphanage, they'd barely made 1.5 times minimum wage between them their first month. Their schoolwork suffered. They traipsed around all day, sunk money into merchandise at the Madureira markets, earned a pittance, and had to set aside half to restock. Catanazaka warned that no one could know. Envy would jinx the business. They'd buy a horseshoe to hang on opening day. They chatted longer, ideas arising randomly between drags on a joint. Rocket said goodbye and left, while Catanazaka sprayed air freshener before his parents arrived. Rocket rode his Calo 500 yards, then suddenly turned back even faster. He remembered the shop over in Araujo. The owner was renting it out. His girlfriend's father had been thinking about renting it. They decided to go see it. They rode down the street along the left branch of the river. The landlord asked where Rocket lived. City of God, Rocket said. The landlord asked distrustfully if they were the ones who wanted to rent it. Rocket lied. It was his dad. They left enthusiastic. The rent was steep, but with contacts and good advertising, they'd make it easily. They just had to forge Catanazaka's father's payslips. Rocket, a photographer and very good artist, would handle it. The bond money would come from Catanazaka's severance pay that Monday. He'd been fired. Braga, Catanazaka's father, didn't hesitate. He did whatever his son asked, not from indulgence, but because he saw a future successful businessman in Alvaro. His son would be what he hadn't been. Rocket accepted dinner at Catanazaka's house, necessary to start the forgery, and a pleasure because Teresa's cooking was the best he'd ever tasted. Catanazaka reminded him they'd need 3 forged payslips. Rocket asked for a razor, glue, a typewriter, and doctored photocopies. Everything went as planned. Before 3 o'clock, Braga shaved carefully, combed his hair, clipped his nails, put on his old wedding suit and Teresa's glasses, and went with the boys to rent the shop. No problems. Later, someone told Rocket he needed to dress like a waiter. Rocket refused. No uniform. People would take the piss. Fine, then a white shirt to look nice and clean. Not bar. Pizzeria, Rocket corrected. They'd get there early for finishing touches, announce an opening day special. Whoever paid the all-you-can-eat price got 2 soft drinks. They agreed a month after renting. Catanazaka suggested bringing records, Milton Nascimento, Caetano Veloso, Gal, plus rock and roll to change music depending on customers. Rocket agreed. They considered the opening a success. Sparrow arrived early and insisted on paying for all tables. Rocket managed fine, the pizza tasty, the soft drinks cold. Sparrow told them to put beer on the menu. Catanazaka, with a pin tucked behind his ear like a shop owner, said he would. He just didn't have the bottles yet. It was a rainy summer night. Rocket insisted on playing Caetano Veloso for the boys, who laughed at silly jokes and used the same old jargon. Friday, Tiny and Sparrow's dens sold much more than any other day. Good Life now helped with management. Israel played samba in nightclubs, but had started carrying a gun, beating up thieves in the favela. He was almost as powerful as Tiny and Sparrow, telling women he was an artist who didn't need to sell drugs. Around midnight, Sparrow showed up at the shops with almost all the boys, finding Tiny and the rest of the gang there. He announced that these guys were his friends, all cool. No one should give them a hard time. Anyone who did would get a bullet in the arse. He told them to grab 20 bundles of weed. Tiny carefully examined each boy's face so he'd never forget them. If they were Sparrow's friends, they'd be his too. Some he'd seen around, others he'd known since childhood. Leonardo, Pedro, Rocket. He stared intently, then asked the bar owner to open a crate of Coca-Cola and left. Someone said there was only one bundle. They were out of weed. Sparrow fell silent, then ordered someone to go to Carlos Roberto's house, get 3 pounds of dope, and take it to his place. He'd package it with his pals. No gangsters coming to do the packaging. At Sparrow's place, the boys wrapped dope in sports lottery tickets, each puffing a huge joint. Someone went for cakes and soft drinks. Another went to the den up top for cocaine, but returned empty-handed. Teresa wouldn't give him the 30 wraps. Sparrow handed over his thick gold chain with a St. George medal. This time, the errand succeeded. Rocket put on a Raul Seixas album and suggested they eat first, then snort. They hung around listening to music, snorting coke, smoking, packaging dope, until Fly arrived home with her sister. She screamed at Sparrow. What the fuck were these playboys doing in her house, coming to get off their faces, eat her food? She ordered them out, cursing. Laughing, Sparrow signaled the boys to leave. Dawn was breaking behind Gavea Rock. The cocaine had chased away sleep. They waited in silence for Sparrow to come out in swimming trunks, towel around his neck, dark sunglasses. He told them all to meet at the flats. He'd drop off the bundles, and they'd leave from there. Don't be long. As Sparrow closed the gate, Fly ranted from the window. He wasn't setting foot in here today. Her mother was sick, and all he wanted was to party, hang out with those fucking playboys. Sparrow laughed and headed off with the boys under a cloudless blue sky. A busy Saturday at the beach. Big waves, surfers, propeller planes trailing banners, people selling iced tea and suntan oil, volleyball, football, and the boys having body surfing races. For those who stay up all night snorting coke, the best thing is to smoke loads of dope to bring on hunger and sleep, and drink coconut water to protect the stomach. Sparrow had learned this lesson. He took weed to the beach and loads of money for coconut water and sandwiches for the gang, and the girls already there when he arrived. He was rich. On the way back, Sparrow got off at Gabino Road with others from the flats. They arrived singing rock and roll. Sparrow wasn't going to bed. He'd get more wraps, but first he'd visit old Aunt Vincentina's building. Every Saturday she served a delicious meal with percussion and samba. He'd eat as much as possible, then snort coke for a pick-me-up. He invited Leonardo and Rocket, who agreed. Tiny, Slick, Bicky, and Russian Mouse were eating dinner with 38s in their waistbands, speaking with mouths full, discussing the beating they'd have to give Hit and Miss. Third time someone had accused him of rape since his release. He was a veteran, but he couldn't terrorize residents. If they didn't act, workers and junkies would think less of them. Sparrow arrived and told Tiny to leave Hit and Miss to him. They'd go see him together. If he got smart, they'd take him out. Sparrow ate 2 plates of cow heel stew and snorted 5 wraps of coke. Tiny snorted 5 too. Then they left. Rocket and Leonardo walked with them to the bridge, then said goodbye. Sparrow said he'd be at Katanazaka's bar that night. They wound through alleys fast, guns in hand, with the solemnity of gangsters at work. Crossing main streets quickly, slowing in alleys. A woman saw the guns, quickened her step, and fell. Tiny laughed his quick, shrill laugh. Sparrow recognized it and immediately said he'd only been kidding about killing Hit and Miss if he got smart. Tiny didn't answer. Seeing an acquaintance, he arrogantly asked if he'd seen Hit and Miss. Over in 15, having a beer. When Hit and Miss saw the two of them holding guns at the end of Block 15 Square, he tried to slip away. He knew why they'd come. In the most recent rape, a 15-year-old girl near the old cinema covered her mouth, dragged her behind the State Housing Company building, pulled off her knickers, rammed into her anus. He thought Tiny would get involved, but he figured if he frightened the girl, she wouldn't grasp. He threatened to kill her if she opened her mouth. As soon as he moved away, the girl began screaming for a pervert. The news spread quickly, even though it was after midnight. Tiny spots hit and miss across the square and immediately shouts for him to stop. Hit and miss has never been with a woman who wanted him. His only sexual experiences happened in prison, including with 2 homosexuals and a cellmate he raped. Now, as Tiny's voice cuts through the air, Hit and Miss understands exactly why they've come. Sparrow steps in and asks bluntly whether the rape of that girl is true. Hit and Miss admits he had sex with her, but claims she was dressed provocatively late at night, that she led him on and then changed her mind. Sparrow rejects the excuse outright, calling it a lie, mocking Hit and Miss's appearance by saying no girl would ever willingly sleep with him. He orders Hit and Miss to come closer so he can teach him a lesson about forcing women. Hit and Miss points out that Sparrow and Tiny are holding guns, but boasts he could crush them both with his bare hands. Sparrow hands his weapon to Tiny, and the 2 men face off. Sparrow beats Hit and Miss thoroughly, then grabs a pool cue and swings it down on his head. Hit and Miss finally flees, one hand pressed to the worst of his wound. Later, Daniel notices Rocket dressed up and asks where he's going. Rocket explains the bar failed. Too much credit given to customers, and the owner, Katanazaka, refused to listen. Now Rocket's mother doesn't want to support him, and he doesn't want to be broke. He's heading to Macro to find work. Daniel laughs at the idea of a supermarket job, but warns Rocket to dress more plainly, so Rocket decides to go home and change first. One Wednesday night, Mango tells his friends about a plan to rob houses with 2 accomplices, Tio and Coca-Cola, whom he met during a 5-day stay in the drugs division lockup after being caught with marijuana. The police had held him to scare him straight, a privilege often extended to white users not from the North. Mango always used that immunity to distinguish himself from black users, calling them dopeheads while calling himself merely an addict. His criminal life began when Tio and Coca-Cola, still in prison, asked him to recover stolen money from a hideout and deliver it to them in visits. Within a month, Mango had connected with a major prison gang. He couldn't explain his fascination with their stories of murder and robbery. That fascination deepened when an inmate offered him management of a den in Kitungo, giving him real power. Inside the favela, he started trading with Tiny's gang, buying and selling stolen goods, drugs, guns, and ammunition. Before managing the den, Mango had once sold Tiny a stolen motor scooter with forged documents. Tiny gave it away as a present, but 2 days later the recipient was arrested for theft and fraud, and Tiny swore to kill Mango. Only the intervention of Orange, Jackfruit, and Acerola saved him. Now that Mango has become a full supplier, Tiny respects him again, occasionally asking how the organization works. On a recent prison visit, Tio told Mango he and Coca-Cola were about to be released. They needed a hideout, pistols, and for Mango to sell remaining revolvers to boost their struggling business. By that Wednesday, only 1 revolver remained. Mango offers it cheap, since Tiny only buys pistols now. A thief near Batman's bar asks to see the weapon. Something in the thief's gaze tells Mango he intends to steal it. The thief declares the revolver is his, calling Mango a playboy with money who doesn't need it. The thief doesn't realize Mango has become far more dangerous. Mango pretends to agree, then pulls a pistol from his waistband and tells the thief he's taking the revolver to hell. Only then does the thief realize the revolver isn't loaded. He drops to his knees, begging for his life. Acerola and Orange arrive and convince Mango to spare him, but Mango orders the thief out of the favela by nightfall. The 3 spend the night at Mango's house snorting coke and drinking whiskey. Acerola hesitates at first, but Mango says once won't hurt, so Acerola joins in. They talk about crime, football, and women. By morning, Mango reveals that he and his partners, all white and tall like him, will rob a place that afternoon, disguised with doctor's clothes and briefcases. Acerola urges him not to get involved. Mango's father is a lieutenant. He should go back to school. Mango refuses, saying studying will never make him rich enough. He claims he'll be a gangster only a while longer, then buy a farm in a remote corner of the country, maybe go to Paraguay and keep bees. A dream from a science teacher. Acerola and Orange leave, each inventing excuses for their parents. Mango showers, has another shot of whiskey, hears clapping outside, and peers through a peephole he drilled in his yard wall. Seeing his partners, he shouts that the gate is open. They review the plan, sleep through the afternoon, and head out after dinner. Around midday, The waking hour for gangsters, as the local samba says. Tiny's gang heads to Almeida's house for a promised dinner. Almeida's rooster has been suspicious all morning, watching the men drink beer, smoke dope, and glance at him. He pecks at the string, tying him to a stake until it weakens. Ottavio arrives by taxi with 5 hens, their feet tied and rolled in newspaper. Tiny orders the hens thrown into the yard so the rooster can mate with them before dying. He believes this tenderizes the meat. Almeida's wife insists the rooster should go into the pot first. The rooster forgets everything, mounting hen after hen, while everyone claps and Almeida waits with an enormous knife. The rooster doesn't fully understand what's happening, but when he sees the knife in the hand of the man he considered a friend, he realizes everyone is conspiring to kill him. On his first try, he breaks the weakened string, dodges between the guests, and sprints through the alleys. Tiny shouts for them to grab the rooster. The gang chases as the bird winds through alleys like a panther, running low, peeking around corners, flying 15 to 20 feet at a time toward the new flats. Tiny crashes into a pots and pans cellar, falls, then leaps up, beats the man with his gun, and shouts for someone to shoot the rooster. The shooting begins. Bullets whistle past the rooster's ears and tear up the ground as he flies over the river branch and runs between buildings 7 and 8. He chooses the square in the flats. So many shots ring out that even the usual gawkers stay hidden behind their windows, afraid of stray bullets. Slick hears the shots and turns back, hiding, thinking it's the police. The rooster plunges into a dark grove of guava trees, panicked and unable to fly, running faster over rough ground, hurting himself but feeling no pain. After several minutes, the shooting stops. He hides under dry leaves and waits for the hunters to give up. After an hour, the rooster emerges from hiding, crosses the grounds of an abandoned mansion, reaches Edgar Werneck Avenue, and vanishes for good. Back at Almeida's house, the gang laughs about the bird's cunning smoking joints and drinking beer. Almeida's wife remarks it's for the best anyway. Rooster can be tough. Half an hour later, Ottavio shouts a warning. "Bread for sale!" 5 policemen are approaching with guns drawn. The gang tenses to run, but Tiny orders everyone to stay put with weapons cocked, ready to shoot to kill if he fires first. More than 30 men stand, holding pistols. Sergeant Linivaldo squints at the display. He and his officers realize immediately that attempting an arrest would mean their own deaths. They pretend to see nothing and retreat. On the way back to the station, Linivaldo tells his men they'll continue avoiding patrols. They lack the manpower and firepower to confront the gang, and without complaints of muggings, theft, or rape, there's no reason to act. 3 o'clock. Scorching heat. Mango, Coca-Cola, and Tio enter a building dressed as doctors. Sunglasses, prescription glasses around their necks, fancy watches, iron clothes. They greet the doorman and lift boy, then ride to the 13th floor, where a gold dealer and an exchange bureau are located. The gold dealer's bulletproof glass door lets a security guard see them approaching. He opens the door before they even gesture. Inside, only one other guard, an employee and the owner. Coca-Cola asks the gold price, calls it too low, pretends to consider, and coughs 3 times. Mango and Tio draw their guns and announce the robbery. They force the owner to open the safe, tie everyone with telephone cord, and strike each hostage 3 times on the head with gun butts. The exchange bureau goes just as smoothly. In the corridor, Mango says they should leave. His partners insist on hitting more offices. They rob their way down to the 6th floor, where Mango looks out a window and sees police cars and a crowd below. The exchange bureau's office boy arrived during the robbery and called them. Nervous, they check if they can jump to neighboring buildings, then decide to stick to the plan. They run to the 2nd floor, take the lift, straighten themselves, wipe sweat with a stolen hand towel, and walk out. Coca-Cola asks a police officer what's happening. The officer says the building is being robbed. Coca-Cola says he came from the 2nd floor and saw nothing strange. 3 months later, Mango returns to the favela, well-dressed, a new car in his name, self-employed documents, a thick gold chain, 2 pistols. He's become the official driver for one of the organization's leaders and a cocaine distributor in the favelas around Leopoldina. He brags to Jackfruit, Orange, and Acerola about pulling off 3 bank robberies in a single operation called Operation Pinpoint, then tells them if they want to snort or smoke, go to Fogatero and he'll set them up. They hang around talking until midday, when Mango goes to Aristoteles' house. He's known Aristoteles since childhood, but they became close friends later. Since his own family disowned him, Mango eats at Aristoteles' house every day, sleeps there, borrows his car, taking liberties only the best friends can. Aristoteles welcomes him with the same smile, goes to buy beer, and tells his wife to serve dinner. That night, they snort cocaine on the favela slopes with friends. When they're alone and drunk, Aristoteles looks Mango in the eye and admits he's unemployed, and his wife needs surgery for a lump in her stomach. She won't use the public system. He doesn't want a loan. He wants Mango to supply him with goods to sell quietly. He has contacts in favelas who can move product fast. Mango agrees to consider it, but warns they can't afford mistakes. Coca-Cola tries hard to stop Mango from giving Aristoteles 5 pounds of dope to resell, but Mango insists. Coca-Cola finally greenlights 2.5 pounds with many conditions. Aristoteles sells everything, earns enough credit for another 7.5 pounds, and sells that quickly too. Within months, he's receiving 15 pounds a week. Even when he hasn't sold the last batch, he has enough cash from selling to friends and small dens to pay up front. His wife gets surgery in a rich clinic. He builds extensions, buys a new car, a scooter for his son, and beers for the cool guys. Then he starts frittering money away. One awful day, he receives old, weak dope. Customers complain it only makes them hungry, thirsty, and sleepy, impossible to get high. Aristoteles tracks down Mango near Batman's bar and complains about the quality. Mango says that's how it is between crops. He has to keep selling, especially now that T.O. has been arrested. The police are demanding a fortune for T.O.'s release. Mango needs 50,000 cruzeros as a loan to be repaid by the 10th. Aristoteles says he has bills and probably can't. Mango reminds him that they helped him when he was in trouble, and now this is how he returns the favor. Aristoteles agrees to help. That same day, the favelas den owner sends an errand boy to Aristoteles, complaining about the weak weed. He'll have to get rid of it cheap to avoid getting caught for nothing. But can Aristoteles get good product to get things moving again? The owner apologizes for being difficult and asks for the favor because he's broke, assuming Aristoteles is connected to big dealers. 2 weeks later, T.O. is out of lockup. Time to restore finances, but they still only have stale weed to sell. Aristoteles believes the only way to get good weed Thursday afternoon is to think positively. He should have taken his wife's advice, pay up front and stop selling dope. He was stupid to buy things in installments just to keep cash in his pocket and give freebies. Now he's kicking himself. Mango, Coca-Cola, and T.O. all believe Aristoteles has money stashed away and that his worrying is just greed. Despite their suspicion, they give him their bad product on sale or return basis when he claims to be broke. But when the favelas den owner smells the dope, he refuses it. He rolls a joint, takes a toke, and repeats he won't buy. Despite his problems, Aristoteles finds a way to pay Mango back. Thinking he's clear, he gets drunk, buys and snorts too much coke even before paying outstanding bills. He had enough left over to clear past debts and, God willing, future months too. He believes he can delay paying for the sale or return dope. But Mango presses him. The guys need the money by Saturday for a breakout and to buy more product. Aristoteles must think of something. Around 11 o'clock Saturday, Mango claps at Aristoteles' gate. Aristoteles hides and tells his wife to say he went out early. Mango notices her strange behavior and leaves suspicious. He stops at Batman's bar, asking everyone if they've seen his friend. He goes to his girlfriend's house, eats, and sleeps until 6 in the evening, then returns to Aristoteles' house. Aristoteles admits he came earlier. Yes. He went to favelas to try to raise money, but they had none. Mango asks if their deal is still on. Aristoteles says he's really broke. Mango stands in silence, runs his hand over his head, and says he'll talk to the guys. But Aristoteles should keep trying. When Mango says he's heading to Fogatero to pick up money, Aristoteles asks him to put in a good word. Mango agrees. At Fogatero, an errand boy tells Mango that T.O. and Coca-Cola are in Morro du Alemão for a hastily called meeting with the organization's leaders. Mango turns around and heads there. He wants to know what's happening. He likes being around the big bosses, hoping to offer ideas and move up in their favor. As soon as Mango arrives, Coca-Cola asks with concern where the money is. Mango argues that Aristoteles is broke and couldn't sell the product. One of the leaders orders him to kill Aristoteles. Mango doesn't have to go far. He finds his friend in Main Square. Mango tells him the guys want to talk, and when Aristoteles suggests going tomorrow, Mango insists it has to be now. He tells Aristoteles to get his car and waits. Mango drives in silence while his friend makes small talk, then falls quiet too. Mango thinks about Aristoteles' family. After killing him, he won't be able to look any of them in the eye. He remembers afternoons listening to rock and roll, drinking wine and smoking dope, mornings on the beach, dances, drag races. He remembers Aristoteles sticking his backside out the car window, telling him to honk, imitating a singer who claimed the devil was the father of rock and roll. Mango decides he'll kill his friend, but far away where no one will know. The night is hot. Mango drives fast. Passing Mato Alto, a secluded place, he thinks about stopping, ordering his friend out, and shooting him in the back, but instead decides to take him to Morro do Alamo, hoping the leaders might spare him if he can persuade them. Cautiously, he starts talking again, secretly hoping the car can be sold to pay off the debt. Mango tells Aristoteles to wait on a corner and climbs another 500 meters to the shack where the leaders are still gathered. Inside, the leader repeats that Aristoteles borrowed 50,000 and paid it back on time. When the product was good, he sold plenty and saved money. But now, he takes dope and claims to be broke. The leader tells Mango to get rid of him. They need money for someone's breakout. Mango wants to argue further, but fears the man giving orders, one of the top leaders. He needs to show he can be cruel. He can't say no. He leaves with his gun tucked in his waistband, claiming they have to go to Fogatero because the guy's headed there. While driving, Mango thinks about where to kill his friend and regrets not doing it in Mato Alto. He considers killing him right there in the car. He stops before Iraja, points his gun, and orders Aristoteles out. His friend protests. They're friends. Has he lost his mind? From inside the car, Mango fires twice into Aristoteles' chest, puts the car in gear, and drives off. Minutes later, he returns to where the body lies bleeding and loads it into the boot. He's sweaty, cold, and thinks that if he gets help in time, he could save his friend. He stops, checks for a heartbeat but can't tell, then starts pulling the body out again before giving up and getting back in. He has no idea where he is. Numbness paralyzes his soul. His heart pounds wildly. He presses a hand to his chest, takes a deep breath, and drives through the hot night. People sit at gates. Children play dodgeball. Teenagers prepare for parties. Bars are full. Mango sees only the road, runs traffic signals. He thinks about stopping in front of a clinic, leaving the body, and fleeing. He shakes, steps on the accelerator, remembers Aristoteles trying to save a girl from drowning in a pool at an abandoned mansion. His friend had a good heart and didn't deserve to die like that. A police siren sounds behind him. He speeds up, crosses onto the wrong side of the road, drives on the pavement, regrets not getting rid of the body sooner. He crosses a viaduct, spins the car around underneath, and heads for another neighborhood. Checking the rear view, he sees he's no longer being followed and slows down, though he continues running red lights for another 10 minutes. He drives up a mountain range, stops halfway, throws the body into the forest, and returns to the favela, his thoughts scrambled. Near Batman's bar, Mango asks about Orange. Told he hasn't been seen, Mango goes to his friend's house. When Orange calls out that he's coming, Mango opens the gate and door and hugs him without a word, sobbing, body still shaking. Orange sits him on the sofa and fixes sugar water. Mango drinks it slowly, then confesses that he got rid of Aristoteles. Disgust and pity mix in Orange's eyes. He'd heard Aristoteles owed money. Mango explains that the debt was to the organization, and because he'd brought Aristoteles in, he had to be the one to kill him. He didn't want to. Orange turns his back, silence filling the room, trying to understand the absurdity. His mother arrives through the gate. Mango dries his eyes, pushes his pistol deeper into his shorts, and greets her. She looks at him suspiciously, sniffing for marijuana. Mango says goodbye and heads to Fogatero, where he smokes 5 joints, drinks a bottle of whiskey, vomits, washes his mouth, and sleeps little. Horrible dreams wake him shouting, frightening neighbors. When he realizes he was dreaming, he sits up in bed and stays there until dawn. A year later, Sparrow finds Carrots downcast in the wreck, asking a barfly for a cigarette. Sparrow tells him to set up a den up top. He'll supply dope and coke. Tiny and Slick had no right to take his den down below. If anyone gives him trouble, Sparrow will put a bullet in them. He offers money as a loan, to be repaid when Carrots is back on his feet. With a laconic smile, Sparrow watches Carrots leave, then tells Breno what a nice guy Carrots is and how Tiny and Slick wronged him. Sparrow heads to the Katanazaka household to eat gnocchi, for which he bought ingredients. He asks where the rest of their friends are. Over recent months, he and the boys have become inseparable, spending 3 days together snorting coke and camping along the Green Coast, going to the beach, discos, cinemas, and visiting the South Zone. Some boys now carry drugs between the flats and the den up top and hold Sparrow's gun when he's incapacitated. Sparrow has them run errands as a favor, claiming their whiteness means police will never stop them. The Boulder boys have learned gangster routines and even shoot rivals and troublemakers in the feet. They walk with a swagger. Sir Paulo Carnero, who spends the most time with Sparrow, has become his card-playing partner and prides himself on learning all the tricks from Russian Mouse in one lesson. Russian Mouse, Bicky, and Tim also now hang around with the boys, dressing and imitating their style. Even Tiny starts going to dances with them. Sparrow has successfully brought together the boys and the gang from the flats. Business grows steadily. Cocaine use increases daily. Junkies from the favela and elsewhere show up at the den with chains, rings, bracelets, TVs, watches, revolvers, mixers, blenders, anything to exchange for cocaine. Different worlds intersect, making anything tradable. Tiny bought a chest for gold pieces that come into his hands cheap, since thieves from the alley now sell only to him. New people join his gang daily, not for money. Only Tiny, Sparrow, Carlos Roberto, and his 3 assistants draw salaries, but out of fear and to gain respect and the right to bully anyone they dislike. Even the boys start picking on whomever they want. As Sparrow's friends, they consider themselves Tiny's friends too. They have influence. Up top, abuse becomes more frequent after Tiny decides he only likes people from the old days, the cool guys from Macedo Sobrinho. Slick has been locked up for 6 months. Even while being beaten by 5 policemen at the station, he refused to confess to crimes they wanted him to. He demanded a lawyer, knowing his brother would hire one immediately. That's exactly what happened. The lawyer prevented the police from pinning other offenses on him. Slick was charged only with possession of a firearm, found guilty, and sent to serve his sentence. Sparrow quickly eats his gnocchi so he can buy fabric with the boys. He's decided the whole group should dress alike. He's trying to look more and more like them. They head to Botafogo, only the poor shop downtown, to buy fabric, then plan to see a film in Copacabana and have dinner in Gavea, where they'll laugh and plan a camping trip or a night at a disco. Rock and roll dances are dying out. The media is pushing this new trend, and everyone must follow or be left behind. Uncool. They have dinner and Kibon ice cream mixed with orange Fanta for dessert. The rage. Only Kibon will do. The only thing remaining of the old rock singer in their minds is the concept of an alternative society, a utopia. Sparrow dreams of buying land with running water, good soil for planting, and small wooden houses for him and the boys to live in, among people whose faces glow because they don't live alongside death. People who never think about killing, though they like dope as much as he does. He dreams of finding a beautiful girl, living among beautiful people, and disco dancing his days away without worry. No more toothless, angry-faced men. Sparrow looks at Russian Mouse with disdain when he says he wants to come to Botafogo with the boys. He reconsiders because Russian Mouse is also white and fair-haired. He just lacks the physique, but could develop it with exercise and body surfing. His vocabulary isn't promising, too much slang and swearing. But that doesn't matter much. Neither is Sparrow's. They leave Katanazaka's place soberly, smoke in a quiet alley, and take off for Botafogo on a high they couldn't explain. Tiny wants to throw a party bigger than any lottery man's celebration. He sends for dozens of presents, expensive sweets, and hundreds of soft drink crates to make children happy. Lottery men were the first to invest in neighboring populations, but now that drug trafficking has taken root in favelas across the Rio metropolitan area and Baixada Fluminense, dealers also decide to invest in their operating areas. Pleasing children ensures good relations with the saints and with locals who do them favors and warn them about police. All sweets are top quality. The coconut sweets come from an old black woman who cooks like no one else. Sparrow suggests throwing money into the crowd on condition that no adults mix with the kids. Anyone who does gets a bullet in the backside. On September 27th, Tiny and Sparrow win local admiration for the party in the square of the Flats. Residents look up to them, flattered they remembered Saints Cosmas and Damien with proper festivities. They made the children happy. Over following days, Tiny and Sparrow sense residents looking at them with gratitude. The benefits they've brought are considerable. They've ended theft, muggings, and rapes, and now hand out sweets. Spent ballooning, punishing drunks, is allowed. Many barflies start drinking less, to their wives' delight. Composer Big Voice wants to meet Tiny and Sparrow. He heard about them through Zeka Composer. He knows that if he invites them, many from the favela will go to Portela Samba School to cheer his samba, which might make him champion. Zeka isn't competing that year and fully supports Big Voice and Little Bird's samba for Portela. If Big Voice wins, his upcoming record will succeed, and Zeka has been promised 2 tracks. Zeka sends an errand boy to the flats to tell Sparrow and Tiny a friend wants to meet them. He doesn't mention the singer's name, wanting to surprise them. A Saturday morning, Tiny picks up Sparrow to go to Zeka Composer's house. Zeka's wife, Pinna, will serve oxtail stew, her specialty. Tiny respects Composer greatly. The man writes music, paints, draws, and conceptualizes samba school parades. He gave Tiny shelter in Sao Carlos when Tiny was still a boy, introduced him to friends, and now gets him into rehearsals free. Tiny doesn't like when Composer hands out advice, but otherwise he's a good guy. Tiny sees Big Voice and exclaims in surprise. Big Voice laughs at his enthusiasm, hugs him like an old friend, and says Composer has told him good things. He came especially to meet Tiny. Tiny asks if he likes getting high, then tells Composer to send for weed and coke. He introduces Sparrow as his business partner. Big Voice explains that Composer says everyone likes them, and Portela has picked up one of their sambas. He and Little Bird are singing it. He wonders if they could invite a crowd to support them. Tiny agrees, telling him not to worry. Big Voice says he's arranged with Composer for 3 buses with tickets for everyone. They ask him to sing the samba. They hang around talking while Pinna cooks stewed tripe. Tiny sends for musicians so Big Voice can sing his hits. It's a happy day. Big Voice's gravelly voice singing sambas of love. Everyone present knowing the songs by heart. The buses arrive up top around 10 p.m. on a suffocatingly hot Saturday, stopping near Composer's house. Afraid of disappointing Big Voice, Tiny sends the gang out early to spread word in every corner of the favela that he's inviting everyone to Portela. Those who don't go will have him to deal with. Then he invites everyone he bumps into. His strategy gets out of hand. Tiny has to get off the first bus, where the gangsters, boys, and cool guys are, to stop people destroying the other 2 buses. He punches faces, shoots feet, and kicks backsides, especially guys from up top. The buses don't leave until midnight, with red-hot samba, lit joints, and lines of coke on wallet backs. At Portela, Tiny only pays for what he orders. He's already provided dope and coke and won't spend more. Russian Mouse and Bicky, who pulled off a good job in Sika Square, order beer and whiskey for their friends and the cool guys. Big Voice and Little Bird Samba doesn't win due to lack of supporters. The composer had others who attended every competition day to keep Portela's rehearsal hall buzzing when his samba played. After results come out, Big Voice says he knows he was cheated, but thanks Tiny for the help. Tiny asks if he's heading up top, and, when Big Voice says yes, asks him to take a supermarket bag full of dope bundles to Teresa. All these layabouts are sleeping. If he sees Sparrow there, tell him to come over. Against his will, Larivel takes the bag, hangs it on his bicycle handlebars, and pedals off. Tiny shouts after him to keep 5 bundles for himself. Larivel gives a thumbs up and heads through main streets with the vague certainty police won't stop him. That danger exists only near the den. He prays for everything to work out. He'll get in Tiny and Sparrow's good books. Pretending calm, he rides slowly down Edgar Verneck Avenue, turns into a main street without problems. But on Middle Street, nearly panics seeing police officers Lincoln and Monster. He's too close to turn around. The only option is to keep going as if normal. Passing as closely as possible might even show he's cool. He pedals quickly when the policemen seem far enough, takes the first alley after Bonfim, crosses Block 15 Square breathing relief, turns into another alley pedaling slower, and reaches the sludge. At Teresa's, she looks through a peephole and tells Sparrow it's one of those playboys he hangs with. Sparrow says, let him in. Louisville proudly tells how he passed police unnoticed. Sparrow pats his back, says he always knew Louisville was bad. Louisville asks if he wants to smoke a joint. Tiny told him to take 5 bundles. Sparrow tells him to take 10 and give 5 to Katanazaka. He's not smoking because he has to take money to Tiny. Louisville warns the police are around near administration, just Lincoln and Monster. Sparrow says if they give him trouble, he'll pull the trigger. He leaves, saying he'll head to Katanazaka's later. Sparrow takes the street along the river on his Callaway tin bike, money rolled in a plastic bag inside his underwear. Steering left, holding a .38 in his right hand, he pedals fast. Near the State Water Department bridge, he hears Lincoln's voice ordering him to stop. He goes faster. When he hears police firing, he decides to put his gun in his waistband to steer better, but he falls, hitting his head. He tries to get up. His leg hurts. His only option is to throw the money onto the riverbank and, using gestures and threats, tell a nearby boy to take it to the den after police leave. He also gets rid of his gun and limps through the first gate he sees, bleeding from head, legs, and arms. Everything spins. He faints and wakes up in a police station cell. They ask if he's Tiny or Sparrow. He says neither. They push him to admit he's Tiny, asking who sends them money. He says he doesn't know. They ask where he works. He says odd jobs. Lincoln negotiates. If he's Tiny, he might get off. There are 2 arrest warrants, but money could put him back on the street. They try to get an identikit picture from a locked drawer. He denies being Tiny or Sparrow. He gives the name Marcos Alves de Silva. Lincoln says it's a nice name, ironically. Monster asks why he was carrying a gun. He says he wasn't. Monster kicks him in the back. They stick him in a cell. From what they saw in the picture, he's Sparrow. Sparrow sits on the empty cell floor and punches the wall. They confirm he's Sparrow by the tattoo on his arm matching the picture. They check for an arrest warrant. Yes, his brother was brought in last week. Someone mentions Beelzebub has been suspended for hanging a worker in a cell. News on the radio that day. They call Beelzebub totally crazy, now probably finished. Sergeant Linovaldo comes on duty the next day. He recognizes Sparrow immediately, though he looks different from the first time he was arrested as a minor, accused of stealing from a bakery till before he became a shoeshiner. Sparrow had sworn adamantly he wasn't the thief, but was still beaten every day for the 3 days he spent there. That was when Sparrow had vowed to become a villain when he grew up and give police a real reason to beat him. Now, transferred to the 32nd District Police Station in the afternoon and charged with several murders, he spends his first day alone in a cell. His physical pain has faded, but his conscience aches intensely. If he were a painter like his brother Benight, he wouldn't be locked up. If he pleads guilty to the crimes he committed with Tiny, he'll be imprisoned for life. He cries with his knees pressed to his chest, arms wrapped around his legs. Darkness falls. No sound reaches him. He's been afraid of silence and darkness since childhood. When both occur at once, a ghost might appear. A tortured soul is surely coming to take him to hell. He curls up tighter, hangs his head, thinks about God, and tries to recite the Lord's Prayer, but gives up after getting it wrong twice. He thinks about school friends he left behind in Villa Kennedy where he was born, his first teacher, his father who died when he was still a boy. His memories come in a jumble, ignoring chronology. His thoughts turn to the boys who are going camping during Carnival. He has to get out before then so he can spend a week near Patricia Katanazaka. One day he'll find courage to tell her what he feels. If she wants, he'll buy a house in Saquarema, Cabo Frio, or even Barra da Tijuca so she can see the ocean every day. He discovered he was in love with her when he heard she was dating a playboy from Freguesia. News from Alvaro Katanazaka that destroyed his peace of mind. Until then, he thought it was only lust. When he gets out, he'll tell her the truth. If she agrees to be his girlfriend, he'll give Fly the boot. He thinks about his mother back when he first turned to crime. Desperate, going out after midnight to bring him home, making vows to the Virgin, her blood pressure always high, crying through the house. She thought everything would have been different if her husband hadn't died. He bitterly regrets being a gangster. He's going to go straight. Around 7 a.m. Monday, on the corner outside Batman's bar, Mango tells Jackfruit, Orange, and Acerola that in 10 years, no one will stop them. Even the army and all police on the street, they'd still be stronger. First, they'll take prisons. When guys get caught, they know they'll cross paths with the organization, and if they don't do things their way, They're dead. Jackfruit asks where Mango is now. Mango says he's managing in Santa Cruz. The den there sells a lot, though it's not like here. The whole gang gets money, everyone gets dope and coke to sell, the manager gets 50%, and guards get something on the side. He recalls driving the Passat in the square half asleep after spending the night in a motel with the boss's wife, speaking in a low voice. Suddenly, 2 police cars entered the square from the other side. He had a pistol, a .38, and a large bag of coke. He fled. Cops started shooting. A bullet hit the back window. All 4 tires got shot out, but he got away, the woman in the car crying. He went down an alley, dumped the car, grabbed the woman's arm, broke into a house, slipped through the back, and escaped. His .38 fell, but he went back for it. His friends can't believe he returned for the gun. He insists he'd never leave it. Knocked off bullets that don't work and other .38s work like popcorn in his, never letting him down. He leaves some stuff with him, saying he'd take them, but they're not heavy enough. Only the heavy guys go where he's going. He gives Orange a small bag of coke, shakes hands, and gets in his car. Before reaching Main Square, he beeps at a friend and a couple of women. He drives calmly, knowing police rarely stop anyone at this hour. Clean-shaven, wearing a suit, dark glasses, wristwatch, neat hair, a Sumo 7 briefcase, and self-employed documents, no one will bother him. He heads straight for Santa Cruz. In the Main Square, people hurry on Monday errands. Children in school uniforms everywhere. He has to wait to receive 8 pounds of cocaine. He pulls over in front of a bar, hands his weapons to the owner to hide, and walks to a street corner with his hands in his pockets. A little boy in a school uniform asks him the time, takes 3 steps past him, pulls a .38 from his school bag, and shoots him in the back 3 times. In a nearby house, hearing the 3 gunshots, the Santa Cruz den owner says ironically to his wife that her lover is dead. The boy walks calmly away from Mango's body, enters the den owner's house, and receives 50,000 cruzeros. After midnight, Hit and Miss arrives in City of God, barefoot, shirtless, covered in scratches, dirty, and ravenous. He goes straight to his cousin's house, finally relaxing. He and 5 other prisoners escaped from the police station where he was awaiting trial. His aunt refuses to talk to him, only letting him shower, eat, and dress. Outside, a cousin tells him Carrots has gotten his den running again. Hit and Miss goes looking for his friend to help. After Carrots gives him 30 cruzeros, Hit and Miss says he'll pick up cheap stuff and reel and go. He thanks Carrots for sending funds to jail. Carrots says he didn't send anything. The money was Hit and Miss's. Hit and Miss says some bastards don't send anything, but Carrots did right by him. They stand in a corner of Block 15 Square, talking about Tiny's gang. When Hit and Miss hears Sparrow has been caught, he laughs heartily and swears he'll kill him one day. Carrots frowns and says killing Sparrow would mean killing the nicest gangster in the favela. Hit and Miss goes quiet, takes the paper lining from a cigarette pack, cuts it. Carrots puts dope on the paper, Hit and Miss rolls the joint, and they smoke, making small talk. A new day dawns with a northwesterly breeze bringing mild chill. The den assistant counts money, takes his cut, hands the rest to Carrots with remaining drugs, and leaves. Carrots offers a snort. Hit and Miss wants a little pick-me-up before heading to Reel and Go. His mother lives there, but he's not going to her place. He's finding a friend from prison who always sent money, dope, and coke while he was inside, and told him to visit after release for help. They snort quickly. Hit and Miss thanks him and promises to bring good weed for the den. Less than 2 hours later, Hit and Miss is in Reel and Go. It's more dangerous for a fugitive there than in City of God, but he's friends with gangsters from jail, and his friend knows a good supplier who promised Sailor return dope. The transaction finishes faster than expected, but he has only 1 day to pay for top-quality weed. He's given money for a taxi to Cascadura, but takes a bus instead. Taxis are for whites. He believes blacks who take taxis are either no-goods or near death. He gives his friend the weed, gets paid, and decides to celebrate with beer, whiskey shots, and fried sausages. He talks loudly in front of his cousins, claims he fucked more than one dickhead in prison, remembers the good old days, and improvises a samba. Completely drunk, he sees Sparrow's sister pass by, and pretending not to know Sparrow was arrested, says to tell Sparrow he's doing their place tonight, taking down everyone, women, children, everyone. Sparrow's sister arrives home in tears, needs sugar water before she can speak. Edgar, Sparrow's eldest brother and an armed robber, sends the rest of the family to their aunt's house, and prepares himself for hit and miss. Hit and miss drinks late into the night, is carried out of the bar by cousins, and sleeps at his aunt's place. He wakes with only vague recollection. Enraged, Edgar goes looking for hit and miss at first light. Though not friends with Tiny's gang, he complains to a couple of members who see his cocked gun. Soon, Tiny's entire gang is searching for hit and miss, who luckily escapes the favela unscathed. On the bus, Hit and Miss panics, realizing he's either lost money or spent too much. He even wonders if his cousins robbed him. Worst of all, he has no gun and urgently needs one to rob a joint and settle his debt. 3 days later, Hit and Miss gets a gun from Carrots after holding up a petrol station. At home alone with his aging, short-sighted, asthmatic mother Margarita, he ignores her, wakes in the middle of the night, and fries an egg in the kitchen. He hears a noise outside, thinks it's police, runs to the bedroom, opens the window, and jumps into the backyard. Fine rain falls, streets deserted, street lamps weak and far apart. He slips over the fence into the neighbor's backyard and jumps the back fence with his lithe, long legs. The intruders call his name. His mother, hearing them, says someone is calling him, giving him away. When he doesn't reply, she walks to the door, saying her son was there but disappeared. The man who sold him the dope, believing his mother is involved, opens fire on the flimsy wooden door. Hit and Miss's mother is hit several times. Hit and Miss hears the shots and runs faster. He doesn't notice a military police car in an adjacent street. Without announcing arrest, police shoot at him. He returns fire. Realizing he's almost out of ammunition, he turns himself in. The corporal wants to kill him now, but the sergeant overrules, thinking Hit and Miss might inform on all dealers in the region. One Saturday at month's end, a tired Rocket goes to work at Macro Supermarket. He's sick of his boring routine as a supermarket assistant. He really wants to take photos. He'll work a little longer, then do everything to get fired, using severance pay to buy the camera he desperately wants and enroll in a course. Problem solved. The last Saturday of each month is good for supermarket thieves. Places are always full. 2 thieves from the flats pass Rocket with a TV set, taking advantage of checkout confusion. Rocket has no choice but to let them pass. Otherwise, he'd have to move from the favela or be killed. He's scared. When he realizes his floor manager has seen everything, he pretends not to have noticed the thieves in action. Security guards catch the thieves and beat them, not handing them over to police to keep the supermarket's name out of newspapers. Rocket worries the rest of the day that the thieves might think he turned them in, which isn't true. At the start of the following week, Rocket is called into the office. He confirms what he told the floor manager. Looking his bosses in the eye, he honestly explains what could happen if he turned thieves in. The managers don't understand. Rocket is fired. His severance pay is enough for a down payment on a Canon camera, but he'd have to pay the rest in installments and still help at home. He looks in papers for a used camera, sees he has less than half of what he'd need for the cheapest one. He tears up the newspaper in a fit, goes to the den at the flats, buys dope, and heads to Eucalypt Grove to smoke alone. Along the way, he runs into Stringy, from whom he's grown distant since Stringy started Bible bashing. Rocket makes an excuse to avoid stopping, crosses a bridge, and walks along the river's edge when someone calls him. He responds to Ricardo, who says he's really down. Rocket says he just got fired, and the money wasn't enough for what he wanted. He's fucked. Ricardo says they need a joint. Rocket has one and invites him to smoke. They cross the State Water Department bridge, and Rocket's depression begins to lift. Not because of his friend's presence or the dope, but because of the beauty, the immense plain, the lake, almond trees, the grove. They talk about other things while smoking. The third joint from the generous bundle is petering out, both staring into space, when Ricardo asks if Rocket wants to do a job. Rocket agrees. Ricardo says they both need to get back on their feet. Rocket enthusiastically agrees. 2 days later, around 10 p.m., they board a City of God karaoke bus at the last stop in the favela, sitting at the back. They'll wait until the bus is full, then rob the conductress and passengers. The operation must finish before the bus goes up Grayo Range, where Ricardo lives. Ricardo stole a double-barreled Derringer from his grandmother. Rocket tried, but failed to borrow a revolver from his cousin. They'll make do with the old Derringer. At the next stop, a woman with 2 children boards complaining the bus took too long. The conductress responds sympathetically, then chats with Rocket and Ricardo. Rocket answers, and within minutes the conversation branches in several directions. At Anil Square, Ricardo says it's time, takes the derringer from his waistband, and says, "Now," quietly. When she sees them get up, the conductress, not noticing the derringer, tells them to hop the turnstile and pay for only one ticket. They look at each other and decide in a second it's more strategic to do what she suggested. They hop over. She says, "Thank God this is the last trip." Rocket asks how many trips she does. She says 4. He says it takes ages. She agrees, saying she's sick of the job. The bus stops, a couple gets on. Rocket waits for the driver to pull away and says, "Now." They both stand. The conductress asks if they're getting off already, telling them to take care. Rocket says no, they're just going to have a smoke. They sit again. They decide not to rob the bus because the conductress is really nice. They get off at Grajo, wander tree-lined streets, and agree they'd be better off robbing the only open bakery in the area. They go in, order a Coke, and position themselves to see when another bus appears at the end of the street. They'll rob the bakery, catch that bus, get off 2 or 3 stops later, and slip down the most obscure street they can find. The shop assistant tells Rocket to get a token at the till first. The girl at the till serves Rocket with a smile. Rocket stares with a Don Juan expression. She laughs again. He starts chatting. The girl is sweet. Not drop-dead gorgeous, but okay. They drink Coke in small sips to avoid finishing before the bus arrives. Another customer comes in. They settle in and decide not to rob the bakery because the girl at the till is really nice. Ricardo suggests they take a bus that doesn't go through the favela but leaves them somewhere nearby. No one they know. Easier to get off and forget. Rocket agrees. The 241 arrives empty. They board pretending not to know each other, buy tickets. Ricardo heads to the front. Rocket goes through the turnstile and stands close to it. The bus climbs the hill. A compact view of Rio's north zone greets their eyes. Ingeno Novo, Ingeno de Dentro, Riachuelo, Mayer, Pinha, Fundão, and Governador Islands, and to the far left, Bangu, Ralingo, Padre Miguel. A cloudless, moonless night. Rocket glances at the conductor, a mulatto wearing a Botafogo shirt under his uniform. Botafogo defeated Flamengo the previous Sunday, and that's Botafogo's destiny, to beat the idiots. Rocket is sure every time Flamengo beat his team, it was a setup or directors lining their pockets. His gaze frames the conductor, focuses, clicks. He's taken the photo he'll put beside his team poster. He thinks about Ricardo. When Ricardo yells, "Now," Rocket is to stick his hand inside his shirt and announce the robbery. The bus stops at Cardoso Fontes Hospital. 2 youths board helping a sick-looking woman. In 5 stops, they'll be at Fregacia. That's it. They'll have the money for Rocket's camera. Rocket discreetly puts his hand inside his shirt. He waits for his friend to shout, "Now." He waits, and nothing. He looks over passengers' heads and sees Ricardo in animated conversation with the driver. No way he's going to shout. Rocket goes to the front, where Ricardo tells him the driver is a really nice guy. They get off at Fregacia Square. Staring at the only open bar, they decide to rob it. Crossing the road, a car pulls over. The passenger asks for directions to Barra da Tijuca. With the swift cunning of the thief he believes himself to be, Rocket says they're heading that way. If the driver gives them a ride, they'd be doing each other a favor. The driver tells them to get in. As he gets in, Rocket winks at Ricardo. This time, they got lucky. The driver starts the car and turns up the radio. Rocket recognizes Luis Melodia and exclaims excitedly. The driver asks if he likes him. Rocket says, "Fuck yes." The driver guesses Rocket likes Caetano, Gil, Gonzaguinha, Vinicius. Rocket loves Brazilian music. The driver bets Rocket likes weed. Rocket won't say he doesn't. The driver says he could tell by their faces. A head knows another head. When they reach the favela, Rocket goes to the den for 3 bundles of weed for their new friends, who wait at Gabino Road's edge drinking beer. Rocket gets 1 bundle as a present. They exchange addresses to get together for good music and a joint. Rocket suggests to Ricardo they get together for a job one of these days. Ricardo agrees. Rocket offers some dope. He's not in the mood to smoke now, and says goodbye. Botu Kotu orders a pregnant woman to perform oral sex and punches her bloodied face. She already performed on Potbelly. Now she's doing it to his friend, and Potbelly takes the opportunity for anal sex. The woman screams, bleeds, and is punched in the stomach when she says she's pregnant. They take turns for a while. Butukotu asks if he's going to fuck her vagina. Potbelly says no, only her anus. The woman was kidnapped during her own father's wake. He died of a heart attack. She spent 2 days trudging around the city center arranging his funeral. Her mother insisted she not go to the wake, worried about the baby. When she saw her daughter kidnapped from the chapel, she fainted. Butukotu fired a shot into the air from inside the car while Potbelly stepped on the accelerator. They torture her in as many ways as they can, then clean themselves with almond tree leaves. The woman stands, dresses in silence, holding back tears, and asks if they're satisfied. Without answering, Butukotu beats his former girlfriend dozens of times over the head with a stick. He found it odd when she ended the relationship without reason, but wasn't too concerned. Women are subject to whims. Sooner or later, she'd regret it and come back, saying she needed time to figure out if she really loved him. He was wrong. Potbelly saw her with her arm around Stu and told Butukotu first chance he got. At first, Butukotu didn't believe it. He didn't think she'd have the nerve to date one of his enemies. They've never fought or shot at each other, but only for want of opportunity. He swore to kill Stu after a holdup where he suspects Stu took the lion's share. He didn't say it to Stu's face, only to close friends and his girlfriend, who has now traded him for Stu himself. If she's capable of that, naturally she'd tell Stu that Butukotu wants to kill him one day. He waited for the right moment to kill his ex-girlfriend. He could have shot her from afar, but preferred to wait for the chance to kill her slowly. Traitors have to die like that, carefully tortured, suffering like a cow, writhing like a chicken. It's pain in his chest, passion in reverse, the suspicion that his cock wasn't big enough to make her come twice, 3 times in a row, and tell him as she climaxed that he was everything, the best of them all. He stops beating her and checks if she's still breathing. She's alive, and he's overjoyed, not because he wants to spare her, but because his revenge isn't complete. The vagina is where betrayal will hurt her most. She'll have to feel it twofold. He grabs the largest branch he can break, hanging from it to pull it down, eyes narrow with revenge. His strength alone isn't enough, but combined with fury, it's easy. He rams it into the pregnant woman's vagina. News of the murder spreads mouth to ear until Tiny hears about it. He thinks the incident might affect business in the dens. Police will be all over the place. Tiny has been sad lately, not saying much, giving gangsters up top a harder time than usual. He almost always confiscates gold chains. Thieves try to sell him. His mood only improves when he takes a resident's dog, thinking it reminds him of Sparrow. Then, one Monday morning, Tiny's pal appears before him with arms open and a smile plastered across his face. After getting out of the dark cell, Sparrow was placed in a cell with dozens of other prisoners who, if they didn't know him personally, knew him by name. On his first visit, Benight brought a lot of money. Some went to the chief inspector, the rest was spent on drinks, weed, and coke supplied by a detective. All his visits are like that. While inside, he drummed and sang sambas and hard rock, and upon release he promised to send the chief inspector money every month. The sun is bigger than everything in the Rio sky that Sunday. The Crown Carnival Group is having a party in Ipanema. Fancy dress at the beach. Tight drumming, well-rehearsed dancers, sizzling samba. Somewhat hesitant, Butukotu decides to cross the favela and board one of the buses taking the Carnival Group to Ipanema. Along the way, he thinks Tiny might kill him. At other moments, he thinks the dealer will mind his own business, since his murder was a crime of passion, a man's crime. Tiny and Sparrow are with the percussionists waiting to leave. Drumming along to sambas, everyone sings. Tiny is surprised to see Butukotu, but pretends not to notice, not wanting to scare his quarry. He continues drumming with his hands and whispers to Sparrow that he's going to get rid of Butukotu. Sparrow says he heard what Butukotu did, but asks Tiny not to kill him, just beat him up. It was Butukotu's own business. Tiny argues that Butukotu should have done it somewhere else. He grabbed the girl in Tonke and brought her back to the favela. Sparrow says he was desperate. Just rough him up. Tiny snaps that ever since Sparrow started hanging with those playboys, he's turned into a wimp. Tiny walks away from Sparrow, takes his gun from his waistband, and shouts for Butukotu to come have a chat. Seeing the gun in Tiny's hand, a shiver runs down Butukotu's spine. He walks toward Tiny with his hands visible so Tiny won't think he's drawing his gun. He knows he might get killed even if he can justify the murder, but he believes he'll be spared. He's never stolen anything in the favela, never trafficked, and is on friendly terms with Sparrow. The conversation starts calmly. Bodukatu insists it was a man's crime. He was defending his honor. He's already fucked. Her family has already informed on him, so this story won't affect Tiny. He's lying. Tiny doesn't listen, repeating over and over that Bodukatu should have gotten rid of her outside the favela. He speaks loudly to catch his men's attention. When Bicky, Russian Mouse, and Marcelo come over, Tiny throws the first punch. Bodukatu dances around, saying he'll fight back, that if he has to die, he'll die fighting, like a man. The gangsters help beat him. Bicky draws his gun and doesn't shoot only because Sparrow intervenes, shouting not to shoot. During the bus ride to Ipanema, Tiny repeats several times that he should have killed Bodukatu. He could see in his eyes that he's a backstabber. Sparrow dismisses it, saying Bodukatu is just an idiot. Bodukatu remains on the ground, unconscious. By the time he wakes, the buses have already left. It's a dark night. He gets up slowly, his entire body hurting and bleeding. He tries to walk, his legs buckle, and he ends up back on the ground. He only manages to get up and walk home the next morning. Fly tells Sparrow she's pregnant. He's stunned. She says she hasn't had her period in 2 months. He exclaims he's going to be a dad and suggests they have a beer. Fly refuses. She's too young to be a mother and won't throw her youth away for a kid. Kids tie you down. She's getting rid of it. Sparrow asks what she's talking about. They've lived together a long time. Isn't there anything she doesn't have? She says she doesn't have him. All he cares about are those playboys, going to dances, disappearing for a week at a time on crazy campouts. She knows he fucks white girls. She's having an abortion tomorrow. She's already drunk coffee leaf tea. Sparrow says he won't let her. She says it's too late. She's drunk so much that if she doesn't get rid of it, it might be born deformed. Sparrow doesn't respond. He gets up, pulls on his clothes, and walks through the night to Tiny's flat. He tells Tiny what happened. Tiny consoles him. Women go to the dogs when they have kids. He should get one of those white girls pregnant, nice and young. Yes, it's better that Fly gets rid of the brat. It'll actually be good. He'll kick her out, and she won't be able to say a thing. He rolls a joint and smokes it with Tiny as a kind of celebration for making the right decision. They have whiskey, sit on the sofa, talk, and laugh. Sparrow falls asleep on the sofa. Tiny staggers to the bedroom and throws himself on the bed. Around midday, someone pounds at the door. Gun in hand, Tiny opens it. Benight, looking sad, has bad news. Tiny tells him to spit it out. Benight says Sparrow's wife. Tiny asks if she's dead. Sparrow's brother lowers his head and walks to the kitchen. Tiny hugs his friend, who stands bug-eyed, silent for minutes, deep sadness on his face. Sparrow asks where she is, at Shinu's place. People are saying it was an abortion. No one is there. Everyone got out. Sparrow says he's not going there, not going home either. Can he crash at Tiny's? Of course. He asks Tiny to give his brother money for her funeral. Tiny gives Benight the money for Fly's family. Sparrow's brother goes downstairs with Tiny, who goes out to search the flats for a girl who always smiles at him. Pretty, not a slut. She studies, doesn't hang in the street all day. He's never had a woman like that. He starts going out with her that very day. Sparrow locks himself in Tiny's flat for 3 days without eating, showering, or brushing his teeth. When friends drop by, he exchanges a few words, then heads back to the bedroom. A month and a half after beating Bodukatu, Tiny tells Sparrow to get himself protected. He's really jinxed. Stabbed, arrested, wife dead. Protection will help him relax. Sparrow agrees. Tiny calls Aunt Vincentina, who has known him since childhood, and told him about strong magic in Vigario Gerald. They go by taxi after dinner on New Year's Eve. The priest gives Sparrow a quick session because he has to leave with devotees for Copacabana to see in the new year. They return to the favela by taxi, believing everything will go swimmingly in the new year, no shortage of money or women. Vincentina thinks the session was badly done and insists they go to the beach for another session. Sparrow refuses. He's made plans with the boys for a party at Katanazaka's place. He needs fun so he can stop thinking about Fly. He asks Tiny if he's coming. Tiny says he'll drop by Sparrow's parents' place, then keep quiet in the flats. That night, Tiny is the only non-family member at the gathering, but is treated like one. After midnight, everyone goes their separate ways. Before saying goodbye, they arrange dinner the next day at Composer's house. They miss Penhu's cooking. Morning comes. Sparrow leaves the Katanazakis' house and walks to the flats to shower, change clothes, sleep, then go with Tiny to enjoy Penhu's cooking. He finds Tiny at Tim's place, drinks another glass of wine, and does what he decided. Around 3 in the afternoon, the bosses of City of God cross the favela, discreetly armed. Tiny walks seriously, greeting cool guys with just a nod. Sparrow laughs and wishes even strangers a happy new year. The sun is hot, streets busy as only on holidays. Budukotu's sister sees Sparrow and Tiny crossing Edgar Vernac Avenue near the Yellow Church and rides home to tell her brother that bastard Tiny is heading up top, accompanied only by Sparrow. Budukotu gets his gun from the wardrobe, his ammunition from behind the fridge, and lies in wait in a yard. Tiny gets irritated each time Sparrow stops to fuss over someone. He tells Sparrow he's acting like Father Christmas and hurries him along. He doesn't like taking so long to get somewhere. Penna greets them, glad they showed up. She had a bad dream this week. She dreamed they filled Sparrow full of lead. Sparrow says that means more years of life for him, especially since he got himself protected. She shouldn't worry. They eat dinner, listen to samba school records at high volume, chew the fat for another hour, then say goodbye. Penna warns Sparrow to take care. Sparrow tells Composer he can have the chickens at his place. He hasn't been there to give them corn since Fly died, and his brother keeps complaining and won't go either. 2 lay blue eggs. Then he suggests to Tiny they take a stroll past the 2-story houses. Budukotu takes position when he sees them appear at the end of the street and cocks his gun. He only has to wait for Tiny to walk 20 meters to pump a load of bullets into his arse. Sparrow walks along singing one of the sambas from Composer's house. He doesn't know that Tiny wants to pass through here to find Potbelly and rough him up too. If Budukotu got beaten, Potbelly will also have to. Budukotu is extremely nervous, still feeling the pain of kicks, punches, and blows from that bastard's entire gang. He'll only kill Tiny and spare Sparrow, who never attacked him and stopped the others from killing him. A few days later, Sparrow even sent a message telling Budukotu to stay away from the favela. If a gang member sees him when Tiny isn't around, they might kill him to win points. Budukotu's whole body shakes. When Tiny comes within firing range, he holds his breath and squints. But Sparrow, still singing, passes in front of Tiny, making him hard to see. Budukotu lowers his gun, breathes, takes aim at Tiny again, steadies his arm, fires twice in a row, and slips away through the backyard. Sparrow falls, writhing. Tiny runs, bleeding. Though hit, he still has strength to return fire, but he fears Budukotu has supporters in the area because of murders Tiny committed there. He makes his way back to Composer's house. Before sprinting off, he catches sight of Budukotu through holes in the brick wall where the murderer placed his gun barrel. He tells Composer to go see Sparrow. He's down. Composer asks who did it. Budukotu. Tiny should have killed him. He told Sparrow. He told him. They got Sparrow too. Sparrow's down. He's going to die. Composer tells him to calm down. Stay cool. He's not going to die. Tiny insists Composer help Sparrow, who's like a brother. Composer is unsure who to attend to, then on impulse decides on Tiny, who is bleeding heavily. Tiny's mother lives a few meters away. Tiny hands Composer his gun as they start walking. At his mother's gate, she says bitterly that he was asking for this. She doesn't let murderers into her house. Tiny lowers his head and stays that way even after she violently slams the gate shut. He tells Composer to take him to his real mother's place. Composer suggests a clinic. Tiny refuses the doctor. Take him to his other mother's place, a nurse now. In front of the chapel, only the boys sit on the pavement with lit joints, singing an alternative society song. Before leaving the favela, the villains hadn't planned to stay long at the wake, but the night turns out good. Women arriving everywhere. Someone brings whiskey, wine, lemon cocktails. Russian Mouse perks up and sends for 5 beer crates. Family members receive handshakes, pats on the back, shoulders to lean on, prayers, blessings, words in verse and prose. Tambourines, rattles, cavaquinos appear. People snort coke. Joints pass mouth to mouth. Only Sparrow's body in the center of the chapel gets in the way. They push the coffin into a corner and pay homage to the deceased from time to time. by singing his favorite samba about living where no one else lives. Flirting abounds. Men are spellbound by so many beautiful women. Those who hook up have sex in the bathroom, the empty chapel next door, or nearby streets. Some say Sparrow is enjoying it all. He was always one for a romp. A bright round moon makes the night's eternal mystery more enchanting. The funeral is the biggest ever seen. It's 43 degrees. The late 1970s and early 1980s. Friends note they hardly see Rocket anymore. He's really disappeared. He's off doing his own thing. They only see him passing by. He hangs with guys from the Residents Association. He's a real photographer now. All the guys he hangs with are from university. He loves political stuff. They're the ones who block the street every May Day with workers' demonstrations and hold endless meetings. Rocket used to be the biggest head. That was all he could think about. They wonder if he still smokes. One ran into him on his building stairs, completely drunk. But he probably smokes on the quiet. They agree. But everyone has disappeared, one says. No, they're still all here, another insists. Sir Paulo Carneiro left the favela, living in Taquara. Vicente is gone. Katanazaka, Tiago. Tonho went to the United States. Bruno and Breno are still around, but doing their own thing. Pape got married. Adriana married some rich guy from school. The last guy from the favela to get with her was Aloisio. She was really hot. Everyone's disappeared. They're the only ones still hanging together. Everyone's off doing their own thing. What about Tiny? That guy's a piece of work. He killed those guys up top yesterday, him and Bicky. Killing left and right. They talked to him yesterday. They should get rid of him. No, he doesn't mess with them. They should get rid of Ox instead. He punched Marisol twice in the face at Cascadura Tennis Club. They discussed chopping out the rest of the coke. 10 wraps left, enough to play all night. One mentions a house near the canal where the owners are rich as fuck. He and Sinu saw the whole family go to the beach. He felt like doing it alone if he'd had a partner. Another recalls that Chalky did 3 houses in Barra and Recreo and hit the jackpot. Gold, 2 hot cameras, a watch, a film camera, and more. Chalky also did that Flamingo player's house in Araujo with Old Pal. They got 2 revolvers, a shotgun, and trophies. Gave the trophies to kids at the rec for football tournaments. They nearly got in deep shit with Tiny for thieving near the favela. Tiny sent for them and broke their balls. Russian Mouse was ready to lay into them. He's got pull, well in with Tiny. They should get rid of him too. Chalky had an awful death. The day he died, he went to the beach with Leonardo, came back, had dinner at his place, said he was going to the dance later, then disappeared. Folks say Rogerio took him out. Chalky went through Rogerio's place looking for gold but only took a TV. Rogerio found out and killed him. Who would have thought Chalky would turn into a gangster? Good looking, never lived in the favela. Patricia Katanazaka got him in with the group, him and Ricardo. They live in Fregesia. He was so rich but always looked smart. He turned into the biggest thief. The plate is cold. They need to heat it. That job still depends on shrimp. He said he'd case the joint. They hope he doesn't screw things up. 5 of them will go. 3 inside, 2 on watch. That pistol has a nice shine. Wiped down with lubricating oil, not kerosene. Daniel snorts his line, passes the plate to Rodrigo. They pour whiskey, light cigarettes, and continue. After Sparrow died, Tiny got even worse. Did they see what he did on Motorway 11 last month? Marisol told some, but they weren't in the favela. Someone saw Butukotu and Gavea getting into a minibus that comes to the favela. Tiny staked out Motorway 11 with the biggest gang, stopping and searching every minibus that came along. But wasn't Butukotu in jail because of the rape inquiry? He escaped. Him and Potbelly got out in some breakout. But they got him again. Police busted him in Serranhia. What about Potbelly? His sister said he's given up smoking and snorting, working in Minas Gerais with an aunt and uncle in the country, really cleaned up his act. Slick is out, running things in 13 with Night Owl. Those kids from 13 are bad, steal left and right. That Earthquake guy is the biggest Judas. They should get rid of him too. But they're only going after the ones who want to give them a hard time. The whiskey hits the spot, Marisol gave it. He's still getting it on with her, gave her a good one yesterday, made her perform oral sex, then a nail. When a man fucks a woman in the anus, if she hasn't done it before, she'll only forget him when someone else does it. And if it never happens again, she'll never forget him. A whistle sounds, must be shrimp. He uses the code. Shrimp arrives and says things aren't good. Ox gave Marisol another beating on the beach, punching him in the face just because Marisol wouldn't lend his bike. The other day, Ox walked through the square saying the boys give it like girls after shaking their arses at the dance, then bragged about roughing up Marisol on the beach. He's the next to go. That Israel is a bastard too. Killed a rich kid at the shops yesterday for nothing. One of them chops out a big line. He just arrived. The coke is from Leaky Tap, whose den is doing a lot of business. What's the story with Israel again? Some rich kid from Po Faro showed up in the flats asking for the den. Vicky said they were still packaging. The kid went to the shops, ordered a coke and smokes, and Israel watched him, completely wasted. The kid was a looker. Blonde, huge tattoo on his arm. He lit his smoke, put the lighter on the counter, and stood minding his own business, drinking his coke. When he went to pick up the lighter, Israel whacked him in the face, saying the lighter was his. The kid said it was his. Israel smashed his face in with a 9mm and really messed him up. Good life is the only nice one. Doesn't give anyone a hard time, treats everyone nice. Another they have to take out is Bicky. Let's make a blacklist. First, from the flats. Ox, Bicky, Russian Mouse, Beep Beep, Marcelo. No one can find out, and if anyone sees, they die too. Anna Flamengo goes down Middle Street looking more gorgeous than ever, but discreet. Her husband Guimaraes forbids outrageous or psychedelic clothes. She's happy, bowing to his wishes. He bought a house in a peaceful place, furnished impeccably. He no longer lets her work the streets. She's a one-man woman. He even let her adopt a friend's baby who's behind bars. She only goes to City of God for the street market, pushing a flash pram, very chic. She scowls at those who crack jokes, complains about price and quality, and stops only for those she holds in high esteem. She despises the poor now, noisy, toothless, with no understanding of homosexuality. She's no longer a faggot. She's a homosexual, proud of it. She's been through a lot as a working girl. Things on the streets turned worse. Police always breathing down their necks, making work difficult. She took several beatings and was brutally raped by 2 military police officers who shot her 3 times after torturing her. It's a miracle she didn't die. Unable to work in peace, she turned to mugging, theft, and smuggling drugs into prisons in her anus on visiting days. She was caught stealing from a supermarket in Barra da Tijuca and did a year in prison, where she never lacked sex. Someone was even killed in Sector B over her. She was beaten when she refused to sell drugs and risked getting caught for crimes she wouldn't commit on her own. After their dinner at the restaurant, when Fabiana said everything Guimaraes expected, he made an effort to lead a normal life with his wife. He wanted to come clean, speak of his desire, tell her about his love for Anna Flamengo, but only said he had personal problems he couldn't even tell her. Fabiana tried to drag it out of him, but he wouldn't tolerate invasion of his privacy and promised to do everything to save their marriage. It's difficult to resist seeking out Anna Flamengo. Several times he pulls his car over near her street corner to watch the one he truly loves before going home to debase himself in sex he forces himself to have with his wife. Home life is harmonious for a time, but monotony sets in. Having to fuck that shriveled, hairy vagina makes him sick. Ugly architecture, badly finished, hard to get it up for that red hole with dead-looking flesh. Worst is when Fabiana asks for oral sex. Touching that slimy thing with his mouth makes him queasy. She always refuses anal sex, which depresses him and makes him miss Anna Flamengo even more. That enormous shaved butt, winking anus, naughty feeling. One fine day, drunk, Guimaraes goes looking for Anna Flamengo. He shows up out of nowhere, grabs her, plants a steaming kiss on her lips. Without even needing to speak, it's clear he'll live with her forever. That same night he goes home, wakes Fabiana, and without shame tells her the whole truth. After many fights, expletives, and threats, Tiny loses his girlfriend. Her parents win her back and rent a house in a faraway neighborhood to safeguard the future of the greatest love of Tiny's life. She was the only decent girl to get close to him willingly. The others were all sluts met at night who only dated gangsters. He goes around observing women and for a long time doesn't have sex with a slut. Respectable girls who don't hang around at night, don't steal, don't spend weekends in bars, who work and study, they attract him. Unfortunately, besides being a gangster, he's ugly, short, and chubby, with a thick neck and large head. His new car, gold chains, fashionable clothes. None of it catches their attention. He doesn't tell anyone his torment, instead taking it out on small-time criminals and starting to rape women he desires. Sparrow has been dead more than a year. Whenever he gets the chance, Tiny roughs up someone from up top to avenge his friend's death. He never liked that crowd, but began to hate them after Sparrow died. He thinks they're all Butukodu's mates. Whenever he hears someone from up top stole in the favela, he catches the thief and makes him wash dishes and clothes, clean houses. Some he kills, others he beats with a chain. He lets them know he's a mean bastard. He tries to find who in the neighborhood has a telephone to rough up whoever called police when his gang surrounded Ferite's house. Ferite is a military policeman, and Butukatu took cover there after killing Sparrow. They were about to break in and kill Butukatu when 3 police cars arrived, forcing the gang to flee. At Sparrow's family's request, Tiny agrees to let Ferite continue living up top, but promises himself he'll send him to hell if they ever cross paths. One Sunday, Tiny goes out with Russian Mouse, Bicky, and Beep Beep for a walk up top. He lies, saying a customer saw Potbelly in the favela 2 days in a row. His real objective is to see a woman he's enchanted with, a green-eyed blonde with a firm arse, small breasts, long hair, beautiful face. She's never looked at him, not even the day he surreptitiously followed her for several blocks, watching her body, imagining holding her. They walk around up top, but the blonde is nowhere. He decides to have a beer at Noel's bar, staying until 10 p.m., smoking a joint, drinking beer and whiskey, chewing crackling. Russian Mouse and Beep Beep leave for the dance well before he and Bicky leave. Bicky suggests heading back along Front Street, all clear at this hour, shorter walk. Tiny refuses, still hoping to find the blonde. What if she looks at him and falls in love? No harm in dreaming. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Middle Street is deserted except for a tall man standing outside the Bonfim. From his demeanor, not a no good. Tiny puts his gun in his waistband and orders Bicky to do the same, so if he runs into the blonde, he'll look normal. He passes close to the man. Tall, black, athletic, wavy hair, blue eyes. The man's good looks make him angry, the anger of the ugly. But he doesn't show it. He lowers his head, takes a few more steps, and when he lifts his head, he sees the blonde coming toward him in black. He murmurs that she's gorgeous. She tells him to go look at himself in the mirror. Without looking back, the blonde walks to the man on the corner, hugs, and kisses him. Bicky is startled by the expression on Tiny's face, frozen, unblinking, as the blonde leaves with the guy. Tiny takes off, running toward the couple. Bicky follows, not understanding what's happening. Tiny points his gun at them and takes them to a quiet place. Bicky gets the man in a stranglehold, while Tiny tears the woman's clothes off. The man tries to free himself. Tiny fires a bullet grazing his foot and warns that next time he'll blow his head off. Bicky presses his automatic to the man's head while Tiny undresses. Tiny orders the woman to lie down, spreads her legs, and tries to penetrate her. She slaps his face. He punches her arm several times. Tiny gets up and spits on his penis. The blonde's vagina won't get wet. He grabs her arm, forces her against the wall with her back to him, lifts her left leg, and manages to enter her slowly from behind. The man struggles again and is hit with the butt of Bicky's pistol. The woman begs her boyfriend to stay quiet. Tiny tells her to move her hips. Crying, she does. Her boyfriend closes his eyes. Bored with that position, Tiny makes her lie on the ground, lies on top of her, and fucks her hard. Stopping from time to time to avoid coming, he sucks her breast roughly, sucks her lips and tongue, then orders her onto all fours. He goes to her face and tells her to suck it. Then he goes behind her again and rams his thick penis into her anus. Tiny sighs with happiness, protagonist of this act, not just because he's fucking the blonde, but because he's making the man suffer. It's his revenge for being short, squat, and ugly. When he comes, he looks at the boyfriend. He considers killing him, but death wouldn't be enough suffering. On the spur of the moment, he kisses the blonde, gets dressed, and leaves. They clap at the nearest gate. The house belongs to an acquaintance of the man, though they didn't know it until now. Ashamed, the man tells the acquaintance everything while finding clothes for his girlfriend, treating injuries, and making hot coffee. He takes his girlfriend home and wanders the streets with eyes on the ground, waiting for his family to go to bed. Jose works as a bus conductor. teaches karate at the military police battalion headquarters, finishes secondary school at night, and plays football Saturday afternoons, the only time he's around people his own age. He keeps to himself to avoid hassles. Considered very handsome in the favela, he's always surrounded by women, nicknamed Knockout. He slowly turns the key, tiptoes across the living room to avoid waking younger brothers. Thirsty, he goes to the bathroom and drinks from the tap. His mother calls out, making sure he's home so she can sleep in peace. He can't lie on his back and stare at the ceiling as usual. Too much pain in his neck. Wandering the streets, he felt hatred and shame. In bed, those feelings gather new momentum. Tiny's penis moving in and out of his darling's vagina. The woman he chose to be his bride, whom he was dying to have sex with, but they were holding out for marriage. That bastard deflowered his beloved like a bulldozer. He remembers his girlfriend thrashing, trying to break free, Tiny punching her face, thumping her back to make her shut up, blood trickling from her vagina. He changes sides, body shaking. How could a man do that? And to him, incapable of cruelty, always avoiding fights, never wronging a soul? His head throbs with his heartbeat. He hopes the acquaintance won't tell anyone and regrets having told him about the rape. He'll keep it secret until he takes out that lowlife. If he had the money, he'd leave town tomorrow. Each time he remembers, he wants to cry. But he doesn't. Just tenses his muscles, face tingling, taste of blood in his mouth. The need to get a pistol and cover Tiny in blood. He's careful not to leave flip-flops upside down. His mother would die. He drinks Stonecrop and milk for colds, rubs Vicks on his chest for coughs. His dad likes singer Marlene. His mother prefers Emilia Borba. He watched Bonanza on a neighbor's TV, listened to Radio Hero Adventures, played games, joined older kids' games, was in church youth group, flew kites, played marbles, pushed market carts, listened to ghost stories. When he lost a tooth, he threw it on the roof for the tooth fairy. He drank supplements, collected car nozzles and football cards. His mother bought cheap encyclopedias. He enjoyed superhero adventures and Roberto Carlos films, watched religious programming on Good Fridays. He played on a youth team, went to the pharmacy and bakery for neighbors, and refused tips, as his father taught. He sold river sand, bread, and ice lollies to help at home. He was the best student, always the best looking wherever he went. Every woman smitten with his blue eyes, curls, and black skin. He didn't drink milk after eating mangoes, bad for you. Was careful not to sleep with blankets wrong, nightmares. Put a shoe on the window ledge for Father Christmas, did square dancing in June, chased balloons, ate Saints' Day sweets. He wakes early, still aching, and goes to work without breakfast. Realizing he'll have to pass the rape scene, he turns down an alley. He works in silence. No one finds it odd, nor do they question the bandage on his neck. Always karate injuries. He wants to sit in his conductor's seat forever, wishing life were just people getting on and off, bus coming and going, children mucking around, women staring at his face, traffic jams. Every blonde who boards reminds him of his girlfriend. He never wants to see her again. How can he face her? What kind of man couldn't save her? Ashamed, deeply ashamed. He goes to school straight from work, sits through 5 classes without notes, doesn't go downstairs at break, is last to leave. If he could sleep there, he would. He takes the bus home, disgusted at everything when he gets off in Main Square. Feeling withdrawn, he takes a convoluted route home to avoid people. With each step he tries to dream of leaving the favela with his family. If he, his sister, and brother all get fired, they could pool severance pay for a down payment on a house, maybe in Baixada Fluminense. He'll put it to his family, find a way to leave forever. His footsteps grow firmer. Why hadn't he thought of it before? He's been in his job 3 years, his siblings about the same. He crosses Middle Street, takes a back street, and turning into his lane notices people around a body. He runs. It's his grandfather, full of bullet holes. His brother shouts that Tiny did it. Tiny came looking for Jose, saying he'd kill him. When Tiny tried to force his way in, Jose's father stabbed him, and Tiny did this. Jose clutches his grandfather's body, kisses his face, whispers something. He shakes him slowly, hoping he might come back, then checks his pulse, stands, looks at his mother leaning against his sister, grunts, and goes inside. A church group prays. Wide-eyed, he can't decide whether to stay inside or outside. His grandfather's body bleeding at the gate, younger siblings against the wall. More people arrive. An old woman lights candles around the body and covers it with a white sheet that quickly soaks with blood. Grandpa Nell's blood. His grandmother tells family God knows what he's doing. The dog lies near the body. Plates of half-eaten food, his grandfather's half-drunk mug of water. He paces through the house, backyard, back inside, to the gate. He retraces steps with hands on his head. Steps slow, then quicken. Faster, running in the tiny space. Someone tries to embrace him. He shoves them away. He runs back to the body, hands and chest clenched, and lets out a long cry, a mixture of cry and roar. He blacks out. Bad news travels faster in favelas and grows. By midday, locals talk about the rape. Someone always sees and spreads word. Word gets around that Tiny also raped Knockout. Trying to get in with Tiny, a guy who doesn't even know Knockout tells Tiny that Knockout is going around saying he'll kill him. Everyone looks up to Tiny's friends, and more importantly, Tiny doesn't give them a hard time. So the guy does this false favor. Tiny laughs his quick, shrill laugh. He'll kill Knockout, so what happened to Sparrow doesn't happen to him. At 8 o'clock, he claps at Knockout's gate. Knockout's mother says her son isn't home. Tiny shouts to send him out, or he's coming in to kill him inside, pointing his gun. When Knockout's grandfather hears the threat, he grabs a knife from the table and conceals it. Hurrying to the gate with his mouth full, he tries to talk to Tiny, who keeps repeating the demand. The grandfather considers himself head of the family and won't let anyone wreak havoc. He steps back and tells the gangster to enter. As Tiny walks through the gate, the old man launches a single jab at his stomach. Tiny reflexes, protecting himself with his arm. The knife sinks halfway into it. At almost the same instant, Tiny unloads his 9mm into the old man's chest. The nursing assistant treating Tiny says only a doctor can confirm whether he'll regain movement in his left hand. She says it's a shame he didn't go to a doctor immediately. If he'd had surgery, he might soon get finger movement back. Tiny says it's better to live with a disability than risk arrest in a hospital. His friends argue for a private clinic. It's all the same shit. He's not going. At the wake, friends tell Knockout he'd better leave the favela. Tiny is dangerous. Knockout says he can't leave that fast. Someone suggests building a shack quickly in Salguero, where he was born. Getting fired might take too long, and Tiny will have time to do more harm. He can go straight from the funeral, get planks and zinc sheeting, build a shack for his family, then find a way to buy a house. It's decided he'll take his family to Salguero, where relatives can put them up until he can build a decent shack. His family agreed to flee to Salguero, only stopping home to grab what mattered. They caught a ride to Main Square and stuck to the main arteries, avoiding the alleys where troublemakers lurked. Knockout was the first to turn onto his lane. Another small crowd loitered by his gate. No body this time, but that didn't matter. His family was together, so the blood couldn't be theirs. He sped up. His house came into view. Walls cratered by every caliber imaginable. Windows blown inward. His dog shot dead where it lay. He demanded a pistol from a friend. The friend refused at first, arguing Knockout was too decent for this, warning that Tiny would end up dead or jailed, urging him to leave the favela. Knockout pressed again. The friend suggested he use his police contacts to have Tiny arrested. Knockout snapped back that Tiny could show up any second. The man was insane, wanted him dead for nothing, and might even follow him if he fled. He needed to defend himself. If the answer was no, say so now. His family was waiting, clueless. The friend called him crazy, but finally relented, handing over the weapon with a warning to be careful. Knockout handled the .45 like the paratrooper he'd been, loading it, tucking 2 extra magazines into his jacket pocket, thanking the man. Images flickered through him. The rape, his grandfather's blood-soaked body, his home shredded by gunfire. He walked down Middle Street. His friends spotted the bulge of the gun and understood. They asked where he was going. He announced he'd kill the bastard. They pleaded, "Don't go alone. The guy's a killer. This isn't your world. You're good-looking with everything going for you. Don't tangle with gangsters." He didn't listen. His mother ran after him, tried to stop him. He wouldn't budge. He left her behind. He walked the full length of Middle Street, passed through Block 13, took Miracle Street, crossed Edgar Vernac Avenue, strode down 2 alleys, then slowed at the 3rd. He pulled the gun from his waistband, cocked it, and turned into the alley beside Building 7, Tiny's usual haunt. He saw his enemy with 3 other gangsters. He aimed and fired again and again. Tiny let out that quick, shrill laugh, returned fire, and scrambled for cover. 2 of his men shot back and followed him. The third tried to trade fire in the open. A bullet caught him in the forehead. Fatal. Knockout walked to the body, shot it 3 more times in the chest. Then he stood with his left foot on the head, his right on the belly, and shouted a warning. This one was the first. Anyone following that bastard would end up the same. The act froze Tiny for seconds. The laughter stopped. He slipped between buildings. Knockout reloaded and ran. He spotted a gang member behind a post, hunted him down, and blasted his head open with cold ruthlessness. Then Bicky, Beep Beep, Tiny, Slick, and Israel appeared at a building's end. Knockout walked toward them firing, not dodging their shots. The gangsters retreated, unnerved by his resolve. He combed the flats until he gave up the chase. For the first time, someone had fired at Tiny in the favela, killed 2 of his men, and forced him into hiding. The rest of the day stayed quiet. Later, Anna, Carrot's wife, lied to her husband and 2 friends. She claimed Tiny had just passed with over 20 armed men, asked her assistant about the den's daily take, and announced he'd seize it again. Her 6th sense told her Tiny would come eventually. She invented the story to make Carrots prepare. Carrots swore that if Tiny tried anything, he'd get a face full of lead this time. Anna noted that Knockout had Tiny's people spooked. Up top, Tiny's gang patrolled the alleys and fired into the air. Tiny raged in a cold sweat, shouting he was in charge. Knockout surprised them from a rooftop. 1 bullet grazed Beep Beep. He killed another of Tiny's men, then vanished before the rest could react, leaving them surrounding the building, baffled. Tiny screamed that the playboy was finished. Knockout reappeared elsewhere in front of more of Tiny's men, firing without dodging again, sending them into full retreat. At the flats near Building 7, he surprised them once more, shot another man in the head without a word, and drove the rest running. 2 days passed without gunfire. Tiny couldn't believe it. That playboy had more nerve than expected. He bitterly regretted not killing him the day of the rape. He stayed locked in his flat with Slick and Night Owl, snorting cocaine, talking of nothing but their new enemy. Knockout stayed awake those 2 days, combing the alleys up top. Locals cheered him. Women who'd never met him, drawn by stories of his looks and courage, lingered on corners hoping to see him. Around 11 in the morning, Carrots approached while Knockout stood on a corner explaining his revolt to a small group. Carrots introduced himself, said he'd heard about the run-in, hated Tiny too. They'd had many misunderstandings. He offered ammo, guns, even his own help to kill the bastard. No negotiating with Tiny now. He had to be eliminated along with everyone around him. No messing around. Knockout found Carrot's slang strange but answered he wanted the guns and ammo, but preferred to go alone. Carrots acknowledged his guts but pointed out Tiny was never alone, always surrounded by pawns. They could organize at the den, then take Teresa's den, which was actually Tiny's. Knockout refused. He wasn't a criminal, just had a score to settle with Tiny himself. Carrots warned that going alone would get him killed. The small group listening included gangsters Tiny had beaten and relatives of men Tiny had killed. Everyone knew Carrots was trying to team up with Knockout. Maybe they could help. One by one they spoke up. Siegel described how Tiny and Slick robbed him after a big job. Mousetrap said Tiny killed his brother. Rascal recounted how Tiny dragged him to the flats and made him wash the whole gang's underwear. Knockout stayed silent. Carrots urged them to team up. Mousetrap added how Tiny once held up their card game, took the money, punched everyone, and laughed. Carrots declared the gang worthless, just bootlickers doing whatever Tiny wanted. He had 10 shooters. Knockout asked if he had pistols. Carrots said no, but could get some. Someone suggested robbing a gun shop. Knockout refused. He wasn't a criminal and wouldn't steal. Carrots shot back that he was a criminal now, whether he liked it or not. Tiny wouldn't rest until he killed him. He'd raped his girl, murdered his grandfather, riddled his house with bullets, and Knockout had already dropped 4 men. If he wasn't a criminal, take his family and leave, or Tiny would kill them all. Then Carrots fell quiet and pretended to walk away. Knockout called him back. He just wanted to kill Tiny. No stealing, no holdups, no interest in any den. Carrots agreed, stating the den was his and would stay his. Knockout accepted. 8-year-old Steak and Chips, beaten by Tiny, asked for a gun to help. Knockout told him to stop stealing and go to school. He was just a kid. The boy insisted he smoked, snorted, had begged since infancy, washed car windows, shined shoes, killed, stolen. He wasn't a kid. He was a man. Meanwhile, Tiny sat with Bicky and Slick at the shops over beers, still thinking about Knockout. He knew fear for the first time. That bastard fired without dodging, shot straight, and worse, wasn't afraid of him. He had to be eliminated fast. Then Tiny thought of Carrots. Carrots could kill Knockout on the sly. Knockout knew Tiny's gang by now, but wouldn't suspect someone from up top. Tiny called Sydney over and ordered him to tell Carrots to kill Knockout. Otherwise, he'd bring his men and take the den. If Carrots didn't like it, tell him to come see Tiny in person. Bicky approved. Sydney sped off on his bike, followed the river road, crossed the big bridge, weaved through 3 alleys, and reached the square in Block 15. Carrots was telling his assistant to fetch the rest of the guns for his new partners. Sydney whistled. Carrots looked up, walked over, and heard Tiny's message. He agreed. It had to be now. He'd wanted to take Knockout out anyway. There he was, right there. Carrots told Sydney to come along so Knockout wouldn't suspect a setup. Sydney pedaled beside him on foot. Carrots asked if Sydney was armed. Sydney said yes. Carrots ordered him not to touch the gun. He'd do the killing himself. Sydney should only step in if someone sided with Knockout, and not to let on. Tiny summoned Sydney, certain his childhood friend Carrots would obey out of fear. He ordered Sydney to deliver an ultimatum. Carrots must kill Knockout, or Tiny would seize his den. Bicky approved. Sydney sped off on his bike, weaving through alleys until he reached Block 15 square. There Carrots was arming new partners. Sydney whistled. Carrots approached, heard the message, and agreed, but insisted on doing it immediately, pointing out Knockout was right there. He told Sydney to walk beside him so Knockout wouldn't suspect a setup. Carrots confirmed Sydney was armed, then ordered him not to draw. Carrots would handle the killing alone. They approached slowly. Knockout recognized Sydney from an earlier shooting. Suddenly, Carrots pressed his revolver to Sydney's head, demanding the real message. He frisked the boy, finding his gun. Sydney stammered out the truth. Tiny ordered Carrots to kill Knockout or lose his den. Knockout told the kid to get out of this life while he could. Carrots fired a warning shot grazing Sydney's rear, then declared that Carrots and Knockout now ruled up top. Heavy gray clouds gathered from the mountains to the coast, threatening a catastrophic flood. Lying by his window, Tiny watched rain hammer the glass, running his tongue along his revolver's barrel. Alone, he kept seeing Knockout's blue eyes, that fearless, good-looking bastard who didn't dodge bullets. Dangerous. To consolidate loyalty, Tiny decided to stop taking Slick's den profits and give Bicky and Russian Mouse each a den. He thought about Slick's unsettling silence since prison, and cursed Sparrow's softness for keeping him from killing Carrots earlier. Then he fantasized about the blonde woman, masturbated despite his injured arm, cleaned up with a blanket, and napped. He woke, retrieved a rifle from a black box atop his wardrobe, and pretended to fire in all directions. Spotting Bicky rolling a joint downstairs, Tiny went out, showed off the rifle, and suggested strolling in the rain to catch their enemy off guard. They decided to go on foot, with 10-year-old Goalie scouting ahead. Though his left arm still pained him, Tiny gripped the rifle tightly. The gangsters of Block 13, used to his hostility, were shocked by his sudden handshakes and backslaps. After smoking a joint with Slick's manager, Tiny announced he was off to kill Knockout and would buy everyone beer to celebrate. Up top, Knockout examined a single pistol Carrots had found. He loaded the .45 expertly, then asked where to test it. Carrots suggested the big lake. Knockout walked, staring at the gun, Carrots trailing behind. Tiny, Bicky, and Goalie crossed the wreck and turned onto the street past the church. They spotted their enemies on an adjacent street and hid. Tiny regretted not knowing how to use the heavy rifle, couldn't decide whether to approach from behind or jump out in front. Bicky waited for orders. Tiny gave up on the rifle, cocked his pistol, and ran down a perpendicular street. Knockout finally holstered the pistol and quickened his pace, scanning for threats. Carrots, more alert, spotted a police van and insisted they double back. They turned onto the street where Tiny had seen them earlier. Tiny, waiting at the far corner, risked the look. They weren't there. He glanced the other way and saw them passing. Convinced he was surrounded, he ran for the river. From the bank, he watched them cross a bridge and turn left, concluding they'd allied with Leaky Tap. Tiny approached Leaky Tap with more than 20 armed men, asking pointed questions. Leaky Tap remained calm, claiming he didn't know Knockout, only heard gunfire. He mentioned a coke supplier and made small talk, then excused himself for a job with big money. Tiny left certain Leaky Tap wasn't allied with Knockout. Carrots and Knockout met allies in Block 15, then advanced toward the flats, checking every alley. Tiny moved ahead of his own silent gang. Elders in their early 20s, the rest no older than 15, some barely 9 or 10. Children of unknown or dead parents. None finished primary school. They saw themselves as heroes in a war film. Tiny peered over a wall, counted 9 enemies, and imagined surrounding them. Under the effect of marijuana, he whispered an ambush plan, believing he now understood the rifle. Carrots, oblivious, planned their own attack. Target Tiny, Slick, Bicky, and Russian Mouse first, then the pawns. He suggested entering through Gabinal Road. Nervous and ready, the soldiers waited for Tiny's first shot. Knockout tested a pistol given by a murder victim's father, firing into the air. The shootout began. 2 of Knockout's allies fell writhing. Carrots shot an enemy and vaulted a wall for cover. Knockout ran into the square firing with both hands. Tiny aimed the rifle at Knockout's head, held his breath, fired, and missed as the gun jammed. The shot panicked Knockout's gang, who fled toward the 2-story houses, where they ran into Blubber, Slick, and Night Owl. 2 were grazed. 1 fell dead with a bullet in his skull. Knockout pointed both revolver and pistol at Tiny, walking forward with his tongue at the corner of his mouth, staring, perplexing his enemy. A bullet whistled past Tiny's ear. He turned and ran. Knockout fired at the cowering gang members, forcing them to scatter. Bicky, Russian Mouse, and Beep Beep cornered Steak and Chips, took his gun, and beat him as they dragged him away from the fight. Russian Mouse ordered the boy killed. Bicky falsely promised to release him if he revealed Knockout's hiding spot. The boy refused, swearing he'd die standing. A single tear slid down his face. Black Stump struck him with a gun butt, saying he'd go down one way or another. The boy fell unconscious. Bicky took Tiny's rifle, placed the barrel in the boy's mouth, and fired 8 times, circling the barrel. Black Stump stabbed the body repeatedly. The boy was reduced to bloody pulp. Knockout lit candles around his dead men. Steak and Chip's mother suffered a breakdown, trying to gather pieces of her son's head scattered across the ground. One intact eye seemed to stare at Knockout. Streets filled with weeping mothers. He felt responsible for the horror. In the flats, the gang celebrated their single casualty. Bicky bragged about blowing the boy's head apart. Tiny praised him, bought him beers, put an arm around him, called him the coolest, hoping to encourage the other pawns. For days, Knockout stayed hidden at Carrot's place. He saw his name in every newspaper. He, Tiny, Night Owl, Slick, and Carrots appeared on television. Reports claimed the war was over, drug dens. Tiny was thrilled his name was in the papers and made Russian Mouse, the only literate gang member, read every section of every city newspaper each morning, including classifieds, hoping to find his name. Police patrolled Uptop and the flats day and night all week. To Knockout's surprise, Uptop residents rallied behind him. New allies appeared, strangers offering favors and reporting Tiny's movements. Men from the 2-story and short-stay houses joined, but weapons were scarce. Mousetrap suggested robbing a gun shop in Madureira. Carrots, Hairy Beast, and Turtle agreed to help. The robbery armed only half of their 26 men. Carrots secured ammunition. They decided to take Tiny's den up top to raise money for weapons, then seize Slick's den in Block 13, strategically located between them and the flats. One Friday at 2 a.m., Knockout and Carrots led 18 men through fine rain and deserted streets toward Block 13. They split up, entered a square parallel to the short-stay houses, and broke in at 2:15. Everything was deserted. Then gunfire erupted from rooftops. Slick, Butterfly, and my man fatally wounded 2 of Knockout's allies. Machine gun fire sent the invaders fleeing in fright. Slick had anticipated the attack, posting lookouts around the wreck day and night. One lookout had spotted Knockout's arrival and warned him. Carrots and Knockout now faced two enemy gangs. Butterfly, Moth, Two-Wheeler, Foxy, and Earthquake, Slick's main allies, commanded 20 streetwise kids. Brothers, cousins, and childhood friends, they weren't fond of Tiny's gang, but would ally to protect their turf's den. Knockout would have to fight a clan. Furious about losing the up-top den, Tiny and the Block 13 gang struck twice more, killing 2 enemies and routing the rest. At the shops, Tiny cursed Knockout while snorting cocaine, then turned to Slick, demanding he call their gun supplier. Within an hour, the supplier arrived. Tiny demanded 10 advanced rifles like those used in the Falklands War. Bullets that chased a target until they hit. The supplier said that would be difficult. Tiny didn't care. He'd pay anything. A week later, the supplier had only 1 machine gun and 5 sawn-off shotguns from a civil policeman. Knockout's gang grew, but new members were practically children who'd never handled guns. They served as scouts or scared enemies with wood tucked in waistbands and toy revolvers, throwing stones, then running when fired upon. Knockout's plan to leave the favela was forgotten after his first attack on Tiny. He'd learned to kill and found it easy. Killing gangsters felt like a favor to locals. He wouldn't leave with his tail between his legs. He hadn't started this. He would avenge his grandfather, his ex-girlfriend's rape, and his fallen friends. His mother begged him to place everything in God's hands, to resign himself. When she couldn't convince him, she threw herself into prayer at the Assembly of God Church. Knockout gave his brother Antunes a pistol and stationed 2 guards in his area day and night. Antunes quit his job, slept little, stayed alert, and supported Knockout's justice completely. Out of work, Knockout felt obliged to commit his first holdup, ordering his partners not to shoot anyone. But on his third job, surrounded by security guards, he killed one during the getaway. Carrots opposed holdups as too dangerous and again offered half his den's profits. Knockout accepted. Selling drugs seemed safest. People only bought if they wanted to. One Saturday, Tiny's entire gang attacked up top. Ottavio, a scrawny, short assistant recently promoted from errand boy, stayed at the flat shops to mind the den. He showed off his pistol and a bag of drugs, ordering beer, greeting passersby, whistling at women, buying sweets for children under the relentless sun. On Gabino Road, highwayman and his 9 empty pockets, armed with only 2 revolvers, threw paving stones at passing cars, killing a man and 2 women in their first and only attack, then looting everything in minutes. Ottavio spotted them during their getaway. At gunpoint, he marched them behind Building 7, took their loot and guns, hit the kids his own age, then ordered them to face the wall with hands up until Tiny arrived. 2 hours of shooting up top, Tiny killed another of Knockout's allies. 50 of Tiny's men now faced 35 hiding in the bush. Tiny's gang had superior weapons, 2 revolvers each, Slick's machine gun, Tiny's rifle, 5 sawn-off shotguns. In the bush, some of Knockout's men shared a single revolver. Even Knockout retreated. One man died riddled with nearly 100 bullets in Tiny's favorite Soviet-style attack. News of the Gabino Road tragedy spread. Police surrounded the flats. Tiny stayed in Block 13. Ottavio let the empty pockets go and went into hiding. Leaky Tap's assistant announced a sawn-off shotgun for sale. A working man with a family, neutral but sympathetic to Knockout, overheard and relayed the information. Knockout and Carrots crossed to the other side of the river and bought the gun that same day. Knockout headed downhill with Carrots and Mousetrap, carrying 2 pistols and the sawn-off shotgun. In Block 13, only Bazunga remained, hoping to sell his remaining drugs quickly so he could go to a motel with his girlfriend. He snorted coke, thought about her body, and planned to smoke marijuana to counteract the coke's effects. He opened another wrap, aroused, imagining anal sex. He'd give it to her good. He was a man through and through. Carrots signaled that Bazunga was his, took aim, held his breath, and fired. Bazunga jumped up and ran, turning down Miracle Street, then into a third alley, and immediately regretted it. An enormous wall blocked his path. He couldn't go back. If he'd known there were only 3 attackers, he'd have exchanged fire without worry. He dropped everything and tried to jump, gripping the top with both hands. Knockout took aim, waited for him to swing up, and blew his spine apart. Bazunga fell with his head facing one way, his feet the other. Knockout declared, matter of fact, that this was how you shoot a gun. Carrots urged them to leave. Knockout paused, taking the cocaine, marijuana, and pistol. Buzunga's body appeared in every Rio newspaper. City of God was now the most violent place in town, a declared war between Tiny and Knockout over drugs. Daily atrocities terrified outsiders following through the media, which sold out early. News programs, popular in the favela, massaged the gangsters' egos and provided intelligence about what police knew. Tiny authorized muggings, rapes, tolls, and theft in enemy territory. Though Knockout disapproved, his men did the same. Zones hardened. Anyone could be killed for living in the wrong area, related to the enemy, or being a friend. Armed lookouts stood in daylight and at night. Heavy weapons became part of the landscape. Friends no longer gathered. Relatives couldn't visit. Keep your head down, they said. Tiny told his longtime loyal men to set up their own dens. He had 2 in the flats. Slick had his own. Soon they'd kill Knockout and reopen an up-top den. Russian Mouse asked where. Tiny said wherever they thought best. The next day, Russian Mouse's den opened in the old flats, and Bicky's in Red Hill. That night, Slick confronted Bicky. A den in Red Hill would hurt his business. Bicky insisted Tiny said anywhere, Red Hill was best and staying. Slick claimed he wasn't looking for trouble. Bicky welcomed it. The den wasn't moving. Slick fell silent, gave a shifty look, left without shaking hands, and turned into an alley. He cocked his gun and crept back, imagining Bicky shooting him from behind. Halfway down, he turned again. The bastard might circle around front. Bicky watched from a rooftop. Butterfly offered to kill Slick, though he'd never killed anyone. Bicky refused. They'd need every fighter against Knockout. Butterfly dismissed Knockout as doomed. Bicky told him to leave it. They'd take Slick out when he thought he was winning. Slick headed home, instructing Butterfly to collect money, put Two-Wheeler in charge, and get cocaine from Tiny. He'd pay later. Butterfly, suspicious Two-Wheeler might replace him as manager, did as told slowly. Two-Wheeler, excited, slung the machine gun over his shoulder, repositioned lookouts and cellars, and ordered the whole gang to stay together at the drug sale point, claiming the Jerrys would change their route next time. Butterfly returned from the flats, hid the cocaine, ate, then went to Two-Wheeler, declared his setup wrong, and reorganized everything, firing 2 shots to recall lookouts. Two-Wheeler, peeved, rolled a joint. When handing over money, he kept nearly half just to provoke Butterfly, smiling caustically. The night moved slowly through fine, wind-driven rain. Knockout spotted a lone lookout at the wreck. A truck came down Middle Street. He jumped on, told the driver to speed up, and considered jumping off at a hidden spot, but kept going. He got off near the square, hurried close to Block 13, and fired the sawn-off shotgun twice, hitting one of Slick's men in the head. He drew his pistol and waited. Butterfly came out shooting. Knockout crouched, returned fire, grazing Butterfly's leg, then retreated unfollowed. When Two-Wheeler saw his friend's head nearly blown off, he sent Earthquake for the machine gun and ran along the river's edge like the devil, through Block 15, toward the sludge, deserted. He turned toward the 2-story houses and ran straight into Knockout's gang, spraying air with machine gun fire before returning to Block 13. His enemies were dumbfounded, counting 1 dead, 2 wounded, and a lifeless passerby. Two-Wheeler arrived drenched in sweat and reorganized surveillance on all routes. Butterfly secretly hated him, but said nothing. Alone with Tiny, Slick asked why Night Owl didn't get a den. Tiny said Night Owl was a drinker who'd make a mess. He'd give him hush money instead. Tiny mentioned he'd heard about Slick's misunderstanding with Bicky. Slick complained about the den placed right next to his. Tiny told him not to get steamed. Soon they'd take out the up-top men and open dens there. At the shops, a message arrived for Slick. Skinny, a friend from his first prison stint, was being released and needed a place to stay. Old enemies threatened him. Tiny offered to find him a spot. After 5 years inside, Skinny arrived, joined Tiny's gang, and shook his hand. Tiny judged him to have balls. To ease the Slick-Bicky tension, Tiny told Skinny he and Slick could open a new den in the flats. Skinny snorted cocaine chopped out by Tiny to celebrate. Drunk on beer and brandy, he fell asleep at Tiny's house despite a pounding headache. The dead passerby was an uncle of Sparrow's friend, Gabriel. At the funeral, seeing his mother's brother's body, Gabriel swore revenge, but forgot it soon after. His brother Fabiano, an army private, went to Carrots asking for a revolver. Carrots refused, but welcomed him as one of them and offered to introduce him to Knockout. News spread. Friends tried to talk Fabiano down. He was determined. When Day heard Fabiano had become a gangster, he panicked. They'd fought over a girl. Day had beaten him, breaking a tooth, swelling an eye, twisting an arm. Day had never been in anything more serious than street fights. A friend lied that Fabiano had said he'd kill him. Day dropped out of school, broke up with his girlfriend, refused to leave the house, and asked his father about joining the Navy. 2 years at a barracks in Espirito Santo would be enough for Fabiano to be killed or jailed. Enrollments had closed. One Friday around noon, Knockout and 30 men invaded Block 13's short-stay houses. Day climbed onto his roof and saw Fabiano firing a .38. He was sure his former enemy wouldn't forgive him. He'd need a revolver to defend himself. Slick listened and lent him one. He wouldn't have to fight up top, just defend Slick and his partners when enemies attacked. Everything would be fine. Slick lent Day a revolver with one condition: no combat. Up top. Day's only job would be to defend Slick and his partners when enemies attacked. That way, everything would be fine. Weenie, son of the informant Hellraiser had murdered, initially refused to join Knockout's gang. Tiny had never harmed him, and he didn't want other people's fights. But when Carrots revealed that Hellraiser's son was in the Block 13 gang, Weenie accepted the invitation. He became a cruel thug who killed victims with no money, raped women in enemy territory, and mugged anyone at any hour. In his first attack on the flats, he killed a Jerry with a .32. In the second, he wounded Night Owl in the leg. He attacked alone, considering himself a master of surprise. Meanwhile, Hellraiser's son felt obligated to match his father's dangerous reputation. His mother, Berenice, now an alcoholic, encouraged him when food ran short. His father had never taken shit or let her go hungry. Outside the home, Tiny and Slick exaggerated Hellraiser's feats to shape his son into a perfect soldier. Maria Rita's brother reported that she was dating a guy from 13, a gangster, and smoking dope. Their mother confronted Maria Rita, who confessed, yes, she was smoking, and Earthquake was a gangster, but she liked him. Donna Maria flew at her daughter, kicking and punching. Maria Rita dodged, jumped out a window, and fled to her stomping ground. She found Earthquake, blamed her brother Paulo Groover for the beating, and told Earthquake where to find him. Earthquake promised to teach Paulo to keep his mouth shut. Paulo Groover's peace ended. He got beaten up arriving and leaving school, eventually dropping out. His desperate mother went to Block 13 to talk to Earthquake. Groover insisted on coming. The conversation went badly. Earthquake hit Groover's mother in the shoulder with his pistol butt and landed a kick. Groover carefully carried her away, but didn't let it go. That same night, he went looking for Knockout. A rumor spread that businessman Luis Pretado had sent dozens of weapons, sawn-off shotguns and machine guns, to Knockout's gang. People said his objective was to encourage the war so the government would relocate the favela's population, clearing the now valuable land for middle-class housing. No one knew if it was true. The socialist carpenter Luis Candido, head of the Residents Association, called it a conspiracy of the dominant class against the poor. Tiny dismissed the rumor. On a cloudy Saturday, around 8, Tiny gathered his entire gang plus Block 13's men, divided them into 3 groups, and launched an attack up top. He ordered them to listen for gunfire and run toward it. In Block 15 square, Knockout's men tested weapons. Fatso argued they should attack immediately. The Jerrys expected midnight raids. Knockout refused. Too many kids on the street. Fatso swore at the kids, insisting gangsters couldn't afford to be nice. They'd lost more men. Forget strategy. Fatso had finished secondary school, was white, never lived in a favela, and felt superior among illiterates. A general's son, disowned after a drug arrest, he'd been sent to Carrots by a prison friend. To repay Carrots, Fatso robbed a gun shop in a small Minas Gerais town, refusing to name the place, and returned with rifles, revolvers, even a BB gun, earning respect. He now spoke louder and often questioned Knockout's decisions. Sweating heavily, towel around his neck, Fatso walked to a bar on Middle Street carrying a machine gun and a 7.65 pistol. He spotted Block 13 gangsters moving single file in a crouch. Unnoticed, he returned to warn his friends. They lay in wait. Butterfly checked an alley and declared it clear. Two-wheeler fired 2 shots into a wall. Fatso aimed the machine gun in the same direction and fired. Two-wheeler made his point. Tiny appeared at the square's other side with 8 men, just as police approached Block 13 from behind. Tiny fired at the enemy, shouting curses. The shootout was massive. Knockout's gang jumped walls of nearby houses. Knockout and Weenie fought alone. Weenie ran toward where Block 13's gang was also jumping walls, hunting Hellraiser's son. He found him, aimed at his head, and fired. Hellraiser's son fell dead. In the square, Knockout killed 1 adversary and wounded 2 others, forcing a retreat. Bicky fired to give his friends respite from the police. Lincoln returned fire, hitting 1 gangster in the leg. Monster cornered one of Knockout's men who hadn't cleared the wall. 8 hours later, Tiny launched 2 more raids up top, but retreated both times. He complained that the enemy really had gotten new shooters. Slick noted they still had more men. Tiny wanted even more. Slick suggested talking to the parachutists again. Tiny already had. They'd only shoot if the enemy came to the flats. Slick proposed recruiting the empty pockets. Tiny hadn't seen them since the Gabinal road attack and threatened to kill them one by one. Slick suggested offering amnesty if they joined. Tiny agreed, calling Slick an old fox. Someone said the empty pockets were lying low in Quintanilla. They'd have to send word. Fatso ordered Mousetrap to get food. Mousetrap refused. He wasn't an errand boy. Fatso insisted, saying if Knockout or Carrots had asked, he'd go in a flash. He threatened a bullet in the arse. Mousetrap said they wouldn't have asked in the first place. Fatso aimed his pistol at the leg of the man he considered the gang's stupidest member, a worm who couldn't deliver messages, count, or read. He pulled the trigger. The other villains said nothing, watching Mousetrap limp toward the sludge. Fatso asked if anyone would side with him. Silence. The next day, Knockout listened to Mousetrap's tearful account of being shot, staring at the ground. He remembered Fatso's hard edge, wanting to attack in daylight, and Carrots' warning. Fatso was hot-headed, not from the favela, and no one really knew who he was. Enraged, Knockout sent for him. He confronted Fatso. Ordering their own man around wasn't acceptable. Fatso told him to get fucked. He wasn't one of the kids Knockout bossed around. He was an ex-con who took orders from no one. Knockout said if Fatso wanted to stay, he'd follow orders. Fatso mocked him, a gangster who didn't like swearing. Then he said Knockout deserved to lose his grandfather, father, mother, the whole lot. That'd teach him. Knockout shot him first in the stomach. Fatso, knowing Knockout's accuracy, didn't draw his pistols. He ran across Block 15 but collapsed on the other side, squirming, his towel still around his neck. Knockout strode over and shot him 3 more times in the head. Head down, he left without looking at his gang and went to his new girlfriend's place. He hadn't wanted to do it, but the bastard should have shown respect and shouldn't have mentioned his grandfather or brought his mother into it. One of his men suggested the daytime attack idea had merit. Catching the enemy sleeping might work. Knockout considered it, then agreed. He ordered Wart to round up the guys. Under the strong 11 o'clock sun, Knockout's gang slid through alleys. None of Tiny's lookouts were on duty. In Block 13, Slick and Night Owl smoked dope with most of the gang high, more than 30 joints burning. Two-Wheeler didn't notice Butterfly's hatred whenever he patted Slick's back. Knockout's men moved faster now, taking the road along the river's right branch to the end, then the last alley parallel to the river, emerging in front of Block 13. They checked their guns and ran to the enemy area. The attack was quick. Enemies retreated before being hit. Then Lincoln, Monster, and 8 other policemen arrived, firing. Minutes before the shootout, 7-month-old Renata de Jesus sat in her pram, puckering, laughing, crying. Her mother tried to move her from the front of the house, but the spray from a sawn-off shotgun arrived first and blew her head off. A policeman shouted for Knockout's fleeing gang to stop. Bira had fallen in the rush and was picking himself up, giving his pursuer time to aim. They handcuffed him and took him to the police post. Bira, a fugitive from the Esmeraldino Bandera Penal Institute, was accused of raping a 9-year-old girl 3 days earlier. After a severe beating, he confessed to the rape and, to boot, signed a confession for murdering the baby. After the baby's death, fighting paused spontaneously. Knockout didn't speak to Carrots for 2 days, He'd supported the daytime attack. A child had been killed by one of their bullets. No one knew who fired it, but only Knockout. His brother, a pawn, Fabiano and Weenie carried sawn-off shotguns. His remorse at killing Fatso disappeared forever. He couldn't accept this death. To stop it happening again, before each attack he sent a boy ahead to warn Block 13 in the flats of the day and time. Tiny laughed and called Knockout a dickhead. Only a dickhead would tell the enemy when he was attacking. Once, Huey warned that Knockout would attack the flats Friday at midnight. Tiny set an ambush. Knockout didn't show because police had sealed off up top. The next time Huey went to deliver a message, he got 3 shells in the head from a sawn-off shotgun. Butterfly approached Double Chin with an offer to kill Two-Wheeler for 10,000 cruzeros. Butterfly claimed Two-Wheeler had made the death sign behind his back during the baby's shooting. He'd seen it. Double Chin suspected a test. He didn't take sides. Butterfly insisted, offering 5,000 up front. Double Chin agreed after a long drag, taking the money. He'd never held so much. If he succeeded, he'd have double. Released a week earlier from his second 5-year prison sentence, this was his chance to start fresh. He'd learned crime in jail, not on the streets. Caught red-handed in his only 2 robberies. 2 hours later, Double Chin invited Two-Wheeler to smoke marijuana, claiming police were near Block 13. They left the Nutcracker. Two-Wheeler rolled a joint as they walked. Double Chin scanned the square behind Leo's supermarket, saw no one familiar, let Two-Wheeler go ahead, drew his .38, and shot him 3 times. Nothing in a favela goes unnoticed. Someone always sees and tells. Minutes after Two-Wheeler's death, Slick went to comb the favela with the dead man's brothers and 4 others to make a mess of Double Chin. But Double Chin had already met Butterfly, received the rest of the payment, shaken his hand, and was leaving when Lincoln and Monster arrested him. Monster told journalists Double Chin robbed buses and had over 5,000 cruzeros, and Butterfly was from Tiny's gang. They posed for photos, Butterfly covering his face, Double Chin lowering his head. Lincoln ordered them to a cell, then decided to wait for transport. Double Chin asked for the toilet. Certain police wouldn't fire in front of journalists. He dodged sideways, pushed Butterfly at them, took the first left, and got a bullet in the neck. One Friday night, Tiny's supplier proposed a deal. New cars, this year's models. For each car, he'd give 5 pounds of dope and 3 of cocaine. Tiny agreed. The supplier then visited Carrot's Den and 20 others across Rio, striking the same deal. Tiny ordered all stolen cars left near the abandoned mansion with the pool, a dense forest area police didn't enter. If gangsters saw police approaching, they'd fire a warning shot to distract them. Skinny got 3 cars the first day, 4 the next, encouraging the rest. But 3 of Tiny's men were caught red-handed. 2 more were killed by civil police after a long chase. Skinny's luck continued. When the supplier delivered drugs near Building 7, Tiny divided them equally, though not pressured. Skinny tossed Russian Mouse 2 pounds of dope and 1 of cocaine, calling him a good guy. Bicky, receiving nothing, turned his back, stroking his pistol handle. The following week, the supplier canceled the car deal. He'd paid too much to the federal police to get cars across the Paraguayan border. Marisol, Daniel, and Rodrigo, the only ones of the boys still together, continued getting tattoos, wearing hipsters, perming hair at home, though disco was taking over. They hadn't joined the war, only did robberies, with screwdrivers, pliers, crowbars, saws, knives, and pistols kept in a guitar case. They broke into houses and cars, posing as partygoers. Being white, they didn't attract police or suspicion in white areas. Marisol used his money to fix his house, bought a car, and eventually they opened a bar and quit crime. That day, Knockout had chosen Bricky's place to hide. Left alone on a bench, his tears splashed onto the rough cement floor. The 40-watt bulb barely lit the small room. Smell of cooking oil, still cobwebs. No breeze stirred. He was a criminal, a killer, a gang leader who led youths astray. This wasn't why he'd learned to pray as a child, why he'd been the best student, why he'd kept to himself in the favela. His physical education diploma was wasted. His honeymoon destroyed by the image of Tiny's penis pounding into his loved one like a bulldozer. His grandfather's bloody body. His house riddled with bullets. Steak and Chip's mother gathering scattered pieces of her son's head from warm asphalt. More tears came. He had the awful feeling he hadn't prayed enough for God not to abandon him, and felt fury taking root in every pore. He didn't sleep that night. The next morning, Knockout learned that Slick regularly attended parties in Cruzada de São Sebastião with Skinny almost every Saturday night, staying until sunrise, then going to Leblon Beach on Sundays. A family friend had tracked Slick's movements without being noticed. Carrots had always said Slick was as dangerous as Tiny. Killing him would cripple the Block 13 gang. Knockout gave his friend a phone number to call if he saw the enemy. The phone rang the next Saturday. Fabiano insisted on coming, driving slowly while Knockout kept his head down. Two men in a car attracted attention. The 10 o'clock sky was full of stars, the moon in its last quarter. Leblon's nightlife enchanted Fabiano. They watched the colors, young people intoxicated with a happiness they hadn't felt in a long time. Nothing in the world was worse than poverty, not even disease. At a red light, a black boy offered a Sunday paper. They drove off only when cars honked behind them. Then they saw a police car at a corner, a .38 in the holster of a policeman leaning against the car. Reality returned. They sped toward Cruzada. Slick, Skinny, and Footy snorted cocaine on some stairs, discussing Bicky, who thought he was hot shit, always sucking up to Tiny, and had put his foot in it by setting up a den near Block 13. Maybe they could take him out during a raid and blame the enemy. They decided to drink first at a nearby bar. They hid their guns and headed downstairs. Fabiano parked on the next street. They retrieved their 2.45s from the torn back seat upholstery and entered Cruzada. Inside the estate, Fabiano and Knockout kept apart. Samba sizzled in the best-lit corner of the third building. Two dealers sold cocaine. Fabiano bought 3 wraps. Knockout bought 1. Then Skinny appeared on their right, arm around Footy, Slick to his left. Knockout signaled subtly to his friend and positioned himself behind a customer. The trio moved drunkenly, speaking loud, heading to the party to pick up women. Less than 100 meters away, the man in front of Knockout moved. He drew his .55. Back at Tim's place, Tiny sorted gold chains, rings, bracelets, and earrings, wrapping them in paper and filling a chest, saying he'd hand it to a trusted friend. Vicky stared at a point in space, then complained about Skinny. Brand new car, always loaded, didn't come up top anymore. Russian Mouse said Skinny's thing was holdups. Vicky argued Skinny's den in the flats sold more than all the rest combined. Tiny had handed it to him on a platter. Tiny said Vicky would have to sort that out with Skinny, or with Slick. He opened the door with the chest of gold on his back. At a poorly lit alley, Groover saw police, steadied his gaze, cocked his gun, waited for them to pass under the only street lamp, decided they were customers, and relaxed. Then he heard them cocking their guns, ordered not to move. Oswaldo handcuffed him. Better arrested than dead. They asked where Knockout was, claiming they weren't after him. He taught them karate at the barracks. Groover said no one knew where he was. Some days he disappeared. They put him in the post's only cell, face to face with Blubber. Same age and build, they glared. Blubber flew at him with punches and kicks. Groover didn't know how to fight, hadn't learned on the streets. Blubber was adept at swing kicks and dodging. 5 minutes later, Groover blacked out. Thinking his enemies were armed, Knockout moved too fast, not wanting to give them time to draw. The first bullet caught Footy in the forehead. He fired the others at Slick, who rolled on the ground. He emptied his gun at them. Skinny ran into a building, kicked down a third-floor flat door, went to the bedroom window, ready to jump. While Knockout reloaded, Fabiano pointed his gun at the dealers and took their drugs and weapons. Slick had time to follow Skinny, but went into a second-floor flat. Knockout and Fabiano backed away firing, jumped in the car, and returned to City of God. Footy's brother awoke to his youngest sister's screams. When he saw his brother's head blown open, he threw his arms around the bloody body and stayed that way until the morgue van arrived. Slick's brothers joined the Block 13 gang, just as Knockout's younger brothers joined his. Brothers, cousins, uncles, all felt obliged to avenge a rape, a holdup, a robbery, any offense, and became soldiers. Some future gangsters had no crime to avenge, but joined because courage and readiness to kill gave certain gangsters charm in some girls' eyes. Unsuspecting youths joined armed only with a stick while waiting for a revolver. Shocked residents commented that in times past, only the truly miserable became gangsters. Now, even the best-off young students from stable families, fathers with good jobs who didn't drink, didn't beat their wives, never involved in crime, were seduced by the war. They fought over kites, marbles, girlfriends. The original reason no longer mattered. Territorial demarcation required codes to identify allies. Gangsters turned to designer clothes, nylon fabrics used by gymnasts in vogue at the time, as a kind of uniform. Thieves met the gang's needs, each with a favorite brand and color. At the beginning of a harsh winter, more than 200 gangsters meticulously followed fashion trends. One hazy day, one of Knockout's pawns, Felix, waited near the house of the girl he had a crush on. When she appeared at the gate, he adjusted a short piece of wood in his waistband and ran toward Block 13, pretending to raid alone like the best gangsters. He stopped at corners, crossed the Nutcracker, got close to where Block 13's lookouts were stationed, pretended to attack, and ran. The enemy would fire a few shots. His beloved would hear and think him the most courageous of men. Felix crossed the Nutcracker, reached Middle Street, spotted Earthquake and My Man, and shouted insults with his hand on his hip, threatening an arseful of lead. He turned down the first alley to double back along a parallel street, but ran straight into Moth and Black Vaulter, Slick's brother, who fired at him. He couldn't go back. Earthquake and My Man blocked that route. He took another street toward Edgar Verneck, but his pursuers followed, firing. The first shot hit his left arm, spinning him. The second, from a sawn-off shotgun, blasted off his right arm, spinning him the other way. The third brought him down. The fourth put him out of his misery. Knockout heard immediately that Felix was dead. He couldn't even remember who Felix was, another casualty. He angrily gathered some 70 gang members and headed straight down Middle Street. After 3 hours of shooting, Knockout penetrated Block 13's labyrinths alone, kicking down fragile wooden doors. 9-year-old Othon, hidden under a table, fired a .32 when his front door splintered, the bullet grazing Knockout's left arm. Knockout jumped sideways and, with one hand, riddled Othon's body with lead from his sawn-off shotgun, then retreated to his friends. The 5 policemen on duty didn't dare pass the prospector's rehearsal square. They showed up half an hour after the shooting stopped to collect Othon's body and another newborn baby killed in the war. Tiny gathered his gang and headed for Block 13 as soon as he heard about Knockout's attack. The policemen panicked at the sight. Tiny shouted he wouldn't fire at them. They passed the police like ordinary residents, rounded up the Block 13 gang, and attacked the enemy on their own territory. The first shots were sparse. Tiny could no longer barge straight in. Knockout's gang had nearly as many men. The Block 13 gang split at the wreck, heading up the river's edge. Tiny's gang split, taking Middle Street and the alleys. The youngest enjoyed feeling like TV heroes. All Tiny thought about was the money he'd lost since the war began. He shouted, swore, pretended to attack, and didn't. Whenever an enemy bullet whistled past, he laughed his quick, shrill laugh. Knockout ordered his gang not to go into the firing line and to follow his commands only. He called Carrots over and pulled out 2 hand grenades stolen by a gang member who worked at a barracks. He'd already explained how to use them. He said he'd taunt Tiny to draw him closer. Carrots disagreed. Knockout should run so the enemy chased him, and Carrots would throw. Knockout agreed. Knockout fired 2 shotgun blasts. Tiny answered with machine gun fire, destroying a section of the wall they were using as a trench. Knockout shouted for them to go. Tiny, Black Stump, and Slick advanced. Carrots threw the grenade. They crossed the square, reached the sludge, and found themselves face to face with the Block 13 gang. Dozens of shots had no specific target. Only Knockout, Carrots, Mousetrap, and Antunes actually aimed. Their adversaries were no different. Approximately 100 men exchanged fire, with only 2 casualties for Knockout's gang and 2 for Block 13, those 2 killed by Knockout himself. The grenade exploded, but only frightened Tiny and his men. It had fallen into an uncovered drain pipe, splitting and shaking the ground. Startled, Tiny called it dynamite. Knockout took 3 Molotov cocktails from his bag, told the rest to stay put, asked Mousetrap to cover him, and headed back to where Tiny stood. He appeared directly in front of his enemies, firing a machine gun, and with his left hand alone lit 1 bomb and threw it at a gangster's head before running. Tiny and his men watched in horror as Couscous ran about, blue flames covering him head to foot, his deep cry contrasting with Tiny's quick, shrill laugh. His gymnast's clothes melted, sticking to his body, which slowed, fell, and burned in silence. Tiny realized his machine gun was empty, tossed it to Slick, drew his pistol, and went out alone into the alleys. He found his enemies and ran at them firing. Knockout's men retreated slightly, leaving Knockout alone returning Tiny's angry shots. But his machine gun fire failed to hit. A shootout with no hide and seek, some of Knockout's men peering from behind one wall, Tiny's from another. Knockout ran out of ammunition. The second he reached for his other pistol, a bullet hit his stomach. He fell and rolled backward toward the trench, while 5 of his men went after Tiny. Tiny shouted that he'd got the bastard, got Knockout. Just as Knockout was being rescued, my man emerged alone from an alley and killed 2 more of Knockout's men. Back in the flats, euphoric that Knockout was hit, Tiny bought beers for anyone who wanted them and gave away free drugs from his dens. At this stage, Carlos Roberto's friends advised him to quit managing Tiny's dens. Anyone tight with Tiny was naturally the enemy's enemy. Carlos Roberto, already half-hearted, handed his duties to Good Life, who liked handling money. Good Life soon took over everything. To get in his brother's good books, he started going armed, giving orders, and participating in decisions. He bought 2 houses for Tiny to hide in, a brand new car, a boat, diving equipment, rented a house in Petropolis where he went horse riding, dressed smartly, frequented posh restaurants, and water skied. The bastard knew how to spend money. Good Life approached Leonardo, a sharp dresser, swimmer, always with a nice girl, about driving for him. Easy money, no gun required, just 2 days a week. The rest of the time, they'd have fun, horse riding, diving. Leonardo asked what it paid. Money was no problem. Good Life was running his brother's business. Tiny, believing the rumor that Knockout was dead, walked with his head down. Now only that cunt Carrots remained. He told Leonardo to round everyone up behind the hill for target practice, bottles to shoot at. He told Good Life to buy him clothes, but not hand them over in front of anyone. On the hill, an irate wind tugged at low green vegetation. Dozens of bottles lined the muddy slope. Each man had 10 shots. The worst shot bought beers for the gang. Leonardo didn't waste a single bullet. Tiny said he didn't like this kid. On the way back, Tiny asked Leonardo if he told Skinny to come. Skinny hadn't said anything. Tiny caught up with Bicky, complaining that Skinny thought he was hot shit, had nothing when he arrived, now made more than the rest combined, bought a brand new car. Tiny claimed he'd seen Skinny making the death sign behind Bicky's back the day Tiny shot Knockout. Bicky was shocked. Tiny said he'd been to a torero. Everything was fine. Bicky wasn't going down, but Skinny had it in for him. They watched Skinny washing his Beetle radio on, half-empty whiskey bottle, revolver near the bucket. Tiny told Bicky to get rid of him. Bicky asked about Slick. Tiny said to wait. Slick was on good terms with the Block 13 kids. He'd take care of him. Bicky reloaded his pistol and went around the building. Skinny lay on the ground rinsing mud flaps, didn't notice Bicky approaching. Bicky fired 12 bullets at point-blank range into his friend's head. After a month, newspapers reported City of God's death toll higher than the Falklands War over the same period. The estate had become one of the world's most violent places. A TV camera showed Knockout at Miguel Couto Hospital. He answered every reporter's question without blinking, stating the war would only end when he or Tiny died. Tiny shouted that the war ended today. He was going to Miguel Couto to get him. Leonardo would drive. Someone suggested covering his arm in mercurochrome and claiming he was hurt. That night, Tiny doused his arm with mercurochrome, tied his pistol to his ankle, laughed his quick, shrill laugh, slid down in the back seat. Leonardo started the engine, and a shootout began. 10 civil policemen had gone in disguised as dustmen, hanging off a dump truck and firing at any black face they crossed. Leonardo accelerated, taking the road behind the square, where he and his brother abandoned the car and disappeared between the buildings. Before the shooting started, Sharky had punched his mother in the head, kicked her stomach twice, head-butted her mouth, and struck the back of her neck with his gun butt, bringing her to the ground. The old cow always nagged him to put his clothes away, check the toilet seat every time he went. He'd warned her he'd bash her head in if she kept bossing him. The bitch hadn't believed him. When he heard shots, he thought Knockout's gang had come and went out to fight. If he killed Carrots, Tiny might give him a din. Then the military police appeared. They wove silently through the buildings and came face to face with a confused Sharky. His pistol not even cocked. He tried to cock it. A spray of bullets cut through his stomach. His sister ran after them, shouting to kill the bastard who'd beaten their mother nearly to death. Sergeant Linivaldo walked into the middle of the street, motioned to the van driver, took the wheel, and ran the back left wheel over Sharky's head several times. The policemen regrouped. One was missing. He appeared with a pawn in handcuffs. They put him in the van and headed for Knockout's area, hiding the vehicle in an alley. They took the pawn into Block 15 Square, removed his cuffs, told him to run that way, fired a shot into the air, and left. Knockout's men found the pawn and killed him. Carrots ordered everyone to lie low until Knockout returned. He was afraid. He didn't have what it took to run the gang. Police were breathing down their necks. His name splashed across front pages daily. He took cover at a friend's house whose wife had disappeared over a week ago. Now he could stay without the bitches nagging. Carrot's hands shook. His heart pounded. His friend slept drunk in the bedroom, grinding his teeth, breaking wind, tossing about. What a fucked life. He didn't even want this stupid war. He'd always liked money, and that dickhead Tiny wanted to take over his den. He remembered cleaning at the Catholic University, the only time he'd worn a sucker's uniform. Only suckers worked knowing they'd never enjoy good things. Dope and coke were where the money was. If not for Tiny, he'd be rich. He thought about his kids. He wanted them to study at the Catholic University. Best schools were Catholic ones. 2 kids. What inheritance did he have to leave? The war. Knockout had better come back soon. Kill Tiny. Take Block 13's den. Work hard for a year. Buy a countryside property with chickens, a pool, a sauna. He tried to remember how to make Molotov cocktails. Nothing came. Anguish filled his soul. His gastritis returned. Milk. The fridge held only rotting potatoes and a blackened steak on dirty white grease. A bottle of brandy sat on the shelf. He didn't hesitate. Drank it all to sleep. If an enemy came, he'd die in his sleep. There are moments when one's own death seems imperative. No one knew how, but Butterfly reappeared on a street corner in the middle of the night. When asked how he'd gotten free, he said he had tricks up his sleeve. The only thing he couldn't understand was why they were all standing on the corner if Sergeant Linivaldo was on the prowl. Tiger said seriously they'd give it to him in the chest. Butterfly only knew Tiger by sight. Other newcomers he didn't even know were in the gang. But Tiger had been so incisive that Butterfly fell silent. Tiger insisted they should be up top right now. Lots of guys there only dared come out when Knockout was around. Butterfly sent a pawn to get the Flats gang. Tiger questioned why. They could handle this themselves. Tiny was messed up in the head, wasted a friend Slick brought in. Only showed up to give orders. Butterfly explained that Tiny had let Bicky take out Skinny for making the death sign behind his back. Tiger scratched his nose and conceded. If Butterfly was the boss, that was cool. Tiny's gang appeared at the street's other end. Block 13 waited in silence. Tiny told Slick he was broke. Needed what Skinny used to give. Slick agreed through clenched teeth. Tiger looked at Butterfly and my man, screwed up his nose, and moved off. Both gangs headed up Middle Street together, ordered to pull the trigger on anyone, even police. Butterfly gave my man a knowing look, signaling disagreement with Tiny's instructions. My man understood, but hid his reaction among the uniformed gangs. At the police post, Lincoln and Monster armed themselves. They were going with 6 other officers in 2 vans to the Flats to take the enemy by surprise. Up top, Knockout's gang met at Groover's house. A pawn told them what had happened in the cell. The policeman wanted a serious talk with Knockout, believing he was a friend of the chief. They ate bread and mortadella, snorting half an ounce of coke already chopped out. Mousetrap complained about eating dry. Someone sent a boy to Pal Hare's bar for a family-size coke. The boy asked for an empty bottle. Mousetrap told him he was a gangster, he should be stealing it, and offered his gun. The white, curly-haired boy walked with small steps, eyes bulging. Fear of losing his life came to him for the first time, in the deserted streets, after Carrots had ordered everyone to lie low. His regret at dropping out of second year, leaving his part-time job for this war out of sheer fascination, was patent. In the next street, Tiny ordered silence. Something told him he'd catch enemies unawares. The boy walked faster, deciding to give up crime tomorrow. Tiny, with only his sawn-off shotgun cocked, silently cocked his machine gun. Shivers ran down the boy's spine. He slowed, his mother's voice asking about school echoing in his ears. Tiny motioned for the gang to stop, aimed his machine gun at the corner. The boy stopped too, cocked his pistol, and started walking quickly again, less than 10 steps from Tiny's firing range. He took 7 steps. One of Tiny's pawns cleared his throat. The boy breathed relief. An honest person, not a gangster, since gangsters made no noise. He quickened his pace and walked into the range. Tiny ordered hands on the head, asked his gang if the kid was a no-good. Tube said yes. Russian Mouse urged them to mess him up. Tiny ordered the boy to put the shooter down, lie down, and asked if he wanted to pray. The boy said nothing. Tiny demanded where his friends were. The boy knew he'd die whether he talked or not, so he kept quiet, pissing his pants, tensing his body as his parents' advice flooded his mind. Tiny stared at him, then uncocked his gun and ordered the gang to take a walk. Alone with the boy, he ordered him to get up, asked if he could sing. The boy said yes. Tiny told him to sing Maluko Beliza. The boy started at the chorus, stuttering, then sang in tune. Tiny looked at the moon, feeling wind brush his face. The boy's voice was like Sparrow's, except Sparrow had always sung smiling, arm draped around Tiny's neck, jumping like a child. The memory touched many points, many sparrows in many places, always laughing or singing. If Sparrow were alive, Tiny wouldn't have raped Knockout's girl. None of this would be happening. He'd have a lot more money and no enemies. The boy stopped. Tiny told him to sing again. Looking at the sky, he sought Sparrow's image leaning against a star. Sparrow's voice had sounded in his ears the moment he was going to fire. He saw nothing. Sparrow wasn't on a star. Only his soul was there, showing him the boy wasn't a real enemy. He stared into space and winked, believing Sparrow would see it. He told the boy to get out of this life, find a school. Almost unnoticed, Lincoln's gang took cover on the hill after hiding their vans in the bush. A security guard jumped, but Lincoln motioned him to relax. With binoculars, Lincoln could see everything in the flats. Linovaldo concluded they were in Knockout's area. They'd have to wait. Tiny told the gang the kid wasn't a gangster. He was after some guy because of a girl. They went back to the flats. Lincoln told his men to stay calm when Tiny's gang gathered in the square. They needed to watch where they went next. Linovaldo identified Tiny by the lamppost. Slick was the one leaving down an alley, the boss of Block 13. Lincoln ordered Guzmo to radio ahead. A man in a blue tracksuit would cross Edgar Wernick at the bridge at the start of the avenue. Tiny told the gang the kid wasn't a gangster, just after some guy because of a girl. They went back to the flats. Lincoln ordered his men to stay calm as Tiny's gang gathered in the square. Linovaldo pointed out Tiny by the lamppost. Slick was the one leaving down an alley, the boss of Block 13. Lincoln sent Guzmo to radio ahead. A man in a blue tracksuit would cross Edgar Wernick at the bridge, dangerous and armed. They wanted him alive for information. Slick didn't resist arrest. He answered everything at the post. Linovaldo decided to hold him until Monday to verify his claims. Cocaine sales in the flats increased. Despite the war, buyers came from elsewhere, as it was the easiest area to reach. Tiny laughed whenever Good Life reported daily sales. Addicts brought appliances, weapons, and jewelry to trade. Police couldn't arrest so many, only those armed. No word from Slick until Sergeant Linovaldo shouted in Block 13 that he wanted $200,000 for Slick's release. Butterfly went to Tiny, who initially refused. Slick hadn't kept his wits. He wasn't paying for a fool. After much grumbling, Tiny sent Good Life with the money. Half an hour after release, Butterfly told Slick everything, beefing up the story that Bicky had twice insisted Tiny shouldn't pay. Slick ground his teeth. An addict, after snorting coke bought from Carrot's assistant, claimed Tiny owed him money. He'd punch him in the face. He was from San Jose. If anyone wanted to take Tiny out, count him in. The assistant let him run Tiny down, then suggested he talk to the group across the street. Everyone there wanted to get rid of him too. Mousetrap heard the same story, pressed his revolver to the addict's head, frisked him, and took him to Carrot's. After much talk, Carrot sent for more raps and asked about the inmates the newcomer had done time with. Mousetrap arrived to say the car was ready. The mechanic promised it would no longer stall. That night, they fetched Knockout from the hospital. The operation had succeeded. The policeman on duty was sleeping with a nurse and only reported the prisoner missing 2 hours later. Antunes told Knockout he'd been thinking about their mother, tired of bullets, death, drugs. He was getting a job, renting a room in XIII for himself, their sister, mother, father, and younger brother. He wasn't interested in this life anymore. Knockout should forget revenge. He'd almost gotten killed and had killed many people. Knockout said he'd get out too, but only when Tiny was dead. Antunes called it a dog's life. Just yesterday he'd fought with Altar Boy and Screw, who'd snorted a den dry and threatened to take him out. Knockout said he'd wanted to get rid of them, but Carrots told him not to. Antunes handed over his pistol, said he was going home to shower and change, then to a petrol station on Miguel Salazar to apply for an attendant job. For Antunes, that morning had the purest air, the morning he'd let go of revenge. God would punish Tiny. Knockout would leave too, just as their mother said. The owner would hire him. He was well-spoken, knew maths, had straight hair, and his brother's blue eyes. He looked good. He showered, chose his best clothes, put on cologne, slicked back his hair. He was meeting Trababo at 8:30 at the former doorway to heaven. He asked his mother to pray and hurried out. A woman at her gate called him handsome, said Tiny wouldn't last. Police would kill him. People greeted him as he walked, the Avenger's brother, almost as handsome. He walked without a tense face, without a gun, greeting housewives, not peeking around corners. Trababo waited with the same smile. So many times they'd gone out to attack. Now they were looking for work. It did wonders for his soul. He prayed for his grandfather's soul and for those who died in combat. The employee who received them said they'd need to fill out a form. Where did they live? City of God. That would be difficult. The boss wasn't accepting people from there. Antunes asked why. The employee didn't know, but told them to fill out the form anyway. Altar Boy and Screw watched from behind a lorry across the street. The sun was hot, traffic heavy. Firing from there would be stupid. They moved further down, crossed over, doubled back, keeping close to walls, and reached the petrol station unnoticed. The first bullet from Altar Boy's revolver warned Antunes and the employees. Attendants fled to a nearby condominium. The employee who'd been talking jumped into an oil container. Trababo jumped a small wall and ran. Antunes took 2 bullets to the head, spun, and fell. Altar Boy and Screw ran into the road, stopped a car, headed for Taquara, abandoned it, stole another, drove up Grajaú Range, and were never seen again. The news spread quickly. Antunes' body was surrounded by people. Police arrived to ask questions. Knockout drank the tea his girlfriend had prepared, missing his mother's affection. The sparkle in his brother's eyes had renewed his zest for life. He hated black tea without sugar, held his nose as he drank. He felt pain, peered beneath the curtain. Already midday, still like morning. Fresh air met his face. Maybe a joint would pass time faster. No drugs. Passion fruit juice made you sleepy. He called Mousetrap, who was keeping guard. Silence. He called again. Wanted to ask him to buy the newspaper, which would surely report his escape. Mousetrap, Carrots, Turtle, and Hairy Beast talked in low voices. No one stepped forward to report Antunes' death to Knockout, who lay down. His few movements made his wounds bleed. They decided to tell him together. They opened the gate in silence. Knockout cocked his gun and slid from the bed to the ground. Mousetrap said it was okay. With their help, Knockout got back into bed. He asked Carrots to turn on the fan. Their silence was odd. Ever since he'd returned from the hospital, they'd been overly cheery. Now this seriousness, everyone hanging their heads, dragging feet. He looked them each steadily in the eye and asked who was down. Nervous silence. A cry. He stood abruptly, weak at the knees. He knew it was Antunes. He held Carrots by the shoulders, demanded it was Antunes, demanded where his body was. At the petrol station past the Wella building. Was it Tiny? No. Altar Boy and Screw. Without a word, he pulled on clothes and headed for the door, hatred giving him strength to walk. His friends tried to hold him back. He jerked away, shook them off, reached the yard, went through the gate and crossed the threshold of his fate, punished for not having prayed enough. His wounds bled, leaving a trail through alleys, through streets now full of people. His eyes stung. No tears came. Crying didn't change anything. All he could do was let his desire for revenge well up. Flashbacks came. Grandpa Nell's sheet stained red, steak and chips with his head blown off, his darling being abused, his house's wall riddled, his dog full of lead, and now a blood-stained Antunes embedding in his memory. He reached Miguel Salazar Street, where the morning breeze was stronger, but fuck the breeze and the sun burning his face. What he really wanted was for it all to be illusion, for his brother to be alive. He caught sight of the crowd. Blood ran down his trouser legs and made the inside of his trainers slippery. He stepped toward the body. Even the police went still at his arrival. Just like his brother, he carried that same gravity, freezing everyone in place. He pulled the dead man into his arms, their blood mixing, pressed kisses to his brother's cheeks, and breathed something private into his ear. Then he let go carefully, backed away, scanned the ground, grabbed a wooden stump, carried it to the petrol pump, soaked half in fuel, lit it from a candle beside the corpse. Torch raised, he ran, heart hammering like the devil's own rhythm, toward Altar Boy's house, never noticing the 2 bullet holes in his own flesh. Physical pain meant nothing. Hatred swallowed every weakness. He cut down an alley, found gang members who fell in behind him. At Altar Boy's door, he took the machine gun from Carrots, handed off the burning wood, and sprayed the entrance with bullets. He swapped back, gun for torch, stepped inside, set the curtains ablaze, and called for cleaning alcohol to splash on doors and roof beams. Within minutes, the small house burned. He watched briefly, then moved to do the same to Screw's house. At Antunes' funeral, Carrots ordered the whole gang to stand armed outside the graveyard. Knockout insisted on attending despite his friend's warnings. Carrots gave the order. If police or any enemy showed, they'd open fire until Knockout could get clear. He couldn't run. But no officer or rival appeared. 2 days after the funeral, the gang war surged again. Hearing Knockout was back in the favela, Tiny decided to grant him no peace. Fighting sometimes stretched 3 or 4 days straight. Tiny screamed curses at full volume. During battles, the police chose not to intervene. Better to let them kill each other. Schools canceled classes. Nobody went to work. Deaths mounted, especially among Knockout's pawns, who hadn't grown up around criminals and couldn't flee effectively. Parents, always the last to learn their kids were involved, finally caught on and took action. Moving house, sending children to distant relatives, even dragging them to work when nothing else worked. Desperate, Knockout banned pawns from the front line. He took their weapons and visited their families to explain. He wanted only real villains beside him. Tiny, by contrast, forced even workers to fight. Anyone who refused got a bullet in the backside. Tiny's dog reminded him of Sparrow, so he carried it everywhere. It ate premium food, no scraps, and only Black Stump, treated like a son, could care for it. Feeding, bathing with special anti-flea shampoo, handling obedience lessons. When the dog grew larger, it joined battles. Tiny loosed it and followed its path. Families of dead pawns called newspapers, hoping media pressure would force the government to end the 2-year war. Police complaints did nothing. Most gangsters had been arrested at some point, but nearly all got released through Tiny's bribes. Only pawns stayed locked up at the 32nd police station. Tiny refused to spend money on weak soldiers. Hearing that classes might resume, Groover felt a pang for his old student life. He remembered teaching school friends to dance, potluck parties, girlfriends. He hadn't been a great student, but he'd been sure he'd finish primary school, go to secondary, try for a PE degree. Then that bastard Tiny had shattered everything, killed his younger brother in an attack, just for sport. Thinking of Tiny, his face twisted into a scowl again. He got up, opened the fridge, grabbed water, drank half in 3 gulps, and scanned the 2-bedroom short-stay house. His mother sleeping, the empty space where his brother used to lie. Hatred gave way to compassion. He looked above the wardrobe and decided to read through his old school books. He flipped slowly, revisiting lessons, test notes, forgotten messages from girlfriends, a heart pierced by an arrow dripping into a chalice. He picked up another textbook filled only with questions. What song marked your life? Who would you take to a desert island? First kiss? Weaknesses? What kind of girl attracts you? He found a pen and tried to answer. He wrote something, scratched it out. He tried every way to pass this test. Yes, a test. perhaps the hardest he'd ever faced. If he could answer, he might imagine he was still someone with something healthy left. But nothing came. His eyes just filled with tears. He dropped onto the bed, atop the book, and cried himself softly to sleep. He woke early, convinced he was the biggest fool on earth for joining the war. If he'd just asked to change schools and disappeared from the street, Earthquake and his friends would surely have forgotten him. He'd been stupid. If there hadn't already been a war, he'd never have started one himself. He walked to the stove, found buttered bread, white coffee, and a note. Money in the top drawer of the wardrobe. Go far away. Suddenly, he decided to go to his school. He'd ask his teacher to place him somewhere else. He'd leave, study every day, maybe even find a job. He washed, dressed, and headed out just as Slick and Night Owl left Block 13 hunting enemies. Groover crossed the wreck, noticing nothing unusual. No friends on the street. Night Owl poked half his face around a corner, watched Groover's steps, cocked his gun, and hid as Groover crossed the bridge. He assumed Groover was heading to attack Block 13 alone, something he'd been doing lately. He waited long enough for Groover to approach, then stepped into full view, ready to fire. He didn't see him, thought he'd gone around the block, and ran to wait at the next corner. The teacher expressed her sorrow about what had happened to him and admitted she'd considered visiting, but his own friends had warned it was too dangerous. Groover agreed she'd stayed away for the best, stray bullets and all. He confessed it had only just sunk in, and he'd come to ask if she could help transfer him to another school. She said that was no problem, but asked how he could live there with all those enemies. He said he'd leave, maybe even find a job. She suggested technical school, all-day study, technical courses, and promised to talk to a friend. She told him to return for an answer. They talked a bit longer, then Groover left, careful not to let her see the .38 tucked in his waistband. He decided to head back past Leo's supermarket, cross Middle Street, cut through Blonde Square to Penguin's Bar, then climb through the alleys. His enemies tracked his movement with their eyes. This time, they didn't wait for him to come closer before firing again and again. One bullet grazed his leg, another tore through his abdomen. Even so, Groover had the strength to draw his gun, shoot Night Owl in the arm and Slick in the leg, and run back into the school. Slick and Night Owl followed despite their wounds, trying to break in. But his teacher confronted her fear and the gangsters themselves, arguing that the school was government property. The police wouldn't leave them alone if they breached it. Slick hurled every curse imaginable and fired into the air. The principal called the police as the argument raged outside. In the toilets, Groover's bladder let go at the sound of sirens. The teacher, calmer now, spoke to the police, but only reported that gangsters had tried to invade the school. Then, with other teachers' help, she hid Groover in her car and drove him to a hospital. A rumor spread that Knockout had lost his mind since Antuna's death. Not eating, not sleeping, snorting too much cocaine. His determination to kill Tiny grew by the second. Hearing another pawn had been shot by Night Owl, he suffered a nervous breakdown, was taken to a clinic, and spent 3 days before escaping his room. Back in City of God, he immediately joined a shootout with Block 13 gangsters who'd come up top to attack. He killed one and took a bullet nearly in the same spot where Tiny had hit him before. The day Knockout left the hospital, his enemies still hoped he might die, so Tiny's gang relaxed. They gathered behind the hill, now packed with hundreds of new residents, drinking beer, whiskey, snorting cocaine. Joking loudly, Tiny said Night Owl's game was killing pawns just to call himself a killer. That riled Slick, who actually did the killing while Night Owl only provided cover and finished off victims. Tiny wanted to put Slick down in front of his men. He'd noticed most gangsters gravitating towards Slick lately, threatening his leadership. Vicky stayed quiet, watching Slick, wondering if Tiny had ordered Slick to kill him. Slick, equally silent, expected betrayal at any moment. Russian Mouse laughed at everything Tiny said. Marcelo graphically described sex with a woman from the day before. Good Life motioned to Leonardo, told Tiny he was meeting a supplier for cocaine, then suggested they go swimming at the beach. Alone, Ottavio flipped through a pocket Bible his mother had given him. Tiny, tired of joking with Night Owl, looked at a pawn nicknamed Marine, a deserter from the Marine Corps who joined the war to snort coke freely, and asked with a serious face whether Marine was dating that hot girl from Block 8. Marine said yes. Tiny asked if he kissed her private parts before sex. Embarrassed, Marine said yes. Tiny roared that Marine was therefore kissing other men's parts and laughed wildly. His men joined in. Knockout arrived up top around midday to his men's joy. They celebrated with rounds fired into the air. The addict who'd claimed Tiny had mistreated him now lived in the favela, in an arrested gangster's house, tasked with guarding guns and ammunition. At Block 15's corner, Knockout shook each soldier's hand with a sad smile on his exhausted, thin, anemic face. He moved with difficulty. He went to Carrot's house, where 50 of his men milled about. Word spread fast up top. Knockout was back. Neighbors sent food and juices to aid his recovery. His parents were brought to Carrot's house for a short visit, but they dropped to their knees on the living room floor and prayed for nearly 2 hours without ever touching their son. Knockout watched in silence, his mother all in black, thin as a rail, carrying a bitterness he'd never seen matched. Tears ran down his face. His body shook. Outside, the gangsters stayed quiet too, held in that sad, voiceless prayer. After his parents left, Carrots advised him to get those wounds blessed and find someone to work protective magic. Knockout said nothing. When Tiny heard the news back behind the hill, he started pacing, then let out his quick, shrill little laugh that sliced through a silence so deep it felt ancient. He bellowed at Night Owl. Hadn't he killed a heap of pawns? Then go kill Knockout. An apprehensive silence returned briefly. Slick, now wearing a red and black top hat that no one could say when or where he'd started using, growled that he'd handle it. This time, Tiny didn't laugh. Eyes bulging, he left without a word. Around 8 that night, a beverage truck made a delivery at the shops where part of the gang was drinking beer. Slick held his revolver to the driver's head, said something, then climbed into the back and called Night Owl up with him. Once the helper returned to the cab, the driver maneuvered the truck across the square and turned left. The gangsters watched in silence as it drove away. The truck followed the river's right branch, turned left again, crossed the bridge, and pulled up to Block 13. Slick climbed down, spoke briefly to Butterfly, then returned. The truck rolled slowly into Middle Street. Under the tarpaulin, Slick and Night Owl watched through 2 holes they'd punctured with a piece of metal found on the way. The truck turned into a street adjacent to Block 15, drove its full length, turned back, and stopped at the square's entrance. After his parents left, confused by where his life had gone, Knockout overdid it on cocaine and smoked one joint after another. Then, still calm and polite with his friends, he said he just needed to stretch his legs and would come right back to lie down. He armed himself and headed out with his pals to the square on Block 15 where they usually hung out. At one end of the square, Knockout talked with the cool guys from up top. He confessed he'd never expected the war to grow this big, and repeated that he had nothing against most of Tiny's men. His rage was only for Tiny himself. Meanwhile, the truck driver and his helper slipped out unnoticed. Butterfly split 70 men into 7 groups of 10, assigned each group's attack direction, and headed up top. Earthquake, My Man, Butterfly, Tiger, Moth, and Sarah Ray carried machine guns. 5 pawns had sawn-off shotguns. Their orders, keep firing, even into the air, to split the enemy gang. The first shots came from the river's edge, then gunfire erupted from multiple directions. Knockout's men scattered, firing blindly. Debilitated but determined, Knockout cocked his gun and moved toward the square's center. On the truck's rear, Slick and Night Owl waited for the right moment. Over 100 shots rang out simultaneously. Knockout roared that he didn't need protection, every man for himself. He ordered them to split up, then decided to leave the square and head toward enemy territory, hoping to catch someone returning to Block 13. He ran with difficulty toward the truck. Only the addict followed to cover him. Over in the flats, Tiny told Bicky that Slick had to be killed as soon as possible. Even though Tiny no longer believed in Macumba, after Sparrow's death he'd stopped visiting the torero, stopped reciting the prayer, stopped lighting candles. That XIII's top hat gave him a bad feeling. He planned to set Slick up in the next attack up top. He'd get him when bullets were flying and Slick's back was turned. He'd already taken out about 5 that way. Bernardo, Giovanni, Alligator, whenever he felt they were giving him the evil eye. He told Bicky to keep it to himself. Slick nudged Night Owl and muttered that he didn't even need to shoot Knockout. But Night Owl, having drunk that afternoon, took it as the signal. He suddenly lifted the canvas to fire, shouting, Doe? Dumbfounded, Slick took a few seconds to understand what was happening. Knockout, also caught off guard, was quicker anyway. He fired 3 shots without aiming. The pair jumped from the truck and ran. Lacking agility and speed, Knockout chased them, firing, not letting them shoot back. Slick and Night Owl zigzagged. The addict looked behind, then side to side, and seeing no one else, put 3 bullets in Knockout's back. Knockout still managed to turn and raise his revolver to kill him. The addict shot him once more. Knockout fell. The wind came, whirling little dust devils on the dry ground, carrying gunfire sound to distant places, wrecking frail birds' nests, tugging kites caught in wires, threading through alleys, creeping under roof tiles, inspecting the tiniest cracks, nudging the blood running from Knockout's mouth. Then the rain came, heavy drops ricocheting off rooftops, flooding streets, swelling the river and its branches. So heavy that some thought it was trying to drown the course of time itself, starting from that moment. Tiny, arm draped around Slick's shoulder and hand gripping his dog's collar, began giving orders. Get an ox, a good cook for oxtail stew, another for cowheel soup, another to chop barbecue meat. Send someone to the butcher for everything. Start rolling joints. Dope only, not coke. Coke was only free for the gang. He told Slick he'd known he would kill Knockout, known it the moment he'd said it. Slick described facing Knockout, firing away, Night Owl too, the first shot he'd sunk in Knockout's balls. Over 20 of Knockout's men had been shooting at them, so they got out. The celebration of Knockout's death lasted 3 days. Up top, everything went silent. Streets deserted, bars and shops closed. A wake was held in Knockout's own home, with no gang members present. His funeral, in numbers, surpassed Sparrow's and Nifty Feet's. The day after Knockout's death, the addict asked Tiny's men gathered in the square on Block 15 for the gang's 2 best weapons, saying he needed to clean and maintain them. He walked off as if heading toward the house where he stayed, then turned down an alley, crossed Middle Street, pointed a pistol at the first car he saw, ordered the driver out, got in, put the 2 guns in the back seat, and sped off. He took Edgar Verneck Avenue toward Barra da Tijuca, happier than ever. He'd finally killed the man who, while trying to shoot Slick and Skinny, had murdered his brother in Cruzada de São Sebastião. He thought aloud to his dead brother Footy. He'd avenged him. Near Jacarpagua Lake, the engine sputtered, then died completely despite the high speed. The addict turned the key back and forth, but the car kept starting and cutting out. He got nervous, pulled onto the shoulder, and didn't notice a police patrol car drawing near. He was about to get out when he saw it and tried again to start the car. The officers, who'd only meant to offer help, noticed his desperation and placed him under arrest. They frisked him, searched the car, found the guns, and started beating him on the spot. At the station, he told them everything he knew about Knockout's gang. After private talks with Tiger, Butterfly became convinced to break ties with Tiny and Slick. Tiger argued it was wrong. Only the 2 of them earning loads without exposing themselves while everyone else risked getting caught in robberies. They decided some gang members would take turns selling drugs, giving 70% to the den, while others stayed on guard. My man would be manager. They'd run the show. The 70% would fund weekly wages and health insurance for Maine soldiers and lookouts, help local workers in need, buy more weapons, hire a gang lawyer, and restock merchandise. Butterfly worried about too many people stretching the money thin, but agreed anyway. Butterfly, with my man, Earthquake, Moth, and Serrera beside him and guns cocked, told Slick they had nothing to do with Tiny anymore. The money that came in stayed there. Block 13 had nothing to do with the flats. Slick looked them over quickly. They were no longer so boyish. They'd grown in height and in cunning. Over 90 of their men were posted on Miracle Street's corners. He decided to be friendly and agreeable. He was pretty sure he'd be killed otherwise. Tiny got angry when he heard the decision and said he'd send all the no-goods on Block 13 to meet their maker. But Goodlife calmed him down minutes later, arguing it was better to leave things as they were than to make more enemies. And besides, the Block 13 den wasn't doing much business anyway. With newspaper coverage of City of God's violence mounting, the Department of Public Safety and the military police announced through the department's press secretary that a large-scale police operation would be deployed. 2 days after the press release, in the middle of a stifling hot May, Lieutenant Cabra took command of the completely renovated and expanded police post. Where 10 officers had worked before, 30 well-armed men now stood, and 6 new patrol cars joined the lone existing vehicle. Colonel Marins, commander of the 18th Military Police Battalion, responsible for Jacarepaga, Barra da Tijuca, and Recreo dos Bandeirantes, gave the order that Lieutenant Cabra was to pass down. Gangsters should be arrested, but if they reached for their waistbands to draw guns, officers could shoot to kill. The colonel also ordered all men to report to headquarters an hour and a half earlier, and for all patrol cars to pass through the favela before heading to their beats. The police action plan rested on intelligence. Dozens of officers posed as customers buying drugs at the dens. Others exploited the fact that mentally disabled patients from Juliano Moreira Hospital frequently escaped and wandered the favela. They dressed in asylum uniforms, made funny faces, acted strange, and watched the gangs. Lieutenant Cabra assembled a substantial list of gangsters and their addresses. But the first raids failed because most newspapers leaked the information beforehand. The gangsters monitored the city's papers, discovered the authorities' intentions, moved house, and went underground during the first week of the new police presence. Despite the infrastructure, dealing remained rampant. Sellers rotated locations daily, posting pawns on corners to call out "bread for sale" whenever police approached on foot or by car. The gangsters, hearing plainclothes officers were ready to pounce, began living in fear. Anyone might be an informant. If in doubt, they eliminated potential traitors without explanations, pleading, or pardon. No room for screw-ups. Already wily, they became even more violent. Workers, cool guys, addicts, anyone could find themselves at the mercy of the gangsters' whims. Paranoia reigned. Even addicts, previously valued customers who kept the dens running, were now in danger. Ordinary residents faced another layer of terror. Police on one side, gangs on the other, both spreading fear. One Saturday, Earthquake crossed Edgar Wernick Avenue to sell drugs near Bicky's den, just to get under Bicky's skin. He left a few pawns at his original spot to redirect junkies. Bicky learned of the affront that afternoon. He'd spent the morning at Violetta's office, a lawyer who sold primary and secondary school diplomas, police clearance certificates, ID cards, driver's licenses, and even clearances for cars and real estate. Violetta was God on earth. Without consulting Tiny, Bicky grabbed a machine gun and went alone to Block 13 to fire a few rounds. He didn't kill anyone, but the gesture could have sparked a war. Very early the next day, Good Life asked Tiny to tell Block 13's leaders that Bicky's attack was an isolated incident that no one agreed with. Tiny passed the task to Slick. As he talked with Slick, Tiny noticed Slick kept laughing and putting an arm around his shoulders. He asked himself why he was afraid of Slick. They'd been pals since childhood. Slick had never shown signs of betrayal. He had flashbacks to Sao Carlos, the shoeshiner's stool. He'd be a bastard to betray a friend just out of fear. He was ashamed. But he'd already planned Slick's death with Bicky, and if he backed out, Bicky might think Tiny was the traitor. He'd screwed up. Now one of them would have to die. But whichever one stayed alive could remain his friend if he warned them both. On impulse, without actually listening to what Slick was saying, Tiny told him their friendship was the best of anyone's. That's why he was giving the tip. Bicky wanted to get rid of Slick. Tiny had heard Bicky say something strange to Sharky before Sharky died, and Bicky had started acting suspicious. Tiny suggested Slick take Bicky out. Slick said he'd do it today, got on his bike, and headed for Block 13. Tiny watched his friend ride off, then sent a pawn to get Bicky. He told Bicky he had something important. Don't say a word. It was time for Bicky to take out Slick. Slick hadn't been happy when Bicky pulled the trigger on that mob. It might even have been Slick who told him to sell dope on Bicky's turf. He urged Bicky to get rid of him. Crossing the square minutes later, Tiny spotted 9 police officers near the shops and dashed off unseen. At his new flat, he saw 6 more on Red Hill. He thought aloud that it was a good thing Good Life had arranged a hideout outside the favela. He told Casserole, the oldest pawn, 25, to get Leonardo and tell him they were going to Petropolis to fetch the car. Too many cops around. He didn't like cops. Then go to Good Life's place and send all the money. All of it. Move fast. Leonardo parked at the building's entrance. Tiny took a while coming down. He was stuffing money into his underwear, shoes, shirt, trouser pockets, jacket pockets, under his cap. He rolled the rest in a plastic bag, tucked 2 7.65mm pistols into his waistband, and went downstairs. Leonardo drove at moderate speed along the river's right branch, crossed Cabinal Road, took motorway 11, and shifted into 3rd just as a police siren sounded behind him. As he changed to 4th, a military police car pulled alongside. Sergeant Roberval pointed a machine gun and ordered them to pull over. Leonardo stopped. Roberval ordered both out with hands on heads. Private Pedro recognized Tiny excitedly and went to get a picture. He returned with a piece of paper and showed Roberval after the sergeant ordered the 2 captives to the ground. Osmar frisked Tiny first, found a revolver and money everywhere. Pedro ordered Tiny to strip. Osmar informed him there were more than 10 warrants out on him. Things looked bad. Roberval warned that he'd beat the truth out of Tiny if he lied. Tiny gave a thumbs up. Roberval asked if the car was his. Tiny said yes. Was it in his name? No. Whose name? A woman over in the flats. Who bought it? Skinny. A guy Carrots killed. Roberval corrected him. It was Bicky who killed Skinny. They knew everything. He told them to frisk the other one. Leonardo was unarmed and had no money, so Roberval sent him on his way. Leonardo got out and walked slowly down the motorway. Then Roberval told Tiny to bring the car papers from that woman tomorrow morning. No funny business. He was letting him go, but wanted the documents. Don't go around with empty pockets, or he was dead. If Tiny got caught and talked, Roberval would have him killed in jail. When Roberval was on duty, he wanted half the den's takings. Tiny said no problem. Roberval told him to leave the money in a bag in the grassy area of the square when he arrived, and he'd cut Tiny some slack. Tiny nodded. Roberval ordered a private to leave him with a gun. Then he told Tiny to go home and say the Lord's Prayer because he'd met God. But if he went around with nothing in his pockets, he'd meet the devil. Late that night, the flat square was deserted. Only a few people drank beer at the shops. Creeping along building walls, Slick watched the barflies. No gangsters. He asked if anyone had seen Bicky. No one had. But turning the corner, he saw Bicky, who tried to cock his gun. Slick pumped him full of bullets. The day dawned gray. Tiny called the gang together in an alley and ordered everyone to lie low as long as possible. He only wanted his assistant and lookouts in the street. No strutting around corners with revolvers. But if they ran into police, they'd have to shoot first. And if someone was arrested, no talking. Tiny then headed to the shops, said something to a woman, went down an alley, emerged on Gabinal Road, and waited apprehensively by the roadside until Goodlife pulled over in a car. Tiny got in. They left the favela. Got it made? And Siegel were caught up top by 2 plainclothes officers with 40 bundles of dope. The officers cursed them for having only weed and no money, useless pieces of shit, and took them to the post. At the police post, Sergeant Linivaldo greeted them with punches and kicks, ordered an officer to truss them with nylon rope, put them in the patrol van, and told the officer to head for Bandeirantes motorway. They turned onto motorway 5 and stopped. The officer opened the back and told them to run. Run, and don't look back, because now they'd be selling dope to the devil. They ran no more than 5 meters before being shot in the back. Truthfully, Whitey only fired his gun when Knockout's gang was in the flats, and even then, only when Tiny ordered him to. This life of crime wasn't for him. He was happy about the police presence because he could go out without worrying that Tiny might order him to stand on a corner with a revolver waiting for Knockout's men. One Sunday, he left home early to try to win back his ex-girlfriend. He arrived at her building, cupped his hands, and called her name several times. No answer. He went inside. He knocked 3 times. She opened on the 4th, still sleepy. She left him in the living room, went to the bathroom, and came back. She told him if he was there to get back together, don't hold his breath. She was tired of being strung along. No plans, no savings, no talk of marriage, and he'd already had his way with her. He promised to put something aside each month. She said he always said that and then couldn't manage it. Always buying clothes, spending on coke. He told her to keep her voice down. Her mother wasn't home. She told him she already had a boyfriend, a policeman, jealous, so he'd better keep his distance. She opened the door. Whitey left, hanging his head. He'd never thought she'd find someone else. He'd been stupid. If he'd been more considerate, this never would have happened. At the bottom of the stairs, his eyes filled with tears. He didn't want anyone to see him like that and turn back. She opened the door, crying too. They hugged, kissed, and had sex right there in the living room, on the condition that he wouldn't come inside her. But as soon as they finished, she repeated that she really was seeing Officer Morais and wasn't going to dump him. In less than a month, Morais had taken her to meet his parents and promised to rent a house for them to live together. Whitey asked if she didn't think she was going too fast. She said Morais was better than Whitey. He hadn't made a move in 3 years. They showered, had sex again in the bathroom, and when Whitey said goodbye, she said maybe they could do this again sometime. Minutes later, Sita received a message that Officer Morais was waiting in Fregesia Square. She fixed herself up quickly and went to meet him. He took her to a motel, where she repeated her condition. Don't come inside her. In the new short-stay houses, Fernandez complained to 2 mates that Carrots gave all the orders and kept both dens for himself. They'd lost brothers and cousins in the war, helped him take Tiny's den, and protected his own den. Someone needed to have a word. Farias added that Carrots wouldn't let anyone else set up a den in the area. Messiah, who'd escaped jail that day, asked why Fatso had fallen. Fernandez explained Fatso had been giving Mousetrap a hard time, so Knockout took him out. Farias added that Carrots had been dying for Knockout to do it, really egged him on, and had given the gang weapons. Messiah, surprised, admitted Fatso had helped him in jail, outside food the whole time, and he'd been the one to send Fatso there. In the days before this conversation, Fernandez, Farias, and Messiah had started plotting against Carrots with gangsters from the new short-stay houses and 2-story houses. Everyone agreed. One morning around 10, they woke Carrots. He started up, thinking it was the police, but relaxed when he saw Fernandez through the window. That calm didn't last. Spotting the guys from the 2-story and new short-stay houses on the corner outside, he guessed they'd come about splitting the den. Fernandez told him to come over. The guys wanted to talk. Carrots walked to his friends and asked what was going on. Silence. Then a gang member told the instigators they were the ones who had to answer. It was their idea. They'd talk to everyone. Spit it out. Fernandez blurted his thoughts. Then Farias reaffirmed them. Carrots laughed, said everything was fine, shook everyone's hand, and went back inside. 2 months passed. Sita hadn't had her period. She was pregnant. The baby could be Morais's or Whitey's, but she wanted it to be Whitey's. She had a feeling it was his, so she went looking for him. He responded bitterly. Now she wanted him? Go find her policeman. Her belly grew, and Morais, deeply in love, moved her into the house he'd rented. Whitey suffered terribly. Her moving in with the policeman made him feel he'd lost her forever. The only reason he wouldn't accept a reconciliation immediately was revenge. He wanted her to grovel and suffer like he had. Word got around overnight that Sita had moved in with Officer Morais, and Whitey's friends teased him, lost his girl to a pig. To get his own back, Whitey announced loudly that the kid in her belly was his. The word got back to Morais. Carrots armed himself before sunrise on Monday and went to Mousetrap's house. They chatted in the yard, then shook hands. Carrots said he'd known he could count on Mousetrap. Get his shooter. Maybe they'd find those bastards now. Minutes later, Fernandez and Farias were dead. The next day, in an alley near Block 15 Square, the entire gang listened to an argument between Carrots and Messiah, both holding guns. Allegiances split spatially. Those siding with Carrots stood beside him. Those siding with Messiah stood opposite. Those who didn't want to take sides tried to calm them down. Carrots declared he was the one with the den up there. Tiny had killed everyone, and Carrots and Knockout had fought him off. The den had always been his and would stay that way. Messiah argued the guys had put their lives on the line, lost loads of pals, cousins, brothers. Carrots shot back that Messiah hadn't lost anyone and hadn't killed anyone, so why was he sticking his nose in? Messiah said he was sticking it in because he'd sent a friend there, a guy who donated guns, and Carrots had taken him out. Carrots denied it. Lieutenant Cabra headed up Middle Street with 10 men. My Man, Earthquake, Butterfly, Tiger, Moth, and a pawn wound through the alleys. Over in the flats, the empty pockets got off a bus and walked through the old flats. Sita told Morais she hadn't slept with Whitey since they'd been together. Whitey's pride was hurt because she'd left him for Morais. Morais warned that if he found out she'd screwed Whitey, she'd get a bullet in the face. He asked for a photo. She said she'd had one, but tore it up. He asked if any neighbors had a phone. She didn't like asking to use it. He proposed a plan. Next time he was on duty, she'd take a stroll as if just passing through, and as soon as she saw Whitey, she'd come to the post and tell him. She asked if he was going to kill Whitey. No, just give him a fright. Lieutenant Cabra waited behind a wall at the corner opposite Block 15 Square, waved to his men, readied his machine gun, and gave a little jump as if about to surprise someone. He did this at every corner. No villains. He motioned, and they walked down one side of the square. The argument grew heated. Everyone talked at once. Carrot shouted for silence at the top of his lungs and fired a shot into the air. That sparked a shootout punctuated with shouts and pleas to calm down. Take it easy. Cool it. Cabra's men positioned themselves behind posts, cars, walls. Some even broke into houses. The Block 13 gang thought Tiny was attacking and hurried to fend off the assault. Paulo Groover, still not fully recovered, ran through the short-stay houses. He wanted to get away from a mess that no longer made sense to him. No one in the short-stay houses had hit his mother or beaten him up. He was going home, already intending to turn himself into authorities. Behind bars, he'd be safe, could learn a trade. But then he found himself face-to-face with the Block 13 gang. Over in the flats, the empty pockets found it odd that no gangsters were on street corners. They kept close to walls. Only highwaymen and Tube carried revolvers tucked into waistbands. They wanted to tell Tiny they'd go with him to shoot carrots, hoping to get revolvers too. Israel came along carrying a machine gun and a bag of cocaine. He was taking it to Good Life's house to mix with boric acid before packaging and selling it. He saw the empty pockets and raised the machine gun. Groover ducked sideways, fired to try to escape, doubled back, and shouted that the Block 13 gang was in the area. Carrot's men greeted him with a hail of bullets. He ducked again, ran into someone's backyard, and managed to get away. In his own yard, he found his mother's finger lying in a puddle of blood. His sister had hacked it off with a carving knife. He found his mother and walked with her to the bus stop. As they boarded, he threw away his gun. After his mother was treated at Cardoso Fontes Hospital, he headed to the youth detention center. The Block 13 gang moved in on the enemy and froze when they saw Carrots' men shooting at one another. Then they joined the shootout. Soon, Sarah Day from Block 13 fell twisting to the ground, along with Mallet, a friend of Messiah's. Lieutenant Cabra's men, armed with machine guns, had also reached the combat zone and joined in. Israel asked the empty pockets where they thought they were going, pointing his machine gun. They said they wanted to talk to Tiny. Israel said Tiny wasn't around, and he was running the show. He demanded anyone with guns put them on the ground. If he found one when he searched them, they were dead. Those who were armed followed orders. Israel searched the entire gang, which had several new members, then, for no reason, clouted highwaymen, Tube, and Bruno several times in the face. Tube protested that they'd come to join. Only then did Israel stop. The shootout had been going for half an hour. 5 were dead. Shots grew fewer. Only gangsters who hadn't managed to run were still fighting. Most had split when they saw Cabra and his men. After another 20 minutes, police had taken down 8 men. The shootout ended. Cabra ordered an officer to get 5 more officers with 5 police vans. They put the bodies in the vans and disposed of them in different places. Tiny returned to the favela only on Sundays to collect money. Sunday was the best day for gangsters. Workers packed bars, played football in vacant lots, went to street markets. He believed the hustle and bustle confused police, who thought all blacks and northerners looked alike. Whenever he came, he held barbecues and killed a member of Messiah's or Carrot's gang. Sometimes he killed one from his own gang, for no apparent reason, just saying he'd felt the guy was up to something. If his German shepherd barked at anyone, he shot them in the foot. One Tuesday, Good Life, Beep Beep, Marcelo, Twit, Whitey, and a pawn were packaging coke and dope in a building. Whitey didn't want to be there, but Israel had insisted. Get your arse over there. Loads of customers waiting. Good Life's in charge. Israel had sent Otavio to fetch him from home. Whitey's ex-girlfriend was strolling through the buildings. When she saw Whitey at the window throwing money down to the pawn who'd gone to buy food, she headed off more quickly toward the police post. She gave her boyfriend the address where Whitey was, as he'd asked. She also said they were probably packaging. Moraes immediately called 15 officers and told them he'd discovered Tiny's gang's new hideout. Sergeant Roberville ordered them all to take machine guns. They got in the van and headed for the flats. From outside, Moraes announced that the building was surrounded and ordered them to throw weapons out the window. When the dealers saw the number of policemen surrounding the building, they quickly ducked back inside the flat. Tiny's German shepherd woke with a start and barked loudly. Marius's voice came again, repeating the order to throw out their weapons. Good Life flushed the cocaine down the toilet. Panicked, the gangsters called to neighbors for help, shouting for their families and friends, trying to assemble a crowd of onlookers to intimidate the police, who wouldn't dare kill them in front of witnesses. Many begged the police to spare the gangsters' lives. Many others prayed they'd finish them off. Good Life ordered his men to throw their weapons out the window. Marius announced they were coming up. If everyone stayed quiet, no one would get hurt. Leave the door open, wait by the window. The villains followed orders as Marius and his men climbed 3 flights. They entered the flat. The German shepherd leaped at them and was shot. Only 3 officers stayed downstairs at the entrance, blocking Marcelo's and Whitey's mothers from entering. After searching the entire flat, they ordered the 5 to face the wall, took aim, and fired. Great commotion erupted downstairs, family members and dozens of residents in panic. Officers called for reinforcements. One resident called the hospital for an ambulance. Sergeant Linovaldo, off duty, was talking with other officers in Taquera Square after leaving the bank. Hearing the call for reinforcements on the radio, he got in his van and headed for the flats. Marcelo and Beep Beep were still alive. Marcelo screamed for his mother, thinking she'd hear him from the next building. Linovaldo arrived as the ambulance did. He ordered officers not to let any ambulance workers into the building, galloped up the stairs, drew his revolver, and put 4 more bullets in Beep Beep and 6 more in Marcelo. Morai spotted an umbrella with a pointy tip on a table, grabbed it, and perforated the eyes of the bodies lying around, including the dogs. Roberval told Morais to shoot each one 2 more times from the front, so they could claim they'd resisted. Morais carried it out immediately. Israel, now running the den since his brother Good Life's murder, was always drinking at the shops. Drunk, he came on to every woman, even married ones, constantly asked to borrow cars, and shot anyone who refused in the foot. Even his mates feared him when he was drunk. Tiny had the misfortune of being approached by civil and military police 6 more times. Both groups extorted him. On one occasion, they took him into custody and made him phone someone to bring documents for the houses, car, and boat that Good Life had bought, all tracked down by the military police's secret service. Every asset Tiny owned got signed over into the policemen's names. Even the chest of gold ended up in police hands. One Friday, civil police approached him again. He was in a stolen car with 3 pounds of dope, 200,000 cruzeros, a couple of pistols, and Sting's rifle. He immediately offered the drugs and money, but this time, they refused the bribe. At the station, Tiny revealed where Carrots, Butterfly, and Messiah might be found, hoping to weaken his competition's drug trade. Found guilty of several crimes, he went to serve his sentence at Milton Diaz Moreira prison, where enemies from São Carlos and City of God were also doing time. Even 2 men who'd once tried to sell weapons to Slick, but were robbed and beaten, were there now. All were united by the Red Command, the dominant prison faction. Tiny knew he'd die in jail. His only way to stay alive was to pay the prison chiefs a weekly bribe. He called his brother daily and always said the same thing: send another 50,000 during visiting hours. One time, Black Stump answered and said Israel was drinking heavily, spending money in motels and restaurants, and pushing sellers around. Tiny only cared that his brother was spending money. He yelled into the phone to take the den. Don't give Israel any more money. Tiny had done the killing. Israel hadn't killed anyone. Take the den, and if Israel wouldn't hand it over, get rid of him. Black Stump added that Israel had kicked the empty pockets out again, was killing addicts, harassing workers, taking girls by force. Pawns were leaving. Russian Mouse had fed Israel loads of beer, waited for him to get trashed, taken that week's takings, and disappeared. Also, Night Owl had been taken out yesterday. Police got him in his sleep. Tiny said he didn't give a shit. He'd already said, if Israel kept screwing up, kill him. Black Stump, Blubber, and Slick listened to Leonardo's advice instead. Let Israel live. Just tell him he couldn't drink or spend money anymore because Tiny was paying to stay alive in prison. Israel agreed and started saving. Slick had begun dressing with distinction. Linen trousers, a watch with a leather strap, sometimes suits and sunglasses. He avoided regular buses to dodge police raids. The special bus was safer since police never searched anyone. On that bus, he saw a schoolteacher for the first time and gave her a romantic look. Luckily, she got off at a stop. He continued the conversation he'd started as they waited for the lights to change, then walked toward Middle Street. From that day on, Slick went out of his way to bump into her daily as she left school. Although she found him rough around the edges, she started seeing him. His passion softened his seriousness. He laughed again, joked with friends, spent less time in the streets, stopped launching attacks up top, and went to her house whenever possible just to escape the favela. But on that same special bus, the teacher heard from a resident that he was called Slick, a dangerous criminal. She could see his photo in the newspapers if she wanted. Carrots told Fizzy C, only 13 years old, that his brother might be family, but he was a Jerry. Forget family. He had to get rid of him. Fizzy C agreed, but said he had to do it during the day because his mother was home at night. Carrots said, "Let's do it now." They ran through alleys as Carrots planned, searched everywhere, found no enemies. To prove his loyalty, Fizzy C suggested they go to his place. Maybe the bastard was sleeping. He was. They woke him with a revolver barrel at his neck and took him outside. His only defense was to threaten his brother. If Mum found out, she'd be furious. Fizzy C didn't care. Who told you to join the Jerrys? Alexander was taken to the river's edge, and his own brother shot his 10-year-old body 3 times. 6 months into jail, Tiny said he needed 10,000 cruzeros in 2 weeks to get out. Bring it Sunday, and he'd be out the same day. Black Stump did 2 holdups. Blubber and Israel did the same. They added what they'd stolen to the den's takings. The following Sunday, Tiny shook the guard's hands and left the prison with the other visitors. Black Stump warned him not to return to the favela. Police had reduced patrols, but it was still risky. Tiny went to the house of the only friend he'd made in prison. Israel went to the favela of São José to buy cocaine. The supplier hadn't visited in 2 weeks. He planned to buy 10 wraps, mix them with boric acid, repackage into smaller amounts, and sell to addicts. He parked his Brasilia at the foot of the hill and climbed the steep stairs singing samba. At the den, he found Tube chatting with one of the owners. Israel said Tube was a dickhead. "Don't talk to dickheads or you'll become one." Tube asked why he was a dickhead. Israel said because he was, and if he talked too much, he'd bite the dust right now, reaching for his waistband. Tube was quicker. 1 shot into the middle of Israel's forehead. Then Tube felt Israel's waistband and realized he was unarmed. Tube's friend just called him a dickhead. With great effort, the teacher convinced Slick to turn himself in. It was better than a life of crime. She promised not to leave him, and her father, a lawyer, would work to get him out of prison as soon as possible. Slick had felt reborn since falling in love with her. Saturday afternoons at the cinema, cold beer, healthy conversation. He'd realized how simple life could be. He dreamed of a future. Imagined growing old together, raising children, counting Christmases. Despite the suffering prison would bring, he turned himself in at the 32nd District Station. Tried and sentenced, he went to Sector B of Lemos de Brito prison, where he had several enemies. They left him alone the first time they were led into the courtyard for sun. The second time, they stabbed him in the stomach 40 times. Right after Israel's death, the Empty Pockets attacked the flats 4 times in a row. The 4th time, they arrived shooting at everything and established themselves as top dogs. They'd killed Black Stump, Tiny's last henchman. The only reason they didn't kill Blubber and Otavio was that both had fled. The pawns who'd given up crime during the police crackdown, thinking they wouldn't be harassed because they hadn't caused trouble in Tiny's day, were mistaken. The Empty Pockets told everyone they wouldn't kill anyone, but pawns were killed one by one. Whenever one was found dead, they invented lies to justify it so others wouldn't leave. Even people who'd never broken the law were killed if they'd argued or fought with one of them. Rapes and muggings surged. Cool guys were harassed too, though none were killed, even though they hadn't been involved in the war. The dens and the flats began losing customers because the Empty Pockets didn't know any suppliers, and those who dealt with Tiny had disappeared when they didn't get paid. Carrots faced constant attacks from Messiah's gang, Block 13's gang, and the police. He lost 5 men in less than a week. With no alternative, he took his den's takings, rented a shack in the Baixada Fluminense region, and left Mousetrap in charge of drug sales. He claimed the police wouldn't rest until they'd caught him. He told Mousetrap to tell everyone he'd gone clean. He was a sucker now, driving taxis. They'd split the den's takings 50-50. Mousetrap was happy. Now he was in charge of Block 15's den. Even having to fight off 2 gangs with only a few men, the power was seriously exciting. Rapes and muggings surged. Cool guys got harassed too, none killed, though they hadn't been in the war. The Flats dens lost customers. The Empty Pockets knew no other suppliers, and those who dealt with Tiny had vanished unpaid. Carrots faced constant attacks from Messiah's gang, Block 13's gang, and the police. He lost 5 men in under a week. With no alternative, he took the den's takings, rented a shack in Baixada Fluminense, and left Mousetrap in charge of drug sales. He claimed the police wouldn't rest until they caught him. He told Mousetrap to spread the word he'd gone clean, a sucker now, driving taxis. They'd split the takings 50-50. Mousetrap was thrilled. In charge of Block 15's den, even having to fight 2 gangs with few men, the power excited him deeply. With poor management in the flats, the ongoing war up top, and difficult access to Leaky Tap's den, Block 13 now sold more drugs than anyone. My man and Earthquake drank only soft drinks. Water was for the poor. The gang grew while attacks up top became fewer. They'd wait for everyone to kill each other, then take over the dens. The same week Tiny got out of prison, he spent time with his new friend's crew. He pulled holdups with them 15 days straight. His cunning and shrewdness earned him second in command, 40% of drug sales. He was realizing the dream he'd nurtured in jail. He'd always needed someone to read his letters, which was dangerous. He could already sign his name. If he found that lawyer Violetta, he could get an ID and a checkbook, something he'd always dreamed of. One Friday, a pawn brought news. The Empty Pockets had splintered into war. Highwaymen wouldn't share command with Tube. The first battle lasted 3 days. The police, more concerned with the Messiah Mousetrap war, stepped up activity in the flats and killed 4 Empty Pockets in 10 days. One Saturday morning, 5 Empty Pockets showed up in Block 13 looking for Butterfly and Tiger. They wanted help taking the flats. They said the others had split. They wanted to join. Tiger asked what then. They proposed keeping the dens in Block 7 and Red Hill, while Block 13 kept the shops in Old Flats. Tiger said it didn't work like that. All dens would be Block 13's, but they could join. They agreed. Tiger offered to find them a house. The Empty Pockets revealed they knew where the others stayed and met. It would be easy. Tiger asked how many enemies. 8. Up top, the war was nearly over. Messiah's men had killed most opponents. Mousetrap got arrested. The rest fled. Residents of the new short-stay houses were thankful. Messiah and his men had punched holes through their tiny houses' dividing walls to escape enemies and police, entering at any hour. To take the flats dens, Block 13 split into groups of 10 taking different routes. The fighting lasted 2 days. 8 Empty Pockets, 2 Block 13 gangsters, and 1 police officer were killed. Several more were shot. Though outnumbered, the Empty Pockets fought to the death. Messiah sent word to Butterfly and Tiger. If they didn't attack up top, his gang wouldn't raid Block 13. If Carrots showed up, they'd kill him themselves. Butterfly agreed. Peace returned. For a time, the only man still killing thieves, muggers, and rapists was Otavio. He put 30 bodies in a single hole, and when he didn't kill them, he chopped off their hands with an axe. Then, suddenly, he became a Protestant and started preaching near the dens, claiming he'd been possessed by the devil. The gangsters left him alone. They always left evangelists in peace. He was arrested one night, coming home from church, and spent 2 years in jail. Released, he married and had children. Every Sunday, he visited prisons to convert inmates. The police didn't believe his conversion, though, and beat him whenever they saw him, even in front of his wife and children. One day, Otavio tore up his Bible, burned his church suit, and went to the den to ask Butterfly for a pistol, just to kill policemen. Jackfruit, Orange, and Acerola, now married, still got together to smoke a joint and remember the old days. Their meetings had been rare during the war. Old Teresa went back to domestic work for rich housewives, but only to keep busy. She no longer needed the money. Her eldest daughter had married a Canadian who took her to Canada. Every month, she sent her mother a decent sum. After years fighting for rights on the Residents Association, Rocket got married and moved house. He established himself as a photographer and returned to the favela from time to visit his mother and friends. Leaky Tap got caught during a bank robbery in Copacabana. His assistants quit dealing. Sometime later, Leaky Tap's den became headquarters for a new gang run by Carrots' cousins. Carrots started frequenting the favela again and fighting villains up top, but was arrested early in the conflict. One rainy Christmas Eve in Blonde Square, 30 men got out of taxis, all armed with machine guns, except Tiny, who carried only a pistol. Fat, wearing linen pants and a silk shirt, told his men which path to take. They arrived at Block 13. No lookouts were on duty. It was Christmas, and gangsters always started drinking early. Tiny searched until he found Butterfly, who tried to run, thinking Tiny's men were police. Tiny called out. It was him. Tiny, come to talk. Butterfly stopped behind a wall, recognizing the voice. Tiny said he wanted the flats back. That area was his. Butterfly agreed. Tiny reminded him that when Block 13 wanted to keep this den, he hadn't said anything. They'd fought side by side. There'd never been backstabbing. Vicky was the only one who tried something smart. Butterfly explained they'd only taken the flats because the empty pockets were giving everyone a hard time. Go ahead and take it. Just let them sell the merchandise they had there first, then they'd leave. After talking, they drank from the same glass. Tiger fired shots into the air. They snorted coke, drank wine, whiskey, beer. Tiny left, certain he'd return for good on December 31st. Tiny's sense of self-importance renewed. He planned to be City of God's boss again. He and his Realingo friends had already planned a surprise attack on Block 13 in the first week of his new reign in the flats, then an attack up top. He believed everyone feared him. He'd always been mean. That was how a gangster earned respect. For Tiny, there was no peace or remorse. He never did anything he couldn't later profit from. He rubbed every good deed in the recipient's face because he suffered when it wasn't returned, destroying everything that didn't fit his cruel understanding of the world. He could bring out violence in anyone and multiply it at will. He talked to himself in corners, living rooms, bedrooms, prison, free. Anything he perceived as aggression returned as death. He was lord of his own disillusion, his evil fate to be unable to forgive, to annihilate everything his villainous mind couldn't grasp, to invent what others hadn't done to justify his cruelty. Vermin born under Gemini. The nearly dead moon showed signs of life between clouds. Stars were faint. Only New Year's Eve fireworks lit the night. Tiny's night, the night he'd be boss of City of God again. He stopped by Block 13, but found none of the bosses, so he left a message for Tiger and Butterfly. He was back in the flats. If anyone was still dealing there, he ordered them to stop. He headed to the flats, driving a blue Corsa, went straight to the shops, slapped cool guys on the back, bought sweets for children, announced he'd learned to read and drive, that he was boss in Realingo, but this was where he most liked being in charge. At 11:30, a boy told him Tiger and Butterfly were on the hill waiting to talk, but for him to come unarmed. A talk was just a talk. No fighting. Tiny asked what they wanted to talk about. The boy said it was for his own good. Tiny considered not going. If he didn't, they might think he was scared. He was Tiny, afraid of nothing. He told the boy he'd come as soon as he finished his beer. He waited for the boy to leave, looked around, saw no one from Block 13 watching, took a pistol from his waistband and strapped it to his ankle. His friends adjusted their own weapons. They headed for the hill. The hill square was empty, except for Tiger and Butterfly crouching between a post and a wall. They'd hidden men in the buildings to join the fight at the first shot. Tiny and his friends walked up. Tiger announced they'd decided to keep the den. The story that it used to be Tiny's wasn't right. They hadn't taken it from Tiny. They'd taken it from the guys who took it from him. Tiny protested. Hadn't they agreed? Butterfly cut him off, reiterating what Tiger said. Ignoring him, Tiny subtly raised his hand to his forehead, glanced at a friend, and made the sign of the cross. Tiger, watching intently, whipped his pistol from his waistband, shot Tiny in the abdomen, and ran with Butterfly. The first shot sparked commotion. The hidden pawns disbanded in disarray. Tiny and his mates took advantage, heading downhill, firing in all directions. During the escape, Tiny shot a pawn through the head. The quartet crossed the flat square, ran into the first building, and entered a flat where a family was celebrating New Year's Eve. The gangsters ordered them to shut the door. Tiny sat on the sofa, eyes rolling back, went into convulsions, and died as the New Year's Eve fireworks began. His friends went up 3 more flights, entered another flat, and aimed their guns at the owners. At daybreak, they calmly left the building, caught the bus, and headed back to Realingo. Early morning on Block 13, Tiger had a boy grind glass and mix it with wood glue in a tin. When ready, he stretched kite string from one post to another and coated it with the mixture. He waited for it to dry, made the bridle and tail, and hoisted the kite to tussle with others in the sky. It was kite flying time in City of God. The end. So you stayed. Through the bullets and the beating heat, through the faces that grew up too fast and the ones that vanished too soon. Thank you for that, for listening with your full attention. Paulo Lins never meant to write a global phenomenon. He was just a boy from Ciudad de Dios who wanted to tell the truth. For nearly a decade, he walked those same dirt roads, watching his friends become dealers and his neighbors become statistics. He took notes. He listened to the whisper of the streets. And then, in 1997, he published a 600-page novel that he thought might sell 3,000 copies, mostly to university sociologists who were curious about the rise of drug gangs and the explosion of violence in Rio's favelas. Instead, before the first copies even reached bookstores, 60,000 orders had flooded his publisher. The world wasn't just curious, it was hungry. That hunger nearly buried him. After City of God sold over 100,000 copies in Brazil alone and was translated into 20 languages, Lins froze. The same voice that had flowed so freely in the favela went silent in the face of global expectation. He was 39 years old, suddenly famous and terrified. Journalists asked. Stewards asked. Even the waiters asked, "Paulo, when is the next book?" He drank too much. He traveled too much. And for years, nothing came. A writer's block that would have crushed a lesser spirit, but one that Hemingway, Proust, and Dostoevsky also knew. When the silence finally broke, it broke with Samba. His next novel, Since Samba is Samba, turned away from violence and toward music, tracing the birth of Brazil's soul rhythm in the 1920s. The emancipation of black culture after slavery was finally abolished in 1888, in the search for an identity that Europe and America could never claim. Lins had survived his own success, and in doing so, he found something worth celebrating. But the story of City of God did not end with the book. Not even close. In 2002, a Brazilian commercial director named Fernando Meirelles, then 47 years old, with 1,000 television ads behind him, but not a single feature film to his name, decided to turn those 600 pages into a movie that would tear through the global consciousness. He co-directed with Katia Lund, and together they did something almost unimaginable. They auditioned 2,000 children and teenagers from the slums of Rio, looking not for polished actors, but for living, breathing survivors of the world the book described. They found a boy named Alexander Rodriguez, who actually lived in Ciudad de Dios, and told him not to act. They found Leandro Firmino, who had no desire to be an actor and only showed up to keep a friend company, and who would become the terrifying Zé Pequenono. The rehearsal was a 3-minute short film called Palace 2, paid for by a Brazilian TV network, which Meirelles used to test every visual idea he had. Lighting, color, camera movement. Everything got thrown at that short so that nothing would be left to chance on the feature. And the rules of engagement were simple. No scripts. Meirelles and screenwriter Braulio Mantovani wrote scenes, but the young cast never saw them. Instead, the director would say, "You are Zé Pequeno. The rival gang just crossed into your territory. What do you do?" And the kids would improvise, pulling dialogue from the only source that mattered, their own lives. Some moments were not scripted at all. The prayer before the war, the gang kneeling together in the dirt asking for protection, came from a real former gang member on set who asked Meirelles, "Aren't we going to pray?" "We always prayed." The director said, "You lead it." And they shot it. When the character Buscape tells a woman that he has never taken a hot bath, that was not acting either. That was Alexandre Rodriguez, during a break in filming, casually telling actress Graciela Moretto the truth about his own life. Matthias Nachtergaele, already a huge Brazilian star by the time Meirelles cast him as the flamboyant Sandro Sonora, promised to disappear into the role. He moved into the real Cidade de Deus for 3 months. He lived with the non-actors, and by the time cameras rolled, no one remembered he was famous. The film itself is shot like a living thing that learns to breathe as it goes. Meirelles and Lund divided the story into 3 time periods: the romantic, classic stillness of the early years, when the camera stayed on a tripod and the colors were warm; the colorful, handheld chaos of the drug trade's rise, when the parties never stopped; and the cold, monochromatic war zone of cocaine and automatic weapons, where the crew lost all control and the editing shattered into fragments. Meirelles wanted the audience to feel the neighborhood losing control. And control is exactly what the Brazilian government lost when the film was released. City of God premiered in competition at Cannes, earned 4 Academy Award nominations, including Best Director for Meirelles, and became a global landmark. But Brazil's government did not celebrate. The film was a mirror they had tried to keep in the closet, a brutal, beautiful unveiling of favela life that no amount of tourism marketing could scrub away. Meirelles, for his part, never claimed to have answers. He only said, "The world I portrayed is richer than any explanation of it." Here's what the film leaves out. The novel is even more relentless. Where the movie follows Buscapé as a through line, a photographer's eye giving the violence some narrative shape, the book scatters. Characters multiply, die, and are replaced so quickly that keeping track becomes its own kind of exhaustion. Readers have described it as feeling like Grand Theft Auto set in a real favela, thrilling and terrifying in equal measure. There are rapes and casual murders and a rhythm of death that desensitizes you until you realize, with a slow horror, that the desensitization is the point. Some critics have accused the film of aestheticizing misery, of making poverty look stylish and violence look cinematic. But watch it again. Pay attention to the prayer scene, the unscripted prayer. Look at the faces of the non-actors. What you are seeing is not exploitation. It is testimony. Before filming, Meirelles found himself doing things no director should have to do. He fed kids who had not eaten in 2 days. He found places for them to sleep. He mediated family quarrels. "Each piece of news affected me as if it were someone from my family," he said. So when you watch City of God, and if you have not seen it yet, you should, remember that the boy holding the gun had probably held one before, and the boy running from the gun had definitely run before. And the prayer was not a plot device. It was survival. Now, here's what I hope you will do next. Read the novel. It is harder than the film, more confusing, more brutal, but it is also more complete. A 600-page howl from a man who lived through it and somehow found the words to tell the rest of us. You will lose track of characters. You will put the book down sometimes. But you will also understand something that the movie, for all its genius, cannot fully capture: the slow, grinding, almost boring repetition of violence that becomes, for some people, just another Tuesday. If this story touched something in you, if you found yourself wincing, or hoping, or looking away, then share it. Not because violence is entertaining, but because stories like this deserve witnesses. Leave a comment with your own interpretation. What did the film leave you thinking about? Do you think the beauty of the cinematography honors the pain or distracts from it? There is no right answer, only your honest response. And if you want more stories told this way, with care, with research, with a voice that tries to do justice to difficult truths, then consider subscribing. There are more worlds to enter, more lives to sit with, more stories that will not let you go. Because here is the final truth of City of God. The title is not ironic. It was never ironic. The first residents of that housing project believed, genuinely believed, that they were being given a fresh start, a new city, a place where poverty might loosen its grip. But the state abandoned them. The police never came. And the boys who should have been playing soccer learned to shoot. Paulo Lins walked those streets. Fernanda Meirelles filmed them, and now you have walked them too, if only in your mind. That is what stories do. They let us enter places we would never survive in person. And if we are lucky, they change something small inside us, a judgment we held too quickly, a distance we assumed was safe. The beast is still out there. It always will be. But you stayed until the end, and that matters. Thank you for listening.